Chapter 1. Encountering her. In Wuxi, the rain fell softly on a night heavy with an oppressive atmosphere. I hope you will no longer pester me in the future. Yes, we have known each other for many years, but can't you maintain a little distance from me at school? I have said it many times, I do not wish to be in a relationship. Right now, why do you constantly pressure me? The words that reached his ears snapped him back to reality as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. Particularly striking was the sight of Luo Yanran, furiously throwing her pen to the ground in front of everyone, her face a canvas of anger and irritation. Luo Yanran? Isn't this my freshman year? Am I being reborn? Xiang Tian sorted through the fragmented memories in his mind, suddenly realizing that the scene before him was becoming increasingly vivid, followed by a wave of familiar moments. She has never had any feelings for you at all, Xiang Tian. It is better for you to give up sooner rather than later. Sigh, why hang oneself on a single tree? In the past, Xiang Tian might have rushed forward with a smile, enduring the ridicule of others, while humbly seeking the forgiveness of the other party. However, at this moment, Xiang Tian's reaction was entirely unexpected. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I will not disturb you again. Beside him, Su Jiang looked on with skepticism, utterly baffled by Xiang Tian's apparent readiness to give up. This narrative seemed rather off-kilter. Could it be that he had taken the wrong medicine today, resulting in an unexpected surge of masculinity? Did he not comprehend the consequences of his actions? Given Luo Yanran's temperament, she would likely hold a grudge for quite some time. Even Luo Yanran, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Have you truly thought this through? Xiang Tian replied calmly. After years of unrequited love, it is time for it to end. Continuing would only lead to your disdain. It is better to part ways cleanly and leave me with a shred of dignity. The corners of Luo Yanran's brows furrowed slightly, her entire expression turning frosty. Parting ways cleanly, are you certain? I am certain. With that, Xiang Tian turned and left. Xiaoran, what is wrong with you? You look utterly distracted. Su Jiang could not help but pat Luo Yanran. Could it be that you truly can't bear to part with that guy? Upon hearing this, Luo Yanran immediately retorted, Nonsense! How could I possibly be attached to that guy? I was merely excited finally. One less trouble to deal with. As she spoke, she glanced towards the entrance. If he no longer bothers me, I would be delighted, not to mention relieved. As the evening breeze blew, Xiang Tian found himself by the riverside. In everyone's eyes, what he yearned for was merely Luo Yanran's beautiful visage, as well as the enjoyment derived from her haughty demeanor. His deep affections for Luo Yanran had only attracted endless ridicule in return. From the moment this stunning girl entered his line of sight, he could not look away. Throughout their 3 years in high school, aware of her fear of the dark, he would always find excuses to walk her home after school, ensuring she was not preyed upon by unsavory characters. Who was it that often brought her cold drinks when he craved something sweet? On weekends, while others might not even bother to check the weather forecast, who was it that brought an umbrella along? After graduating high school, both he and Luo Yanran were accepted into H University, and he had thought that companionship was the truest form of affection, only to find himself ensnared in a web of entanglement. Before his rebirth, with the support of his father's small factory, his family was relatively affluent, and life after university would not have been too difficult. But little did he know that misfortune awaited during his junior year. His family went bankrupt. Consequently, the burden of immense debt naturally fell upon his shoulders. Through an unexpected twist of fate, he encountered a madwoman, and they ended up entangled in an unforeseen situation. Only a day later, that lunatic personally delivered him to the police station, coercing Xiang Tian in assigning a contract of servitude. From then on, any dreams of rapid ascent were irrevocably dashed. He was left to obediently serve as a son-in-law. Suddenly, Xiang Tian felt a hand patting him from behind. Zhong Yun wore a mischievous grin. Where did you run off to last night? Staying out all night and making Luo Yanran's face turn black in front of everyone. Don't make a fuss next time. Don't provoke her. Xiang Tian calmly handed him the soy milk he held, saying, This is for you. Oh, the sun must be rising in the west today. Zhong Yun was evidently surprised. As Xiang Tian's close friend, he had witnessed this guy's morning displays of affection countless times. He was momentarily taken aback, You didn't go to the cafeteria to buy breakfast for her, did you? Feeling guilty after your argument last night, so you asked me to deliver it? He'll tell you, I'm not getting involved in your affairs. Only then did he notice the change in Xiang Tian, scrutinizing him intently. To be honest, you look quite presentable now. Hearing this, Xiang Tian shot him an annoyed glance. Are you implying that I looked terrible before? P.S. Due to platform adjustments, high school has been changed to freshman year. Please overlook certain plot details. The protagonist's parents treat him well, and the protagonist has never done anything out of line. This is a narrative, so do not draw parallels from other stories. The protagonist has endured over 4 years of oppression from the female lead, without any glorious past. He bears a profound psychological shadow regarding the female lead and harbors a strong obsession with the childhood friend. Please be lenient with characterizations. Chapter 2. Comfort from a good brother. Zhong Yun pondered deeply as he recalled the heavy pot lid from earlier, involuntarily nodding his head. Upon entering the classroom, this rascal Zhong Yun immediately raised his voice, shouting at the front of the room. Come and take a look, it's our buddy's first day of transformation. Xiang Tian, standing at the doorway, could not help but frown at his cheerful demeanor, which was utterly infuriating. Many others also turned their attention. What the hell? Who is this? Xiang Tian. No way. Where are his glasses? Why isn't he wearing them? A few girls even expressed mild surprise. Xiang Tian. You've been hiding yourself too well. Indeed, you're clearly quite handsome, yet you wear glasses every day, trying to conceal your looks. Zhong Yun, feeling quite smug, remarked, What do you think, Wang Xiyan, if you're interested in my buddy? I can put in a good word for you. Wang Xiyan, unfazed, shot him a fierce glare. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Another girl teased Luo Yanran, saying, Xiao Ran, take a look at your Xiang Tian. He looks quite dashing today. At this, many felt a pang of anxiety, as the relationship between Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran was exceedingly sensitive. Sure enough, Luo Yanran's pen halted mid-motion, as if she had touched upon a forbidden subject. She angrily lifted her head and shouted, Mind your words. What do you mean, my family? I have nothing to do with him. Her proud demeanor and tone remained unchanged, and one could sense her ire in the glances she cast. Whether or not it was true that they had no relationship, everyone was not blind to the truth. All right, enough noise. The teacher is about to arrive. Someone interjected, managing to quell the tense atmosphere. As the class bell rang. Xiang Tian gazed at the familiar faces around him, feeling a surge of emotions as he flipped through his book, discovering numerous sketches of a solitary figure. The back of Luo Yanran at it seemed he had truly been infatuated back then. Since childhood, Luo Yanran had always been exceptionally beautiful, and had it not been for her overly proud nature, she might have made many friends in high school. She had been more proactive, but somehow, upon reaching college, despite his efforts, the distance between them seemed to grow ever larger. Noticing Xiang Tian's distracted demeanor, Zhong Yun spoke softly. Xiang Tian, don't mind what Luo Yanran said earlier. Some people simply aren't meant to be together. Just look at her character. If you were to pursue her, it would be you who ends up suffering. It might be better to find a gentle and considerate girlfriend, don't you think? Just being pretty won't fill your stomach. Let us lower our standards a bit, and who knows, we might find someone who fits the bill perfectly. Xiang Tian shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly. Keep talking. I'm listening. Zhong Yun, thinking his words were making an impact, continued, Honestly, when I learned about your decision last night, I couldn't help but admire your spirit, even if you don't have any to speak of. Xiang Tian forced a friendly smile. If you're good at talking, then keep it coming. Encouraged, Zhong Yun became more animated. Who doesn't know that giving up halfway is the most foolish thing? But if there's no hope, then striving for it is pointless. It's better to give up sooner rather than later. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang from the podium. You there, the boy talking in class. Stand up. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You've really done me. And he was made to stand for the entire class, casting comical glances towards this side. Xiang Tian could hardly contain his laughter, seeing you so animated. How could I possibly disturb you? Zhong Yun, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed, Damn it, I said all this for whom? Just to persuade you, and you repay kindness with malice. Huh? As the end-of-term exams approached, a palpable sense of urgency hung in the air. Some were cramming, while others remained carefree. Only Xiang Tian's grades in foreign languages had plummeted to rock bottom. The reason was simple. Every time he silently recited vocabulary, he couldn't help but mutter a certain name. Gradually, his mind became filled with her image, every smile and frown, even her sulking demeanor, ensnaring him completely. Though such occurrences were as rare as the extinction of dinosaurs, he had indeed experienced them. Thus, he had no mood left to memorize words or grammar. Chapter 3. Enemies meet, forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. To at the very least, he resolved to live joyfully and freely in this lifetime. With a brief plan in mind, he simply needed to exert a little more effort. It wouldn't be a significant issue. Then, as the era of opportunity approached, he would persuade his father to make some risky investments, reaping a fortune that would ensure a lifetime free from financial worries. In the future, he could casually purchase a small Audi or a little Benz, living a life of indulgence. How delightful that would be. Just imagining it filled him with boundless anticipation for the future. What? Rebirth without effort. Equivalent to a wasted life? Please, it was already a wasted life. Not enjoying it would be sheer foolishness. After years of being subservient to others in school, he was disheartened at the thought of inheriting a family business only to face bankruptcy. Outside, he played the fool, trying to curry favor, and even marriage felt like serving someone else. Tsk. If it weren't for the heavens taking pity on him, who could possibly rival his misfortune? This brooding demeanor caught Su Jiaying's attention. Xiaoran, did Xiang Tian really not walk you back to the dorm last night? In her memory, there had been countless instances of Xiang Tian bending over backward to win Luo Yinran's forgiveness. Enduring and compromising in every way. Luo Yin nodded. It seemed he was quite serious this time. However, she had to admit, without his glasses, he looked quite handsome. She remembered back in high school, Xiang Tian would always accompany her home, as their houses were not far apart, less than a kilometer, perfectly on the way. After entering college, they had been inseparable, leaving traces of their companionship all over campus. Luo Yinran bit her lip in irritation. Don't mention him. She couldn't comprehend why, after their fallout, she was still unable to escape his name, as if it were a nightmare. There were always those around who would mention him, making her the topic of conversation alongside him. She loathed that feeling, truly detested it. Su Jiaying, sensing the tension, wisely fell silent. She understood Luo Yinran's temperament. Recognizing the signs of her impending fury as noon approached, Xiang Tian finally lifted his head, tiredly rubbing his temples. At that moment, only a few students remained in the classroom. Zhongyun draped an arm over his shoulder and said, "Let us go. We're not eating at the cafeteria today. Let us go out for a nice meal." "It's on you," Xiang Tian, astonished, replied. "On me? You're still holding that over me?" With a sigh, he relented. After all, Zhongyun had spoken so earnestly to him that it was just a bowl of noodles. How much could he fuss over it? Besides, it had been ages since he returned to campus, and he felt a sense of nostalgia. Xiaoran, look behind you. What is it? Having been preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat, Luo Yinran turned around at Su Jiaying's prompt. She happened to catch a glimpse of Xiang Tian and Zhongyun not far away, laughing and joking together. What the heck? It must be an act. They're just trying to appear cheerful for my sake. What is so great about that? Su Jiaying whispered. Yin, do you think Xiang Tian is planning to apologize to you? The thought of Xiang Tian declaring himself in front of so many people last night only added to Luo Yinran's irritation. I will never forgive him. He should just give up on that thought. Really? Luo Yinran quickened her pace. I hate him. Su Jiaying had long grown accustomed to her declarations, having heard them so often that they barely registered anymore. In a few days, she would be back to her usual indifference around Xiang Tian, as if nothing had changed. As Su Jiaying chatted, she noticed Luo Yinran storming ahead. Hey, wait for me. Yin. Suddenly, Zhongyun slapped Xiang Tian on the chest. Hey. Isn't that Luo Yin and S silhouette over there? Who cares? She is just a lingering ghost. Upon hearing this, Zhongyun widened his eyes, giving a thumbs up. Wow, you're quite carefree, aren't you? People fall apart in relationships, and they cry their hearts out, yet you seem so. He leaned in closer and whispered, did you crawl under the covers and cry your eyes out last night? Get lost. Xiang Tian could not help but kick him. As they walked, something felt off. Luo Yinran and Su Jiaying had already entered the noodle shop. Zhongyun had mentioned that I think we should come back another time. Zhongyun added, it's for your own good. Xiang Tian shot him a sidelong glance, puzzled. When did you discover you had a knack for sarcasm? I didn't even notice. You keep bringing it up. What is going on? Do not blame me. Zhang Yun innocently spread her hands. People say it is difficult to remain friends after a breakup. Luo Yin stepped into the store, and you followed right after. What an awkward situation. Xiang Tian, visibly impatient, dragged Zhang Yun inside by sheer coincidence. They bumped directly into Luo Yinran, and Su Jiang frowned. While Luo Yinran's face was cold, clearly expressing her displeasure, her gaze frosty and unyielding. Seemingly waiting for Xiang Tian to speak. Didn't you say you wouldn't seek me out? Why are you following me? Words once spoken are like water poured out. This time, no matter what you do, I will not forgive you again. Chapter 4. Rekindling Old Flames. Sigh. I already told you to come next time, but you didn't listen. Zhang Yun wore a helpless expression. The two individuals met as if they were sworn enemies, glaring at each other, while he felt utterly insane for suggesting this place. Seeking discomfort, but can't you remain silent for once? Xiang Tian shot him a fierce glare, realizing that this guy had a knack for undermining him at critical moments. Sai, a truly incompetent ally, observing Luo Yinran still staring coldly at him, her head held high as if expecting him to approach her, as usual. An apology. Sorry, that was in the past, but not anymore. Could you perhaps step aside? You are blocking the entrance and preventing others from conducting their business. From the outset, Xiang Tian's tone allowed no room for negotiation. His indifferent demeanor made Luo Yinran feel as though she was in a delusion. Why should I step aside for you? Why don't you move aside yourself? Xiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you blocking the way, expecting me to leave? Then you should just go. Who told you to follow me? Luo Yinran shouted. Pointing at the entrance, the gazes of people outside converged on the store. Things took a turn. What is happening? The owner behind the counter hurried over, parting the two women. 2 bowls of beef noodles. Slightly spicy. Xiang Tian couldn't be bothered to glance at her, walking past her directly, even intentionally bumping into her. He turned back to Zhang Yun. Do you want it spicy? Instantly, 2 hostile glares were directed at Zhang Yun, who could only muster a little bit. Luo Yinran clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful face flushed with anger. Previously, she had always been coddled and protected, never experiencing such indifference from Xiang Tian. Shaoran, how about we try another place? Su Jiang frowned, observing Luo Yinran's unruly demeanor. She could only tug at her sleeve. Luo Yinran bit her lip tightly, turning around and snapped. I'm not eating anymore. Seeing that person is making me nauseous. Jiang, let us go. Watching Su Jiang being unwillingly dragged out, Xiang Tian remained silent the whole time. That it was only after they had vanished that he couldn't help but chuckle. Childish, the wave of relief washed over him, as if he had finally released a pent-up grievance. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, was too frightened to speak. The scene left him terrified, fearing he might unwittingly incur their wrath, unsure of whom to approach for an explanation. Indeed, angering a woman is a perilous endeavor. You cannot strike, nor can you scold. What can one possibly do? Zhang Yun even ventured outside to glance a few times before returning, saying, Dude, did you really scare them away? Scare them away? Xiang Tian retorted. That I must admit, the beef noodles here are quite delightful, but shouldn't the portion be a tad more generous? After rummaging through the bowl, he found only 5 or 6 slices of beef, each so thin they were translucent. One must commend the owner's knife skills. Truly impressive. Just as Xiang Tian lifted a piece of beef, preparing to indulge, he suddenly froze in astonishment upon seeing an incredible person. Boss, 1 bowl of beef noodles, please. The speaker was a tall girl with exquisite features. Upon recognizing her, Xiang Tian couldn't help but shudder. This face, even if turned to ash, he would never forget. Lin Xiyan shouldn't be here. She should be at W University. How could she appear in this place? Zhang Yun, still oblivious to the situation, turned upon hearing the voice and exclaimed, My goodness, I'm about to drool. He swore he had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life. He didn't have time to ponder further. Xiang Tian wished he could bury his head in the bowl, praying she wouldn't notice him. However, this bizarre behavior caught Lin Xiyan's attention, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile. This demeanor truly mirrored something familiar. How mischievous. She sauntered over towards Xiang Tian. This is bad. Xiang Tian gulped nervously, and in the midst of Zhang Yun's stunned expression, he excused himself. I'm full. I have to go. Just as he brushed past, Lin Xiyan seized his arm, whispering softly in his ear, Darling. With a thunderclap, Xiang Tian became a statue, frozen in place. Slowly turning his head, Classmate, What did you just call me? The originally soft and delicate voice now sounded particularly jarring to him. Lin Xiyan smiled without speaking, merely gazing at him. If you dare to take one step away, you'll be doomed. A wave of cold sweat broke out on Xiang Tian's forehead. She knows me. How could this be? They had no prior connection, unless a daring thought sprang to his mind. She too has been reborn. Xiang Tian's throat felt dry as he struggled to speak. Classmate, could you let go of me? But Lin Xiyan was unwilling to release him so easily. Instead, she breathed warmly against his ear. Are you still pretending? Xiang Tian's breath quickened as he pushed her hand away. No, I truly don't know you. In close proximity, Lin Xiyan's resentful gaze seemed to carry a hint of reproach. Then why did you run away when you saw me? I had urgent matters, Xiang Tian was about to retort, but his lips were silenced by a finger. I was still pondering how to approach you, and now it seems I've saved myself some trouble. Why do you want to approach me? Xiang Tian grew increasingly anxious, his body trembling. After 5 years of marriage, he knew all too well just how crazed she could be, not only assertive and domineering, but also fiercely possessive. If not for the leverage she held over him and the considerable debt he owed her, he would have fled long ago. What do you think? Lin Xiyan teased, tracing circles on Xiang Tian's chest with her finger. In broad daylight, this was utterly indecent. Xiang Tian's heart raced as he grasped her mischievous little hand. Classmate, you can't speak carelessly. I truly don't know you. Lin Xiyan's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Are you never going to let this go? A chill ran down his spine. He was treading dangerously close to disaster. Xiang Tian trembled. Lin Xiyan, let us not bring up past events. Don't you wish to rekindle your relationship with your wife? Chapter 5. She comes knocking. Lin Xiyan replied coolly. 1. 2. Under her sharp gaze, Xiang Tian's mental defenses gradually crumbled, and he braced himself. Wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan's heart swelled with joy, knowing well that he was yielding to her authority. But she didn't care. He was merely a man, easily trained. Good boy, here's a reward for you. Lin Xiyan, in a splendid mood, leaned in and kissed his cheek. Zhong Yun was utterly stunned, witnessing this scene unfold before his eyes. The two were intimately linked. Even sharing a kiss, he felt as though his perception was being shattered. No wonder Xiang Tian had confidently declared he wouldn't pursue Luo Yinran anymore. It seemed the other had found someone far better without a word. With Lin Xiyan's allure, in terms of figure and beauty, she utterly overshadowed Luo Yinran. Hurry up and introduce me. Zhong Yun couldn't sit still. His expression darkening, the flames of jealousy evident in his eyes. Forgetting this detail, Xiang Tian turned his face and muttered, Lin Xiyan. What is this? Speak clearly. Xiang Tian's gaze wandered, his words garbled. It's Lin Xiyan, his wife. Lin Xiyan linked her arm with Xiang Tian's, her laughter fading as the warmth in her eyes gradually dissipated. What? You're married? Zhong Yun was again taken aback, pointing at the two. Speechless, this incompetent ally. Why are you still standing there? Don't you know to come help cover for me? Fiancé. Lin Xiyan smiled enigmatically at him. Daring not to retort, Xiang Tian could only weakly say, It's about time. I really must be going. With more people gathering around, he hoped to escape the woman's line of sight quickly. Otherwise, he would crumble under the pressure. Lin Xiyan adjusted his collar, patting his chest as if thoroughly satisfied. Don't make a scene. People are watching. Xiang Tian felt utterly embarrassed, their intimate appearance drawing considerable attention. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Who is that guy? I've never seen him before. Goodness, showing off their affection in broad daylight. How shameless. Exactly. One should be mindful in public settings. Not far away, a girl recognized him. Wang Xian, isn't that our classmate Xiang Tian? It seems so. Wang Xian wasn't entirely sure, given her angle only afforded her a side view. Who is that girl? She is stunning. Which department is she from? Wang Xian remarked. I've never seen her before. She must be his sister, right? Isn't he always pursuing Xiaoran? Tisich, why don't we just go and ask? The girl rolled her eyes, eager to approach and take a closer look. However, she was restrained by Wang Xian, who chided, What are you staring at? Do you know her? If you're curious, you can simply ask him when we get back. Well, you do have a point, Lin Xiyan replied with a gentle smile. I'll come to pick you up tonight, so don't wander off. She whispered softly into Xiang Tian's ear, otherwise, you know how I will react. At her words, Xiang Tian shuddered involuntarily in the sweltering heat. hastily grabbing Zhong Yun and fleeing in haste. This time, Lin Xiyan did not intervene. Instead, she stood at the door, smiling as she watched their figures gradually disappear into the crowd. Last night, she was unexpectedly reminded of the evening Chen Yinze confessed his feelings to her. It was a night filled with deep, romantic declarations, during which she had, without hesitation, slapped Chen Yinze across the face in front of many witnesses. First love? Those sweet promises were mere fabrications. In contrast, although she initially yearned to personally eliminate Xiang Tian for his perceived transgressions, Lin Xiyan had even gone so far as to arrange for him to be imprisoned, ready to accuse him of rape, using the law firm under the company's name, which was already halfway through the process. Yet, upon reflecting on the events, she realized that the fault lay with her, and could not be blamed on anyone else. Once self-assured and proud, she had suffered betrayal by her boyfriend and lost her innocence at a nightclub, coupled with a series of misfortunes that instinctively led her to transfer her resentment onto Xiang Tian. But now, all of that had dissipated. Treated with tenderness by Xiang Tian, her once shattered heart had healed. 5 years is neither too long nor too short, yet it bears witness to the resilience of a person's heart. Even if the gentleness Xiang Tian exhibited was merely a fade, she was indifferent to it. She simply wished to cherish the person before her and fill the void of a love that had been lacking. Afraid that another woman might pursue him, upon returning to her dormitory, Xiang Tian collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. But when he looked up, he was met with Zhong Yun's hostile interrogation. "Speak up. What is going on?" Lin Xiyan was a lunatic. Her succinct words were the most direct expression of her inner feelings. Xiang Tian replied seriously, "Don't believe a word she says. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt." Chapter 6. The ride in the rich woman's car. Zhong Yun scoffed, visibly frustrated. "I've noticed that all the good fortune seems to fall to you." During afternoon classes, Li Jirue excitedly approached. "Hey, Xiang Tian, who was that girl at noon? She seemed quite close to you." "What girl?" Xiang Tian frowned. "Stop pretending. We all saw how she acted towards you." Li Jirue, brimming with gossip, reached out to hug Wang Xiyan. Wang Xiyan, with a look of disdain, pushed her away and rolled her eyes. "It's too hot. Don't come near me." "Xiang Tian, don't try to fool us." If I hadn't stopped her, Li Jirue would have rushed over to you at noon. Finally, seizing the opportunity for revenge, Zhong Yun chimed in. "She is his fiancée, and she looks like a celestial being." After saying that, his jealousy nearly shattered his teeth, the words escaping through clenched jaws. What a scoundrel! He couldn't comprehend why, despite not being unattractive himself, no beautiful women ever approached him. Was being a devoted man no longer appealing? Li Jirue gasped, "Ah, fiancée?" With that exclamation, several students gathered around, drawn by the excitement. "Goodness, Xiang Tian, you have a fiancée now? You must be joking. Weren't you just chasing Luo Yanran a couple of days ago?" "That was quick," one boy lamented, but another retorted, "Wrong. That's the mark of a clever person. One should never hang all their hopes on a single tree." The crowd's chatter nearly drowned Xiang Tian. Shortly thereafter, someone shouted, "Luo Yanran is back." Instantly, the crowd's attention shifted, turning to see Luo Yanran and Su Jiang entering the classroom. Upon noticing the cluster of people, Luo Yanran instinctively asked, "What are you all doing?" Everyone knew the history between Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran, especially after their explosive argument the day before, which had created a palpable rift between them. A boy, reveling in the drama, provocatively remarked, "I didn't expect Xiang Tian to have a fiancé so soon. I am truly envious." Many girls chimed in teasingly. "Looks like you have a rival now, Xiaoran." That statement ignited Luo Yanran like a powder keg. "What does that have to do with me?" She herself was bewildered by her furious reaction, even slamming her chair down loudly as she returned to her seat. That Su Jiang, with a puzzled expression, leaned closer. "Is it true? Wasn't Xiang Tian always pursuing our Xiaoran?" "Absolutely true," Li Jirue and Wang Xiyan confirmed, having seen it with their own eyes. "You can ask them." Finally, as the class bell rang, everyone gradually returned to their seats. Yet, Xiang Tian's sorrowful demeanor was not due to the gossip swirling around him. Rather, he felt a sense of confusion about Lin Xiyan's intentions. Having been reborn, she too had seemingly returned to life. Observing the signs, he feared she might entangle herself with him again, but he genuinely dreaded repeating the mistakes of his past life, where he had merely been a devotee to Luo Yanran. subject to her whims. If she was in a good mood, he might indulge her. If not, he would ignore her entirely, with the power to choose resting solely in his hands. But Lin Xiyan was an unpredictable woman. Crossing her would leave him with no rights at all. As he exited the school gates, he spotted a sleek black Maserati parked at the intersection. Many passers-by turned to steal a glance, exchanging hushed comments. After all, such luxury cars were rare sights in reality. Just as he was walking along with Zhong Yun, Xiang Tian suddenly veered towards the road opposite. "You go ahead. I have something to attend to." "What are you up to? Someone is picking me up?" Under Zhong Yun's bewildered gaze, Xiang Tian climbed into the Maserati. "What the hell?" Zhong Yun glanced down at her bus card. Feeling as if her life had hit rock bottom. Is she here? Lin Xiyan elegantly crossed her legs, and upon hearing the sound, she let out a sudden grunt. Xiang Tian, feeling a bit annoyed, deliberately sat next to the car door. Lin Xiyan cast him a sidelong glance, noticing the scene with a cold smirk. "Come closer," she said lightly. "I'll count to 3.1. 2. At the sound of that ominous countdown, memories from deep within his soul were awakened. Finally, Xiang Tian shuffled over a few inches, and Lin Xiyan's lips curled into a smile. The atmosphere inside the car grew tense for several minutes. Noticing Xiang Tian's silence, Lin Xiyan furrowed her brows slightly. "What's wrong? Are you feeling wronged?" "Not at all." As long as he was alone with this woman, he always felt on edge, terrified of provoking her and facing the consequences. After enduring a nightmarish existence, he had hoped for a fresh start. Yet, Lin Xiyan said meaningfully, "Oh really? But I can't help but feel like you're not very happy. Is it that you don't want to see me?" "Dear husband," her tone shifted, teetering on the edge of volatility. "Lift your head. Let me have a good look at you." Xiang Tian struggled to ask, "What do you want?" Lin Xiyan extended her delicate hand, brushing it across his cheek. "Wifey just wants to see you. Please." Why this soft, delicate tone? However, despite his reservations, Xiang Tian found himself inexplicably captivated by Lin Xiyan's enchanting demeanor. Chapter 7. Lin Xiyan's seduction. In an effort to maintain his composure, Xiang Tian helplessly swatted away her meddlesome hand. "Stop it." But Lin Xiyan was displeased. Her face instantly hardened. "Stop. I hurried from W University just to spend time with you." Her voice grew colder, as if the temperature inside the car had dropped several degrees. Xiang Tian dared not meet her gaze, muttering softly, "What else would it be?" He could not challenge this woman's authority. Over time, he had developed a mindset of perpetual submission. After all, he had been given another chance at life, yet he could not escape her, feeling like a ghost lingering around. Lin Xiyan was suddenly furious and turned to the driver. "Drive." "Miss, where are we headed?" The driver, terrified, didn't he dare breathe a word. Wondering who this young man was to provoke such a lady, the cold glance from the rearview mirror made him step on the gas. No one noticed that not far away, Luo Yanran, preparing to head to the subway station, was biting her lip, watching as the car drove away. "Was that person Xiang Tian?" Su Jiang murmured beside her. "How did he get into that car?" "It wasn't him. You must have seen wrong," Luo Yanran replied, striding away without looking back. "Did I see wrong? But that figure looks so familiar." Su Jiang hurried to catch up. "Hey, Yanran, wait for me." The atmosphere inside the car was dead silent. Lin Xiyan fumed. "That bastard is infuriating. I called the counselor early this morning to request a leave, rushing over from W University just to see you. You are quite something, displaying such a sour expression. Who are you putting on a show for? What a temper. Yet, who can blame him for being my husband?" With this thought, she straightened her face once more. "That won't he do? He deserves a taste of his own medicine." Stealing a glance at that youthful visage, she felt a twinge of reluctance. "Oh well, he's the man I chose. I might as well endure." Glancing upward, her heart felt as if it were encased in ice. Truly, it was a case of calling out to the heavens with no response, and appealing to the earth with no relief. After wandering around the city for what felt like an eternity, Xiang Tian finally came to his senses. This doesn't seem like the way home, does it? Having lived in Wu City for so many years. Although he was not intimately familiar with every street and alley, he still had a general sense of direction. Lin Xiyan let out a soft hum. Xiang Tian could clearly see that Lin Xiyan was upset, and he cautiously suggested, "Yin Yin, I really need to get home. My mother is waiting for me for dinner." Lin Xiyan, seemingly indifferent, scrolled through her social media while emitting some ambiguous sounds from her nose. "Yin Yin, you're the best." Xiang Tian adopted a pitiful expression, But Lin Xiyan completely ignored him. After several unsuccessful attempts to gauge her mood, he sighed in resignation. Wife. Beep. Password correct. Only then did Lin Xiyan cast him a sidelong glance and casually inquire. What's the matter? Xiang Tian immediately flashed a flattering smile. You look truly beautiful. Humph, Lin Xiyan replied, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. Naturally, I know whether I am beautiful or not. Do I need you to tell me? However, I must ask, how long have you been looking at me with those lecherous eyes? Xiang Tian's gaze inevitably wandered toward Lin Xiyan's elegantly crossed legs. So fair and alluring. Despite the constant admonitions in his mind, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Caught red-handed by Lin Xiyan, Xiang Tian's face flushed crimson. Ahem, could you take me home? Seeing him concede, Lin Xiyan felt a surge of joy and teasingly remarked, I might consider taking you home, but what's in it for me? This truly stumped Xiang Tian, as Lin Xiyan appraised him with a smirk, causing him to clutch his chest tightly. I'm not selling myself. The driver, who was focused on the road, nearly swerved off course, his expression faltering. Puffed. Who would want your scrawny self? Lin Xiyan shot him an exasperated glance, propping her legs up and speaking in a tone that was both enchanting and teasing. After a long ordeal, they finally arrived at Kai District, and Xiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. Feeling considerably more at ease, reluctant to let go, he decisively exited the vehicle. Wait. Just as Xiang Tian turned in confusion, Lin Xiyan softly called out, remember to think of me, before her words could fully settle in. The car door slammed shut, and as he watched the taillights of the vehicle fade into the distance, he turned to walk towards the entrance of the community. Inside the car, Lin Xiyan appeared weary. She wasn't merely seeking mischief. Quite the opposite. She simply wished to catch a fleeting glimpse of him from afar. But who could fathom that fate had its own designs? Tomorrow, I will inform Captain Wang to grant you a day off. Consider it your hours accounted for. Thank you, miss, Hu Xiaojun replied, a touch of excitement evident in his voice. Despite having driven for over 2 hours, the prospect of a free day felt like a windfall. If such fortunate occurrences were to continue, he would gladly endure this routine daily. However, you mustn't speak of tonight's events to anyone, Lin Xiyan added as an afterthought, standing at the doorway for a considerable time. Xiang Tian's curiosity remained unquenched, prompting him to plop down on the stairs. The former Lin Xiyan had been rather indifferent, even somewhat heartless, particularly disdainful of his defiance or attempts to bargain with her. Yet now, she exuded a frosty elegance paired with a touch of pride, wielding her influence with a balance of firmness and gentleness that in summary, he found himself unaccustomed to this new dynamic. The hour had crept to around 7 or 8. And he could hear his mother's voice from the living room. Why isn't this child returned yet? Should I call Luo Chuanhe to see if Xiaoran is home? Those two should be together. Chapter 8. An encounter with the uncanny at dawn. Listening to the sounds from within the house, Xiang Tian had no choice but to enter. Mom, let me in. He certainly didn't want his mother to call Uncle Luo. Lest Luo Yanran take the opportunity to confront him with indignation, as Ling opened the door, she anxiously took his backpack. Oh dear, you're so late coming back? I got held up on the way. Just as Xiang Tian changed into a pair of slippers, he noticed his father, Lao Xiang, engrossed in some papers on the table, prompting him to pull up a chair in front of him. Ling, exasperated, said, don't disturb your father while he's working. Quickly head back to your room. Understood. Xiang Tian leaned over the table, quietly observing his father's serious demeanor at work in the past. He had despised Xiang Haonan for immersing himself in work to the detriment of family life. Yet now, he understood the burdens his father bore. Who wouldn't prefer a carefree life, unencumbered by stress? It was all for the sake of family. In the midst of choices, it was impossible to juggle everything. A few minutes later, seeing that his father was ignoring him, Xiang Tian reached out for the receipts, only to elicit a frown from Lao Xiang, who impatiently replied, go back to your room. Stop bothering me. The familiar sensation welled up within him. All right, I'm going in now. Knowing that Lao Xiang had little enthusiasm for numbers, he often worked late into the night reconciling accounts. Xiang Tian pointed out helplessly, did you forget to deduct a little? Try adding it here. Lao Xiang had intended to explode in anger, but paused briefly upon glancing at the papers. Then, half convinced, picked up the calculator. After the matter is settled, I shall vanish into the ether, leaving behind no trace of my deeds. Returning to his room, He scanned the bookshelf once more that I'm coming in. With 2 perfunctory knocks, Ling entered without permission, carrying a plate of apples. See if these apples are sweet. Your great-aunt sent them. Noticing her son's silence, Ling inquired, "What are you reading?" Xiang Tian, engrossed in a novel, replied, "Romantic fiction, just trying to learn a thing or two." Ling laughed and scolded, "You should read less unhealthy material." He speared a small piece of apple with a toothpick, steering the conversation elsewhere. "How is great-aunt doing?" "She's well, but her age is catching up with her. Her teeth are failing, and she recently asked me to accompany her to the hospital." "Then go with her. I sent Uncle Hai around," Xiang Tian said, chewing on the crisp apple. The moment he mentioned Uncle Hai, Ling's irritation flared. "Don't mention your Uncle Hai. He's neglectful as a son. Always out and about, leaving me to deal with everything. Recently, he had racked up debts exceeding 100,000 to what? Such explosive news, and I was completely unaware." Intrigued, Xiang Tian pressed, "Tell me more. What is there to say?" "He's over 30, yet hasn't he settled down or found a girlfriend. That he's arrogant and incompetent, disdaining others during blind dates for this or that reason." It seemed his mother harbored considerable resentment toward Uncle Hai. This was hardly surprising. She grew up in poverty, having benefited from great-aunt's family. Though great-aunt's family was well off, they now faced the burden of a son who squandered his days gaming and living off their resources. Furthermore, with great-uncle's failed fish business, they barely scraped by on his pension. It was only in recent years that Uncle Hai had sought employment. "Let it be. It's no concern of ours. We should just focus on living well," Xiang Tian reassured. Ling shot him a disapproving glance. "You think too simply. Your father is busy with work. Whenever there's an issue at home, they come to me. Where would I find the time to worry about others?" However, since great-aunt had spoken up, what could she do? After all, she couldn't bear the stigma of being ungrateful. Xiang Tian clicked his tongue. "That's tough." Listening to his mother's incessant complaints, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. "Mom, your son is also feeling drained." The plate emptied. Ling cautioned him as she left with the dish. "Get to bed early. Don't stay up too late. Remember to visit Grandma. She's been asking about you." Once the door closed, his thoughts sank deep. Xiang Tian questioned himself. It seemed he had rarely shown concern for his family over the years, instead focusing intently on an outsider. Why bother? A sleepless night ensued as memories from the past entwined with his consciousness. In the morning, Xiang Tian followed his usual routine, brushing his teeth and washing his face. Then, after some hesitation, prepared to head out for breakfast. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a figure ahead. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "What on earth? Is this some sort of apparition so early in the morning?" At the corner, Luo Yanran seemed to catch sight of him and quickened her pace. Passing by a breakfast shop, he witnessed Luo Yanran entering. Xiang Tian stuffed his hands into his pockets, feeling a sense of dread. What is happening today? At Xiao Shifu's beef noodle shop, he typically enjoyed their rice noodles or soup noodles. However, Luo Yanran found soupy dishes troublesome, preferring items she could grab and eat on the go. Back in high school, in an effort to please her, he had endured almost 3 years of eating small steamed buns despite his aversion to pork. "Boss, a bowl of rice noodles, no meat sauce." Luo Yanran frowned and turned back. Upon seeing Xiang Tian, her expression shifted from shock to distaste, and she took a couple of steps to the side. "Oh, Xiao Xiang, you're here too." The proprietress smiled warmly. "It's been ages since I last saw you. Did you go off to university? How often do you come back? And look at you, bringing a friend along." Xiang Tian. "Sister Lu, I truly thank you. Your words have left me awkwardly scratching the floor." The noodle shop was bustling with noise, filled with elderly patrons, and once we stepped outside, Luo Yanran indignantly halted and turned to say, "What are you following me for?" Xiang Tian frowned. "Come on, is it really appropriate to be in a mood so early in the morning? I merely stepped out for breakfast. Do you really need to keep tabs on me? You could have easily taken another route. Why are you so insistent on sticking with me?" Luo Yanran defiantly pointed to a fork in the road and shouted. Xiang Tian retorted, "Do you truly believe that I am in the wrong for merely walking down the street?" Gazing at the girl he once longed for, Xiang Tian felt an increasing sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, it was she who had explicitly stated they would part ways and cease all contact. What right did she have to follow him now? He shook his head at her and brushed past, thinking that was the most appropriate course of action. Engaging in conversation with someone obstinate and unreasonable was itself an exercise in futility. That it was his silence that left Luo Yanran stunned in place. Stop. You stop right there. Chapter 9. Is it my caprice or your indifference? But Xiang Tian's steps did not falter. Was he deaf, unable to hear her calling? Luo Yanran, in a fit of anger, marched over and seized his arm. Get away. With a sudden jerk, Xiang Tian's arm flung up, and Luo Yanran, caught off guard, stumbled backward. The world spun, and the scenery around her blurred as she felt she might collapse. Yet, why did she feel this tightness in her chest that was so suffocating? Xiang Tian coldly admonished, "What are you dawdling about for?" Luo Yanran finally registered the awkwardness of her position. She found herself in Xiang Tian's embrace, her head against his front, while his right hand firmly gripped her wrist, leaving a red mark. I cannot fathom the logic in your mind, but you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. This was truly vexing, forcing me to pick up a pair of chopsticks once more. Xiang Tian cast her an annoyed glance and turned back toward the noodle shop. What a morning. To have a girl wailing like that. Curious passers-by glanced over, their murmurs incessantly filling the air. Upon exiting the noodle shop, Xiang Tian was taken aback to find Luo Yanran had buried her face in her hands and started to cry. It was well known that many acquaintances frequented this street, neighbors who had been around for years. Losing all appetite, Xiang Tian tossed aside his bowl and chopsticks, grabbing her arm and standing up. Hey, aren't you ashamed? Crying here? Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes gazed at him, tears cascading down, leaving trails on her finely sculpted face. Oh dear, to see someone cry so profusely is truly a rarity. Xiang Tian chuckled lightly as he tugged at her twice, only to find her unyielding. Undeterred, he pulled a few more times, realizing that this woman was surprisingly strong. Stubborn as a mule, he sighed in resignation and released his grip. Let us go, we'll be late soon. With red-rimmed eyes, Luo Yanran stared at Xiang Tian, unmoved, her nose sniffing continuously. That gaze was unbearable, even though she was undeniably beautiful, especially when she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, looking so pitiful and deserving of sympathy. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Do as you please. Xiang Tian, having lost his patience, had no time to indulge in this folly. However, after a few steps, he felt his resolve soften and turned back to see Luo Yanran still stubbornly lingering. Staring at him with an unsettling intensity, he had no choice but to retrace his steps. I say, sister, what exactly do you want? Luo Yanran pointed to the ground, where broth had spilled everywhere, walking cautiously. Xiang Tian frequently glanced back, fearful that this woman might stumble into a ditch. Yet there she was, head down, following behind, shoving buns into her mouth. It is often said that a woman's beauty can be a feast for the eyes. Seeing Luo Yanran like this instantly lifted Xiang Tian's previously troubled mood. On Monday, the atmosphere in class was peculiarly tense, with dozens of eyes fixed upon them, sending chills down his spine. Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran entered the classroom almost simultaneously, causing an uproar. Have they reconciled? Surely, this is a joke. Didn't they just have a falling out a few days ago? Come on, after years of friendship, it's not hard to go out for a weekend stroll. Have a date and smooth things over. Someone observed closely. Something's off? Luo Yanran looked strange. Once she sat down, Su Jiaying spoke up. Xiaoran, have you forgiven Xiang Tian? To this, Luo Yanran merely shook her head and said nothing more. What are you all staring at me for? Xiang Tian frowned. He lived nearby Luo Yanran, and taking the first bus and then the subway together was perfectly normal, was it not? Did he need to be late just to avoid being scrutinized? His mood had plummeted to the depths, and he was met with a slew of unpleasantness. Ask whatever you wish, Xiang Tian declared, his expression one of resigned despair. Why are you walking with Luo Yanran again? Zhongyan sneered. What happened to all that bravado the other day? Have you forgotten so quickly? If you backtrack like this, I'll lose face. Xiang Tian rested his head on his hand, lethargically replying. If I said it was mere coincidence, would you believe me? I believe you. Of course, you're my buddy. If I don't believe you, who else would I trust? Immediately, Zhongyun began to interrogate him. The vehicle you took on Friday, was it from home? Wow, you've been keeping this from me. Turns out you're a bona fide rich guy. Xiang Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled slyly. I didn't quite catch that last part. Could you repeat it? Rich guy? Zhongyun readily echoed with a grin. Good. Since you're clever, from now on, You'll be my servant. Xiang Tian clapped him heavily on the shoulder, his smile laden with meaning. What the heck? Servant? Zhong Yun looked bewildered, utterly confused. Servant? During the break, while Xiang Tian was engrossed in his book, Zhong Yun suddenly nudged him with his elbow. He looked up to see Luo Yanran approaching. Slapping a tinyuan note on the table, Xiang Tian glanced at it indifferent's this about? This is for the bun money. I don't want to owe you anything, Luo Yanran said, pursing her lips, remarkably without a frown. Yet, her words, I don't want to owe you anything, struck an uncomfortable chord. Was she truly severing ties completely? It seemed unnecessary. Xiang Tian casually flipped through his book. Forget it. It's not the first or second time. Just take it back. Zhong Yun felt a bit awkward, silently observing Luo Yanran's reaction. It appeared that, in this situation of revisiting old grievances, Luo Yanran was unable to counter. He was seated outside, caught awkwardly between the two, unsure of how to proceed. Thus, Zhong Yun chose to make a hasty exit. I need to use the restroom. You two carry on. Disloyal. Xiang Tian inwardly scorned Zhong Yun's behavior. I've left the money here. Whether you take it is your business. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yanran turned and walked away. Upon returning to her seat, Su Jiaying grasped her hand. So, did he take it? He didn't. He want it. I left it on the table, Luo Yanran replied, a hint of dejection in her tone. She grasped Su Jiaying's hand earnestly. Am I really being unreasonable? Petulant? Willful? Xiang Tian's words truly made me cry. When had that boy, who once tolerated her every whim, turned to speak such harshness, even going so far as to push her away and tell her to leave? Xiaoran, I want to pass judgment, as it wouldn't be fair to Xiang Tian. Su Jiaying was somewhat troubled. Though we've teased him plenty, we've all witnessed his actions. Your interactions with us and your dealings with Xiang Tian are fundamentally different. At W University, the ground was carpeted in fallen cherry blossoms, and the fragrance wafted through the air, bestowing a sense of romance upon the campus. Many couples nestled together, whispering sweet nothings amidst the sea of blossoms. Xiaoyan. You still haven't told me who that man in your phone is? A woman playfully pouted at Lin Xiyan, her eyes glinting with mischief, brimming with gossip. Are you truly ready to give up on Xinyinza? Chapter 10. Aside from her, I am isolated and left with nothing. This woman was Lin Xiyan's childhood friend, bearing a name that starkly contrasted with her personality, Qin Bingyue. Hailing from a well-off family, she was the epitome of a wealthy beauty. Lin Xiyan glared at her, tapping her fair forehead. Don't ever mention that hypocrite in my presence again. Qin Bingyue blinked innocently. Really? But I promised to help him, to probe your thoughts. Meeting Lin Xiyan's cold gaze. She faltered, pouting. You can't blame me entirely. Just look at our school forum. It's already in an uproar. Tsk to slap someone in the face in front of so many people. How cold and heartless. Throughout W University, who didn't know about the chemistry between Lin Xiyan and Xinyinza? Always maintaining a hint of ambiguity, Lin Xiyan fell silent, walking along with a sigh. You don't understand. There's a misunderstanding here that can't be resolved in a moment. She had momentarily brushed it off, still pondering whether to reveal the secret of her rebirth. That, of course, I was aware of the misunderstandings. Otherwise, how could I have acquiesced to Qin Yin's demands? After all, I am the one who knows your heart best. Qin Bingyue ought to have been brimming with confidence, having grown up alongside Lin Xiyan. They understood each other's thoughts with a mere glance. Really? Lin Xiyan's lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable joy. Could it be otherwise? She lifted her chin in a feeble display of bravado. Lin Xiyan shook her head slightly, offering her a mysterious smile. Indeed, it is not you. Stunned, she stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Xiyan gracefully vanish into the sea of flowers. Not me. How could that be? Wait, don't go so quickly, Xiaoyan. In the afternoon, as the classroom fell into a hushed silence, the bald-headed figure made his grand entrance. The crowd was initially taken aback, but when he solemnly proclaimed, "Gather on the playground shortly," the atmosphere grew tense, followed by a chorus of lamentations. Help! Do we really have to go out in this sweltering heat? I can't believe it. Did you two bring sunscreen? Lend me some. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor was thunderous. As they marched forth with fervor, the playground basked in the warm sunshine, the weather being quite pleasant. However, a lingering odor wafted through the air, causing grimaces among the crowd. What on earth is that smell? It's making me nauseous. Seriously, why plant those flowers? The most renowned city flower of Wuxi, The fragrance of the photinia pervaded the campus. 3 photinia trees were planted in front of the experimental building. Teacher, could you stand a bit farther away? The smell here is overwhelming. Please, we usually take a detour to avoid this. Standing here is quite disorienting. It's like a burst of hormones, as the saying goes. When flowers bloom, prosperity follows. Yet each person felt the weight of their own struggles. The bald-headed instructor frowned, squinting against the sun. Enough, enough, stand straight, and don't waste your own time here. Observing the slovenly formation, with each individual fidgeting, he felt an acute sense of frustration. After calling out 3 times, the line still failed to straighten, with whispers of discontent echoing through the ranks. Everyone, run 4 laps around the playground. Girls will do 3, and we begin now. In terms of physical stamina, Xiang Tian had an innate advantage. After a few laps, he showed no signs of fatigue. Serving the young lady for the past 4 years had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities compared to his peers, the other 2, in the dormitory. Lin Xiyan and Lin Xi, known as the second-rate and Little Li, respectively, headed toward the equipment room, while the girls, far more composed, emerged with 2 badminton rackets. Not going to play. Zhong Yun returned from the snack shop. Tossing a bottle of drink towards Xiang Tian. It's too hot to move. The gentle breeze occasionally brushed past, bringing a sense of ease to Xiang Tian. Near the sandpit stood a large tree. As the saying goes, it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Zhong Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, placing the drink beneath the tree. Fine, enjoy your rest. I'm off to play. Xiang Tian waved her off with a hand. Go on, don't block my view. Zhong Yun promptly raised a middle finger. Humph, I disdain you. From a distance, the sight of slender legs swaying brought a smile to Xiang Tian's face. Particularly captivating was a tall, graceful figure with long, lustrous black hair dancing in the wind. Clutching her racket, she moved with agility, her elegant, rounded legs and delicate waist presenting a picture of poise. The complexity in Xiang Tian's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a serene smile as he leaned back, allowing his eyes to wander through the scattered leaves, searching for the sun's traces. Xiao Ran, Xiang Tian is watching you from behind. Luo Yanran absently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Noticing the girl across the net pointing at something behind her with her racket, frowning slightly, she turned around. During previous PE classes, Xiang Tian had never engaged vigorously with the other boys. He would consistently appear fully devoted to being by her side. Yet now, her world seemed to divide into 2. One side retained youthful enthusiasm, while the other was steeped in a solitude that felt lost to the world. He sat alone, looking rather pitiful. Should we invite Xiang Tian to join us? A girl expressed a fleeting glance of sympathy. Usually, Xiang Tian would go to great lengths to gather intel on Luo Yanran, frequently visiting the snack shop just to please them. Xiao Ran, we are preparing. A tremor coursed through Luo Yanran's heart as she sensed her peers seeking her approval. In frustration, she tossed aside her racket. If you want to go, then go. Stop asking me. With that, she stormed off. Turning right at the corridor led her to the restroom. Approaching the sink, she absent-mindedly turned on the faucet. Warm water cascaded over her palms until it turned cool, and she patted her flushed face. Instinctively reaching behind her, she froze mid-motion. There was no one there. Why must I bear the burden of being the villain? Why must all blame rest on my shoulders? The one who had entangled her in such confusion was him. After all, Chapter 11. I have always yielded to you. She leaned against the sink, met with silence. Only the cold water flowed steadily over her skin. I'm so annoyed, truly annoyed. Just because he likes me, do I have to agree to be his girlfriend? If you all like him, then compete for his affections yourselves. Luo Yanran's chest rose and fell in agitation as she flicked the water off her hands, wiping her eyes with her arm. Upon returning to the playground, she spotted Xiang Tian engrossed in merriment with her friends. Wow, I didn't know you were so skilled at badminton. Ifei, don't underestimate Xiang Tian. I've seen him in the gym before, carrying a racket. A group of girls tugged at each other, insisting on switching places, claiming that Xiang Tian's spot was in the wind's favor. Naturally, he didn't take their playful banter to heart. Just as he took a few steps, a resolute voice rang out from behind that I want to play with you. Xiang Tian turned, a peculiar look in his eyes, as he observed the playful demeanor of the girls. Luo Yanran, when did she come up behind me? Luo Yanran approached Wu Yifei, her expression icy as she glared at Xiang Tian. Give me the racket. Su Jiang hastily signaled Wu Yifei with her eyes. What's this? You look down on others but still occupy the spot. Wu Yifei wore a displeased expression that in terms of conditions, she was not lacking, perhaps even surpassing Luo Yanran in some aspects. She had long grown weary of Luo Yanran's foul-tempered. Su Jiang soothed her. Sigh, their relationship is complicated enough. Don't get involved. Humph, always acting superior. Who are you trying to impress? Seeing Luo Yanran prepare to serve, Xiang Tian felt a wave of indifference wash over him. Forget it. Find someone else to play with. Stop right there. Luo Yanran called out to him. What now? Xiang Tian felt a headache coming on. He had never realized how bothersome Luo Yanran could be. They had agreed to part ways, maintaining only a student relationship, and he had no desire for further entanglements. Are you afraid? Luo Yanran suddenly said. Afraid of what? You've never beaten me. Xiang Tian merely chuckled lightly, turning to leave. But in the next moment, Luo Yanran grabbed his arm. Don't go. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? This impulsive action left even Luo Yanran bewildered. Unable to articulate why she felt such fury inside, Xiang Tian turned back, observing Luo Yanran's exasperated expression, and an unexplainable satisfaction welled up within him. If I never yielded to you, do you truly believe you could maintain that victorious demeanor? He leaned in closer, speaking deliberately. You are an exceedingly proud person, prideful to the point of selfishness, always centered on your own feelings without regard for others, and let me add, such pride requires the charity of others to sustain. Luo Yanran staggered back, and Xiang Tian felt her grip on his wrist weaken. What did you say? Charity. Her face stiffened, the light in her eyes dimming significantly, and even her tone lost its former strength. Xiang Tian internally cursed himself for being too harsh. Had he inadvertently wounded her pride? Yet, with the conversation at this juncture, it felt wrong not to press further. Let me ask you, with your temperament, how would you react to failure in your own interests? Luo Yanran parted her lips, yet no sound emerged that in the past. To please you, I would willingly spend time doing things you found enjoyable. Simply to catch a glimpse of you. That was enough for me. But you don't understand. You have no idea that, for me, I would much rather lounge in the dorm, stay at home, or play a couple of games. Xiang Tian slowly pushed her hand away, a faint smile straining to appear. Aren't you eager to play? Let me accompany you for one last game. He picked up the racket from the ground, tilting his head to gaze at her frail silhouette. Was it despair? No, merely a sense of reluctance. Perhaps Su Jiang noticed the pallor of Luo Yanran's countenance and hastened to inquire. Xiaoran, if you're tired, we can take a break. There's no need to push on to Dio, not worry. I merely wish to verify a few things. Luo Yanran replied with a faint smile. This smile, though seemingly radiant, concealed its true sentiment. Known only to her, the match was best of 5, and avoiding mistakes was paramount. Luo Yanran lightly bit her lower lip and said, Come on, show me proof of your words. A simple toss, the sound resonating sharply as it struck the center of the net, echoing with vigor. Hey, look over there. Not far off, Zhong Yun, encircled by the ping-pong table, approached with a look of astonishment. What on earth? How did they start playing? Su Jiang's eyes brimmed with concern, for she perceived that Xiang Tian was deliberately challenging her, sending the ball high and far. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran was darting back and forth, strands of hair sticking to her delicate face. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Luo Yanran stumbled, her body tilting precariously. Xiaoran, Su Jiang exclaimed in alarm. Xiang Tian, this is too much. It's just a game. Must you be so serious? Su Jiang, I advise you to refrain from making reckless statements. She fell? What does that have to do with me? Su Jiang was about to retort when Luo Yanran tugged at her wrist. Xiaoran, she murmured softly. It's all right. Xiang Tian took a couple of steps forward, yet was met with Su Jiang's furious glare. Stop right there. Do not come any closer. After considerable effort, Su Jiang managed to help Luo Yanran to her feet. But unbeknownst to her, Luo Yanran's right foot faltered, and she was about to topple again. Thank you. Luo Yanran's expression was a mix of emotions. She twisted her ankle. I will take her to the infirmary. Can you manage? Allow me to accompany her, Xiang Tian thought to himself. Contemplating the daughter of Luo Shus, he drew nearer. Luo Yanran felt an acute tension, her small hands pushing against him restlessly. What are you doing? Let me go. Xiang Tian crouched down, turning his back to her, stating calmly, You can continue to delay. If you can't walk tomorrow, do not blame me. The bald-headed student, who had been lounging by the flower bed, suddenly shouted. What's going on? His gaze fell upon Luo Yinran's ankle, which was already turning red and swollen. A sprained ankle. I'm taking her to the infirmary to rest, Xiang Tian replied nonchalantly. The bald-headed student's exclamation drew the attention of several classmates, their expressions laden with unspoken significance. Luo Yinran wished desperately to bury her head in the ground. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Go on, and remember to explain things to Teacher Dai. The bald-headed student shot them a glare. All right, Chapter 12. Surely she won't fall again. Please put me down. I can walk on my own, Luo Yinran whispered as they reached the deserted corridor of H University. She was somewhat well known, and being seen like this would undoubtedly stir gossip. Xiang Tian remained silent, not insisting. Her voice was soft and melodious, yet in his memory, she was forever the embodiment of arrogance. Avoiding her gaze, he said, then I'll be off. Take care. Thank you, she replied. Xiang Tian was taken aback, surprised that she would express gratitude. With a wry smile, he turned away. Luo Yinran, with her head bowed, leaned against the wall, slowly moving along. Her right foot felt nearly powerless, serving only as a brief support as she hastily lifted her left foot. Yet, each time she put it down, a sharp pain accompanied the motion. The infirmary was still over 200 meters away, and she felt as if the distance was insurmountable. For the first time, she realized how long this stretch could feel. Watching her struggle from a short distance away, Xiang Tian felt a tumult of emotions rising within him. He turned back, unable to be entirely heartless. The internal conflict held him in place, mocking himself. Xiang Tian, she is a hard nut to crack. You cannot warm her up, so why torment yourself? Yet, Luo Shu had entrusted him to watch over her at school. How could he simply stand by and ignore Luo Yinran's plight? Do not repeat past mistakes. As she approached a step, Luo Yinran inhaled deeply, but suddenly someone brushed past her, causing her to release her grip on the wall. Good deeds should be carried through. Let me help you. It shouldn't be an issue, Xiang Tian said, offering his support. Luo Yinran lifted her head, gazing deeply into Xiang Tian's eyes. The Xiang Tian before her was a transformed version of the previous. Once clumsy and heavy-set, now sporting a clean haircut and no glasses, radiating an air of nonchalance. The faint scent of laundry detergent and sunlight wafted around them. Relenting, she pressed her lips together, her emotions a tangled mess. Xiang Tian wrapped his arm around hers, aware of her apprehensions, deliberately avoiding the sight of onlookers from the classroom or windows. What is happening? From the infirmary's entrance, a strikingly youthful female teacher, no older than 30, clad in a white coat, sat at a wooden desk. It was rumored that the bald-headed student harbored feelings for this Teacher Dai. Teacher Dai, my classmate has sprained her ankle. Could you please check if there's any bone injury? Teacher Dai lowered her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Xiang Tian before focusing on Luo Yinran's ankle. She gestured toward a nearby bed with her pen. Help her over there and take off her shoes. Without hesitation, Xiang Tian assisted her to the bed. Though Luo Yinran initially resisted, she fell silent upon seeing Teacher Dai squatting by the cabinet. Her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a blooming flower. Tantalizingly vivid, drawing back the curtains, the sun poured in, illuminating the nearby residential buildings. A rusty iron chair sat beside the bed, showing signs of age with numerous spots of corrosion. Aren't you going to help her take off her shoes? Do you think she won't tumble off the bed in this condition? Teacher Dai's brow furrowed slightly, her tone indifferent. No, I can manage, Luo Yinran insisted, her head lowered in embarrassment, her face obscured, save for her ears glowing under the sunlight. A delicate hue of crimson spreading. Xiang Tian, visibly displeased, knelt to untie her shoelaces. Meanwhile, Luo Yinran turned her head away, pondering why her heart raced so inexplicably. Luo Yinran, what is the matter with you? In a matter of moments, Teacher Dai grasped her ankle with a firm grip, prompting a series of muffled groans from Luo Yinran. You should head back. I can rest here for a bit. Xiang Tian stood up. Take care of yourself. But just then, Teacher Dai chimed in unexpectedly. If he leaves, who will help you with the ice pack? Luo Yinran stared blankly. Ice pack? There's no bone injury, but there's significant swelling. If you want to walk normally tomorrow, you need to stay put. Teacher Dai tossed an ice pack to Xiang Tian. Figure it out yourself. Xiang Tian hesitated, glancing down at the ice pack in his hand before looking up at Luo Yinran. Her lip-biting gesture strikingly alluring. The space felt intimate as the door clicked shut, leaving Xiang Tian and Luo Yinran alone in the expansive infirmary. Their relationship, already complex, became even more bewildering under the circumstances. Xiang Tian swallowed hard, his outstretched hand wavering. Luo Yanran, her face flushed with embarrassment, felt that a girl's foot should not be touched so casually that I can handle it myself. Unbeknownst to her, her delicate tone only fueled the tension between them. By saying that, you make me feel like a mere tool, Xiang Tian grumbled, frustrated. The sight of her alluring legs only added to his annoyance, especially as her white socks slipped away, revealing delicately sculpted feet, igniting a longing within him. Damn it, after all this fuss, I haven't even gained anything. Don't you owe me some compensation? Luo Yanran, utterly confused, tilted her head. Huh. Without further ado, Xiang Tian took action, after pursuing you for 4 years. This is the first time I can touch you without hesitation. How can you? Luo Yanran gasped. Let me do it. I can manage. Let go of me. Not a chance. Stop squirming. The pain isn't mine to bear. Neither was aware that beneath the seemingly calm surface, a storm was brewing. Shill. Everyone. Be quiet. Just lean against the wall and listen, Zhong Yun whispered, his voice strained. What is going on? You are the one lying at the door. We can't hear anything, Wang Xian protested. That's not fair. Li Jurwei pouted. What's unfair? My buddy is in there. I just want to listen. Alas, do not pull me. Do not pull me. As soon as the words fell, Zhong Yun lost control and stumbled forward. The door swung open, and the heavy sound of footsteps thundered against the ground. Zhong Yun staggered several times before collapsing onto the table, while a few onlookers behind him stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Damn it! Which scoundrel pushed me? Beneath the window, a beam of sunlight crawled to the corner of the wall, where Xiang Tian had unknowingly settled by the bed, his legs draped over a pair of flawless curves akin to jade. Luo Yanran's face was brimming with vibrant mischief, adorned by a radiant smile that, of course, this was not entirely voluntary. It was a retaliatory grip on her ankle as she deliberately tickled him. Just then, as someone intruded unexpectedly, the expressions of the two main characters gradually stiffened. Hee, I wonder if you would believe me if I said someone pushed me. Zhong Yun awkwardly scratched his head, and amidst the laughter, turned around only to find no one behind him. This bunch, bastards, he cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth. Yet, the smile plastered on his face persisted, retreating toward the door, and he even remembered to offer a friendly grin. Please. Continue. Bang, he shut the door behind him. Luo Yanran retracted her foot, feeling as though the pain from her sprained ankle had somewhat subsided. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, silence enveloping the room for a long while. Xiang Tian gestured toward the door. Zhong Yun has quite the big mouth. I must give him a heads up to prevent any scandalous rumors from spreading. He was just regaining his composure. Seeking a place to calm down, Luo Yanran gently nodded, feigning interest in the view outside to mask her inner anxiety. At the end of the class, Xiang Tian relentlessly pursued Zhong Yun, leveraging his long legs to finally grip his neck from behind. Who else is your accomplice? I don't know. I truly don't know. Zhong Yun blinked innocently. Don't go spreading rumors about the infirmary situation. Zhong Yun nodded in agreement, swearing to Xiang Tian. I understand. I promise to keep my lips sealed. Not a word will escape. But, are you two truly together? Xiang Tian retorted crudely. Hell no, Tisich, keep pretending. However, I genuinely congratulate you in advance. I have unwittingly become your witness. Look at this inscrutable demeanor, his face displaying a melancholic expression. Xiang Tian couldn't help but wish to crush him. He had never encountered someone so insufferable. He recalled the previous compromises. I cannot fathom what I truly think that I in truth. Luo Yanran had not treated him poorly back in the day. They had maintained a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close, marked by ambiguity, yet lacking the title of lovers. The two were inseparable, often embroiled in minor quarrels, only to reconcile and walk together again within a few days. He never grew discouraged, always believing that one day, Luo Yanran would come to like him. That a friend once jokingly referred to them as a community of fate, unable to part from one another. However, when his family faced difficulties in their 3rd year, his character underwent a drastic change, leading him to see many things differently, and he never reached out to Luo Yanran again. Sigh, what's the big deal? If you like someone, pursue them. If you can't let go, then act on it. One must learn to be open-minded. Zhong Yun patted Xiang Tian's chest, sensing his despondency. You've already wasted so much time. Switching to a new tree might yield better results. Keep it up. I believe in you. This encouragement from the bystander was truly amusing. Yet, at that moment, it indeed added a touch of warmth to Xiang Tian's heart. He adjusted his mindset, exhaling deeply, his spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling with brightness. Youth is repetitive, and the world is ever-changing. Is Xiao ran still in the infirmary. Not far away, Su Jiaying hurriedly approached, her hair in disarray around her neck. She's resting. You should go keep her company. I'll head to the office shortly to inform the counselor, Xiang Tian casually inquired. Zhongyun shrugged. Go ahead. It's clear you can't rest easy. Get lost. Xiang Tian unreservedly rolled his eyes at him. Su Jiaying seemed uncertain. I think it's old Lu's foreign language class soon. Xiang Tian waved his hand as he walked. Forget it. I'll just go say hello to old Lu. It shouldn't be a big deal. Though he spoke lightly, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Old Lu wasn't fond of him, but since Luo Yanran was the one requesting leave, he hoped he wouldn't make things difficult for him. Xiang Tian first knocked on the office door, prompting a few teachers from other departments to glance up. One relatively young female teacher smiled. Old Lu, your student is here. Chapter 14. Old Lu's greeting. Xiang Tian felt thoroughly embarrassed. He hadn't expected his reputation to be so widespread that even Guamimi from the adjacent dance class recognized him at TH University. Guamimi was regarded as the most beautiful teacher. Known for her gentle and gracious demeanor, secretly admired by many boys, that he wondered if there had been a seat change. Old Lu used to sit near the door. Now, he had moved to the window, with a direct view of the entire playground. What brings you here? Old Lu was exceedingly aloof, his hand poised on the mouse, and Xiang Tian didn't bother to look, fiddling with something. Luo Yanran sprained her ankle and can't get up for now. She probably needs to rest for a bit. In fact, regarding old Lu's identity, it was rumored that he held a director-level position at H University, which was quite significant. Understood, let her rest well, having achieved his objective. He was about to take his leave when he heard old Lu call out from behind. Wait a moment. Xiang Tian turned in confusion to see old Lu rummaging through a pile of assignments until he pulled out one and tossed it onto the desk. He had expected old Lu to say something more, but instead, the casual inquiry followed. The grammar is correct, but it's not what I usually teach. An overly formal answer is often unsuitable for writing. Where did you copy this from? Old Lu's indifferent expression finally revealed a hint of interest. Xiang Tian smiled nonchalantly, fully aware of the situation. Would you believe me if I said I taught myself? Nonsense. Old Lu clearly didn't believe him, rolling his eyes. You probably didn't even bother with my class. Xiang Tian awkwardly chuckled. Fine, I can't be bothered. You know your own credits. That's all that matters. Old Lu cast a glance. Old AI comes running to me all the time, occasionally mentioning you, praising your intelligence and quick wit. It's just a pity that you squandered your youth on women. This statement nearly choked Xiang Tian, drawing knowing smiles from the surrounding teachers. Don't rush into romance during college. Pay more attention to your studies. Clearly, his conversations had become a source of amusement in the office. Old Lu, who usually maintained a stern demeanor, rarely shared such earnest advice beyond his teachings, with only one class left. Old Lu entered, clutching a stack of exam papers for the placement test. Due to prior arrangements, Luo Yanran's seat remained unoccupied. Su Jiaying had returned. However, the multiple-choice questions were merely about finding the correct answers. After scrutinizing the exam paper, both sides, during the period when others were deep in thought, Xiang Tian had already written nearly a quarter of the paper. About a quarter of an hour later, old Lu clapped his hands. It's time for listening. Everyone get ready. Accompanied by the most familiar yet nerve-wracking sound. The little tyrant speaker, playback mode activated. He pressed a few buttons on the speaker, but it was unresponsive. After several attempts at rewinding the tape, it finally produced some sound, delivering a dialogue that sent shivers down the spine. Damn, what was said earlier? I didn't catch that I forgot the beginning. Lost the middle, and could only remember a bit at the end. Oh no, this is a disaster. Old Lu banged on the table. Quiet down. Stop whispering. He shook his head at the front rows, grumbling. You didn't study hard before, and now you realize? Zhongyun gestured frantically towards Xiang Tian, who pretended not to notice, driving him to a frenzy. Hey, Tiangu, can you scoot over the paper a bit? Although their English skills were roughly on par, both being mediocre, when Zhongyun saw Xiang Tian silently tackling the reading comprehension section, he could no longer sit still. That today's paper was filled with unfamiliar vocabulary, presenting a significant challenge. For someone like Xiang Tian, who could independently draft international cooperation agreements. This was rather tedious. He had no intention of acknowledging Zhong Yun. It was merely a placement test, and whether he performed well or poorly wouldn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Just a reprimand at most. In less than half an hour, Xiang Tian effortlessly completed the exam. He originally didn't need to take this long, but the listening section consumed some time, and when he looked up, he found himself standing out among the crowd. Old Lu occasionally glanced over, shaking his head slightly, thinking that his earlier words were in vain. Luo Yanran, limping on her injured foot, made her way step by step back to the dormitory. Su Jiaying and another girl approached, holding bags. Xiaoran, look what I brought you. Dumplings and vinegar. It took a long time to buy these from the cafeteria. Several small bowls were laid out on the table, and the three of them took turns sitting down to eat. That you've worked hard. Su Jiaying slowed her movements, nearly mishearing. The girl, full of curiosity, had to pry. Xiaoran, what happened to your foot? I heard they said Xiang Tian carried you to the infirmary. Eating won't silence your tongue. Su Jiaying snapped her chopsticks impatiently, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yanran's reaction. Yet, in response, Luo Yanran merely took a gentle bite of the dumpling. Her expression calm. It's a bit inconvenient to walk. Wow, how romantic. What a pity I didn't get to witness it myself. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her tiny fist, clutching the chopsticks, an undeniable picture of infatuation. Was it romantic? Perhaps just mildly. So, Su Jiaying found something peculiar about Luo Yanran in this moment, though she could not articulate exactly what seemed amiss. Never mind, she thought. I shall simply focus on my own meal, too weary to delve into concerns. Chapter 15. Past memories. Such scenes unfold in dramas. Look at the meteor shower, how magnificent the clouds appear. Exuding an overwhelming charisma. Su Jiaying nearly choked on her food. What on earth? Did they really stage a meteor shower? Though during summer vacations, major television channels routinely air classics like Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, or fantasy series such as Xiang Tian. These timeless tales consistently grace the top of the ratings charts every holiday. Yet, to compare one's life with the plots of a television show, how utterly foolish. Su Jiaying internally scoffed, but the image of Xiang Tian surfaced in her mind, indeed resembling Yun Hai, didn't it? That day, she had seen Xiang Tian ascend into the Maserati with her own eyes. Was he truly as wonderful as he seemed? Luo Yanran glanced down at the dumplings in her bowl, their taste quite mediocre. Yet, she recalled often seeing Xiang Tian purchase a portion. Wow, Xiaoran, you truly are oblivious to your fortune. Just look at the effort he puts into pursuing you. It's evident to all, and I find myself envious to tears. This girl, biting her chopsticks, leaned on the table, grinning foolishly. Oh no, talking about it has made me lose my appetite. Xiaoran, do you want this piece? I haven't touched it. It's filled with pork. Luo Yanran shook her head. Her appetite was never substantial. Otherwise, her figure wouldn't be so perfectly proportioned. Approximately 20 minutes prior, due to the small food street adjacent to the school, the Maserati was parked across the street. Zhong Yun was still contemplating where to dine when she saw Xiang Tian walk past her silently. Where are you headed now? A familiar scene replayed itself as she witnessed her good friend stride towards the luxury car, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian was led by Lin Xiyan into a hot pot restaurant. Sitting across from him was his wife, though sadly, she was only from a past life. You traveled all the way from W University just to have a meal with me? Lin Xiyan elegantly arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Not entirely. I came to support a friend's new restaurant. The distance from W University to H University was considerable, requiring at least an hour's drive. Given the afternoon rush hour, the roads were congested with workers commuting. Moreover, it appeared that Lin Xiyan had personally driven here. Xiang Tian rested his head in his hands, gazing dejectedly at the striking beauty before him. Open wide, Lin Xiyan said leisurely, as she cooked the hot pot, deftly picking up a slice of fatty beef, dipping it in sauce, and offering it to his mouth. Xiang Tian glanced around, ensuring no one was watching. Before reluctantly opening his mouth, he was genuinely uncomfortable with such intimate gestures in public settings. Is it good? Lin Xiyan, seemingly unfazed, continued to feed him, her lips curling into a smile, reveling in the moment. Her chin resting on her hand, eyes filled with mirth. It's all right. I can manage on my OW and no need to trouble you. As another piece of meat approached his lips, Xiang Tian felt a pang of despair. Lin Xiyan, dissatisfied, retorted, "What nonsense are you saying? I don't mind the trouble." He hurriedly fished more food from the pot, only to be playfully smacked by Lin Xiyan's chopsticks. "Sit still. Didn't you say this restaurant belongs to a friend of yours? If they see us like this, it would be quite inappropriate." Lin Xiyan then dropped her chopsticks onto the table, coldly declaring, "You needn't worry about that. His friend's chain of restaurants numbered in the hundreds. They wouldn't have the time to come here specifically. Is that so? But there are quite a few people here. Being seen together could lead to misunderstandings." While he spoke, he noticed the couple at the neighboring table. Their eyes nearly locked in an embrace, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. A chill crept into Xiang Tian's heart, sensing the sudden drop in temperature around them. Lin Xiyan looked up, her expression revealing her understanding. "I see now. You keep fabricating excuses. Are you truly so reluctant to see me?" A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. They had been married for 5 years. Yet their actual emotional connection hardly spanned 6 months. Their rapid rise to fame in various industries had left little room for genuine interaction, with Lin Xiyan often working late into the night. Despite the table set with warm dishes, their silence spoke volumes, lacking any real communication. "You come home late and can't cook. You could easily hire someone to take care of your daily needs." Lin Xiyan leaned back in her chair, resting for a moment, only to hear Xiang Tian's indifferent voice from the kitchen. "What do you mean by that?" He washed the dishes, the sound of running water starkly piercing the silence. When he emerged from the kitchen, he found Lin Xiyan watching him coldly, awaiting a response. "I'm leaving. I'll be moving out next week. You need someone to look after you." Lin Xiyan scoffed. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? I need someone to take care of me? It's just a suggestion." Chapter 16. The missing love. Xiang Tian sighed, knowing Lin Xiyan was stubborn. He wasn't good at arguing. Instead, he walked towards the bedroom. But then he heard her call from behind. "Stop. Bring me a bottle of wine from the cabinet." As he prepared for bed, the bedroom door suddenly burst open. Xiang Tian jolted awake, witnessing Lin Xiyan stumbling towards him, slurring her words, kneeling at the bedside, threatening loudly, "You can't leave." The vibrant cityscape of Wusher's urban development sprawled outside, with the bustling lights and traffic flowing ceaselessly. Looking up, he saw rows of towering skyscrapers. Yet sadly, the complete image of this city existed only in fleeting memories. Lin Xiyan stared blankly until she noticed the extra pair of chopsticks in her bowl, prompting her to lift her gaze slightly. "The pot is nearly empty, yet I haven't seen you eat a single bite." Lin Xiyan bit her lip, lowering her gaze. "I'm not hungry." Xiang Tian stood, sitting beside her, his intense gaze scrutinizing her exquisite features. "You are as beautiful as a celestial being, with brows like a painted landscape. How could I be so ignorant as to make you utter such words of not wanting to see me?" His expression was earnest. Lin Xiyan spoke softly, "But I can see the distance in your every action." Xiang Tian chuckled. "Can our relationship truly be described as distant? If it weren't for that one incident, we would be complete strangers, belonging to entirely different worlds." Their relationship was complicated, filled with many unpleasant moments. Yet all of that faded away with the passage of time. "To live is to look forward." He continued. "In this lifetime, I have no other desires than to live a bit more easily, a bit more freely. We no longer share any necessary connections. With your business acumen, it would be much better for you to start anew." A gentle reminder. At this moment, the male lead does not intend to be with the female lead. His emotional journey is intricate, with feelings for her deeply concealed. The ensuing entanglements are central to the plot, so viewers must be patient. Lin Xiyan's face paled instantly, as if drained of color, her fists tightening. "Don't say that. I will never let go." Xiang Tian sighed. "We have always lacked a genuine emotional experience." Lin Xiyan shuddered, incredulously lifting her head, her once dull eyes regaining their sparkle. This statement had been bottled up within Xiang Tian for so long. He could coexist with Lin Xiyan in daily life, yet could not forge the intimacy shared between true lovers. It was a connection of the soul, unrelated to physical desire. Regardless of Lin Xiyan's stunning beauty, he found it impossible to bare his heart to her. At Lianhua Lake in Kai District, morning and night, through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he had grown accustomed to its beauty, yet now it appeared most enchanting. Standing on an arch bridge, Xiang Tian remarked, "Do you know? The most famous scenery in Kai District undoubtedly includes this Lianhua Lake. It's a pity that in the coming years, such sites will no longer exist." This reminiscence was shared with Lin Xiyan for the very first time. "If you like it, I could acquire this lake under the company's name. I believe they wouldn't refuse if the price is right. Xiang Tian chuckled in disbelief. I was merely expressing my sentiments. Please don't go to such lengths. Lin Xiyan raised an eyebrow, emitting a soft hum. Following her finger's direction, Xiang Tian leaned closer, saying, "Do you see that green iron gate? Long ago, it used to be a KTV, but it was shut down later. Back then, his family was in dire straits. His parents worked in another province, and his grandmother took care of him. During the day, he would clean there, while at night, she collected scraps that he recalled a time when he was watching TV in an empty room." Suddenly, 2 men entered, followed by 3 women carrying bottles and bags of straws. "Who asked this child?" one of the men asked. "The grandmother's grandson," replied a woman, cigarette in hand, patting his head to go play outside. "We have guests." But then, one of the men seized his hand. "Where are you going? Come play with us. Are you insane? What are you giving to a child?" The man shrugged nonchalantly. "What's there to fear? It's just a trifle. It matters not that we wouldn't want this little rascal spreading tales everywhere." The woman's eyes revealed a hint of turmoil. His mouth was firmly covered by someone, the smoke choking him painfully. Eventually, it was the proprietress herself who came in to escort him out, leaving behind a drink as a token. The memories of his childhood were etched too deeply in his mind, leaving an indelible mark to this day. With a wry smile, he remarked to the sky, "Was my childhood truly so tragic?" Lin Xiyan nodded in agreement. "I feel for you. Haha. In truth, I rather miss the life I once led. Though it was somewhat arduous, I did not suffer too much injustice. I shall take care of you from now on." Xiang Tian replied with a teasing smirk. "Can you truly afford to?" Lin Xiyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Indeed, you may squander as you wish." After strolling about for a while, the two parted ways. Lin Xiyan's smile gradually faded as she dialed a number. "Investigate the suspects from 12 years ago." A handsome young man emerged from an opulent club, wearing a troubled expression. "My lady, why summon me out at this hour? Zhao Feng, are you seeking death?" Upon their meeting, Lin Xiyan's cold gaze sent a shiver down his spine. "Hey, Lin Jia, I was just occupied with something. Your sudden appearance without any warning has left me quite perplexed." Zhao Feng, the sole heir of the Zhao group, was entrenched in numerous dubious enterprises, spanning across Wu City and neighboring regions. Should one inquire about legitimate matters, he would be utterly clueless. Yet, when it came to the mingling of the illicit and the licit, he was the right person to consult. "I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. Find a quiet place. I have some inquiries to make." Lin Xiyan tossed him the keys and settled into the passenger seat. Just as she fastened her seatbelt, her striking figure incited Zhao Feng to swallow hard. "Should I catch you ogling, I won't hesitate to pry your eyes out." Zhao Feng cleared his throat awkwardly. "Lin Jia, what's the matter? Why the personal summons? Has someone crossed you?" It seemed rather implausible. Who would dare to bully this queen? Chapter 17. "Do you want to reconcile? I am ready to love," Lin Xiyan proclaimed with immense pride, her heart brimming with joy, causing her reflection to appear even more radiant. "Oh, what? Lin Jiao, you jest, do you not? Who is this person? Which university? Are they from within the circle?" The barrage of questions, fueled by curiosity and astonishment, was vividly expressed by Zhao Feng. "It seems your inquiries have become rather excessive." Lin Xiyan raised an eyebrow, her expression slightly displeased, yet the smile at the corner of her lips indicated her good mood. "This is your brother-in-law. Remember his face well." Zhao Feng cautiously took the phone, enlarging the picture of the two of them at Lianhua Lake, finally discerning the features on display. "Sister, is this? Do you have any objections?" Lin Xiyan shot him a sidelong glance. Zhao Feng quickly waved his hands in denial. "I wouldn't dare." While the young man was indeed quite handsome, complimenting Lin Xiyan well, one must consider social status. With Lin Xiyan's background, what kind of talented youth could she not attract? Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary quality. Zhao Feng could only comfort himself with such thoughts. Luo Yanran had taken several days off, and as Xiang Tian walked a few steps, he was halted by Su Jiaying. "Why don't you see Luo Yanran home? She is having trouble walking. The streets aren't safe." Luo Yanran, limping, stood behind, lacking her usual spirited demeanor, her head bowed low. Seeing that Xiang Tian did not refuse, Su Jiaying seized the opportunity. "You two already live close together, and your conflicts have nearly resolved. Just help her out." Luo Yanran pursed her lips, raising her eyes to meet his, only to hear Xiang Tian retort, "Were it not for Uncle Luo, I truly wouldn't want to deal with you." Occasionally, they would see fellow students on bicycles. Upon exiting the subway station, a bustling barbecue street lay nearby. Suddenly, Luo Yanran called out to him. "Shall we sit down for a bit? My foot hurts." There was a bus stop right in front, with an iron bench available. Xiang Tian glanced at her. "When we get back, let Uncle Luo apply some ice. You will all be fine to walk tomorrow. I know." Luo Yanran pressed her lips together, sensing an awkward atmosphere. Across the street, the barbecue stall was thriving, the aroma of cumin wafting through the air, just as Xiang Tian hesitated about whether to get some skewers. He heard Luo Yanran quietly ask, "Can we reconcile?" Her bright eyes sought his, and he could see her delicate face clearly. This visage, devoid of any cosmetics, was impeccable in an age dominated by beauty filters and technology. Xiang Tian was acutely aware of how stunning Luo Yanran truly was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so infatuated for all these years. "What? Do you still wish to be friends with me?" Xiang Tian did not answer, but instead tossed the question back to her. It was a humble gesture, a reflection of his profound experiences with the past. Luo Yanran lowered her head, biting her lip as she fidgeted with her fingers. For someone of her temperament, it was truly rare to express such sentiments in the past. It was always Xiang Tian seeking her forgiveness. Leaning against a billboard, perhaps feeling a bit fatigued, he shifted his feet. "Preparing to cross the street for some food. I'm hungry. I'll be back shortly. You sit here and ponder things over." This statement was not only directed at her, but also a reminder to himself. What were his current feelings towards Luo Yanran? He could not articulate clearly. One thing was certain. The girl was undeniably beautiful. Luo Yanran quietly lifted her head, her gaze growing increasingly lost. "Boss, 10 skewers of lean meat and 5 of lamb." "Please." Xiang Tian approached the refrigerator, casually glancing inside. "All right, just a moment." The total came to 25. The sidewalk was scattered with plastic chairs, and Xiang Tian randomly chose an empty seat. Moments later, he glanced up towards the bus stop, only to see 2 young men standing beside Luo Yanran. One of them even sat down next to her. With a look of disgust in her eyes, Luo Yanran shifted away, but the ruffians feigned ignorance and followed suit. Enraged, Luo Yanran stood up, but her wrist was seized. "Little sister, why the rush? How about I give you a ride?" Hearing such lewd taunts made Luo Yanran's stomach churn. "Let go," no matter how much she struggled. He held her wrist like a vice. One of the ruffians beside him grinned, lighting a cigarette. That moment, someone patted him on the back. "Hey, is that smoke good?" He turned in shock, only to find Xiang Tian's hand firmly pressing down on his forehead. Gripping his bleached hair, "Xiang Tian," Luo Yanran called out defiantly. "Out here, at night, harassing students? What gives you the audacity?" Xiang Tian forcefully pushed the thug's head against the billboard, allowing him to flail in vain. Unable to touch Xiang Tian's attire, "You dare to lay a hand on me?" The ruffian, who had been holding Luo Yanran, immediately released her, pointing at Xiang Tian with a fierce glare. "What? Are you going to call for help?" Xiang Tian slapped the ruffian across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. You better stop." The ruffian's bravado faltered as he began to retreat. "Aren't you from the backcourt? Why are you putting on a show?" Xiang Tian mocked. The distance to the backcourt was not far, perhaps a few kilometers. Riding an electric scooter would take only about 10 minutes. It was common for thugs from the backcourt to come here and approach serious students. The two had initially ridden over on their scooters, intending to log onto the internet, but upon spotting Luo Yanran alone at the bus stop, her beauty incited their desires to flirt. However, Luo Yanran was not like the other girls they had previously approached. She was the young lady he had pursued for 4 years, utterly unattainable. You know long ago? Chapter 18. Is Mom jealous too? The ruffian's expression shifted, his voice turning weak. Of course, when I played basketball with him. Where were you? Crawling in the mud? I'm so sorry. The bravado he had displayed earlier evaporated, and he hurriedly hopped on his scooter and fled. Xiang Tian glanced back at the ruffian, who was still clutching his face, eyes blazing with resentment, seemingly unwilling to concede. "What are you staring at? Don't you want to leave?" He raised his hand again, causing the ruffian to scurry away in fear. Finally, peace descended. Turning back, he observed Luo Yanran rubbing her arm, where the marks of fingers still lingered. "Are you all right? Who knew such an incident would occur? It's really due to the location. When did you start mingling with such crowds?" Luo Yanran inquired. Puzzled in her impression, Xiang Tian had always been rather timid, to put it bluntly, cowardly. How could he possess such a formidable side? Xiang Tian retorted, irritated. Mingle? You think I'm out there hanging around? You mentioned knowing that long ago. I was just boasting. Did you really believe me? Yet, Luo Yinran pressed on, only to be interrupted that I spend every day with you. When would I have time to gallivant around? Xiang Tian, overwhelmed with exasperation, turned abruptly, grasping her arm. The two engaged in conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. There was indeed a limping man persistently pursuing them on the road, genuinely fearful that an inattentive vehicle might come barreling down and fatally strike Luo Yinran. The small details went unnoticed by Luo Yinran as her curiosity persisted. So, how do you know Brother Long? Xiang Tian fought back the urge to retch, addressing the vendor. Is my meat skewer ready? All right, just a moment. I'll package it for you, came the reply. After a lengthy inquiry, shrouded in hesitation, Luo Yinran reluctantly shook off his grip. Startled, Xiang Tian turned back. What's wrong, miss? Luo Yinran turned her face away, disinterested in engaging with him. Young man, your order is ready. The vendor cheerfully handed over the food, glancing at Luo Yinran beside him. You must be college students from around here. Next time, try to walk this way. It's busier and less troublesome. As Xiang Tian munched on a skewer, he carelessly tossed the metal stick aside. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, aggravating Luo Yinran, who limped behind him, her teeth gritted in irritation, littering such a lack of manners. Xiang Tian paused momentarily, casting a nonchalant glance her way while swaying the skewer in his hand. Care for a bite? When waiting for the bus, Luo Yinran extended her greasy little hand. Paper, Xiang Tian frowned. This habit of hers had never changed, as he always kept a pack of tissues on him. He had previously informed Uncle Luo that Luo Yinran had sprained her ankle and taken a couple of days off, and that he was currently escorting her home. That be why the time they reached Kai District, it was already past 8 in the evening to the entrance of the residential complex. Xiang Tian dropped her off downstairs, asking, you can manage going up by yourself, right? Luo Yinran, slightly displeased, retorted, am I that fragile? Xiang Tian. Accepting the backpack, Luo Yinran proceeded towards the stairwell, just as someone exited the elevator. Dad. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Luo Chuana noticed something was amiss with her leg. Hello, Uncle Luo, Xiao Tian. Thank you for bringing Xiao Ran home. Luo Chuanha wore a kind expression, casting a glance at Luo Yinran. Is your leg all right now? Luo Yinran remained silent, her sorrowful eyes directed at Xiang Tian. Luo Chuanha gently patted her head. All right, Xiao Tian. Thank you for your help. You have to head to school early tomorrow. I don't have classes tomorrow. It's no trouble, Xiang Tian smiled. Over the years, Uncle Luo had treated him exceptionally well, almost like a son, so he couldn't turn a blind eye when Luo Yinran encountered trouble. It's tough, really tough. You should head back. Don't let your parents worry. In a couple of days during the weekend, come over for a meal, and let your aunt prepare some prawns to nourish you. By the time Xiang Tian returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Fortunately, Luo Chuana had called his mother a few minutes earlier. Otherwise, he would have had to endure her complaints. It seemed old Xiang was not home tonight, having gone to the city for business. Expected back in the morning. Yu Ling opened the refrigerator to take a peek, in such a hurry to come back, and off to someone else's house. Oh dear, the son I raised. Xiang Tian couldn't help but interject. Mom, just say what you want to say. Don't use that sarcastic tone. Yu Ling slammed the refrigerator door shut. Her soft eyes, however, filled Xiang Tian with a sense of dread. Luo Chuanha told me. Xiao Ran sprained her ankle, making such a long trip. You did well to bring her home. Your father is busy with work, and you're always trailing after that girl. I'm the only one leisurely staying at home. Neglected by my husband, unloved by my son. Sigh, they say middle age is tough. What on earth? Mom's thoughts seemed rather alarming, Xiang Tian thought, hastily grabbing Yu Ling's hand and pulling her to sit on the sofa. Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Yu Ling pointed at Xiang Tian's forehead. Such a good son I raised, and all your thoughts are on that girl. Xiang Tian fell silent, feeling as though he had aged decades. Enduring her scolding. After about 10 minutes, she posed a hypothetical. If you and Xiao Ran fell into the water, who would you save first? You, of course. I would save you, Xiang Tian replied, utterly helpless. Instantly, Yu Ling beside him burst into laughter. Unable to contain herself, finally back in his room, Xiang Tian let out a sigh of relief. The jealousy of women was too intense. Lying on his bed, his mind was filled with Lin Xiyan's image. Her enchanting appearance was simply irresistible. Yet gradually, the scene fell amiss as Lin Xiyan turned, and her face morphed into Luo Yinran's. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat and immediately headed to the bathroom, ensuring he dried off completely to avoid catching a chill. After sipping some water in the living room, he heard his mother nagging from the bedroom, having not been online for a while. Xiang Tian couldn't help but log on to QQ, only to find his password persistently rejected in 1314. But with one last bold attempt, he felt a chill run down his spine as he typed it in. Beep, beep, beep. Cough, cough. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, an avalanche of messages flooded in, leaving Xiang Tian flustered and scrambling. Chapter 19. Encountering Lin Mei in the morning. The flood of messages over the past few days resembled a small mountain, most of which were images shared in the class group, along with the gossip from that fellow Zhong Yun. However, he noticed a new contact request. Luo Yinran. Huh, when did she delete me? Xiang Tian felt a tinge of annoyance and decisively hit reject. Checking the time, he realized this friend request had come in half an hour ago. That he surmised that after their falling out a couple of days prior, Luo Yinran had directly blocked and deleted him. Glancing at the username above, a shiver ran down his spine as he felt uneasy. Mansion, that name was so embarrassing it could evoke cringes. But speaking of which, why did he choose that name in the first place? It was too long ago. He strained his memory, but the details remained elusive. Forget it, I'll just change it. That it's not a big deal. However, as Xiang Tian was typing, he caught sight of the signature below and was momentarily stunned. The first encounter is the best. May you always remember. That summer day, when Uncle Luo and Uncle Wu visited, he opened the door to find Luo Yinran draped over Uncle Luo's trousers, her curiosity palpable. Just that fleeting glance ensnared him for years. Uncle Wu's daughter had also come along, seeming to be in the 4th grade, her character a bit mischievous, the most popular remote-controlled car at the time. What was it called? Li Suiting. Yes, that was the one that could drift. Initially, he had hoped to borrow it for Luo Yinran to play with, but Wu Shiqian was too quick, snatching the car and refusing to let go. In the end, she cried, and old Xiang had to step in to clean up the mess, which was quite the debacle. Every time he spotted Luo Yinran in the corridor, a shadow of apprehension would cross his heart. Fearing she might see him, he could only keep his head down and hasten past. As the notifications continued, Xiang Tian wondered who could be messaging him at such a late hour. Upon opening it, to his surprise, it was Luo Yinran initiating a private chat through the class group, directly questioning him. Why did you reject my friend request? Xiang Tian furrowed his brow, promptly responding with a toothy grin emoji. His mood instantly lifting. What does it mean when you don't speak and just send an emoji? After 2 minutes, another message arrived. I've added you. Please accept. Seeing this, Xiang Tian sneered and coldly denied the request, replying with a greeting emoji. Aren't we friends? On the other side of the screen, Luo Yinran, clad in pink pajamas and shorts, sat cross-legged in her chair, her alabaster legs on full display. What does this mean? You rejected me again? Wasn't it just because I was angry and deleted you? She found it hard to believe, flustered as she glanced at the keyboard, typing. A couple of days ago, I wanted to send you a message but accidentally clicked wrong. Xiang Tian was not fooled by her deceptive words. He knew her character all too well. After all, she had always been the one to force him to apologize first. She had never been this assertive. The first thing Luo Yinran did upon returning home was undoubtedly to block and delete him, discarding all the gifts he had given her. He knew her too well. Thus, Xiang Tian casually inquired, what did you want to send me? On the other end, Luo Yinran's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving with frustration as she pointed at the screen, unable to articulate her thoughts. Isn't this a clear case of feigned ignorance? Fine. You win. After a moment of hesitation, her fingers returned to the keyboard. Forget it. Once you accept my request, I'll show you a video. Not watching. Going to bed. Bang. Luo Yinran slammed her palm on the table, jarring her hand painfully, nearly bringing her to tears. Not watching. Then sleeping. What's the big deal? Infuriated, she lay on her bed, closed her eyes for a few seconds, then began tossing and turning under the covers. Her mind was filled with visions of Xiang Tian throwing punches, and in a moment of chaotic emotions, a hint of shyness crossed her face. Xiang Tian scrolled through their past chat records, most of which were blue bubbles, with Luo Yinran's replies consisting of mere syllables. Oh, good. Certainly, during weekends when I invite him out for some leisure, I tend to engage in a bit more conversation. This truly touches the very core of his self-esteem that he had originally intended to change his online alias. But upon seeing the phrase in his signature, it was simply too glaring, deeply piercing his nerves. At that moment, he must have been filled with beautiful expectations to have left such a reminder for himself. With an expression of calm resignation, he chuckled lightly. Forget it. It's just a name. Why must I dwell on it? If I like it, then so be it. Let it serve as a gift to my past self. The sky had yet to brighten significantly as he exited the community. Preparing to head to school. Alas, the commute by bus and subway takes over an hour, so one must rise early, right? Suddenly, a sweet, delicate voice called from behind. Husband. He turned around, instantly frozen in place. Why you here? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Ensuring he wasn't mistaken that I have no classes this morning, so I thought I'd stop by. At that moment, Lin Xiyan was adorned in a flowing blue floral dress, her long hair cascading beneath a light blue shawl. Exuding an overwhelming sense of youthful charm. Oh, you think it looks good? Observing Xiang Tian's eager gaze, Lin Xiyan covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. She gracefully lifted her skirt and twirled elegantly. Beautiful. It must be noted. Encountering such a visual delight early in the morning is not something the average person could easily withstand. Want a hug? A kiss would be nice too, Lin Xiyan teased. Clearly pleased with his wolfish demeanor, she even playfully winked at him, making her intentions unmistakably clear. Overwhelmed, Xiang Tian felt his blood racing. Lin Xiyan, a bit bashful, remarked, "It seems you quite like this, huh? You, Lin Mimi, look like a fairy." Who could possibly resist? Xiang Tian replied helplessly. It must be said, Lin Xiyan was truly versatile. Whether in fashion or demeanor, she effortlessly oscillated between being domineering and sweetly delicate. Lin Mimi? Hee, I adore that name. Lin Xiyan giggled, her brows resembling distant mountains, her laughter vibrant and lively. Chapter 20. Peering into Luo Yinran's secrets upon returning to H University, it was already noon. In the dormitory, Zhong Yun was sprawled on his bed engrossed in a novel, while Li Zihao was intensely focused on an online game. However, as soon as he sat down, he frowned. Why are you all staring at me? Zhong Yun looked at him disdainfully. Just take a look at your collar. Xiang Tian glanced down to find a conspicuous lipstick mark, strikingly vivid. He had done nothing to warrant it, and it was evident Lin Xiyan had left it on his clothing without him realizing. Clearly having been set up. Last night, you were quite the charmer, weren't you? Did you end up kissing her? 2 days later, Luo Yinran returned. After breakfast in the cafeteria, she followed Zhong Yun to the classroom. Many students trickled in, engaging in brief conversations before succumbing to fatigue, resting their heads on their desks. Yet, a certain individual in the back row by the window was fervently buried in his books, flipping through them without pause. Thank goodness, it seems his mind is intact, he thought. A bit apprehensive, it was rather amusing. 10 minutes prior, a glance at the Chinese exam paper nearly sent him into a spiral. Having been reborn, the memories of his past life often intertwined with those of this life. He even felt compelled to memorize the calculus formulas anew. Just as he sighed in relief, he noticed Zhong Yun leaning on the desk with a forlorn expression. If I were a girl, I'd be smitten by you. Your serious studying profile is quite handsome. Xiang Tian felt a chill run through him. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Yinran approached. Give me your QQ. Under Zhong Yun's astonished gaze, she stealthily retrieved her phone from her pocket. What do you want? Xiang Tian frowned, swiftly snatching her phone away while she was distracted. Add me as a friend yourself. Luo Yinran said nonchalantly, yet her gaze drifted toward Zhong Yun. What are you staring at? I don't know anything. Zhong Yun replied seriously, pulling his backpack slightly to block her view. That I truly can't comprehend you. You deleted me and still want to add me back? Luo Yinran glared coldly at him. Approve the request. Fine. This woman seems to be determined. Xiang Tian thought that if you don't add me, go back to your seat. He scoffed, tossing her phone into his backpack. Her frustration was palpable as she stamped her feet. Then give me back my phone. Can't hear you. Speak louder. You. Many around them turned to look, while Luo Yinran, gritting her teeth, stomped back to her seat, fuming. What's with her? Something feels off? She mused. Zhong Yun also sensed something was amiss with Luo Yinran. She deleted me from her QQ, then tried to add me twice. Both times I rejected. Zhong Yun gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Let us see what's on her phone. He glanced around and noticed everyone else was sound asleep, that you're the only one with such a strong curiosity. Xiang Tian rolled his eyes at him, The two of them stealthily leaned over the desk, peering at the phone resting on their laps. Unable to contain their laughter, Dai turned out. Luo Yinran's face was set to be visible only to herself. No one else could see it. Xiang Tian hadn't looked at it closely before, only knowing that she treated the space like a diary, chronicling her life. When Xiang Tian opened Luo Yinran's photo album, Zhong Yun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Wow, I never realized how coy she could be, he exclaimed, as numerous close-up selfies adorned with quirky expressions filled the screen, just as he was engrossed. Xiang Tian snatched the phone away. I'm heading out, he stated expressionlessly, standing up. Hey, where are you going? Zhong Yun quickly inquired. The restroom. You coming? Xiang Tian retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Fine, Zhong Yun muttered under his breath. Feeling betrayed, Jiaying, let me out, Luo Yinran urged, shaking the drowsy Su Jiaying awake. Xiaoran, what do you want? Su Jiaying mumbled, still half asleep. I have something urgent. Hurry, Luo Yinran insisted impatiently. Just as Xiang Tian entered the men's restroom, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Xiang Tian, don't run. Luo Yinran had chased him down. What's the matter? He scrutinized her with suspicion, puzzled by how quickly her foot injury had healed. She could almost run again. Give me back my stuff, she demanded, her face flushed with frustration. Xiang Tian sighed, glancing up at the circular archway above him. This is the men's restroom. Are you really going to come in here? To outsiders, it seemed as if Luo Yinran was confronting him, blocking his exit. I don't care. Just give me my phone back. Her phone contained many secrets, and since she had seen Xiang Tian and Zhong Yun looking at their phones, she felt an urgency akin to an ant on a hot pan. The more she thought about it, the more regrettable it seemed that she had impulsively given her phone away. Determined, she took a few steps forward. Xiang Tian felt a flutter of panic. If this continued, and people saw this woman in the men's restroom, it would be utterly embarrassing. He quickly sought a way to stall Luo Yinran, hoping to buy some time. All right, I'll give it to you. Just step outside first. I need to use the restroom. The phone is in the drawer. Can you get it yourself? I don't believe you, Luo Yinran said firmly. Really, I have nothing in my pockets, he insisted, rifling through his pockets in front of her, revealing only a pack of tissues. Fine, if you dare lie to me, you're done for. Watching her retreating figure, he smirked slightly. What a fool. Since the sleeves of his current outfit were cinched, he had hidden the phone in his sleeve, making it impossible for her to discover. Inside the classroom, Zhong Yun had barely rested for a moment when he heard a commotion. Luo Yinran, with a stern expression, commanded, Get up. What's going on? Zhong Yun asked, feeling a bit guilty. Shut your mouth. Luo Yinran roughly pulled books from the drawer. With a clatter, several textbooks fell to the floor. But she didn't have the time to care. Observing Luo Yinran rummaging through everything, Zhong Yun couldn't help but chime in. Stop looking. That guy probably has it on him. He's likely hiding in a corner somewhere. What? Luo Yinran nearly lost her composure. That I've been tricked. How despicable. Xiaoran. What's wrong? Why do you look so upset? Su Jiaying inquired. Noticing Luo Yinran storming out, in the men's restroom, Xiang Tian had chosen the furthest stall. The phone's glow illuminating his face. The last update on her space log was from a few days prior, the day they had fallen out. He declared he wanted to sever ties. How childish, so annoying, he confessed to me again. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. It's exhausting. Scrolling further down, she had written, I found out it was that Chinshini from the dance class who deliberately sought revenge on me. Slandering me. More people are starting to gossip about my relationship with Xiang Tian. I have no idea where they heard those rumors. It's incessantly buzzing in my ears, driving me mad. There are still countless memories ahead. All fragments of the past, in the narratives recounted. His shadow looms large, even reaching back to our high school days. Forgetting to bring an umbrella, I unexpectedly found that the person I detest was waiting for me in the hallway. How considerate, yet arrogant of him. Never mind, I might as well spend some time with this annoying individual, stifling a giggle. Tomorrow is the weekend. I've heard a movie is set to be released, but alas, it's quite far away, necessitating a bus ride to the city. How disheartening. He actually confessed his feelings to me. What should I do? A surge of panic ensues. Then, a particular message immediately captured Xiang Tian's attention. Oh no. It seems I've lost my plush toy. Frantic. Plush toy? What plush toy? He racked his brain, recalling that Luo Yinran always had a Winnie the Pooh dangling from her backpack. That toy was a prize from the first time he attempted balloon art at Xiang Tian. where many vendors had set up stalls. Wow, Xiang Tian, you're quite impressive. Where, perhaps I was just lucky, he replied, bashfully avoiding the gaze of the girl he fancied. Rumor has it that we will be reallocated into different classes. Will we still be together? A thrill of joy that he is going back to his hometown for the summer break, supposedly for over half a month. Sigh. How tedious. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered. Today went smoothly, yet he seemed exceptionally cheerful. Confusion? Mathematics is a bit challenging. Should I ask him for help tonight? No. I must think it through myself, or he'll berate me for being slow-witted. Annoyed, Xiang Tian's mood gradually darkened. Past memories binding him tightly, as this seemed to be the closest he had ever been to Luo Yanran, failing the recent monthly exam only to hear his father's incessant nagging. How bothersome. His name was originally Xiang Tian. My father often praised his academic excellence, urging me to learn from him. A smile, that he swiftly scanned through nearly 100 messages, the story halting at the very beginning. That boy is so strange. Why does he always look down when he sees me? Frowning. Immersed in the narrative, he drifted through the weighty atmosphere of complex thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, their worlds had already intertwined, each unable to extricate themselves from the other. But when did it all begin to sour? Was it his fault, having given too deeply? As she had said, was it merely a convoluted entanglement that stifled her freedom? Finished reading? Yes, that a cold voice broke the silence from behind him. And he slowly turned, drenched in cold sweat. Luo Yanran had silently approached him. Her gaze was indifferent, her lovely face cloaked in frost, as if the surrounding air had grown increasingly frigid. Xiang Tian scrambled to his feet. His legs numb, nearly stumbling into a pit. You entered the boy's restroom? He stammered for an extended moment. Dark clouds loomed ominously, signaling the calm before the storm. At that moment, Xiang Tian had resigned himself to whatever awaited him. He braced himself, waiting. Yet, Luo Yanran remained far calmer than he had anticipated. Handed over, the two entered the classroom, one following the other, most taking little notice, as if it were commonplace, upon seeing Xiang Tian return unscathed. Zhong Yun looked astonished. You're still alive? He simply could not forget the look Luo Yanran had given him, as if she could pierce through him with a single glance that you can see. I am doing just fine. Xiang Tian lowered his gaze, lost in thought as he stared at Luo Yanran's retreating figure. Wushang is the most luxurious shopping district in Wushu. Chun Bingyue trudged behind Lin Xiyan, burdened with numerous bags filled with luxury brands. Xiyan, why do you look so invigorated? We've been shopping for several hours. Surely it's time for a break, with no classes in the afternoon. Chun Bingyue had intended to rest in the dormitory, catching up on some much-needed beauty sleep. However, Lin Xiyan insisted on dragging her out to shop. Couldn't she empathize with the struggles of a nightlife queen? Recalling last night's all-nighter, her head felt as if it might explode. What's wrong? Are you tired? Lin Xiyan halted just outside a gourmet store. Chun Bingyue felt like she might bleed from her eyes. I am indeed exhausted. Utterly so did I. Haven't had a moment of proper sleep since last night. Do you think I'm not tired? Lin Xiyan, noticing the faint bloodshot in her eyes, questioned, why didn't you tell me earlier? Glancing at the myriad bags in her hands, it seemed they were nearly done. Chun Bingyue turned away, saying no more. She wished she could have said something sooner, but seeing Lin Xiyan so excited, she didn't want to dampen her spirits. She could only endure, though her heavy eyelids threatened to close at any moment. Just as they were about to step into the elevator. Xiyan, wait a moment. Chapter 22. Lin Xiyan's indifference. A young man sprinted toward them from a distance. Xinyinza? Chun Bingyue's half-closed eyes suddenly sparkled. How could he be here? Beside her, Lin Xiyan's expression turned as frosty as ice. Her earlier smile vanished without a trace. Ignore him. Let us go. Hey, don't rush off. Let us see what he wants. Just as the elevator doors were about to open, Chun Bingyue held Lin Xiyan back. I have nothing to say to him. Lin Xiyan furrowed her brow. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xinyinza had sought her out countless times, bombarding her with texts, calls, and WeChat messages, driving her nearly mad. Blocking and deleting him had proven futile. He remained stubborn, even sending others to find her, an incessant shadow that she could not shake off. Chun Bingyue hadn't mentioned these matters to Lin Xiyan. After all, Lin Xiyan was always cheerful, giggling at her phone, and she didn't want to ruin that pleasant atmosphere. Since they had coincidentally crossed paths today, she thought it best to let Lin Xiyan handle it herself. To preserve her own tranquility. Bingwe, you're here too. Chen Yinze approached, glancing at Lin Xiyan before offering an awkward smile to Chen Bingwe that of course you see us shopping. Chen Bingwe rolled her eyes dramatically. She had initially thought well of him, but after these days of harassment, she felt nothing but disdain. Chen Yinze was handsome and tall, with a gentle voice at a school. He was well known as a charming young man. When he first entered W University, several sharp-eyed senior girls had taken notice and posted his picture on the school forum. Suddenly, many rushed to uncover his background, nearly digging up his entire family tree. He had always excelled academically, with no bad habits, and his guitar skills were extraordinary, dazzling everyone at the military training gala, earning him the title of campus heartthrob. His connection with Lin Xiyan dated back to high school. Lin Xiyan coldly inquired, "What do you want?" In her eyes, this scoundrel was utterly repugnant. How could he take her money to toy with other women? Unbeknownst to him, the formidable aura she exuded rendered Chen Yinze's expression instantly stiff. He sensed that the girl before him was no longer the naive newcomer to campus, but rather a seasoned individual hardened by life as trials die. He took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. "Xiyan, could you give me a chance to understand where I went wrong? Why did you treat me this way? Did I upset you? Or is there some misunderstanding between us? I don't understand why, when everything was fine, you suddenly cut off contact." His tone grew increasingly somber, even in public. "Even if I die, you must let me die with clarity." He felt a deep-seated resentment, his mind plagued by questions from that fateful night. In his ears, the mocking voices echoed. "Isn't that our campus heartthrob? How could he be publicly slapped in the face? Isn't he the prince of love songs? I suppose his aspirations of climbing the social ladder have been exposed. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you." I've heard that Lin Xiyan's family is an international trade. Their background is terrifyingly powerful. These words replayed in his mind, haunting him day and night, like a relentless torment. "So, have you finished?" Lin Xiyan shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a dismissive smile. "Did you come here to confront me?" "Not at all." Chen Yinze's tone faltered, seeming especially forced in Chen Bingwe's ears. "I just don't quite understand. We were so close. Why did it turn into this?" Chen Yinze's voice held a note of confusion and bewilderment. Lin Xiyan interrupted impatiently. "Enough." Her voice was cold and resolute, each word like a nail driven deeply into Chen Yinze's heart. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, as if to pierce through his very soul, whether it's a misunderstanding or the truth. "I have no need to dwell on it, but if you dare to appear before me again, I won't hesitate to slap you once more." With that, Lin Xiyan took Chen Bingwe's hand and stepped into the elevator, leaving Chen Yinze alone, head bowed, his eyes glimmering with a shadowy light, as if on the verge of madness. What did this mean? Was that a brazen threat, or a display meant to intimidate him? Chen Yinze was consumed by a torrent of anger and confusion. Once back in the car, Lin Xiyan fell silent, her aura of indifference rendering Chen Bingwe profoundly unsettled. "Xiaoyan, are you upset?" Chen Bingwe inquired cautiously. "No," came the curt reply, as sharp as a chiseled stone. Yet how could Chen Bingwe take it at face value? After all, as her closest confidant, she knew each of Lin Xiyan's expressions intimately. With the situation now clear, Chen Bingwe felt as if she had been illuminated by a sudden epiphany, even exhilarated to the point of losing herself. Could this be a moment of clarity? In truth, I, too, have been quite vexed by that fool. Chen Bingwe lamented, feeling like a meek lamb bullied into submission. Lin Xiyan was not swayed by her plight and retorted with a huff. "Then why didn't you mention it sooner?" "Oh, and tell you?" Chen Bingwe scoffed. "With your incessant daydreaming, I really regret not recording it." "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xiyan furrowed her brows slightly. "Don't pretend with me. After all, you, the 18-year-old virgin, are experiencing this for the first time. And I can understand." Just as Chen Bingwe was reveling in her triumph, she immediately knelt in supplication, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Xiaoyan, spare me." After class, Chen Ying noticed Luo Yanran tidying her things before departing alone. Su Jiang hurried over to inquire, "Xiang Tian, what is wrong with Xiaoran? Ever since she left with you at noon, she seems like a different person." Xiang Tian discerned Su Jiang's concern, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I'll go check on her. She's fine, just in a bad mood." As Xiang Tian dashed out, Su Jiang called after him, "I'm coming with you." Behind them, Zhong Yun was immediately displeased. Being ignored was one thing, But being left behind was unacceptable. He promptly grabbed Su Jiaying, stating, "This is a matter for the young couple. You shouldn't meddle." Chapter 23. The terrifying nightmare yet. Su Jiaying remained uneasy. She and Luo Yanran were the best of friends. Despite Yanran's quirks, she was genuinely a good person. Particularly in academics, she showed great patience, and their personalities meshed well together. What is there to worry about? "I know what is going on," Zhongyun said as he lazily pulled her along. Xiang Tian merely observed from a distance, maintaining a sensitive space between them. The journey back was not far, but his troubled demeanor portrayed hesitation and avoidance. In truth, he had many questions he yearned to ask, yet it seemed their fates had run their course, rendering everything else trivial. This Friday, Xiang Tian returned home alone to find Yuling seated on the sofa. Giving old Xiang a shoulder massage, Yuling beamed. "Son, your dad just said they signed a big contract at the factory today. Xiang Tian replied, changing into his slippers and heading to the bathroom to wash his hands. "What attitude is this, you little rascal?" Yuling felt her son's reaction was far too lukewarm and hurried to the bathroom door. Bang! "I get it. You're in the bathroom," Xiang Tian called out dismissively from inside. Yuling, astonished, returned to the sofa and noticed old Xiang still with his eyes closed. She elbowed him. "Hey, old Xiang, why does our son look so strange? When does he not look strange?" Old Xiang retorted. Having long since resigned to his wife's incessant chatter, if he argued, she would become more animated. If ignored, she would chatter endlessly like a sparrow. "You still have the nerve to say that. I've never seen you care about our son. Isn't he your flesh and blood?" Xiang Haonan rubbed his temples, wishing for some peace. "All right, just say a few less words. If our son doesn't want to talk, don't pee or why." Yuling glanced at him with indignation, realizing that these two were indeed cut from the same cloth, and she stormed off towards the bedroom. Fine. I'm the extraneous one. I'll go to bed." With that, Xiang Haonan finally felt the world had quieted down. Glancing towards the bedroom, he said, "Your mother has gone in. Come out. Don't you feel stifled hiding in there?" Creak. Bang. Xiang Tian stealthily emerged, and Xiang Haonan playfully scolded, "You little brat. Why must I be the villain?" He plopped down in frustration. There's no way around it. Mom is just too chatty. Mention anything to her, and she insists on digging deeper. She's just that way. She treasures you more than anyone else. In the bedroom, Yuling shouted, "Keep it down. I can hear everything." Both men exchanged glances, and old Xiang coolly regarded Xiang Tian. "Let us hear it. You look so troubled. It's irritating to see." Today was a rare moment of leisure, and he thought to have a heart-to-heart with his son. Xiang Tian shook his head, exhaling deeply. "It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Is it related to Shaoran?" Old Xiang shot him a sidelong glance, snorting, "But it's not her. You little rascal. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. It's most likely about that girl, spending day and night with her. Your mother has been nagging me about it incessantly." Old Xiang slowly rose, his gaze scanning Xiang Tian with a knowing smile. "Uncle Luo is inviting us over for dinner tomorrow. If anything is bothering you, Dad will sort it out at the table." Xiang Tian sighed in resignation. "Well, thank you very much." A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, and old Xiang ambled towards the bedroom. However, that parting smile held a deeper meaning. Old Xiang must have misunderstood. That night, a chilling nightmare unfolded. In his dream, he found himself imprisoned in a pitch-black room, his hands and feet shackled by heavy iron chains. No matter how he screamed and begged for help, there was no response. The silence around him was maddening. He felt utterly isolated, like a caged beast, struggling to survive in despair. Time passed, and a faint glimmer of light flickered before his eyes, shielding his gaze. He cautiously peered through his fingers and saw. Wow! Xiang Tian bolted upright in bed, the haunting shadows in his mind leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The sky outside had brightened, through the curtain's slits. Rays of sunlight streamed in. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification, a message from an unknown number. "Have you woken up, darling? I'm downstairs at your place." Without needing to think, he knew it was Lin Xiyan. Ding! Another message followed. "It's the weekend. Your wife wants to take you out to relax." After a moment's thought, he replied, "Received, Sister Lin." Inside the car, Lin Xiyan's lips parted in a smile, her mood as radiant as the morning sun. Stepping out of her bedroom, Yuling sat at the dining table, munching on sunflower seeds, casting a sidelong glance. "Awake? Here are 2 eggs. Eat them. We'll have breakfast soon." "No, I'm heading out," Xiang Tian declared. grabbing his clothes and heading to the bathroom. Skipping breakfast? Just grab a bite outside. Minutes later, Xiang Tian hurriedly dashed towards the car. Soon as he slid into the seat, Lin Xiyan leaned closer, her alabaster arm draping over his neck, her tone sweet. Did you miss me, darling? Xiang Tian felt somewhat taken aback by her uncharacteristic behavior. She had never been so indulgent before, clearing his throat awkwardly. He averted his gaze. I did. Lin Xiyan giggled, gently turning his head towards her, her delicate fingers caressing his face. Where did you miss me? Taking a shower in broad daylight. Did you do something naughty last night that you're afraid I'll find out? After speaking, Lin Xiyan leaned closer, inhaling his neck. You smell so nice, darling. Here is a kiss as a reward. Teetering between acceptance and refusal, Lin Xiyan knew Xiang Tian's heart too well, though he verbally declined. His body told a different story. Haha, darling, how come I never noticed you were so into me before? Lin Xiyan beamed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I really want to find a place to deal with this little temptress right here. Shall I book a hotel now? Xiang Tian snatched her phone, a wave of restlessness coursing through him. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Don't let it happen again. Haha, are you scared? Chapter 24. Wang Xiaohua's support. As for weekends, Lin Xiyan frequently ventured to the Kai district, and he was well aware of the challenges involved. This moment, around 10 o'clock, he suggested, let us go to the riverbank. It has been a while since I've seen it, and I'd like to visit Grandma as well. Lin Xiyan held a profound impression of the amiable and plump grandmother. However, when Xiang Tian took her to visit, Grandma Wang Xiaohua was already bedridden. She vaguely remembered the wrinkled hand that trembled as it extended towards her, clutching a stack of heavy red envelopes. Xiang Tian's grandmother's home was situated in front of a flower bed at the riverbank. An old house in a state of disrepair. The red tiles, stacked like fish scales upon the roof, whispered tales of the passage of time. The walls surrounding the dwelling were severely peeling, as if they would crumble away with the slightest touch, revealing white flakes. From a wire circle hanging from the roof, a long bamboo pole was silently performing the duty of a clothesline. A red wash basin, a metal welding cart, and a sputum cup adorned with floral patterns all seemed to narrate stories from the past. Grandma, I have arrived. Xiang Tian gently pushed open the iron gate, smiled at Lin Xiyan, and then called out loudly towards the interior. To the left was the firewood room, and to the right was the home of a neighbor who had passed away 6 or 7 years prior. Despite the passage of time, he still vividly recalled the visage of that old lady. Is that you, Car? Oh, what brings you here? Grandma Wang Xiaohua, who had been lying on the sofa watching television, clumsily rose to her feet. Slightly plump, her movements were endearingly awkward as she propped herself on the table, beside which lay a fruit knife. This sight startled Xiang Tian, who rushed over, saying, slow down, slow down. Hey, why do you always leave the knife lying around on the table? While admonishing her, he hurled the knife away and carefully helped Grandma Wang Xiaohua settle into her seat. With a beaming smile, she squinted her eyes, saying, I just peeled an apple. I toss it in the drawer after using it. I forgot. Who is that girl behind you? She seems quite striking. Her reaction was notably slow, and it took her a while to notice Lin Xiyan standing at the door. She's my classmate. She happened to come by, so I thought I would stop in. Xiang Tian and Lin Xiyan had previously agreed to introduce themselves as classmates, given the peculiar circumstances to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Lin Xiyan chimed in with a sweet smile. Hello, Grandma. Good, good, good. Don't just stand there. Come and sit. Grandma Wang Xiaohua waved her hands enthusiastically, then cast a slightly peculiar glance at Xiang Tian. The room was modest, approximately 20 square meters, furnished with tables, chairs, and a sofa facing the television. The kitchen was a small compartment located in the courtyard. Behind a wall lay the bed where Grandpa usually slept, next to which stood a wardrobe. Everything appeared simple and unpretentious. It was said that the government had allocated this house to Grandpa many years ago. It's been over half a month, and you haven't come to see Grandma. Have you forgotten her? Grandma Wang Xiaohua expressed her displeasure as she casually grabbed a small bunch of bananas from beside the sofa. Young lady, have a banana. The house is a bit humble. Please do not mind it. Lin Xiyan thanked her, and, under Xiang Tian's watchful gaze, took small bites. Xiang Tian chuckled awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. Where's Grandpa? Where did he run off to? The previously warm expression on Grandma Wang Xiaohua's face instantly darkened. Don't mention him. He is always wandering about. Who knows what mischief he is up to? Xiang Tian felt a wave of headache wash over him. Both of these elderly individuals, in their 70s or 80s, still enjoyed their quarrels. After sitting for a while, Lin Xiyan found herself in engaging conversation with Grandma Wang Xiaohua, naturally leading the topic back to Xiang Tian. "Grandma, did you say Xiang Tian brought a girl home when he was in 3rd grade?" Lin Xiyan exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth and shooting a sly glare at Xiang Tian. "Ha ha, I don't know how he managed to bring her home." Lin Xiyan's irritation grew. She chose not to dwell on the past, but it still irked her that she was not the first to step foot in this home. Secretly, she pinched Xiang Tian's thigh hard. Xiang Tian, who was watching television, suddenly gasped in pain. "What was that for? Why am I being blamed?" Suddenly, a commotion was heard from outside. "Your grandfather is back. Let us see what he is up to now." Grandma Wang Xiaohua stormed outside, and Xiang Tian found himself unable to restrain her dough. You've come. Have you eaten yet?" Uncertain of what the large bundle was that Xiang Pingjie carried, one could hear the two clumsy figures arguing outside. "You should know how to take care of your grandson if he comes to see you, yet you can't even find him. What is this junk you've picked up?" "I didn't pick it up. Someone gave it to me. The neighbors didn't want it, so I took it back to see if it could be useful. Aren't you going to sit for a bit? Eat before you leave." Grandma Wang Xiaohua called from within. Xiang Tian rolled his eyes, pulling Lin Xiyan's hand toward the exit. "No. I have things to attend to. I'll come visit again next time. Oh, that's fine. Your parents are inside, right? Let them cook something nice for you. You've lost weight these days." "Understood," Xiang Tian replied helplessly as he looked at Lin Xiyan, whose eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, now blinking at him playfully. Grandma Wang Xiaohua ambled to the doorway, saying, "Young lady, let me have a word with her." Then, with a hint of mystery, she pulled Xiang Tian a few steps into the house and lowered her voice. "This girl is quite nice, with a gentle personality. You must seize the opportunity. Don't let her slip away, understood?" Xiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. "You can see that? You little rascal. Your grandmother has eaten more salt than you've had rice. She has walked more roads than you have crossed bridges." Another round of nagging ensued. Xiang Pingjie emerged from the house, wolfing down a few bites from a steel bowl. "Why are you still here? What are you talking about? It's none of your business. Just mind your meal." Grandma Wang Xiaohua shot him a fierce glare. "Your grandfather and I have toiled our whole lives, hoping that you all can live happily. Your father was reckless back then, always eating, drinking, and playing. This family was pieced together bit by your grandmother." A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes, as if recalling the hardships of the past. "Now, life has improved. Your father has made something of himself, and the hope rests upon you. You must work hard." She fished out 500 yuan bills from her pocket, trembling slightly as she handed them to Xiang Tian. His heart sank heavily. At the riverside of Kai district, willows swayed gently, and the river flowed ceaselessly, resembling a silver dragon weaving through the landscape. Looking across the riverbank, one could see rows of houses with black roofs and white walls, tightly clustered together in Shirlu village. Lush green leaves adorned the well-trimmed flower beds, and the narrow pathways were lined with an array of cobblestones, black and white mingling. As they reached a small pavilion in the woods, Lin Xiyan gently pulled Xiang Tian down to sit, softly inquiring, "What's wrong? Why do you look so distracted?" He lifted his head, forcing a smile. "Do you know that I have a girl I've liked for many years?" Chapter 25. The past complications. Lin Xiyan frowned, feeling a sense of wariness, and her hand, which had been entwined with Xiang Tian's, loosened slightly. "I know a little, but not much." Initially, she had only investigated Xiang Tian's identity and background, indifferent to the details of his romantic history. However, after they began their relationship, Xiang Tian rarely mentioned his past, and she had no desire to pry into her man's history. When the time was right, he would naturally share. Suddenly, she recalled that a significant portion of her previous dating fund had been secretly provided by her grandmother. Xiang Tian felt a pang of loss, self-deprecatingly smiling as he pulled out a roll of cash from his pocket. "I suppose she must have misunderstood you." And then, Lin Xiyan's expression remained impassive. Her voice, "I see why you think I, Lin Xiyan, am merely a substitute for someone else?" Xiang Tian was taken aback. "How could that be?" "Give me the money." She extended her palm, sensing the shift in her mood. Xiang Tian quickly reassured her, not only handing over the money obediently, but also wrapping his arms around her, whispering softly, "Please don't be angry. That was long ago." He certainly hoped that this woman would not suddenly become neurotic. Despite her outwardly delicate and charming demeanor, she was, in reality, a rose with thorns. One wrong move, and one could be pricked by her thorns. As expected, a few sweet nothings had a profound effect on Lin Xiyan. Seeing her expression soften, Xiang Tian continued, "You are the most beautiful." Lin Xiyan gave him a meaningful glance before collapsing into his embrace. Her voice dripping with sweetness, "Brother Tian, do you really think I'm the most beautiful?" Her soft and warm body rubbed against him, prompting Xiang Tian to swallow hard, his hand moving to her back, yearning to lean down and kiss her red lips. However, she evaded him, then whispered teasingly in his ear, "Then tell me, who is that girl?" What a joke! Such a dangerous question was not something he could afford to answer. Yet, he wondered if Lin Xiyan would not investigate. Eventually, they arrived at the central nuclear square, where Lin Xiyan, her face as cold as frost, took Xiang Tian's hand and strode purposefully inside, that eye in front of the staff. She ordered an entire table of dishes, her formidable calculating skills whirring through her mind. "IT totals 500. I'll cover this." She slapped the cash on the table. Yes, Xiang Tian chuckled awkwardly, not daring to object, even moving his chopsticks only to be met with her icy gaze. "Eat." He was well aware that Lin Xiyan was being intentional, and thus began his act of retaliation, hoping that this sum of money would be exhausted on her. The waitress, taken aback, noted that the bill had already been settled before they had even touched their meal. That IT was her first encounter with such a peculiar customer. Yet she refrained from saying anything further and simply collected the payment before departing. As the two emerged from the hot pot restaurant, Xiang Tian felt a bit lightheaded, his belly distended. A devilish voice echoed in his mind, ceaselessly whispering in his ear, "Darling, you're truly wonderful. You finished off that entire table of dishes just for me. That I always knew you loved me the most. Here, as a reward for you," she said, planting a fiery kiss upon Xiang Tian's cheek, leaving a faint trace of her lips. Lin Xiyan was brimming with happiness, entwining her fingers with his. "Darling, let us head to the 5th floor. We've never watched a complete movie together. It's my treat." Her heart was as sweet as honey, each bite a delight. Xiang Tian allowed himself to be led by Lin Xiyan as they entered the elevator. At the counter, they purchased a bucket of popcorn, but upon seeing it, Xiang Tian felt his stomach churn. He simply could not eat another bite. Lin Xiyan, however, purposely chose a large bucket, along with 2 cups of cola, and with a playful smile said, "Come on, darling." At that moment, the cinema was rather crowded, though perhaps it was due to the lackluster film schedule that left audiences uninspired. Macau Wind and Cloud, the blockbuster from several months prior featuring numerous celebrities, including the renowned actor who portrayed the gambling god, was now playing. After the film concluded, Xiang Tian felt utterly despondent that he truly experienced what it meant to be gentle as water and passionate as fire. Lin Xiyan leaned softly against his shoulder, exuding charm, occasionally feeding him a piece of popcorn that was overly sweet, making him feel nauseous. "Please spare me. My stomach feels like it's going to burst." "What's wrong, Tian Ge? Is it so wrong for me to want to feed you a piece of popcorn?" Luo Chuanhe and Xiu Yalan visited their home. "Old Xiang, I heard you're about to become a big boss. It'll be even harder to see you afterward. Want it?" Xiang Haonan joked, handing him a cigarette. "You, stop flattering me. Aren't you doing quite well yourself? You've been promoted to section chief. Haven't you?" Conversations among the older generation typically revolved around boasting and reminiscing about past pleasures. Meanwhile, Xiu Yalan chatted with Yu Ling about everyday matters. Xiu Yalan was a teacher at an elementary school in Longjia Alley and had taught Xiang Tian for 2 years, leaving a lasting impression on her. Luo Chuanhe, noticing the open door, casually inquired, "By the way, where's your brat? Where has he run off to? I haven't seen him around. That kid rarely ventures out." "I hardly see him all day," Old Xiang replied with a nonchalant grunt. "Sigh, my daughter is the same. She returned home late last night and ran out this morning, claiming she was meeting up with classmates." Luo Chuanhe looked at Old Xiang with interest. "Do you think my daughter is hanging out with your brat? My son wouldn't even glance at your daughter." Old Xiang retorted dismissively. "Oh, please. Your daughter is beautiful like a celestial being. It's no wonder your little rascal follows her around." Old Xiang shot him a glare. "You're just being idle. I want to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. However, if those 2 kids are fated for each other, you better not interfere." Luo Chuanhe wholeheartedly agreed, as he rarely imposed restrictions on his daughter's life, granting her a relatively free space. Mutual understanding was key. Parents shouldn't view matters solely from a broad perspective, or it would only incite rebelliousness in their children. It was still early, just around 1 o'clock, when old Xiang and Luo Chuanha were chatting, when suddenly, old Xiang proposed, "By the way, is the place we used to play basketball still around? Shall we go and shoot some hoops?" "Sure, let us go." "Should we drive?" Luo Chuanha responded, "But let us be honest. You've never won against me. You're full of it." On the way back to the city, Lin Xiyan's expression was cool and aloof as she called Zhao Feng. The previously wild Zhao Feng was napping with a seductive beauty when he was abruptly roused by her call. About to lose his temper, his irritation dissipated upon seeing the caller ID. "Brother Feng, who is calling you at this hour? It's so annoying." The woman beside him, still groggy, languidly sprawled across his chest. Looking discontented, "Shut up, keep it down," Zhao Feng snapped, giving her a sharp slap on her rear, eliciting a yelp. "Sister Lin, what can I do for you?" Chapter 26. Pursuing your daughter. Chen Bingyue was comfortably reclining against the bed, relishing a professional massage. She had initially been attending class, but was led astray by Lin Xiyan. "Sigh, my credits are going to suffer again. I want to argue with him," Lin Xiyan replied with an unsettling calmness. Chen Bingyue sensed her suppressed emotions. Although she spoke those words, her masked face lacked warmth. The chill emanating from the eye mask felt like an icy abyss. "Xiaoyan, I'm not saying this lightly. But do you really need to be so infatuated with him? Running to a small town every day? If you truly want to pursue a serious relationship, why not pay attention to the talented young men around you? There is no shortage of options." Lin Xiyan's tone was resolute. "He is different." Chen Bingyue found herself at a loss for words. "Different? How so? Aren't they just 2 arms and 2 legs? What kind of man stands out from the rest? An extraterrestrial? Fine. If that is what makes you happy, I want to argue." Given Lin Xiyan's standing, countless individuals would eagerly vie for a chance to meet her. Was she perhaps blinded by love? Chen Bingyue recognized Lin Xiyan's stubbornness. Once she set her mind on something, she would pursue it relentlessly, sparing no effort. Men included as for Lin Xiyan's background. Many were kept in the dark. The only thing known was that she came from wealth and power, and aside from her cold demeanor, she was undeniably a goddess among the affluent. Have you heard of the Lin family in Wuxi? Lin Xiyan's father is the head of the Lin clan. Lin Jiangka. Sounds echoed from the hallway. "Zhao Xiao, the young lady is inside. You cannot enter. Get lost. I'm running out of time. Don't block me." Zhao Feng's loud voice outside was quite bothersome. "Let him in." Moments later, Zhao Feng, drenched in sweat, walked in. Chen Bingyue, visibly displeased, pulled a blanket over her chest. "Hey Zhao Feng, this is a private room. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to barge in like this?" Zhao Feng offered a wry smile. "Bingyue, my sister asked me for a favor, so please don't tease me." These two shared a mutual affinity for lively pastimes, often frequenting bars together. However, it should be noted that Chen Bingyue merely enjoyed the thrill of the atmosphere. Lin Xiyan remarked coolly, "Is everything ready?" He held a file folder in one hand, pulling out some photos and other items from his pocket. "Sister, here is what you asked for. It's all here." "Everything?" Lin Xiyan's expression remained unperturbed as she casually removed her mask. "Don't worry. Even the little brother arrived safely, without a time discrepancy exceeding 5 minutes," Zhao Feng assured, thumping his chest. At the entrance of the community, Xiang Tian unexpectedly encountered Luo Yanran and the neighbor Wang Chao, who were in the midst of a lively conversation. Wang Chao had once been his elementary school classmate. Although they attended different schools afterward, they occasionally played games together, though they hadn't been in contact much recently. "Xiang Tian, what a coincidence to see you here." Approaching them, Xiang Tian felt a tinge of annoyance. "What? Have you two been out having fun?" Wang Chao enthusiastically embraced Xiang Tian, exuding an air of camaraderie that could mislead anyone into thinking they were best friends. "We just returned from the library. By the way, a bubble tea shop has opened nearby. Let us try it together next time." "All right, if there is a chance." Wang Chao seemed to notice the awkward tension between the two and awkwardly added, "Since you're here, I'll just take her back." With that, he quickly made his exit. What a joke. He didn't want to get involved in their squabbles today. Xiang Tian had initially felt elated when Luo Yanran took the initiative to invite him out. But now it was clear that they had quarreled and dragged him in as a scapegoat. "When did you get back?" Xiang Tian glanced at Luo Yanran, who stood silently beside him, her demeanor frosty. I'm not here to bother you, all right? Uncle Luo invited me over for a meal." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiped her access card and walked inside, seeing her still in a huff. Xiang Tian didn't he bother to say much. He followed closely behind, catching the lingering fragrance in the air. Upon entering, he saw Luo Yanran and Xiang Tian standing at the door. Luo Chuanhe was not at all surprised. You finally made it. Your aunt specifically cooked shrimp for you, saying she wanted to wait for you to eat. Faced with Uncle Luo's goodwill, Xiang Tian felt he couldn't disappoint. He peeked inside. Is my dad here? Of course, he arrived early. I went to play basketball with your dad at noon. His skills remain as dreadful as ever. Did he cheat again? Xiang Tian asked knowingly, prompting a hearty laugh from Luo Chuanhe. Of course, he hid the ball like a mischievous child and got caught red-handed. You two go play in the room for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Luo Yanran entered the room, shutting the door with a resounding bang, leaving him outside. Sitting on the sofa and enjoying the spectacle, old Xiang couldn't help but tease, still sulking. Aren't you going to go in and coax her? Xiang Tian retorted with irritation. Who asked you to meddle in others' affairs? Be careful that Uncle Luo hears you and thinks you have your eyes on his daughter. What's wrong with that? Old Luo would be delighted if his daughter married into our family. Old Xiang replied. Xiang Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. All right then, look at how you're making a spectacle out of your own son. That I really don't understand your thought process. Old Xiang chuckled and scolded. You little rascal. What do you mean by making a spectacle? I'm only considering WHOTAT that moment. Luo Chuanhe emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, glancing at the father and son on the sofa. What are you two chatting about so merrily? Xiang Tian couldn't help but think about courting your daughter. Just some casual conversation, old Xiang replied mysteriously, then playfully slapped Xiang Tian on the back of the head, asserting parental authority. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and help your Uncle Luo. Ha, no need, just let him sit. Old Xiang continued. Listen to how a father should be. His level of awareness is commendable. Suddenly, Xiang Tian felt a strange illusion that Uncle Luo was his real father. Soon, the dining table was filled with steam as his mother and Xiao Yalan finally emerged from the kitchen. Xiao Tian, go call Xiao Ran out for dinner. Both families turned their gaze toward him, and he walked to the door with a heavy heart. With a swoosh, the door opened. Step aside. A cold, small face stared at him, causing Xiang Tian to instinctively take 2 steps back. That moment, everyone at the table was oblivious. These 2 kids. Your Xiao Tian has spent quite a bit of time at my house over the years, Xiao Yalan said meaningfully. His mother, feeling wronged, exclaimed, Don't say that. I'm starting to suspect I'm the one helping you raise your son. Xiang Tian was already not very hungry. A few small dishes and a taste of the lobster were sufficient for him. Yet, Luo Yanran sat silently beside him, and when the elders asked her questions, all attention turned toward him. Xiao Ran, what's wrong? Did my Xiao Tian upset you? Auntie can speak up for you. Luo Yanran slammed her chopsticks down and stormed out of the room. You're being incredibly rude. Didn't you hear Auntie asking you a question? Xiao Yalan said from behind her, but Luo Yanran quickened her pace. It's all right. It's all right. Xiao Ran is a good child. She must just be feeling a bit down. His mother quickly intervened, casting a reproachful glance at Xiang Tian. Why don't you hurry and go check on her? She thought to herself that this foolish son only knew how to eat, and didn't he consider giving the girl some space. As for Xiang Tian, he felt utterly wronged. It was just a few scrolls through social media. Was it really necessary to sulk in front of their parents? Chapter 27. Infuriating Yu, Xiang Tian ran around the community until he finally spotted that girl sitting on a stone bench not far away. The dim yellow light cast a long shadow as she lowered her head, sobbing in a manner that tugged at Xiang Tian's heart. Crying alone out here at night, isn't that a bit shameful? When Luo Yanran noticed him, she hastily wiped the tears from her face and shouted, Go away. I don't want to see you. With that, she ran towards the community entrance. Xiang Tian's expression turned serious as he hurried after her. Hey, wait. A speeding car suddenly appeared in front of her, its bright headlights blinding her vision, accompanied by a sharp honk. Luo Yanran's face turned pale as she froze in place, in a moment of urgency. Xiang Tian managed to grasp her hand just in time, pulling her into his embrace as he scolded, Have you lost your mind? Running recklessly on the road, throwing a tantrum like this has its limits. What if something happened? How would I explain it to your parents? Luo Yanran's gaze was unfocused, her expression somewhat dazed, seemingly still in shock from the recent scare. Xiang Tian understood that her unusual behavior was linked to him. The incident had startled her. Seeing this, he couldn't bear to continue scolding her. Instead, he held her hand firmly, unwilling to let go. Luo Yanran allowed him to lead her, walking step by step with her head down. Reminiscent of their high school days. Once, after failing an exam and being scolded by her mother, she had run away from home, only to bump into Xiang Tian, who had just returned from his grandmother's house. The path along the river was dark due to the lack of streetlights, and with a steep slope on one side, it was easy to slip into the Han River during the summer floods. Back then, Xiang Tian had held her hand just like this, guiding her back home. During that time, he had informed his mother that he was safe, calming her anxious heart. "Hey, your mom is calling you for a phone call." Xiang Tian, feeling annoyed, held the phone to her ear, unsure of what was happening with Luo Yanran. In a hoarse voice, she called out, "Mom." Goodness, they say women are made of water, and tears like large beads began to fall. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down her face, and Xiang Tian had no time to grab tissues, opting instead to wipe her tears with his hand. After a while, noticing the tears glistening in her eyes as she looked up at him, Xiang Tian felt himself losing composure. "Are you done?" Luo Yanran nodded, her delicate nose twitching slightly. "Why Mom wants you to take me out to eat something." Xiang Tian's face fell. There was a table piled high with food inside. And now she was dragging him out to suffer. While he wasn't particularly eager, when he met her pleading gaze, his heart softened. Fine, consider it my bad luck, but you better not run off again." "I don't want to go back and get scolded," he said this nonchalantly, but he remained cautious, keeping a firm grip on her hand. Luo Yanran, feeling unsatisfied, bit her lip and muttered behind him, "You should get scolded. I'll tell Auntie that you're bullying me." Xiang Tian rolled his eyes. "Please, as if I could bully you. How can you even say such a thing?" She pouted, defiantly arguing. It's you. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I don't know who acts like a spoiled princess every day. So difficult to please," Xiang Tian retorted, but suddenly stumbled backward. Goodness, the girl was standing her ground in a huff. Refusing to move, her grip surprisingly strong. He stood there with his hands on his hips under the streetlight, looking at her. "What now?" Luo Yanran glared at him, her lips almost reaching the sky in her pout. All right, I misspoke." Xiang Tian continued to reach for her hand, but Luo Yanran dodged. "Don't touch me. I can walk myself." Under his helpless gaze, Luo Yanran marched ahead with her little legs. "Hey, what would you like to eat?" The owner greeted them cheerfully. "Well, you should ask her. I'm just accompanying her." Xiang Tian shrugged, tossing the menu onto the table, swinging his legs. "Choose whatever you want." Her attitude infuriated Luo Yanran, who began to order haphazardly. This one, and this one. I want 40 skewers of meat." Xiang Tian nearly choked on his drink. "Are you a pig? Eating that much? You're the pig. I want to eat that much. You have no right to interfere." Luo Yanran shouted loudly, catching the attention of many onlookers. The owner, however, was quite pleased, enjoying the sight of the young couple bickering, finding it a delightful spectacle of youth. "That I also want a plate of big shrimp," Luo Yanran declared, raising her chin with a huff. "Fine, you can stay and wash dishes for the owner later," Xiang Tian chuckled, considering that this meal would easily cost a small fortune, but he might as well consider it a fair trade for the girl. Luo Yanran, however, was not pleased. At the end of the day, she was throwing a tantrum to make Xiang Tian pay. After all, he had irked her, but Xiang Tian's nonchalant demeanor only fueled her anger further. Thus, the atmosphere became tense. Xiang Tian played on his phone while Luo Yanran had stormed out without taking anything. So, she didn't want him to be too comfortable. "Hey, I'm thirsty. Isn't there water? Just drink it," Xiang Tian replied, glancing at her. The tea served at the barbecue place was a type of yellow tea, infused with small chrysanthemums, a flavor not everyone appreciated. Luo Yanran simply wanted to boss him around. "This water tastes terrible. Go buy me a bottle of Assam." Xiang Tian responded with two indifferent words, "Not going." "You." Sure enough, tears began to well up in her eyes again, her big, watery gaze looking particularly pitiful. All right, I'll go. Seeing Xiang Tian leave with an unhappy face, she couldn't help but smile victoriously, feeling a rush of delight mixed with a hint of pride. She was unaware of how Xiang Tian had changed. Whether it was his attitude toward her or his personality, perhaps it was because she had been too cold to him that day, speaking a bit harshly. The previously sullen boy who used to revolve around her seemed to have vanished. As the feelings of loss crept in quietly, a hand suddenly appeared before her. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and take it. You're driving me crazy." She lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the seemingly impatient expression of Xiang Tian. Yet his gaze was undeniably gentle. Chapter 28. The troublesome Luo Yanran. Observing Xiang Tian, who had lowered his head to engage with his phone, ignoring her presence, Luo Yanran took a sip of her milk tea, turned her head away in a haughty manner, and let out a few soft hums, attempting to capture Xiang Tian's attention. However, he remained completely unresponsive, causing her small face to fall once more. HMHM. HMHM. With her incessant throat clearing, Xiang Tian couldn't help but look up, frowning. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your throat? Noticing Luo Yanran silently staring at him, resting her chin on her hand, Xiang Tian felt exasperated. What now? I bought you a drink, and you're still not satisfied. He had never realized before how bothersome Luo Yanran could be. With a sense of righteous indignation, she spread her small hands. Xiang Tian shot her a sidelong glance. What do you want? She blinked her eyes. Let me borrow your phone to play. No, really not. Her little face began to scrunch up. Xiang Tian remained steadfast. No. Give it to me. No. The two seemed to deliberately bicker, infuriating Luo Yanran to the point of sitting right next to Xiang Tian, reaching out to snatch it. Yet, she was no match for him. Her delicate hands were firmly grasped by Xiang Tian. That I'll tell Auntie when I get back, saying you're bullying me. Luo Yanran feigned a fierce expression as a threat. However, her tender and lovely face was utterly lacking in intimidation, which instead made Xiang Tian find her somewhat adorable. All right, you can come home with me later and explain to my mom how I've bullied you, and by the way, sleep in my room tonight. As the distance between them continued to shrink, Luo Yanran stared blankly at the face so close to her, her heart racing uncontrollably. You wish. I don't want to go back with you. I want to eat anymore. With that, she stood up in embarrassment and anger. Seeing that Xiang Tian made no move to stop her, Luo Yanran clenched her small fist and stomped out. At that moment, the smiling boss, carrying a plate, approached them. The aroma of cumin wafted through the air, causing Luo Yanran to pause and glance back, swallowing hard. So many dishes. What a pity. I can't finish them all by myself. Xiang Tian feigned a sigh and picked up a skewer of meat, shoving it into his mouth. Xiang Tian, I hate you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Yanran, still fuming, sat back down, retaliating by pinching 2 skewers of meat as if to bite into Xiang Tian. Unable to contain his laughter, Xiang Tian found the little girl surprisingly amusing. As the menu filled up, he peeled a shrimp and tossed it into her bowl, casually saying, Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Luo Yanran seemed genuinely famished, her small mouth greasy as she chewed. Yet, her gaze never strayed from him. After years of knowing Luo Yanran, Xiang Tian understood her personality like the back of his hand. He felt somewhat vexed, such a petty person, holding grudges over mere words. That I wonder who will be able to tolerate you in the future. Luo Yanran halted, contemplating for a moment before saying, Tomorrow. Jiaying invited me to go shopping in Hanyang. Do you want to come? Not going. With the rising temperatures, Xiang Tian saw no reason to go out and suffered. He watched as Luo Yanran entered the elevator, finally breathing a sigh of relief, having successfully delivered the little troublemaker home, thus completing his task. Upon exiting the neighborhood, the scene before him nearly terrified him to death. The night breeze was chilling, and across the street stood a seductive woman in a white dress, her long hair flowing, the hem of her dress swaying in the wind. Xiang Tian stood bewildered for a moment. Lin Xiyan. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Lin Xiyan's voice was icy, her stunning face betraying no hint of emotion. Is that so? Heh. With an awkward laugh, Xiang Tian felt a surge of anxiety within. He knew her far too well. Some memories were still vivid. So, she is your little childhood sweetheart? Lin Xiyan questioned, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Xiang Tian's heart sank, and he quickly forced a smile. Just a classmate. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Oh, really? So you were just sending her home? Seeing Lin Xiyan's expression darken further, he felt increasingly guilty. My dad knows her dad. We just went over to her house for a meal. Lin Xiyan's face fell again. You went to her house for a meal? As her gaze grew colder and colder, Xiang Tian's mind raced, and he indignantly said, To be honest, I didn't want to go over. But my dad insisted. You wouldn't believe how annoying that girl is, spoiled and difficult to deal with. It's all his fault. Meanwhile, he silently prayed. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Old Xiang. Is that really what you think? Lin Xiyan said with a half smile, her expression incredibly subtle. Absolutely, Xiang Tian earnestly assured her, seizing the moment. With all this time, I'd rather be out shopping with you, nurturing our relationship. Who knows, we might even rekindle our romance." Upon hearing such sweet words, Lin Xiyan shot him a disdainful glance, still coldly huffing. "I don't believe you that I know you too well. Go ahead and deceive me." Xiang Tian quietly observed her expression soften a bit, then lamented. "It seems trust between us is cracked. Anyway, our marital fate has run its course. I wish you find someone who loves you more in this lifetime." Finally finding an excuse to escape her, he strode forward, but after just a few steps, he heard Lin Xiyan's panicked voice. "Hey, husband, that's not what I meant." "I see that's precisely what you mean," Xiang Tian retorted fiercely, his mind racing with a multitude of curses. However, the path home was utterly blocked. Lin Xiyan called after him a couple of times, realizing he was unresponsive, then coldly commanded, "Xiang Tian, don't take it too far. I'll count to 3. You better come back." He wavered, grappling with a difficult decision, just as Lin Xiyan began her countdown. "Come here," Lin Xiyan sneered. The intimate atmosphere from the car made Xiang Tian acutely aware of suffocating affection, especially in Lin Xiyan's tender gaze, which was so fervent he could hardly bear it. Yet, he found comfort in her usual loud and demanding demeanor. Before he could agree, she began to touch him. Xiang Tian irritably wiped his mouth. "You're truly insane. Is it necessary to act like you've never seen a man before? You are my husband. What's the big deal?" she replied, hesitating. Then she gently pinched Xiang Tian's waist. "From now on, you're not allowed to interact with that girl." Chapter 29. The beauty that the youth insists upon. Lin Xiyan leaned against Xiang Tian's shoulder with a look of grievance, perhaps feeling that men often reminisce about their first love. Their 4 years of inseparable companionship made her feel uncomfortable. Why? After all, she had only been entangled with him for less than half a year. "Did you hear me?" Noticing Xiang Tian's lack of response, Lin Xiyan immediately straightened up, her expression darkening. "Are you unhappy about it?" It was understandable. She was beautiful and had been his childhood friend, their bond spanning so many years that it nearly rivaled her status as his wife. As she spoke, her tone grew despondent, her charming eyes blinking, and within moments, tears began to well up. Seeing this, Xiang Tian hurried to comfort her. All right, I promise you." He felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't intended to cling to her like before. However, being in the same class, their daily encounters made it unavoidable for misunderstandings to arise. Of course, if Lin Xiyan were to distance herself a bit, he would be even happier. Another day passed, and Xiang Tian happened to run into Su Jiaying on the playground. "Why didn't you come out to play with Shaoran over the weekend? Are you two still in a tiff?" Su Jiaying asked, surprised, as she had heard Luo Yinran herself invite him, only to be rejected by Xiang Tian. "That shouldn't be, don't think too much. I had something come up yesterday, no time to go out." Xiang Tian rolled his eyes, casually walking ahead, but his miserable expression went unnoticed by anyone. The truth was, since that night, Lin Xiyan had made a significant decision. She would temporarily stay in Kai District over the weekend, claiming it was to supervise herself and nurture their marital relationship. She even bought a second-hand house near his place for the sake of keeping an eye on him, almost convincing Xiang Tian of her ridiculous story. This morning, she had even driven him to H University, sparing him the trouble of public transport. Upon returning to his seat, Xiang Tian had barely rested his head on the desk when Zhongyan entered the classroom with Luo Yanran. "Xiang Tian. Big news, big news. It's such a pity you weren't here yesterday," Zhongyan exclaimed, hardly even placing his backpack down before buzzing in Xiang Tian's ear. Xiang Tian shot up, glaring coldly at him. "Shut up. Can you be quiet for a second? Just state your business. What's wrong with you? You look all worn out. Did you stay up all night?" Zhongyan was not offended by Xiang Tian's outburst. Instead, he leaned in and whispered, "Those two bought a dress while out shopping yesterday. Did Luo Yinran tell you about it?" Xiang Tian shot him a glare. "Are you out of your mind? Why would she tell me about her shopping?" Zhongyan laughed lecherously, and feeling somewhat exasperated, turned to Xiang Tian and exclaimed, "Get to the point. What do you think of Su Jiaying?" This inquiry piqued Xiang Tian's interest, prompting him to glance bizarrely ahead, where he fortuitously locked eyes with Luo Yinran. "Say something. How does she look?" At this moment, Zhongyan's attention was entirely fixated on Xiang Tian, and upon seeing him remained silent. He grew anxious, fearing he had misjudged the situation. Let's discuss this later. Trouble is brewing." Xiang Tian lightly nudged him with his elbow, only to see Luo Yin striding towards them with a frosty expression. "What are you doing? When did you arrive today? I didn't see you at the station." Early that morning, Luo Yanran had been waiting at the bus stop in front of a breakfast stall, stubbornly consuming steamed buns for half an hour without catching a glimpse of Xiang Tian. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Tian had long been ensconced in a car sent by Lin Xiyan, thus unable to keep watch. Unable to divulge this, Xiang Tian replied, "I got up a bit early. I caught the first bus." The atmosphere began to quiet down, and even Zhong Yun could sense the awkwardness radiating from the exchanged glances between the two. Luo Yanran scrutinized him from a superior position, while Xiang Tian remained transfixed on her. After all, Luo Yanran was undeniably beautiful. Gazing at her was hardly a loss, or so Xiang Tian believed. "You look at me, and I'll look at you. Neither of us is at a disadvantage." Heh. Incredible. I finally grasped a saying. As proud as I was before, I am now equally embarrassed, after Luo Yanran walked away. Zhong Yun couldn't help but lament. Xiang Tian shot him a glance. "Jealous, are we?" "Heh. How could I be jealous? I can only wish my brother well," he replied, his face contorting in a comical manner. Which made Xiang Tian suppress a laugh. By the way, didn't Su Jiang go shopping for a dress yesterday? I never realized her figure was so remarkable. You're a pervert, Xiang Tian retorted with disdain. Zhong Yun immediately shot back. "You're the one who stares at Luo Yanran all day. In terms of perversion, I'm nowhere near you." Xiang Tian was left speechless for quite a while before finally managing to ask, "Have you taken a liking to her?" Zhong Yun nodded emphatically. "Su Jiang has a great personality. She's gentle and considerate. Why wouldn't I be interested?" He then rested his chin on his hand, quietly admiring the serene beauty of her long, straight hair. Following Zhong Yun's gaze, Xiang Tian found himself involuntarily captivated by the sight of her high ponytail, his expression growing complex. The sunlight streamed in through the windows, illuminating the corners of the room, and the bright sky instilled a sense of calm, enhancing everyone's mood. Consequently, the two boys by the window, while listening to the teacher's earnest instructions, found themselves glancing towards what they deemed beautiful in their own eyes. In the afternoon, chaos erupted in old Lu's foreign language class as the entire class buzzed with excitement. "What? Xiang Tian scored higher than Li Jiarue. Are you kidding? Isn't he always at the bottom of the list? How did he manage to outperform Li Jiarue this time?" Recently, discussions about Xiang Tian had dominated the female students' conversations, leading to discontent among many of the boys. The once mockingly dubbed dog had seemingly gained a sudden surge of popularity. Rumors circulated that Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran might have become an item, much to the dismay of many. After all, who could resist a tall, handsome, and caring boyfriend? Silence. Old Lu's face darkened, and the students quickly ceased their chatter. "I know many of you are skeptical about Xiang Tian's recent performance, but I have witnessed his hard work over the past few days." He cast a fleeting glance around the room before his gaze landed on Xiang Tian. And he said calmly, "Come up here." Reluctantly, Xiang Tian walked to the front of the class under the scrutiny of numerous eyes and awkwardly greeted everyone. Hello. A chorus of laughter erupted, as everyone burst into fits of giggles. Xiang Tian had anticipated this reaction. Having been the center of attention for so long, he wished he could simply vanish into the ground. "Be serious. This is a classroom. Who allowed you to be so frivolous?" Chapter 30. An inspirational speech under old Lu's admonition. The classroom fell silent once more. Although old Lu rarely wielded his authority as a teacher and occasionally cracked a joke when he turned serious, everyone regarded him with utmost respect, especially with Xiang Tian standing there. Countless gazes were fixated upon him, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Regarding foreign language, have you discovered some clever trick that has allowed your grades to improve so rapidly? Please share it with us. After saying this, old Lu stepped aside, granting Xiang Tian the stage. That it had only been 2 or 3 days since the last test, yet Xiang Tian's score had nearly doubled. Such a rapid improvement within a short span. It could either indicate cheating or a miraculous surge of understanding. Many leaned in attentively, eager to hear Xiang Tian's explanation, while others were simply there to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran, just a few steps away, felt her heart race with anxiety on his behalf. Success has no shortcuts. Innate talent is crucial. As soon as Xiang Tian finished speaking, the room erupted in discontent. They knew whether he was genuine or merely putting on a facade. "If it weren't for the sake of being classmates, I would expose you right here in front of old Lu." "Is that all?" Old Lu's expression darkened as he asked uncertainly. Xiang Tian confidently replied, "Aside from hard work, there are no other shortcuts to learning." Old Lu, irritated by this platitude, waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Wait, I have a few more things to say. Old Lu sensed trouble brewing and his expression soured. Speak quickly. Yet Xiang Tian stood tall at the podium, his gaze lingering deeply on each classmate as he commenced his impassioned speech. When the bell rang, Old Lu left, holding his textbook in front of his face. Instantly, the room erupted into a cacophony, with everyone surrounding Xiang Tian, and Zhong Yun, caught off guard, was engulfed in the tide of public opinion. Xiang Tian, you're truly repulsive. How could you utter such words? I feel embarrassed for you. They were giving him a chance, yet he was still acting so cocky. Hypocrisy, pure hypocrisy. This boy was clearly enjoying it. Zhong Yun, feeling utterly humiliated, buried his head in shame and muttered, I feel embarrassed just knowing this guy. As a day filled with pleasant emotions came to a close, Xiang Tian urged, hurry up. Why are you dragging your feet? Zhong Yun hesitated. You go ahead. I need to use the restroom. My stomach hurts. Come on. Disgraceful. Xiang Tian immediately recognized that his companion was trying to distance himself, utterly lacking in loyalty. Without hesitation, he raised his middle finger at Zhong Yun. Disregarding the surrounding chatter, and strode out the door. In less than half a day, his shamelessness had spread across various departments. Even in the faculty office, his infamous saying was circulating. Everything comes from innate talent and has nothing to do with diligent study. Eventually, old AI sought him out personally, and during their conversation, they managed to silence the gossip. Thus, in the following days, Zhong Yun relentlessly pursued Su Jiaying. The other two in their dormitory were constantly running home, living nearby and taking a 20-minute bus ride each day. Only he remained solitary, preparing to head home for a brief visit. Wait a moment, he was about to head to the dormitory to retrieve some belongings. Luo Yanran caught up with him. Xiang Tian paused in surprise. I've become notorious to this extent, and you still dare to talk to me. Luo Yanran frowned and retorted, why can't I talk to you? Xiang Tian shrugged, mainly because some people enjoy gossiping. If you don't mind, then neither do I. Why would I mind? Luo Yanran lowered her head, her spirits visibly low. Are you going home today? Shall we go together? Sure. With everyone watching, Xiang Tian had little choice but to comply. He had previously perused Luo Yanran's social media and had a rough idea of why their relationship had grown distant. She was overly concerned with others' opinions. Or perhaps she had always regarded him with disdain. Any hint of scandal within the campus quickly spread like wildfire, especially with his unabashed pursuit. Luo Yanran had grown increasingly annoyed. There was genuine affection. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to spend so much time together. However, after prolonged entanglement, that minuscule emotion had long since dissipated. Upon descending from the dormitory, Xiang Tian discovered Luo Yanran waiting at the entrance, with numerous passing boys stealing glances at her. After all, she was indeed beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been infatuated for so many years. Thus, the two of them walked out of the school gate together, with Luo Yanran occasionally initiating conversations while Xiang Tian responded half-heartedly, feeling a sense of emotional fatigue. You surprised me. Your grades have improved significantly, Luo Yanran remarked. If it were the usual situation, with finals approaching, I wouldn't even know if I'd be able to enjoy a pleasant summer vacation at home. That's so. It's all thanks to hard work. With an indifferent response to the sky, the atmosphere once again fell into a brief stillness. In his previous life, accompanying Luo Yanran to H University had truly exhausted him. Subsequently, during their university years, his father's career had briefly reached a peak, opening a branch factory within 2 years. However, good times are often fleeting. Not long after, in the latter half of their junior year, bankruptcy was announced at AS. For the present, if all goes as expected, Lin Xiyan would probably transfer to W University next semester. At this moment, Luo Yanran halted her steps and addressed Xiang Tian from behind. Have you been deliberately avoiding me these days? This was unprecedented for her, ruthlessly exposing Xiang Tian's facade. He was taken aback. How could you think that? Was a woman's intuition truly that sharp, or had she begun to feel the absence of him beside her? But he dismissed the thought. He must not let himself be overly sentimental. Her nature was akin to a hard stone that could not be warmed. Do you have nothing to say to me now? She increasingly found herself unable to comprehend Xiang Tian, as if the incessant crowd surrounding them had completely vanished. Is it that you're afraid I might find you bothersome? Xiang Tian forced an awkward smile. Yet with such perfunctory words, the disappointment in Luo Yanran's eyes grew deeper. Last weekend, I asked you out, but you refused to leave your room. You didn't even reply to my messages. And you haven't sought me out during this time. Chapter 31. The crime scene, don't overthink it. Our relationship is such that we practically grew up in the same pair of trousers. ISNT, at almost time for final exams. We should focus on studying. Then why haven't you sent me a single message? Xiang Tian felt a headache coming on. This girl was unyielding. Ive said, I'm studying. I hardly have the mind to concern myself with other matters. Really? Luo Yanran was half convinced. Xiang Tian, in resignation, pulled out his phone, showing her the red notifications in the chat. Only then did Luo Yanran relent. Fine. In truth, he had seen the messages on his computer long ago. He simply kept himself invisible online. Who would know? Suddenly, he received a message from Lin Xiyan, claiming she was waiting for him outside the school gate to give him a ride home. As they neared the snack street, Xiang Tian quickened his pace, hoping to slip away in the crowd and shake off the little girl. However, Luo Yanran, evidently oblivious, sprinted after him. Xiang Tian, slow down, don't come over. He silently prayed, hoping Lin Xiyan, who might be lurking in the shadows, wouldn't spot him. He was nearly in tears, even starting to run. I'm in a hurry to head back. Wait for me. We need to clear things up first. He ran while she chased. The handsome boy and pretty girl had unwittingly become a picturesque scene on campus. Look, look, there's a beautiful girl. Someone nudged their companion. The companion squinted ahead and concluded, ISNT, that the campus belle. Luo Yanran? How do you know? I can tell by her legs. Both Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran were renowned figures in the school. Anyone who frequented the campus forums knew of the campus belle's devoted admirer. According to unofficial records, the love and hatred between these two resembled an unwritten novel, endlessly captivating. That it must be said that Luo Yanran's athleticism was remarkable. She could run so swiftly that Xiang Tian could hardly shake her off. That moment, they crossed paths with Zhong Yun and Su Jiaying, who were leisurely strolling. Su Jiaying observed thoughtfully. Zhong Yun. Ive noticed that Xiao Ran has been acting quite strangely lately. It seems she is gradually getting drawn in. Zhong Yun, perplexed, replied, Is that so? Luo Yanran has indeed been seeking out Xiang Tian frequently these past few days. When I asked him, he wouldn't say anything. I can't fathom their situation. Su Jiaying's expression grew increasingly complex. She is starting to care about Xiang Tian. I'm worried about this development. Zhong Yun reassured her with a smile, his eyes scrutinizing her intently. It's fine. If Luo Yanran truly likes my buddy, wouldn't that be a happy ending for both of them? A happy ending? Su Jiaying gazed at the retreating figures, filled with concern that if it were the past, perhaps it would indeed be, as Zhong Yun described, a joyful resolution. Luo Yanran had feelings for Xiang Tian, but this affection lay buried deep. So much so that even she was unaware of it. For now, Su Jiaying harbored different thoughts. Zhong Yun cheerfully suggested, Why should we worry? How about I walk you back to the dormitory? Xiang Tian searched anxiously but failed to find Lin Xiyan's car. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran had caught up and stood before him. Why are you running? What? Why are you always following me? Xiang Tian's expression was tinged with urgency. If Lin Xiyan remained calm, he could manage a few casual remarks. But if he provoked her ire, who knew what crazed actions she might take? Out of breath, Luo Yanran insisted, We should go home together. I have some questions I want to ask you. Strands of hair clung to her forehead, dampened with sweat, and her chest rose and fell rhythmically. Even through her loose t-shirt, the outline of her form was subtly discernible. Hurry and ask. Then, Xiang Tian, parched and irritated, decided to buy a cup of milk tea. The corner of H University was a milk tea shop frequented by many students, not only for its affordability, but also its delightful flavors. The proprietors, a middle-aged couple, would often place a few small wooden tables and stools outside, where young couples could occasionally be seen. Xiang Tian irritably turned his head, only to catch sight of a pair of eyes that seemed to smile mockingly. The owner of those eyes stood and walked towards Luo Yanran. His heart plummeted. He hurriedly called out, Boss, another cup of milk tea, please. The owner glanced over and remarked, That young lady is your friend. Isn't she has been sitting here for quite a while. She seems unfamiliar, likely not a student of H University. Xiang Tian was utterly dumbfounded. You can tell that. The owner rolled his eyes. Of course. I remember you. You're always trailing after someone's daughter. He felt somewhat disheartened. He had long been accustomed to being overshadowed by Luo Yanran, and the setbacks had taken a toll on him. Suddenly, Luo Yanran was intercepted by a girl whose intentions were unclear. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor exuded an extraordinary aura, and her words were sharp and unyielding. Given the other girl's unfriendly demeanor, Luo Yanran furrowed her brow and politely inquired, "Is there something you need?" "So you're Xiang Tian's childhood sweetheart. Quite the beauty," Lin Xiyan remarked coolly, her beautiful eyes assessing Luo Yanran without restraint. Up close, it was evident that Luo Yanran possessed extraordinary beauty. However, as for anything beyond that, puffed, "Sorry, but Lin Xiyan couldn't see it. Would you mind stepping aside?" Her anxious gaze flickered towards Xiang Tian, who was not far away. After all, Lin Xiyan's demeanor was such that a naive girl like Luo Yanran could hardly withstand it. "What is this? Are you trying to find him in front of me?" Lin Xiyan scoffed. Whenever Luo Yanran attempted to move, Lin Xiyan would position herself in front of her, deliberately obstructing her path. Thus, Luo Yanran glared at Lin Xiyan. "What is your relationship with Xiang Tian?" "I am his wife," Lin Xiyan stated dismissively, nearly causing Luo Yanran to lose control. For reasons unknown, hearing such news left her heart feeling hollow. "Impossible, impossible." She shook her head, retreating in disbelief that my relationship with him is far closer than you can imagine. Lin Xian's gaze was filled with disdain. "Such a weak girl had no right to compete with her for a man that I advise you to keep your distance from him. I have a flaw. I cannot tolerate any grains of sand in my eyes. If I catch you clinging to him again, I will make you regret it." Lin Xian's words were merciless, each one piercing the heart. Devoid of any compassion, Luo Yanran bit her lip. Had it not been for Xiang Tian walking toward them, she might have already dashed away. Oblivious to the tension, Xiang Tian approached with a smile, handing her a cup of milk tea and thoughtfully inserting a straw, his desire to survive evident. "What are you two discussing? I'd like to join in chapter 32. Your overbearing nature." Lin Xiyan shot him a sidelong glance, making Xiang Tian break into a cold sweat. This woman exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, casually chatting about women's topics. "Are you interested too?" No, we're just chatting. It's good for everyone to get to know each other." Xiang Tian chuckled awkwardly. Only then noticing that something was amiss with Luo Yanran's demeanor, her eyes were beginning to redden. Especially after glancing at Lin Xiyan beside her, the coldness in her gaze was chilling. "Wishing you both a lasting relationship." Luo Yanran suddenly felt her eyes betray her, stinging fiercely that it was as if something she cherished most dearly was being snatched away. This feeling wasn't heart-wrenching or soul-crushing, but it left an emptiness that sent chills down her spine. Xiao Ran. Luo Yanran turned and fled, while Xiang Tian called out after her. Worry etched on his face as he attempted to chase her down. However, Lin Xiyan's grip tightened around his wrist. "Lin Xiyan, what did you say to her? Don't you realize that if she runs off like this, I'll have a hard time explaining to Uncle Luo?" Her icy gaze radiated an arrogance unique to her. "What do you intend to do? Are you going to leave me here alone?" Yet, this time, Xiang Tian did not yield. Instead, he chastised her. "Her temperament is that of a child. Why stoop to her level? Are you feeling sorry for her?" Lin Xiyan spoke sharply, her nails digging into Xiang Tian's wrist, drawing blood. "This matter between the two of us should not involve her." Xiang Tian was reluctant to argue with her. Perhaps his body bore too many memories of her. Whenever she felt sad or wronged, he could not help but be affected. No one could comprehend the weight of his emotions at this moment. "When did I wish to involve her? You promised me that you would maintain your distance from her. Yet, I witnessed her leaving with you." Lin Xiyan was making every effort to control her temper. Otherwise, given her usual domineering nature, she would have slapped him by now. "You remain unchanged, not a bit different." He felt somewhat helpless as he glanced at the red tea in his hand, which felt cumbersome, and tossed it casually to the roadside. "That I'm heading back. The car is across the street," Lin Xiyan said from behind. He shook his head, feeling disheartened. "I'll take the subway home." Upon returning home, Yuling noticed his gloomy expression and immediately set aside her tasks to offer comfort. "What happened? Are you having another spat?" Xiang Tian looked up in silence. "Mom, can't you hope for something good for me?" Yuling pointed her finger at his forehead. "Are you blaming me now? Think about it. Every time you come home with a long face, it's always related to that Xiaoran." Memories of the past began to fade, yet after his mother's words, many scenes resurfaced vividly. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became as he began to undress and walk toward the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. Do you want me to cook something for you?" His mother called from the living room. "No need." The icy water cascaded over his skin, seeping through his hair and trickling down his face. His troubled heart constantly tugged at his emotions, and even the cold rain could not extinguish his resentment toward Lin Xiyan. Back in his room, he logged onto QQ and glanced at the gray avatar that he intended to send her a message, but just then, Uncle Luo called. Xiao Tian, do you know what happened to Xiaoran? She locked herself in her room as soon as she got home, and 1T let us in. Your aunt is nearly frantic. Can you come over? It seemed the situation had escalated. And with Luo Chuanha saying so, he could only agree. All right, Uncle Luo, wait for me. I'll be right there. Xiang Tian rushed out of his room, startling Yu Ling, who was browsing Taobao. He lingered for a moment at the entrance before bursting through the door. Xiao Tian, where are you going so late? I have something urgent to attend to. As soon as Xiang Tian's words fell, he slammed the door behind him. Bang! Yu Ling felt the walls tremble and couldn't help but mutter, that little brat. She glanced at the family portrait hanging on the wall and remarked grumpily, just like you. Xiang Tian dashed toward the community where Luo Yanran lived. Meanwhile, not far away, a car with its engine off sat inconspicuously among the array of vehicles. Inside sat a girl of striking beauty, yet her expression was one of fury, her hands gripping the steering wheel as if she wished to snap it in 2.10 minutes prior. Luo Yin had returned home and immediately locked herself in her room. The commotion was significant. Neither Luo Chuanha nor Qiu Yalan received any response despite calling her name. The couple anxiously knocked on the door. Xiaoran, what's wrong? Have you encountered something troubling? Do you need to talk to Dad? Xiaoran, please don't overthink it. If something's wrong, don't bottle it up. Even though Luo Chuanha pressed his ear against the door, there was no sound from within. The couple could only pace back and forth in the living room with growing concern. Should we call Xiao Tian to ask if something happened at school? Qiu Yalan's heart felt heavy. Her face flustered as she searched for her phone. No, I need to check with her counselor. Our daughter can't have any accidents. Although Luo Chuanha was equally worried, he knew he had to remain calm. He took the phone from Qiu Yalan gently. Hey, don't panic. Xiaoran is very sensible. She is probably just in a bad mood and needs some time alone. We shouldn't disturb her. I'm not bothering her. I'm just worried she might do something rash. Qiu Yalan wanted to argue. But when she saw Luo Chuanha's serious expression as he stared at the door, she hushed. Xiu, listen closely. The faint sound of sobbing, well concealed yet unmistakably coming from behind the curtains. Luo Yanran, their treasured child, had always been obedient and diligent, excelling academically, the kind of child that others admired. This led to her parents indulging her, seldom interfering with her decisions. Yet now, Luo Yanran was crying in distress. Chapter 33 The most respected Uncle Luo in Luo Chuanha's memories. Aside from the times Luo Yanran struggled to fit in at school and was ostracized by her peers, there was a particular incident in elementary school when a classmate took her pen and falsely accused her of wrongdoing. Luo Yanran returned home in tears, heartbroken. Coincidentally, that pen was one that Xiu Yalan had taken her to buy at the supermarket, as they came in a box of identical designs, differing only in color. Thus, Xiu Yalan confronted the class teacher at the time. In high school, there was also a time when she was scratched by someone, and it was only when Xiu Yalan happened to see the mark that the truth came to light. Under pressure, Luo Yanran remained silent, tears of grievance streaming down her face. I must go in. Chuanha, where did you put the key? I have to see her. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease. Sigh. Don't complicate things. Let Xiao Tian handle it when he arrives. Just then, the door outside suddenly rattled, and one could faintly hear Xiang Tian's anxious voice. Uncle Luo, please open the door. Qiu Yalan attempted to go open the door, but was stopped by Luo Chuanha. Let me handle this. You go get the key from the drawer. It's our children's affairs to manage. As parents, we can only guide them during special times and have no right to interfere. Luo Chuanha's expression was complex as he gazed at the room, as if his eyes could penetrate the wooden door to see Luo Yanran sobbing on her beds. Soon as the door opened, Xiang Tian attempted to rush in. Uncle Luo, is Xiaoran in her room? She sighed. However, Luo Chuanha hesitated, words caught in his throat. Qiu Yalan emerged from the bedroom. The key? Is this the key? Give it to Xiao Tian. Let him check on her himself. Qiu Yalan's face was filled with worry. No way. I must go in too. Luo Chuanha frowned. What will you do in there? Don't meddle. After saying this, he handed the key to Xiang Tian. Go and talk to her. She is quite fond of you and is crying inside. Xiang Tian approached the door with heavy steps. The faint sobs from within grew increasingly distinct as he neared, He made a decisive move to insert the key, but Luo Yanran seemed to be on high alert, shouting from within, "Get out! I don't want to see you!" A bitter taste welled in Xiang Tian's throat as he responded in a low voice. "Xiaoran." Luo Yanran's voice was hoarse. "Get lost." Xiao Yalan wanted to step forward, but Luo Chuanha held her back. "Let me through. I need to talk to Xiaoran." "What do you intend to do?" "Don't disturb them. Their hearts are not something you can manipulate." Luo Chuanha had just pulled Xiao Yalan into the bedroom when they heard a sound of something being thrown inside. "If you dare come in, I'll jump out the window," Luo Yanran threatened, her voice laced with desperation. Xiao Yalan nearly fainted from shock, her legs going weak. All right. I want to go in. I want to go in." "Xiaoran, don't act rashly. Let us talk this over calmly. I don't want to see you again." She didn't want anyone to witness her current state. It was truly humiliating. She didn't particularly care that Xiang Tian had found a so-called girlfriend. Not only was the girl beautiful, but she also had a commanding presence. What did any of that have to do with her? Why did the other party inexplicably block her from passing? Was the road owned by her family? Who did she think she was? What right did she have to control her? But unfortunately, Xiang Tian was in cahoots with her, both ganging up against her. "Fine, if I don't see him, then I don't see him. It's not like I'm dependent on him," Luo Yanran thought to herself. Yet deep down, she felt utterly wronged, especially since her parents were outside worrying about her. What could she do? They even brought that jerk along, which prompted her rebellious nature to surface, and she began to lash out. Luo Chuanha was all too familiar with his daughter's temperament. When her temper flared, no one could reason with her. "Xiaoran, please remain calm. If there is something troubling you, talk to Dad. I'll send Xiao Tian home right now." Even Luo Chuanha, unable to think clearly, quickly pulled Xiang Tian aside. "Xiao Tian, perhaps you should head back for now. When Xiaoran calms down, I'll call you." Xiang Tian looked apologetic. "All right, I'll follow your advice." Xiao Yalan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned against the wall as she exited, her tone agitated. "Xiang Tian, I am telling you, you better stay away from my daughter. If anything happens to her, I'll make you regret it." As the atmosphere grew tense, Luo Chuanha scolded Xiao Yalan angrily. "I think you're the one being foolish. Why are you taking your anger out on the children?" He pushed the door open, stepping outside with a forced smile. "Your aunt has been quite agitated. Do not take her words to heart. It is of no consequence. I shall take my leave now. Uncle Luo has troubled himself on your behalf today." That he forced a smile as he spoke. "Let me see you off." He did not refuse. And the two descended the stairs to eye in the stillness of the night. Luo Chuanha could not resist glancing up at the window, where a vague silhouette was watching them intently on the quiet path. He could not help but speak. "I have a friend, and the situation is rather complicated." On her way back today, Luo Yanran encountered her and likely said something that led to an unpleasant situation. Luo Chuanha was visibly taken aback, surprised that this lad had always shown interest in his daughter. How could it have come to this? Then it dawned on him. No wonder his daughter returned home in such a state. As a father, he understood his girl well. She was like a stubborn duck refusing to yield. That he sighed. "All right, I do not hold it against you. This is your choice. Just be mindful of the other person's character." Uncle Luo patted him on the shoulder, speaking in a tone akin to that of an elder brother, imparting wisdom that resonated more deeply than words from parents. "This is where I leave you. Be careful on your way back, and do not let your parents worry. Remember to give them a call." Xiang Tian sincerely replied, "Thank you." Regardless of the time, Luo Chuanha treated him like a son, offering guidance and counsel, and his words were deserving of lifelong respect. "You rascal, remember this. A man must take responsibility, handle his own affairs with care, and leave no regrets." These words lingered in his mind, their obscure meaning something he could only digest alone. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, with numerous KTVs lining the sides, their doors perpetually open, and women lounging on the sofas near the snack and drink counters. There was also a woman leaning against a Maserati, waiting for him. Chapter 34. Lin Xiyan's ultimatum. "It seems you have not achieved your expectations. Are you feeling disappointed?" Lin Xiyan scoffed, finding amusement in Xiang Tian's furrowed brow. As he passed her, his despondent mood left him disinclined to argue. "That I do not wish to discuss this with you right now." His gaze was unfocused, lost in the lights ahead. Lin Xiyan chose not to pursue him, but instead chuckled softly behind him. "Is it that you do not wish to discuss it? Or are you simply avoiding it? You may deceive yourself, but you cannot conceal the truth from me." Lin Xiyan approached him gracefully, her beauty reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop an iceberg. If you did not care for her, you would not have left me there alone. In his eyes, Lin Xiyan smiled, yet the simmering anger within her gaze was undeniable. Xiang Tian, steadying his emotions, looked at her. So what is it that you want? She sensually parted her lips, her pearly teeth grazing his earlobe as she spoke softly. Have you not realized, Brother Tian? You are rekindling old flames. A chill ran through Xiang Tian as he instinctively stepped back, incredulous at her words. Many of the boys from H University have been asking me for your contact information. I am increasingly fond of this place. Everything can start anew, including our acquaintance. Lin Xiyan beamed radiantly, her fair arms like lotus roots stretching elegantly as she twirled in place. Her demeanor was decidedly unwell, a condition that had manifested not just once or twice. Yet Xiang Tian retorted stubbornly, I never said I wanted to get to know you again. In an unexpected turn, Lin Xiyan swiftly slapped his face without mercy. Immediately after, she gently caressed his cheek, her alluring red lips exuding a sweet fragrance, her eyes filled with a painful yearning. Darling, do not take advantage of my love for you to provoke me with such remarks. Who knows what I might do? If I inadvertently harm your little green plum and jeopardize the bond between us, how inappropriate that would be. A man must not be coddled. Otherwise, he risks losing his heart in a mire of temptation. A flicker of complexity crossed Xiang Tian's eyes as memories surged forth, accompanied by scathing words like useless and spineless, tormenting him to the brink of despair. In life, I can be infinitely tolerant of you. But when it comes to matters of the heart, I demand your unwavering devotion to me. Is that too much to ask? I permit you to gradually sever ties with that girl during this last semester. Once your vacation begins, I will assist you in transferring to W University, after which you will know what to do. Having said this, Lin Xiyan pressed a bank card into Xiang Tian's already numb hand, leaving her kiss mark on his face. I am leaving now. Remember to think of me. He stood there in a daze, gazing at the card in his hand, inhaling the lingering fragrance of her presence. Everything suspended in the air, the Maserati, echoing with her silhouette, roared like a beast before vanishing into the vast darkness. This weekend, Luo Chuanhe visited his home daily under the pretense of socializing with old Xiang, conversing about the past while subtly discussing matters concerning Luo Yanran. Uncle Luo, please do your best to guide her. My words will surely fall on deaf ears. Noticing Xiang Tian's unusual demeanor, Luo Chuanhe furrowed his brows. What is wrong with you, lad? You seem unusually somber. Have you encountered some trouble? Xiang Tian chuckled lightly. It is nothing. Just some recent unpleasant occurrences affecting my mood. Very well, pay attention to your mindset. Do not let your parents worry. After Luo Chuanhe departed, his mother was in the living room applying a face mask, preparing to rejuvenate, while he remained in his room, gazing at the sparse lights outside. Although he claimed to be fine, there was a thread of truth in his words, known only to him. As night fell, the visage that was hauntingly perfect became his inescapable nightmare. On Wednesday, as Xiang Tian entered the classroom, Zhongyun received a message from Su Jiaying. Before he could settle in, Zhongyun pulled him aside and inquired, Why have you not returned at night these past few days? The dormitory has been empty, just me alone. It is quite abnormal. Isn't it fine? Xiang Tian replied nonchalantly, reorganizing his desk. Also, how did you end up mixed up with Wu Yifei? She associates with many unsavory characters. Dio, I need you to remind me. What's going on with you? Did I provoke you? Why the sudden anger? Zhongyun appeared taken aback. In truth, Xiang Tian had been somewhat distracted these past few days, his behavior deviating from the norm. Chapter 35. I have money after class. As they were about to leave, Wu Yifei approached, exuding excitement, especially with her long legs making it hard to go unnoticed. When are we departing? Just as he was about to respond, Zhongyun interjected. Where are you two headed? To KTV. Xiang Tian has already booked a room. You should join us. Wu Yifei chimed in cheerfully. Zhongyun shook his head. I cannot sing, so it would be pointless for me to go. You all enjoy yourselves. You cannot sing? Xiang Tian shot him a sideways glance, knowing that Zhongyun had been the one to introduce him to this world. Claiming he could not sing was laughable. Stop pretending to understand me so well. Zhongyun seemed still annoyed from earlier, wearing an expression of dissatisfaction. But I understand you better. He chuckled before standing up. Wu Yifei smoothly intervened. Come on, we are all classmates. Not being able to sing is fine. It is more about having a good time together. If you say you aren't going, then you aren't going. You all can enjoy yourselves. Zhong Yun was somewhat frustrated, hastily slinging his backpack over his shoulder, ready to leave. Xiang Tian had no intention of insisting, but unexpectedly, an incongruous voice echoed from behind. Who said he wasn't going? Su Jiang entered through the back door, making the decision for him, leaving Zhong Yun in a quandary. Jiang. What? So you were coming too? Xiang Tian raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing a hint of intrigue between the two. Yes, I am going as well. Su Jiang shot Xiang Tian a fierce glare before turning to Zhong Yun. Stop talking nonsense. Later, you will take us there. Originally, Su Jiang possessed a gentle and understanding demeanor, and after their outing, Zhong Yun was utterly captivated by her appearance in a green floral dress. He seemed to almost float in the air with joy that hadn't he been gravitating towards Su Jiang lately. He must have a crush on someone else. Now that Su Jiang had made her intentions clear, he could hardly refuse, reluctantly agreeing. Beside her, Li Jure resembled a little fangirl, her eyes sparkling like five-pointed stars as she exclaimed, Xiang Tian, can I hear you sing later? You are always welcome. His impression of Li Jure was that of a lively and adorable girl, fond of mischief and revelry, making interactions with her quite pleasant. The group agreed to meet at Tang Palace at 7:30. After Su Jiang witnessed Xiang Tian and Wu Yifei leave, she huffed at Zhong Yun. Didn't I tell you to keep a close eye? How could you almost let such a wonderful opportunity slip away? What more is there to watch? He has already hit it off with someone else. Why bother to stir the pot? Zhong Yun shrugged her shoulders, adopting a nonchalant and apathetic demeanor, which incensed Su Jiang to the point of stamping her feet. I don't care. I must ensure Xiao Ran sees the true nature of Xiang Tian. The Tang Palace, as the most prestigious establishment in the area, exuded an aura of golden opulence from top to bottom. Upon reaching the second floor, the air was thick with a potent fragrance of perfume, while the bar and lounge area were populated by women clad in revealing attire. Their presence was laden with the trappings of society. As they exhaled clouds of smoke from their cigarettes, or displayed ink tattoos on their exposed skin that whispered of primal seduction. Zhong Yun, we haven't come to the wrong place, have we? Su Jiang murmured softly, revealing her discomfort. This is the spot. You two wait here while I inquire about the private room. Hurry back, she commanded. Li Jure and Su Jiang scanned their surroundings, feeling the curious stares of several onlookers directed at them. Their innocent demeanors starkly contrasted with the ambience, making their unease painfully obvious to anyone perceptive enough to notice. Zhong Yun mustered her courage and approached the bar, where a young man sat at the computer, flanked by a sultry woman with whom he was intimately close. After she inquired about the room number, the woman spoke into a walkie-talkie, and soon a server arrived to escort them in the dim lighting. A multitude of men and women lounged on the sofas, surrounded by scattered bottles of liquor, while the clamor of a raucous DJ set assaulted their ears, overwhelming the senses. The moment Zhong Yun pushed open the door, Xiang Tian sprang to his feet in the center, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. You finally made it. For a moment, I thought you'd stood me up. Xiang Tian stumbled over, exclaiming, let me introduce our important guests for the evening. You all better treat them well. Do you hear me? Understood, young Master Xiang. A man, somewhat perceptive, suggested, Young Master, do your friends drink alcohol? Should I fetch some soft drinks? Xiang Tian, as if struck by enlightenment, stood before the screen, a faint glow illuminating his figure. Good point. Go grab a few bottles of juice from the fridge outside. He chuckled, the scent of alcohol wafting from his breath. Don't mind the chaos. Just relax and sit with me. No need to linger by the door. Xiang Tian, what has become of you? Su Jiang took a few steps back, her eyes filled with sorrow. Even the typically vivacious Li Jure fell silent, retreating into the background. What they had thought would be a simple gathering, albeit in a somewhat disordered environment, turned out to be permeated with a debauched atmosphere that left a bitter taste in their mouths. Xiang Tian looked down in confusion. What is wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine. He boasted, look at all this money I have, as he produced a thick stack of bills from his pocket, tossing them into the air for all to see. Many eyes lit up, fixated on the fluttering cash. Little did they know the immense pressure weighing on Xiang Tian's heart, guilt towards Uncle Luo on one hand, and the relentless pressure from Lin Xiyan on the other. Why was it that, despite living a second life, he still could not escape her clutches? The money he flaunted was merely a means to humiliate him, a desperate attempt to see him fall. The mounting tension clearly intimidated the two women, prompting Zhong Yun to intervene forcefully, pushing him. That's enough. Taken by surprise, Xiang Tian stumbled, slipping on a puddle on the floor and landing heavily. Wu Yifei immediately chastised, Zhong Yun, what are you doing? Xiang Tian kindly invited you here, and you resort to violence? She rushed over to help him, only to be halted by his hand as he chuckled curiously. Zhong Yun, why did you push me? Zhong Yun gazed at him with disappointment. Xiang Tian, you've changed. Xiang Tian was bewildered. Changed? How so? I'm standing right here, aren't I? A heavy silence enveloped him. The latent resentment buried deep within his heart momentarily paralyzing him. You feel so foreign now. Zhong Yun averted her gaze, shaking her head in dismay. In her memory, Xiang Tian would never frequent such places. Nor would he consort with such individuals. He had once boldly pursued his affections without regard for the scorn of others, unwavering even in the face of repeated rejections from Luo Yanran. Though foolish, his love was genuine, and one understood Xiang Tian's character better than Zhong Yun. Alcohol was gradually eroding his dwindling rationality, leaving Xiang Tian momentarily disoriented about his surroundings. How have I changed? Haven't I always been like this? Have you forgotten? Perhaps he still lingered in the bar, living a life turned upside down with Zhong Yun, enduring hardships that seemed bearable as long as he was free from Lin Xiyan's suffocating presence. No one was privy to these burdens, prompting Zhong Yun to scoff. You resemble a societal failure. Beside him, Wu Yifei retorted angrily. Zhong Yun, who are you referring to? You'd better choose your words wisely. Xiang Tian, bewildered, observed without intervening. Meanwhile, Zhong Yun dismissed the threat with a cold smile. Enough that you're not a saint here. Weren't you the one who brought Xiang Tian here? Do you really think he has any affection for you? Chapter 36. Self-destruction. Wu Yifei's expression soured, casting a hopeful glance at Xiang Tian, silently pleading for him to defend her, to spare her from further embarrassment. Zhong Yun was about to voice more when Su Jiaying suggested, let us leave. It seems pointless to engage with such incomprehensible individuals. You're leaving already? Wu Yifei's expression turned triumphant, but before she could finish, Xiang Tian pushed her aside. That I'll see you out, he stated solemnly. Zhong Yun retorted with a scoff. No need for your hospitality, young Master Xiang. She turned and followed Su Jiaying, while Li Jiro timidly trailed behind. That in truth, she was terrified, glancing back at Xiang Tian one last time. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. Upon exiting the private room, and noticing Xiang Tian hadn't pursued them, Su Jiaying promptly released Zhong Yun's hand, frowning. What were you doing back there? Zhong Yun, sensing her thoughts had been unveiled, could only offer an awkward smile. I just got too immersed in the moment and couldn't detach. Next time, don't hold my hand, Su Jiaying snapped as she walked ahead. Her anger palpable. Puffed. Li Jiro couldn't suppress a giggle, which earned her a fierce glare from Su Jiaying. That I didn't see anything. I don't know. She cleverly covered her mouth, her eyes lingering on the two behind them. Hey, Jiaying, wait for me, Zhong Yun called as she hurried after her. Li Jiro accidentally collided with a drunken man at the corner. Sorry. She instinctively apologized, preparing to chase after the two ahead. However, at that moment, a firm grip seized her wrist, and the next instant, she was yanked backward. Where do you think you're going, little lady? What do you want? Let me go. I bumped into you by accident. I apologize. Li Jiro was startled. The man reeked of alcohol, mixed with sweat, and his leering gaze held an aggressive intent, as if he were about to devour her whole. Men who frequented such places often encountered young, attractive college girls. Their naivety a tempting target compared to more experienced women. Their essay saying about youthful beauty, a fleeting experience of campus life that many have yet to savor. Thus, the man's interest piqued. What's your number? I'd like to speak with your manager, Zhang, and invite you to our private room tonight. No, I don't wanna. Let me go, Li Jiro shouted. Hearing the scream, Zhong Yun turned around, her face pale as she saw Li Jiro being accosted by the man. Her expression shifting to one of alarm. The man reached out to caress Li Jiro's cheek, but in the next instant, a furious shout erupted from behind. You bastard! Zhong Yun and Su Jiaying rushed over. Concern etched on their faces. Jiro, are you all right? Did that man harm you? Li Jiro stammered, still shaken. I am fine. Xiang Tian saved me. The commotion attracted the attention of a nearby server, who rushed over to assess the situation. Upon seeing the man on the floor, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Wang, are you all right? The man, addressed as Mr. Wang, bellowed at the startled server. Get Xiang Tian to see me. You three should leave. I'll handle this, Xiang Tian instructed them in a low voice, but Mr. Wang erupted in laughter. Leave? You little brat laid your hands on him and think you can just walk away? What do we do now? Li Jirue whispered, her mind racing in confusion. Su Jiaying could only comfort her, placing their hopes on Xiang Tian. What game are we playing? I'll join you. But now, Zhongyun. Why are you still standing there? Get them out of here that we're leaving. But you. I'm fine. This loser can't handle her, Xiang Tian scoffed, pulling out his phone, hesitating momentarily before dialing. Darling, did you miss me? The unexpected call from Lin Xiyan truly took him by surprise. Her voice remained soft and delicate, seemingly embodying the demeanor of a petite woman. When faced with a predicament, can you handle it? On the other end, Lin Xiyan's words filled him with trepidation. Are you referring to the incident at Tanggong? Now, turn around and face the right side surveillance camera. Let your wife have a good look at you. A chill swept through Xiang Tian's heart as he gazed in disbelief at the corner, the red dot on the camera seemingly calibrating itself to him, constantly exposing his every action. When did this all begin? Lin Xiyan chuckled, saying, the moment I saw the transaction on your card, I knew everything. Don't worry, your wife merely wishes to see you. After all, I have some matters to attend to for now. I shall come to find you later. Zhongyun and the others had barely taken a few steps when 7 or 8 individuals appeared ahead, completely blocking the corridor. Hey there, feeling rather bold. Are we trying to play the hero? Mr. Wang, witnessing the gathering, couldn't be bothered to intervene personally, merely sneering from the side. Take these little rascals to the alley. Leave the woman behind. As his words fell. The scene remained eerily still that Mr. Wang noticed Zhang Zhixiang in the crowd, his head bowed in fear, utterly paralyzed. Zhang Zhixiang, did you not hear my command? Get moving, he shouted again, until a tall woman emerged through the parted crowd. The onlookers reverently exclaimed, Sister Hua, Wang Hongli, it's been a while, and your arrogance has certainly grown. Sister Ting, what brings you here? Mr. Wang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, retreating several steps. Seemingly terrified of this woman, no choice. You should have checked the calendar before stepping out and provoking the wrong person. Sister Ting shrugged, her tone turning grave. Take him away. A few individuals swiftly dragged Mr. Wang into a nearby private room, while she approached Xiang Tian, silently scrutinizing him. Did Lin Xiyan send you? Sister Ting smirked, calling you by your name. It seems your relationship with her runs quite deep. Xiang Tian addressed the bewildered trio. You all wait for me downstairs. I'll be down shortly. Chapter 37. The girl's fever. Not long after, Xiang Tian exited the club, with Zhongyun stepping forward to inquire. Are you all right? What is going on with that person now? Just a coward, picking on the weak and fearing the strong. Someone is already dealing with him. Xiang Tian dismissed, hardly concerned about the other. Instead, his gaze fell upon Li Jirue. Noticing her still shaken, not yet having regained her composure. Observing Xiang Tian staring intently at Li Jirue, Su Jiaying stepped forward, blocking him with palpable hostility. What do you intend to do with Jirue? Don't come any closer. That I advise you not to dig yourself deeper into this mess, or else I. As she trailed off, she struggled to find a fitting threat, feeling Su Jiaying's wariness towards him. Xiang Tian could only manage a wry smile. I'm merely concerned she might be frightened. I want to call a car to take her home, in a way. I want to feel secure leaving Jirue in your care. Su Jiaying firmly rejected that moment. Li Jirue tugged gently at her sleeve from behind. Jiaying, it's all right. Xiang Tian just saved you so what? Who knows what his intentions are now? Su Jiaying retorted. Deliberately trying to provoke him. It was ironic, considering she used to plead for him in front of Luo Yanran, yet now it felt like she was pushing him into the fire. Zhongyun interjected, somewhat awkwardly. Jiaying, perhaps Xiang Tian has his reasons. What reason could possibly justify coming to a place like this? I don't buy it. Unless, at that moment, Wu Yifei unexpectedly emerged from the club. Rushing towards them upon spotting them. Xiang Tian, what are you doing here? You said you were just going to the restroom, and you've been gone for so long. I was worried sick. As she approached, Su Jiaying suddenly had a flash of inspiration and backtracked. Fine, you take Jirue home. I'll go back with Zhongyun. She discreetly pinched Zhongyun, who quickly caught on. Yes, didn't you say you'd take her home? Go on, go ahead. Jiaying is in my care, he urged, nudging Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian wasn't foolish. He understood the trickery afoot, but he had no choice but to play along to Li Jure, initially observing the situation. Suddenly found herself the focal point of attention, standing there in a dazed dough. It's just the two of us. Aren't you all coming back together? In her innocence, Li Jure didn't grasp the tension. Su Jiaying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Enough with the chatter, just get in the car with Xiang Tian. Wu Yifei, growing anxious, sprinted to block the taxi. Xiang Tian, where are you going? Taking her back to school. Is there a problem? Xiang Tian furrowed his brow, circumventing her to open the car door. That is not acceptable. Everyone is still waiting for you upstairs if you leave now. Wu Yifei attempted to continue, but Xiang Tian interrupted impatiently. I've settled the bill. They can stay as long as they like. It's none of my concern. Su Jiaying, sensing her urgency, hurriedly shoved Li Jure into the car. Hey, Jiaying, why are you pushing me? Just wait a moment. Li Jure protested, rolling down the window, even attempting to open the car door, but was firmly restrained by Jiaying. Wait, the food will be cold by then. Su Jiaying sighed, yet had to patiently coax her. There's nothing to wait for. If we return late, your roommates will worry. Li Jure tilted her head. I told them I'd be back late. Even Xiang Tian found it hard to endure, entering the car and impatiently instructing the driver. Drive, Xiang Tian. If you're leaving, don't just leave me here. As the car's silhouette gradually faded, Wu Yifei finally unleashed her pent-up frustration. Su Jiaying, what offense have I committed against you? I was getting along splendidly with Xiang Tian. Why must you meddle? Don't you find such behavior repugnant? Wu Yifei, you can speak your mind, but we're all classmates. There's no need for such a harsh tone. Su Jiaying shot a glance at Zhong Yun, surprised that he would defend her at a crucial moment. Did I say anything wrong? If she weren't trying to stand up for Luo Yanran, why would she go through the trouble of rushing here? Zhong Yun scoffed. Wasn't it you who invited us? I only called you. What business do they have here? Isn't she the one who shamelessly tagged along? Enough, we needn't stoop to the level of a bitter woman. Su Jiaying's words grew increasingly caustic. She lost interest and pulled Zhong Yun away. It was yet another ordinary day as the days progressed. Heavens, so Xiang Tian is truly remarkable, Wang Xian exclaimed in astonishment, while Li Jure urged her to lower her voice. Lest anyone overhear. But didn't you say he brought you home in the end? Li Jure pondered, perplexed. Yes, Xiang Tian is indeed a wonderful guy, but I can't fathom why he has changed so. 3 days passed before Luo Yanran made her appearance. In fact, Xiang Tian had already spotted her during his morning stroll across the playground, but hadn't dared to greet her. Who knew how much resentment she held against him in her heart? He didn't wish to provoke such bad luck. Suddenly, he noticed her figure vanish. Before he could ponder further, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. What the hell? When her charming face appeared up close, his heart raced wildly. What are you doing? Let go of me. Xiang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Something was amiss. This was no coincidence. He attempted to pry her hand away, but hesitated. Reluctant to hurt her, her gaze, vacant and unfocused, met his. Don't you like this? Xiang Tian sensed something was off and reached out to touch her forehead, discovering it was burning hot. Are you out of your mind? You have a fever and aren't resting at home. The school infirmary isn't even open yet. He gritted his teeth, lifting her into his arms and rushing outside. Yet, she seemed dazed, clinging to him and murmuring, You have no time to meet anyone else. You definitely just putting on a show to deceive me, right? Her words were startling, but Xiang Tian couldn't afford to concern himself with her nonsensical babble that he dashed to the security station, dropping off his backpack. Uncle, I have an urgent matter. Just leave my things here. I'll return for them later. What did you say? I can't hear you. Over the past few days, he had frequently brought a pack of cigarettes to the old chap for convenience. Using the back door, the nearest hospital to H University was about 1 or 2 kilometers away. I promise you. Is that for real? Xiang Tian, frantic, half-heartedly replied, not comprehending her words. Yes, I like you the most. The girl giggled foolishly, yet he had no time to appreciate the moment, drenched in sweat from the exertion. Chapter 38. Her concern at the hospital. After Luo Yanran finished her the doctor prescribed a box of fever-reducing medication. What did I say earlier? Luo Yanran furrowed her brows, pressing Xiang Tian for answers. That familiar feeling returned. He finally felt a sense of relief. Why are you asking me about your own words? I don't care. You definitely heard it. Tell me. Luo Yanran persisted, trailing closely behind him, leaving him no choice but to casually reply, "You like me?" Upon hearing the news, the young lady was left utterly stunned, unable to move a step. Although Luo Yanran was light as a feather, she was still a person. Having run 2 kilometers without a hint of fatigue, it was as if she were daring anyone to try. "What do you mean by that?" They found a nearby ramen shop, and as soon as they sat down, she saw the young lady fuming, mistakenly thinking she was still holding a grudge over a previous incident. With genuine sincerity, she said, "I apologize on her behalf." Lin Xiyan was generally agreeable, but at times, her temper overshadowed his feelings, allowing her to act on impulse while dismissing his protests as inconsequential. Luo Yanran, her expression laced with suspicion, remarked, "So, you've agreed to it?" "Yes," she replied. "That's just her nature. She enjoys being stubborn at times. Don't take it to heart." However, to Luo Yanran, such words only served to highlight Lin Xiyan's impressive acting skills. As if she had unwittingly become engrossed in her role. "Well, since you say so, I shall be magnanimous and forgive her." After days of contemplation, she realized that the two of them were inseparable, leaving her to ponder how he could possibly have time to meet this so-called girlfriend. Thus, she arrived at a startling conclusion. The girl was merely an actress hired by Xiang Tian to intentionally provoke her, seeking revenge for her earlier rejection, and she constantly claimed to be petty. If anyone was truly petty, it was clearly Xiang Tian. Just a few days ago, she had felt utterly miserable, even vowing never to see him again. And in a fit of anger, she deleted all his contact information. Yet, after sleepless nights, every time she closed her eyes, thoughts of him surrounded by various girls filled her with anxiety. She worried he might be deceived. Torn between considering Qiu Yalan's concerns and her own unpreparedness to face Xiang Tian, she resolved that there was no way she would apologize to him. After all, she was the one who had been wronged. It was entirely his fault. However, after a morning of muddled thoughts and speaking words she shouldn't have, she gained clarity. It seemed she could no longer live without him, so why hold back any longer? Luo Yanran buried her head shyly. Were it not for her height, she might have swayed her legs joyfully. Her mood gradually improved, and she stole a glance, finding Xiang Tian still absent-mindedly staring at his phone. "What are you looking at?" Xiang Tian, attempting to hide his embarrassment, replied with an awkward smile, "Just browsing a forum. Have you eaten enough? If so, let us head back. Let us go." Luo Yanran smacked her lips, sipping a bit of soup before leaving. When they reached the roadside, she even made an effort to grab his hand, but he was utterly oblivious, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Xiang Tian, entangled with Lin Xiyan, lifted his gaze and noticed the young lady just 2 paces away. To be careful crossing the street. Watch the traffic lights. In a flurry, he instinctively grasped her hand. "Humph, and you accuse me? Aren't you also looking down at your phone? All right, let us head to the bus stop across the street. That I'm exhausted from this morning and can't walk anymore." Luo Yanran simply replied. Oh, Xiang Tian found it peculiar that she had become so agreeable. This time, fortune smiled upon them, as a bus arrived within mere minutes of their wait, and no sooner had Luo Yanran boarded than Xiang Tian alighted from the back door, only to catch her astonished expression through the window. His phone buzzed with a new message, and upon checking, he saw, "Honey, where are you? I'm almost there. Wait for me. I'll be right over." Time was of the essence. Disregarding traffic signals, Xiang Tian sprinted toward the hospital entrance with utmost urgency. "Doctor, I'm not feeling well. My leg hurts, my back aches, my stomach is in pain. Basically, I'm uncomfortable all over. Do you think I need to get some x-rays?" He hurriedly explained, leaving the emergency room staff staring at him in disbelief. Moments later, Lin Xiyan rushed in, her bag in hand, and wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. "Honey, are you okay?" Her face was pale with concern as her nimble hands searched over him anxiously. The doctor glanced at him with a puzzled expression. "Cough, cough. Just give me a prescription," Xiang Tian replied. Feeling exasperated, the doctor, somewhat speechless, tore off a prescription slip and directed her. "You're the family member, right? Take him for an x-ray first." "Okay, I'll go register today." As Xiang Tian pretended to limp, Lin Xiyan supported him. And while they waited on the 3rd floor, she scolded him. "Really? How could you be so careless?" Her worry was palpable, radiating with genuine concern, yet her intensity at times could be maddening. Xiang Tian, his gaze complex, reassured her, "It's nothing serious. It's just a sprain. I'm not as fragile as you think. Of course not. I'd prefer you stayed home like before. waiting for me to return. Lin Xiyan grasped his hand tenderly. Their fingers intertwined, yet her words cast a shadow over Xiang Tian, sending a chill down his spine. Like before, what a joke, my rebirth to be this miserable. Chapter 39. Concern isn't it rather inappropriate to stay cooped up at home all the time? We should go out and enjoy ourselves. Go on a date. Lin Xiyan's eyes sparkled with delight. Do you think so too? That's wonderful. We truly have a remarkable connection. She planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving a mark. The more she gazed at him, the more satisfied she felt, believing that perhaps the recent days of eating out had matured him. As Xiang Tian received the notification slip and waited for results in the resting area. Lin Xiyan playfully teased him, occasionally answering phone calls with brisk efficiency. In this contrast of warmth and coldness, time flew by without a hitch. Honey, soon I have a surprise for you, Lin Xiyan suddenly announced. What surprise? Xiang Tian could only hope it wasn't scared. You'll find out in a few days. Lin Xiyan smiled mysteriously, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Unsurprisingly, the results showed a mild ligament injury in his right foot. Xiang Tian chuckled, repeatedly laughing silently in his heart. He was perfectly fine, yet had to feign the need for rest, while also being advised to exercise more prudently. At least Lin Xiyan genuinely believed it, which relieved him somewhat. Honey, should I take you home now, or to my place? Lin Xiyan suddenly suggested as they exited the hospital. No. Just drop me off at H University. Seeing his intense reaction, Lin Xiyan looked at him with an amused smile. What's wrong? Are you that worried I'll eat you up? What a picture of beauty she was, her smile radiant as ever, with Lin Xiyan embodying grace and charm. Upon returning to the school gate, she still wanted to walk him in, but he repeatedly declined. What a joke. If someone sees us downstairs in the dormitory, I'll never hear the end of it. Xiang Tian thought to himself. All right then, honey, watch your step and stay safe. That I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head back first. Lin Xiyan reluctantly let go of his hand, feeling a sense of connection linger. Xiang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. Drive safely, and take care. Her scent was delightful, a unique fragrance that was both comforting and unsettling. Honey, if only you could remain this obedient forever, Lin Xiyan whispered. Seemingly blowing warm breath in his ear, Xiang Tian offered a perfunctory smile. So, I'm off? Yes, goodbye. She continued to watch him until he disappeared from sight before turning back to her car. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message, and her eyes lit up with a smile. Naughty on the weekend. Her mother wore a look of astonishment. You little rascal, why did you only come back today? I thought you weren't coming home this week. I left something at home, Xiang Tian replied casually as he entered the foyer, only to find his great-aunt lounging on the sofa. Is it little Tian who has returned? Come here and let me see. I haven't seen you in half a year. How are you doing? Are things well at school? Quite well, Xiang Tian smiled, glancing at Uncle Hai, who appeared to have been reprimanded. Oh, about to enter the second year. In just 2 years, you'll be graduating and working? How wonderful. You've grown so much. Indeed. In a few more years, I'll finally be free, his mother said with a beaming smile. His great-aunt, with her kindly demeanor, had always treated him well. The two families enjoyed a particularly close relationship, especially with his great-uncle, whose hospitality was almost overwhelming. He had a selective palate, avoiding pork and often turning his nose up at fish, prompting his mother to joke about how difficult he was to please. Thus, every visit to his great-uncle's house was marked by a plate of beef left untouched, reserved solely for him. Though he longed to complain about the tough cuts he often encountered on the streets, he had no choice but to eat them, lest he face his great-uncle's wrath, just as he poured himself a glass of water. His great-aunt stood up. It's about time. I'll head back with Hai Zi now. She then turned her gaze to Xiang Tian. Come visit when you have time. I'll buy beef for you. He nearly choked. After his mother cheerfully bid them farewell, her expression turned solemn as she closed the door. Heavens, can you guess what your great-aunt just asked me? His mother continued. Your great-aunt just asked me to lend her over 100,000. So many. Xiang Tian was particularly astonished. Indeed, who knows where she heard that your father's business has flourished and has come to our family for a loan. Mother is also quite troubled. Once this money is lent out, it is akin to water poured out, impossible to retrieve. Even if it is repaid, it will be a long wait. Moreover, there are many places at home that require funds. Do not be deceived by the apparent profits of business. Losses can be quite severe. If we do not reserve some capital, we will be left to lament in critical times. Xiang Tian shrugged indifferently, his expression nonchalant. Then let us lend it, since the conversation has reached this point. Mother shot him a fierce glare. You foolish son, it sounds so easy when you say it. I still need to discuss it with your father. After all, there are countless ways to make money. Throughout his life, Xiang Tian has never had to worry about finances. Although he may not possess the profound knowledge of astronomy and geography or the strategies of warfare like others, he is well aware of the future trends. For instance, the upcoming World Cup or the finals of a certain game, which are lucrative opportunities. The slower avenues, such as market businesses, include milk tea shops and fried chicken burgers. These could easily be turned into a few chain stores in Kai District. Coupled with dedicated delivery, leading the trend and merely counting the profits, as for the notion of remembering the winning lottery numbers as depicted in novels, that is pure nonsense that you've been studying the lottery for years. Haven to you, can you remember every single number clearly? Chapter 40. Wu Yifei went mad during lunchtime. The lakeside of the school was scarcely populated, with only a few students passing by on their way home. When Luo Yanran and Su Jiaying suggested a stroll, they suddenly spotted Wu Yifei, flanked by several girls, blocking their path with an imposing demeanor. The girls around her, whether from this school or not, had tattoos on their arms, dyed short hair, and ear studs that brushed their shoulders. Su Jiaying angrily shouted, Wu Yifei, what do you want? This is near the school. Don't cause trouble. Wu Yifei sneered disdainfully. What? Are you going to report me to the teacher? Jiaying, what is going on? Luo Yanran was utterly confused about the relationship between the two. Having taken a few days off, she was completely unaware of the events that transpired that night. It seems you're still in the dark? Quite innocent, aren't you? Go ask her about the disgusting thing she did to me that night. Doesn't she deserve a lesson? Wu Yifei's expression darkened. The thought of Xiang Tian leaving her alone there filled her with humiliation. Xiaoran, I honestly don't know how to explain this to you. Just don't get angry for now. Su Jiaying hesitated, unable to directly reveal that Xiang Tian had been involved with Wu Yifei a few days ago. Now, however, Wu Yifei was forcing her to lay it bare, making her feel like a sinner. Luo Yanran slightly shook her head, assuring, I won't be angry. Su Jiaying hesitated for a moment, then whispered in her ear, a visible change appearing on Luo Yanran's delicate face, that I forgot to tell you. I advise you to keep your distance from Xiang Tian. After all, you don't like him, so why waste time on him? You might as well let him go to me. Although Wu Yifei had no interest in Luo Yanran, she wasn't the type to be unreasonable. Seeing Luo Yanran rendered speechless, a smug smile crept onto her lips. Don't worry, I will cherish him well. After all, I am not as ungrateful as you. At noon, just as Xiang Tian arrived at school, Zhong Yun rushed over from behind, grabbing his arm and pulling him outside. Dude, you finally made it. Hurry, let us go save Jiaying and the others. What is going on? Wu Yifei had somehow rallied a crowd, cornering Jiaying and Xiaoran at the back lake. When they arrived, they indeed saw Luo Yanran cornered by several girls. Wu Yifei's face was ashen. Tear her clothes off me. Let us see how she still acts so arrogant. Su Jiaying, held back by others, shouted anxiously, You can't do this. If Xiang Tian finds out about this, she impatiently slapped Su Jiaying. He wanted to find out. But at that moment, Xiang Tian just happened to witness the whole scene. Su Jiaying, disregarding the pain on her face, yelled, Xiang Tian, Sharon is over there. He approached step by step, softly asking, Are you not going to stop? She wanted to hide it, but was utterly helpless. The girls retreated a few steps, revealing Luo Yanran crouched in the corner, her head cradled in her arms, her high ponytail disheveled, hair cascading chaotically. Even her clothes were torn, exposing her pale abdomen to the air. Xiang Tian, let me explain first that Wu Yifei attempted to reach for his hand, but he coldly shook her off. Explain what? Is seeing it with my own eyes not enough? Do you need me to call people to strip you too? Faced with Xiang Tian's icy remarks, Wu Yifei's face turned as pale as snow. Xiang Tian, how can you treat me like this? He approached the young girl, draping his shirt over her shoulders, then turned and asked, Should I commend you for what you've done? She has rejected you so many times. I cannot stand by while you treat her that way. I am willing to. Xiang Tian's eyes were as frigid as a winter's night, his voice low, shattering Wu Yifei's already fragile dignity with a single sentence. She stumbled back, in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. So you think I would ever like you? Xiang Tian couldn't help but scoff. In just these few days, Wu Yifei had gained quite a bit from him, yet she still harbored the delusion of clinging to him. If it weren't for Lin Xiyan's provocation back then, did she truly think he was a fool? Luo Yanran slowly lifted her head. The sun shone brightly. Yet, the figure of the young man shielded her from much of the glare. Despite her feelings of grievance, they seemed insignificant at that moment. Everything felt as if it had dissipated into thin air. Fine, since you say so, no one is leaving today. Her last shred of dignity was ruthlessly torn apart by Xiang Tian. And Wu Yifei, in a fit of rage, pulled out her phone to call for help. The surrounding girls were momentarily at a loss, turning to one another, unable to utter a word. Zhong Yun, observing the swelling mark on Su Jiang's face, felt a surge of sympathy. This crazy woman is ruthless. I'm tempted to kill her. Su Jiang shot him a glare. You're such a latecomer. Only saying nice words now. I didn't. The young man furrowed his brows and inquired. Wei Qinggu, he is a distant cousin of mine. Do you think this matter can be resolved simply? Su Xiao spoke up, indicating that the necessary respect must still be afforded, but Dragon Ao Hai would be arriving shortly. And at the very least, a face-to-face meeting was in order. Su Xiaoqing expressed his understanding. After all, he was merely an assistant to Long Go, and his presence here was merely to join the fray. Tiangu, please put on some clothes. Running around naked in broad daylight is quite detrimental to your image. Su Xiaoqing suddenly noticed Xiang Tian was shirtless and hurriedly removed his own black shirt. He cast a glance at Luo Yanran beside him, nearly unable to avert his gaze. Is this your sister-in-law? Truly beautiful. The young girl lowered her head, remaining silent. Soon, they saw Dragon Ao Hai approaching with a pair of sunglasses. Striding confidently, Su Xiaoqing hurried over and exchanged a few words, after which the young man turned and departed with Huang Mao. Wu Yifei shouted from behind. Wei Qinggu, these people have humiliated me. We cannot let them off so easily. The young man walked away without looking back. You handle it yourself. Zhong Yun teased with a laugh. Wu Yifei, considering you are a woman, I truly do not wish to lay a hand on you, lest others gossip behind my back. You, do not be so smug. Xiang Tian, remember your words. I will surely make you pay the price. There will be no opportunity left. Do you think I reported this to the school and you won't face consequences? Wu Yifei's confidence faltered. What evidence do you have? You are truly foolish. Do you not see the surveillance camera on the second floor of that wall? Xiang Tian shook his head in regret, observing Wu Yifei biting her lip in silence, and then gently added in front of her, are you still accustomed to using your phone? The iPhone indeed drives many into madness. This. Wu Yifei's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and she fled in tears. Xiang Tian, I hate you. As the scene gradually calmed down, Su Xiaoqing introduced everyone. Dragon Ao Hai approached with exuberance. Xiang Xiao, since your matters are resolved, I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Once he had distanced himself, Xiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Su Xiaoqing, what did you say to him? Why is he so polite to me? Su Xiaoqing sheepishly scratched his head. I merely mentioned that your family is wealthier than mine. Damn, you really know how to flatter me. Xiang Tian cursed. Su Xiaoqing, sensing his disbelief, quickly added, it's true. Your father recently secured a contract worth over 10 million. My father confirmed it personally. What the hell? What the hell? Xiang Tian could not help but curse. How did I not know about such a significant matter? Zhong Yun also shouted, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Witnessing his brother embark on the path to wealth was more painful than death. Aspiring for one's father to achieve greatness should be a joyous occasion. Yet Xiang Tian felt a chill run down his spine. No one knew he was filled with dread. No, I must quickly inquire about whom he is dealing with. Setting aside whether the other party is reputable, given Lao Xiang's capabilities, he must ensure he doesn't end up losing everything. He had no idea there were such dealings at home. He only remembered Lao Xiang's perpetual gloom and lamentations about the difficulty of making money. Perhaps he had been deceived. The closest to him, Luo Yanran, immediately noticed his unease. Xiang Tian, what's wrong? You look so flustered. He could only force a smile, his expression nearly breaking into tears. I have urgent matters. You all continue your conversation. Lao Xiang Isen, answering the phone. This is bad. He was utterly at a loss and had no choice but to head to the factory personally. The others were puzzled. Su Xiaoqing questioned, did I say something wrong? Zhong Yun shrugged. Su Jiaing remained silent, while only Luo Yanran expressed her concern. 3 bus routes led to an industrial area in the suburbs. Xiang Haonan, stop right there. Lao Xiang was still directing workers in the warehouse when he suddenly saw Xiang Tian rushing in a panic. Everyone, take a break. Go rest for a while. Thank you for your hard work. Reluctantly, he dismissed the workers and brought Xiang Tian into a small room. What's wrong with you? Instead of attending class, why are you here? Lao Xiang glared fiercely, retrieving 2 bottles of ice water from the fridge and placing them on the table. It's because I've noticed you've been coming home less frequently. Mom always complains. What does she know? I've been swamped these days. It's better to avoid being nagged at night. Upon examining his son's appearance closely, Xiang Tian remarked with disdain, then take a look at how many days it's been since you last bathed. The smell is quite strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a smack on the head. Lao Xiang scolded, you little brat, finish your complaints and hurry back to school. Xiang Tian rolled his eyes in frustration. Then tentatively asked, I heard you secured a contract worth over 10 million. Lao Xiang paused, recalling he hadn't mentioned this to his wife. How did this little brat find out? How do you know about this? Who told you? That's none of your business. Just show me the business contract. Xiang Tian's serious demeanor did not draw Lao Xiang's attention. You little rascal, I'm very busy right now. I don't have time to indulge your nonsense. Seeing Lao Xiang sitting there like a Buddha, Xiang Tian grew impatient. Who's messing around? I'm worried you might be deceived. Otherwise, who would come to this godforsaken place in broad daylight? Hurry and show it to me. Witnessing his son in such a state, he strangely felt compelled to stand up. You little brat, you are becoming increasingly unruly. It's a wonder your mother can't find peace even in this secluded place. Lao Xiang couldn't help but grumble, feeling incredibly frustrated. Have you figured anything out? After a considerable time, Xiang Tian slowly raised his head, regarding Lao Xiang with a peculiar look. In his youth, Xiang Haonan was indeed a handsome man. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have been bewitched into marrying a gambler like him. Consequently, now he gazed at Lao Xiang's thinning hair, silently shaking his head. Time is merciless. It shouldn't be. Why would someone rush to give you money? Could it be an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s? Chapter 42. Time bestows me a red string. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. If you don't notice any issues, hurry back to school. Don't spend your days pretending to be something you're not. He was undoubtedly sent back by Lao Xiang's workers. Hey, Uncle Wang, don't push me. Xiang Tian stumbled. He had to admit that these middle-aged men indeed had great strength. Xiao Tian, why don't you head back first? Wait until your father cools down before coming back. Don't make things difficult for your uncle. 2 days later, Wu Yifei no longer exhibited her previous arrogance. Whenever she saw Xiang Tian, she would scurry away, fearing he might report the events of that day to the school. Ultimately, this matter originated from her own actions, and Xiang Tian had no intention of seeking revenge. What puzzled him, however, was that the young girl seemed to have transformed into a different person. Not only had her temper softened, but she also spoke in a gentle tone and was eager to act cute and charming. Leaving him with goosebumps. On the weekend, early in the morning, Xiang Tian received a message from Lin Xiyan. Darling, love you so much. Mwah. Wife, I really want to celebrate the festival with you, but unfortunately, I can't spare the time today. Please don't be angry. He was then taken aback to receive a bank message. You have received a new deposit of 52,013.14 yuan. Lin Xiyan had secretly opened a business account for him and transferred such a substantial amount. Suddenly awakened, Xiang Tian felt as if he had been in a daze and attempted to power on his phone again. That afternoon, Luo Yin ran and invited him out for shopping. Here, hold this. Upon meeting, she handed him a pink handbag, the zipper adorned with a yellowed plush toy. Xiang Tian, puzzled, waved the bag in front of him. Isn't this the thing you misplaced? How did you find it again? It was indeed the little Winnie the Pooh he had lost while playing at the riverside. Luo Yin placed her hands on her hips, huffing. What do you mean by found it again? I never lost it, but it said so in your diary. Humph, peeking at other people's diaries. How shameless. Xiang Tian, without a hint of embarrassment, coughed lightly. The young girl, indignant, retorted, I had switched it to another bag, but then I realized. So I just left it as it is. Sanfu, at the intersection of Second Small Road on the main street, is an old brand that can be seen filled with couples by the roadside. Especially on the second floor, one could almost suspect it had been overtaken by the youth of contemporary times. The jewelry section was brightly lit, with numerous small trinkets sparkling beautifully. The silver hairpin, delicate and exquisite, was engraved with a swan, its eyes 2 artificial diamonds shimmering with a faint glow. The young girl tucked her bangs behind her ear, revealing a portion of her fair forehead. Xiang Tian, come quickly and see. Do I look good in this? In the mirror, She wore a pink spaghetti-strap dress, her face radiating joy. Watching her adjust her posture continuously, Xiang Tian helplessly replied, "You look beautiful." "Truly beautiful." Luo Yin beamed with delight. "Unusually excited today." "Really? Now take a look at this. Which one do you think is prettier?" Seeing her like this, he remarked, "You are the most beautiful." Instantly, the young girl's face flushed crimson as she stepped toward the counter. "Humph. I want to pay attention to you anymore. It must be said that Luo Yinran's capital is indeed exceptional, with her high ponytail revealing a gracefully elongated neck, akin to that of a swan. And her rounded shoulders accentuating her alluring collarbones, she embodies elegance. Further down, her waist is slender, easily grasped by hand, and beneath her skirt, her fair calves stand tall and poised. The harmonious interaction between the two is a scene that Xiang Tian had never dared to hope for over the years. "By the way, I almost forgot to give this to you." The young girl asked him for a small handbag, rummaged through it for a while, and finally opened her small hand to reveal a woven red string. Xiang Tian couldn't help but take a step back, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be? He recognized the red string all too well. It was the one Luo Yin had personally tied on him during a holiday years ago. Yet now, this string had appeared over 2 months early. "Don't you like it?" the young girl asked, a hint of disappointment creeping into her voice, her joyful demeanor suddenly dimming. "It's not that it's too sudden. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. I like it. I truly like it," Xiang Tian replied, snatching the red string and gently rubbing its surface with his thumb, his expression a complex mix of emotions. "Put it on for me," he requested. The young girl immediately transformed her worry into joy, her brows lifting in a smile. "Sure." After wandering outside for a while, the two returned to the entrance of Sanfu, facing a narrow street. At the end of this narrow street lies the second primary school, steeped in history, with toy shops, lipsticks, mascara, slippers, and barbecue stalls having become local specialties. However, due to its narrowness, barely 2 meters wide, and uneven pavement, Xiang Tian could only slowly lead the young girl into a barbecue restaurant. Chin Barbecue, renowned for its nostalgic flavors, was a childhood favorite. They ordered 2 portions each of fried rice cakes, lean meat skewers, and chicken tenders. The owner served them 2 bowls of secret sauce, and soon after, their dishes arrived. Luo Yin suddenly, with her small hands tucked away, curiously asked, "Xiang Tian, do you have any plans for this holiday?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Sleeping at home." The reason for his response was to preemptively refuse, as he felt he had no other choice due to Lin Xiyan. After their freshman year, she would undoubtedly pressure him to transfer to W University for her sophomore year. Indulging in what she deemed campus romance. "Don't you think about going out to have some fun, to see the sights?" She gazed at the plates of fried skewers with little appetite, resting her chin on her hand. Lost in thought, Xiang Tian picked up a piece of rice cake dipped in sauce and offered it to her mouth. The young girl opened her mouth. "Ah, crispy," she remarked. "What fun is there in this sweltering heat?" He casually drew a piece of paper to wipe the sauce that had dripped onto the table, asking nonchalantly, "What about you? Where do you want to go?" Little did he know that the young girl was playfully withholding her answer, teasingly saying, "I won't tell you." After some playful banter, and as their meal neared its end, old Xiang suddenly called, "You need to come over quickly to Sanwu restaurant." The abruptness of his words suggested that there was some urgent matter at hand. Xiang Tian shrugged in resignation. "It seems you'll have to head back alone." After escorting the young girl to the nearest bus stop, he hurried off to Sanwu restaurant. As he approached the parking lot, a familiar Maserati caught his eye. "In a way," Xiang Tian muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Chapter 43. The setup banquet. Old Xiang was waiting at the stairway. Upon seeing Xiang Tian enter, he hurried over. "You brat, why did you take so long? Come on, we need to go meet someone." "Who?" Although he had a vague idea, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you curious about that order?" "The boss has come personally. You should accompany me to entertain them." Xiang Tian's face twitched. "Is it a woman?" "Of course. Very young?" "Indeed." Old Xiang's pace slowed, his gaze slightly peculiar, as if he were curious about what further strange questions his son might ask. Thus, Xiang Tian recounted every detail about Lin Xiyan. "She's beautiful, exudes a cool demeanor, is decisive in her actions, and is the same age as you." "Exactly right. How do you know so much?" Old Xiang looked bewildered, clinging tightly to his son's hand. "Could it be because I saw her at the bottom of the stairs?" Xiang Tian forced a smile, nearly earning a slap. Old Xiang's temper flared. if not for fearing he might mar the boy's face. He would have unleashed his belt. You guys can have your meal, but why drag me into this? Xiang Tian feigned ignorance that I just mentioned it casually. Considering you're about the same age, old Xiang's tone weakened. Perhaps out of guilt. What do you mean? You think I can predict her sudden interest? Xiang Tian could hardly hear him, his voice nearly faltering. Oh, you little rascal, stop with the nonsense. Let's figure out how to handle this. And afterward, you can do as you please at home. How does that sound? Old Xiang slapped him on the back of the head, using the sternest tone to convey the most cowardly words. What could Xiang Tian do? This was all part of Lin Xiyan's meticulously planned surprise that he recalled her words from a while back in the hospital. Darling, soon I'll have a surprise for you. The longest few meters felt as though they spanned centuries. Under old Xiang's urging, Xiang Tian reluctantly pushed the door open, and upon seeing Lin Xin seated regally at the head of the table, he wore a smile that was both tearful and helpless. Puffed. Lin Xin nearly burst into laughter but quickly contained herself, thinking, my husband is just too adorable. She couldn't resist wanting to kiss him. Oh, Xiao Tian, you finally made it. Come sit down. Just the other day, I heard Xiaoqing mention you. Old Xiang, is this your son? Quite handsome. This young man has a bright future ahead. The uncle speaking was unfamiliar to Xiang Tian, though he recognized Su Wei was sitting nearby. Hello, Uncle Su. Hello to all the uncles. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Xiyan, uncertain of how to address her. Would calling her wife send old Xiang into shock? Lin, just call me Lin Xi. It sounds more affectionate. She interjected before he could speak. His eyes widened in surprise. Had Lin Mimi tired of her role and decided to take on the elder sister persona? Despite his thoughts, he obediently called out, Lin Xi. There was no other choice, as old Xiang looked ready to pounce. Well, why don't you sit beside me? Lin Xiyan elegantly poured herself a glass of red wine, and then picked up an empty glass beside her, raising an eyebrow to ask, do you know how to drink? I do. Now, there was no saving him. He could only comply and play along with Lin Xiyan's act. Satisfied, she poured him a glass and handed it to him. Their fingers briefly brushed, causing Xiang Tian to instinctively retract his hand in surprise. That I heard you're in college too? Yes, I'm about to finish my freshman year and prepare for sophomore. Xiang Tian lowered his head, constantly pushing away the small hand beneath the table. This woman was audacious, maintaining her composure while speaking to him, her hands misbehaving behind the scenes, wandering over his thigh. Truly a temptress. The ensuing banquet was a trial for Xiang Tian. He found it unbearable to watch old Xiang's sycophantic demeanor while also enduring Lin Xiyan's subtle provocations, which stoked his irritation. When the festivities finally concluded and the lively guests departed, old Xiang's demeanor shifted dramatically. My dear son, your performance today was simply a thumbs down. Xiang Tian felt utterly drained by this useless praise. Haha. He forced a couple of laughs, weary as he took a few steps, only to be pulled back by old Xiang. Hey, where are you off to at this late hour? Aren't you coming back with me? You can head back on your own. I just want a moment of peace. That I'm exhausted, Xiang Tian replied politely, leaving behind a solitary figured I. In that moment, old Xiang felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up. My son has truly grown up. At the corner, the black Maserati had not driven far, but chose to stop at the bridge's entrance. As Xiang Tian opened the car door, a pair of delicate arms beckoned him. Darling, did you miss me today? Lin Xiyan's sweet, playful tone and her fragrant lips left him enchanted. Xiang Tian could only muster a nonchalant, yeah. She raised an eyebrow. So, were you satisfied with the surprise I prepared for you? Xiang Tian, appearing utterly disenchanted, replied, extremely satisfied. The pie you served almost knocked my old man out. That's a bit of an exaggeration. By the way, darling, look at the gift I got for you. Lin Xiyan retrieved a beautifully wrapped box from the armrest. Open it and see. Observing her eager anticipation, Xiang Tian carefully peeled back a corner. Peering inside with a sense of ritual, Lin Xiyan, unable to contain her excitement, urged him, quick, take a look. Do you like it? I spent a long time picking it out for you. Chapter 44. The lie that was unveiled. Lin Xiyan's gift box was opened by him, revealing a meticulously crafted mechanical watch. The black strap and silver gray dial were adorned with countless tiny diamonds around the hands, clearly indicating its high value. Suddenly, she noticed the red string on Xiang Tian's wrist and narrowed her eyes slightly. What are you wearing on your wrist? Just some leftover scraps from the store. I felt my wrist was too bare, so I wore it for fun, Xiang Tian replied. Nearly jolted, he quickly pulled out a lifeline from his pocket, exclaiming, oh, I almost forgot. I prepared a gift for you as well. I thought I wouldn't have the chance today and planned to give it to you next time we meet. This was a bracelet he had bought at Zhou Jinfus on his way. A gesture to repay the favor of the red envelope received that morning. With this, he felt a sense of balance restored in his heart. Lin Xiyan's attention was immediately captivated by the shiny silver bracelet. Her eyes flashing with surprise and her face illuminating with incredulous joy. Darling, is this truly for me? Xiang Tian felt a pang in his heart. Well, perhaps this gift may not hold much value to you. No. The worth of an item is always bestowed by the person. As long as it's a gift from you, it is the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Xiyan instantly threw herself into his embrace, her body trembling slightly. Darling, I truly love you, she murmured sweetly, her voice dripping with affection. This was not his first time gifting Lin Xiyan something that he recalled that shortly after they began their relationship. Her birthday arrived. Regardless of their relationship status, he had prepared a gift for her. However, on that occasion, she had carelessly tossed it into the toilet in front of him, mocking, "With such trash, how dare you present it?" Since then, Xiang Tian had never gifted her anything again. Knowing she would not appreciate it, Xiang Tian silently gazed out the window, soon feeling a dampness on his chest. "I'm sorry. I truly am sorry for the unexpected painful memories I've caused you. But please believe me. Trust that I will gradually compensate for the void in your heart." At the bottom of the stairs, Lin Xiyan tightly grasped Xiang Tian's hand, unwilling to let go. "Darling, promise me you won't take off this watch no matter what." Xiang Tian casually replied. "So late. Are you heading back to the city?" "Yes, I have some matters to handle in the morning. The board of directors at the company is quite uncooperative, so I might not be able to come back for a while." Lin Xiyan did not hide anything from him. They always judge a person's abilities based on their seniority, yet your excellence leaves them speechless. Puffed. "Darling, you're so annoying, with your sweet talk." Before parting, Lin Xiyan flashed a sweet smile. "Darling, next time you lie, could you at least come up with a more plausible reason?" She showcased the bracelet on her wrist. "This isn't just some leftover material." Xiang Tian was taken aback, watching as the Maserati drove away. Inside, his mother eagerly sought to discuss borrowing money from Andy. Old Xiang comfortably lounged on the sofa, while his mother dutifully massaged his shoulders and legs. If one were unaware of the truth, they would be compelled to praise them as a model couple. "Where have you been, my precious son? You're only just returning now." Old Xiang, upon seeing Xiang Tian enter the room, stealthily followed him. Under his mother's bewildered gaze, he pulled Xiang Tian into the room, discreetly withdrawing a stack of red bills from his bag. "Don't mention the banquet. Take this money first, and if it's not enough, come back to your father." "Dad, is this considered bribery?" Xiang Tian looked at him with a half-smile. Old Xiang was at a loss for words, suddenly noticing something. "Where did you get that watch?" he exclaimed, dramatically lifting Xiang Tian's arm as if it were a treasure. Xiang Tian swiftly withdrew his hand, looking disgusted. "Dad, what are you doing? Are you losing your mind? Quick, let me see it again. It looks just like a Rolex." Old Xiang tried to peek at it, but was pushed away by Xiang Tian. "It's fake. A replica someone gave me. It's only worth $100. Why would you even care?" "TCH, do you think I don't know? You're just a kid trying to wear a watch to look mature, right?" Xiang Tian helplessly shouted out. "Mom, that is, you little rascal, don't you dare burn the bridge after crossing it." Old Xiang immediately covered his mouth, threatening him fiercely. His mother walked into the living room, eyeing the father and son duo with a furrowed brow. "What are you two up to, sneaking around like this? Are you hiding something from me?" Xiang Tian smiled broadly. "Dad has agreed to lend me some money." His mother looked surprised. "Really? You told your father about this?" He nodded expressionlessly. Old Xiang was utterly bewildered. And then he saw his wife excitedly pulling him outside. Hey, what is going on? What are you two discussing? What have I agreed to?" Old Xiang looked at Xiang Tian in shock, who waved his hand as if to say, "Take care of yourself." In the following days, Lin Xi and indeed did not seek out Xiang Tian again. They occasionally chatted on WeChat, sometimes listening to each other's voices on certain nights. This semester was in its final phase, and old AI directly criticized him harshly in class. Thus, Xiang Tian found himself increasingly lost on the thorny path of self-justification. "I know I am foolish, unable to compete with the wisdom of those present. I understand the principle that the early bird catches the worm, and I aim to avoid any unnecessary personal factors that might disrupt the serious and diligent learning atmosphere for everyone. I have been deeply reflecting on this over the past few days. My grades have notably improved out of course. I am not blaming the teachers for their instruction. There are many talented individuals in the class. I owe my classmates for their companionship, my teachers for their earnest teachings, my parents for their hard work, the school for its nurturing environment, the country for its support, and the party and the people for their expectations. I apologize, but not many in the class are able to smile anymore. Can't everyone see through this sarcastic and earnest speech? Old AI's face darkened with discontent, struggling to suppress his anger while maintaining a smile. Dear Xiang Tian, I hope to see your diligent figure in the classroom every day from now on, all right? That night, it was uncertain whether Su Xiaoqing intentionally sought him out for information, but he insisted on inviting him to a small restaurant for a chat. It was a quaint, rustic eatery on the second floor, serving authentic farmhouse cuisine. Some might not be accustomed to it, as the flavors were rather mild, unsuitable for those with a penchant for bold tastes. In the private room, Long Gu sat by the window, with a painting behind him that read 3 large characters. Wanshixing, Chapter 45. Investment. Meanwhile, there were 2 relatively young men seated at the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiang Tian gathered some information. For instance, the bespectacled, chubby fellow in a red short sleeve seemed to be a technician specifically invited by Long Ao Hai. The gentleman beside him, well-spoken and refined, had some connections and knew people in the industry that I wonder if young Master Xiang has any entrepreneurial intentions. Long Ao Hai inquired with a nonchalant tone. Xiang Tian cast a casual glance at the group, his gaze settling on Su Xiaoqing, who was quietly eating alone, too intimidated to speak. I don't have any plans in that regard as of now. Could it be that Long Gu has a good idea? Long Ao Hai chuckled awkwardly, raising his glass in a toast. We're not just chatting for no reason. The conversation then turned to their personal experiences, filled with tales of past romances or self-proclaimed adventures. Long Ao Hai seemed intent on steering the discussion towards a particular topic. What do you think about the development of the internet in recent years? As soon as the question was posed, Xiang Tian felt a weight settle in his chest, fixating his gaze on Long Ao Hai. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It's quite impressive. The internet is becoming increasingly ubiquitous, whether it's online browsing or various entertainment games. Everything is expanding rapidly. I'm aware of this, as several games have gained immense popularity in recent years. So, I wanted to ask if young Master Xiang has any plans in this area. Long Ao Hai said with a grin, lifting his glass, only to be met with Xiang Tian's gesture of refusal. Sorry, I have a limited tolerance for alcohol and can't drink more. Long Ao Hai laughed heartily. Indeed, we've had enough to drink. I just need to step out for a moment to use the restroom. As he spoke, Su Xiaoqing felt the urge to relieve himself as well and was about to stand when Xiang Tian pressed him down. When the two reached the restroom, Xiang Tian glanced at the partition. Ugh, Long Ao Hai suddenly said, I'm thinking of opening an internet CAF. It's the perfect time. Xiang Tian bluntly voiced his thoughts. Are you asking me to invest? The other party no longer requires his special regard. Long Ao Hai, whether in his eloquence or in his conduct, is distinctly extraordinary. Moreover, he possesses keen insight, being able to propose and take action in the realm of the internet, which demonstrates a remarkable audacity that surpasses countless others. Internet cafes are currently at the pinnacle of this era, and due to the limited number of licenses in a given area, not everyone can obtain the right to operate. One must either witness the downfall of one establishment and the rise of another, or possess the capability to directly acquire the existing business. Otherwise, one can only watch enviously as others profit. I have a method to obtain a license, but it will cost money. 150,000. Long Ao Hai leaned against the wall, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. He shook his head towards the sky, signaling him to continue. What are your plans then? Long Ao Hai exhaled a puff of smoke. I have a storefront at home, approximately 200 square meters, which would eliminate rental costs. That I will cover the utilities, and there is someone to set up the system. The chubby guy next to you. He specializes in computers, and we share a close friendship. Currently, we only need to acquire a batch of computers and secure this operating license. I still hold some influence in this area and know quite a few associates. You should be aware that this type of consumer group largely knows one another, all residing on the same street. If you doubt it, I can take you to any store right now for a field investigation. He seemed eager to prove himself, his expression growing urgent. Xiang Tian smiled. I naturally believe your words. So, has Su Xiaoqing also invested a bit? Long Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Xiang Tian's thoughts had strayed. He has invested a bit. All the lucky money from recent years has gone to me, roughly 50. Xiang Tian looked at him with a hint of amusement. How much more do you need? After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. I can contribute 20,000. If I sell my motorcycle, I should be able to scrape together 25,000, along with that chubby guy's investment of 10,000, a total of 100,000. For half the shares, you handle the rest. After returning home, Xiang Tian hesitated for quite a while before deciding to share this matter with Lin Xiyan. Husband, why are you so proactive in calling me today? The tired voice on the phone suggested she was yawning. I spent the 50,000 you gave me and invested it in a business. Husband, you're not referring to that bank card, are you? Is the money enough? If not, I can send you more. Lin Xiyan initially thought it was some major issue, only to discover it was merely related to money. No need. No need. Xiang Tian quickly halted her thoughts. Although he had previously withdrawn a significant amount from the card, out of resentment towards Lin Xiyan, he felt no psychological burden at all. However, now, even though his relationship with Lin Xiyan had improved considerably, he felt uneasy about touching the money in the card. Perhaps it was the lingering shadow of past debts. Lin Xiyan seemed somewhat displeased. Are you that unwilling to spend your wife's money? In a moment of inspiration, he replied, I hope to earn money to spend on you. Indeed, he could hear Lin Xiyan's excitement on the other end of the line. Hee. Then husband, you must work harder. I am quite adept at spending money. Finally, once the call ended, Xiang Tian could breathe a sigh of relief. There was no other choice. Conversing with this woman always left him on edge. Fearing to upset her, time flew by, and Zhongyun burst into the classroom bright and eager in the morning, while Xiang Tian and Luo Yanran had already arrived a few minutes earlier. Zhongyun flung his backpack down and leaned over the desk, speaking very seriously. Xiang Tian, I must tell you about a significant event. Observing his ecstatic expression, Xiang Tian rolled his eyes. Did she agree? He was taken aback. How did you know? Xiang Tian pointed ahead, where the young girl was just glancing their way. Zhongyun sulked. Damn it, I forgot that Jiaying would definitely tell Luo Yanran about this matter. Did you know last night? Xiang Tian wore a playful smile. Of course, and I also heard that you were loitering outside her dormitory, threatening her to agree, or else you would make a public declaration. She is your girlfriend, TSK. Such methods made him unable to resist giving Zhongyun a thumbs up in admiration. In response to Xiang Tian's mockery, Zhongyun, flustered and angry, retorted, Shut up. You. Clearly, Su Jiaying is also interested in me. Otherwise, why would she agree? Yes. If you believe that, I have nothing more to say. Zhongyun snorted disdainfully. So when do you plan to sort out your own affairs? Chapter 46. So this is your truth.my affairs? What affairs could I have? You and Luo Yin have been practically glued together lately. Why is there still no progress? Xiang Tian shot him a glance. Feeling frustrated. Is it really that exaggerated? Why are you so concerned about my relationship with her? Zhongyun, standing firm, replied. You two should have a resolution. Shun Tiyu. Xiang Tian nearly spat blood. I think you should mind your own business. Jiaying is a good girl. Don't let her down. Xiang Tian recalled that Su Jiaying's first boyfriend seemed to have been someone she met in her junior year, with plans to pursue graduate studies together afterward. Meanwhile, Zhongyun's family had encountered some trouble. His father had fallen from a shelf while working on a construction site, leaving him paralyzed from the waist up. He had dropped out of college shortly after starting his sophomore year. Seeing that the time was drawing near, Xiang Tian, almost as if possessed, remarked, I have a way to make money. Do you want to join? Zhongyun, intrigued, asked, What method? I hope it's not illegal. He had indeed been short on funds lately, with the holidays approaching, meaning he would have no living expenses, raising concerns about his usual leisure expenditures. Rather than explaining at length, Xiang Tian, uninterested in lengthy conversations, stated, The summer league is starting soon, and I have a way to guarantee a win. Zhongyun hesitated. Is that really feasible? Xiang Tian shot him a sidelong glance. Nonsense. Would I deceive you? The sun outside the window gradually faded, with the midday rays stretching to the corner of the podium, casting an orange glow as dusk approached. Su Jiaying, in a mysterious manner, pulled Luo Yanran aside. Zhongyun, I might need to spend some time with Xiaoran later. If you're in a hurry, feel free to leave. Zhongyun rushed forward a couple of steps, forcing a smile. No worries, I'm not in a hurry. Xiang Tian is still waiting to head home with Xiaoran. Xiang Tian casually regarded him. He is not in a hurry. Neither am I. You two can take your time. Su Jiaying initially intended to whisper something to Luo Yanran, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed Zhong Yun eavesdropping, and immediately scolded. You go to the back. Zhong Yun had no choice but to retreat, looking dejected. Xiang Tian teased. Did you hit a wall so quickly? It's best not to interrupt when women are speaking. Consider this a lesson learned. What do you know? This is called respect. I'm not as experienced as you. Xiang Tian shot him a glare and chased after him. After about 10 minutes, the two girls finally wrapped up their conversation. Su Jiaying, somewhat anxious, confirmed once more, Did you really remember what I told you? Don't worry. I know what to say later. Thank you so much, Jiaying. Without you by my side, I wouldn't know how to clarify my relationship with him. Luo Yanran still carried a hint of sullen emotion. Ever since that day at the hospital, she had agreed to Xiang Tian's pursuit, yet he still behaved as if he were completely oblivious. Leaving no progress between them, she couldn't help but think of how Zhong Yun had managed to win over her best friend in such a short time. Fool. However, she soon realized she had overlooked a crucial point. Xiang Tian had already expressed his feelings for her countless times. Wasn't it time for her to take the initiative this time? Her heart remained a tangle of contradictions. After a while, once Su Jiaying noticed she was ready, she turned to Zhong Yun and said, I need to get going. Upon hearing Su Jiaying call him, Zhong Yun hurried over eagerly. Luo Yanran silently stepped back a couple of paces on the sidewalk, watching the two interact with a heart full of envy. Take care on the road. Don't let her fall. Observing Zhong Yun's smug demeanor, Xiang Tian could not help but mutter a few words of critique. Don't worry. I wouldn't let her fall even if I tripped. Just as he finished his cheerful remark, a sudden pain struck his waist, and he gasped in indignation. Jiaying, why are you pinching me? Just a moment ago, Zhong Yun had made some bold statements. And Su Jiaying, naturally embarrassed and angry, retorted, You fool, hurry up and leave. Once the two had walked far away, Luo Yanran gradually approached. I didn't expect Zhong Yun and Jiaying to end up together. Observing her somewhat wistful expression, Xiang Tian looked at their distant figures and smiled lightly. Yes, everything has changed. I can only hope he lives freely and gracefully throughout his life. He spoke these words quietly, as if intentionally for himself, lightly passing them by. Luo Yanran paid no heed, only asking, What about us? What is our relationship? She gazed off to the side, her tone low, her heart anxious yet yearning for an answer. Of course, we are friends. What else could our relationship be? Just friends. Luo Yanran's small fists clenched slightly. Having hinted so clearly, why couldn't Xiang Tian understand her meaning? Could it be that we are still lovers? With a playful jest, Xiang Tian aimed to gauge Luo Yanran's ultimate reaction. Although he had never clarified that his relationship with Lin Xiyan was not merely an act, the time had come to dispel misunderstandings. This ongoing charade must conclude. At the very least, he had discerned that Luo Yin and held feelings for him, and the obsession that had lingered over the years ought to dissipate. He could promise that. At this moment, Luo Yanran's charming face was flushed, oblivious to the underlying tension. She felt that their relationship should progress, that they could no longer remain ensconced in this ambiguous state. Xiang Tian sighed. Unable to resist the urge to gently ruffle her hair, she raised her gaze slightly, meeting his eyes illuminated by the dim streetlight, his emotions stirring as the depths of his brown irises flickered with intensity. Actually, Lin Xiyan is not an actress I hired, he confessed, but Luo Yanran's mind went blank, the light in her eyes swiftly extinguishing. You're lying to me. She trembled, her voice quavering with disbelief at this revelation. Xiang Tian's expression grew complex, unable to meet her gaze. I'm sorry for leading you to misunderstand for so long. I should have told you sooner. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he found her grasping his shirt in a state of disarray. No, that can't be right. You're still deceiving me. Xiaoran, please calm down and listen to me. It's impossible for us now. My feelings for her are complicated. Conflicts arise, but she means something to me. Xiang Tian spoke in a veiled manner. He knew Lin Xiyan would not easily let him go. Fighting against it seemed futile. So why not let things unfold naturally? Luo Yanran clearly did not believe Xiang Tian's words, her emotions flaring. Are you still brooding over my initial rejection, seeking revenge? These are my sincere feelings. I would never deceive you, he replied, attempting to reach out to comfort her, yet she abruptly pushed his hand away. In a heart-wrenching outburst, she cried, How can you have time to interact with other girls from different universities? You read clearly in cahoots with her. Xiaoran, let us stand up and talk, he urged, but she crumbled to the ground, pushing him away. Don't touch me. At school, others gossip about us, and at home. My parents occasionally mention you, Oh, you have any idea how sometimes you feel like a nightmare that I can't shake off? She continued. They refuse to associate with me, calling me a spoiled princess, whispering behind my back to insult me. In their eyes, you are gentle and understanding, while I am perceived as arrogant and ungrateful. Don't you realize how your actions have impacted my daily life? Luo Yinran's final words echoed like a roar. Chapter 47. The one who cannot let go. Luo Yinran broke down, tears streaming down her face. I can't live without you. Xiang Tian felt his world shatter. These revelations were ones he had never heard from her lips, nor from anyone else. The sight of her tears shattered his heart. She stood up alongside him. Her face was a waterfall of sorrow. Her vision blurred. He gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, witnessing her beautiful features marred by grief. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I was too self-absorbed, imposing my heavy care upon you, complicating your life. Luo Yinran, nearly desperate, pleaded, Then what do you want from me? I've already promised you. Isn't that enough? This humble demeanor was a first for her. In the past, Xiang Tian had believed Luo Yinran to be emotionally unyielding, underestimating the significance of their years together, failing to consider her perspective. Did she truly need the concern he offered, or what kind of distance was she seeking? Xiang Tian fell silent, embracing Luo Yinran tightly by the roadside. Engulfed in profound guilt and regret, his blind affection had clouded his judgment, rendering her unable to adjust, yet unable to resist. This dynamic had persisted for 7 years, until her senior year when he became entangled with Lin Xiyan, prompting him to sever ties completely. In the days that followed, he refrained from inquiring about Luo Yinran, only learning from Su Jiaying or Uncle Luo that she seemed to have never dated anyone else. A heart-wrenching pain surged within him, and after much deliberation, he finally mustered the courage to say, All right, I will clarify things with Lin Xiyan. The next day, as Xiang Tian exited the school gates, the semester's chapter was drawing to a close. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted an IZ loitering near the entrance, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Luo Yinran searched for Xiang Tian among the crowd, her heart filled with doubt. Could it be that he hasn't come out yet? Suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground, warmth brushing past her ear. What are you looking for? Wow, you startled me. When did you get here? She exclaimed, nervously patting her chest. I've been right behind you. If you didn't notice, that's on you. But you still haven't answered me. Were you looking for me just now? With others around, she shyly retorted, Who? Who was looking for you? Conceited. Let us go eat. They arrived at a quaint little eatery, ordering 2 servings of rice bowls, seated face to face, his eyes fixated on her face, while she propped her chin, gazing out the window. Despite stealing glances that Xiang Tian caught, she refused to admit it. Luo Yinran had arranged to meet Su Jiaying by Lianhua Lake. Strange, didn't Jiaying say she would be nearby? Why haven't I seen her? And Iz looked around, failing to spot any familiar figures by the lake. Standing behind her, Xiang Tian raised her arm, pointing in a direction. They're busy. Let us not intrude. Across the water, on a stone bench, a couple sat close together. Wow, Zhong Yun is way out of line. How can he bully Jiaying like that? Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. You're terrible. Let go of me. And Iz bit her lip, her gaze filled with an irresistible sorrow. They haven't finished yet. It would be rude to interrupt. Xiang Tian glanced back. After a while, she tapped his shoulder, prompting him to realize Zhong Yun and his companion had left the bench. When did you 2 arrive? You didn't even send us a message, Su Jiaying called out from a distance. Luo Yinran's cheeks flushed, a look of guilt crossing her face as she glanced at Xiang Tian. We just got here. How was it? Did you perform exceptionally well? Zhong Yun approached, proudly holding Su Jiaying's hand. Yet, Su Jiaying immediately countered, It seems you're the one who performed the worst here. Zhong Yun awkwardly chuckled. Xiaoran, are we still going to Luoyang this summer? Su Jiaying inquired, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at Luo Yinran. Waiting for her to affirm that I'll go with him, Luo Yinran mumbled, shyly lowering her head. Seeing this, Su Jiaying beamed. It seems I can finally congratulate you too. However, she lamented that the fool beside her might wander off, making it even more challenging to find him later. I've arranged to go to the zoo with Jiaying. Don't oversleep. As she waved her tiny fist in mock threat, Xiang Tian smiled warmly. Of course not. We'll set off early tomorrow that I'll come pick you up. After seeing Niz contentedly enter the elevator, he turned to leave, but the sight of a black Maserati parked by the roadside filled him with unease. Upon hastily returning home, he discovered a stunning woman seated on the sofa. What are you doing here? Lin Xiyan smiled faintly. Your first year of college has just concluded. As your wife, I should come to check on you. Before she could finish, Lao Xiang emerged from the kitchen, his hands still damp. Lin, please wait a moment. The food will be ready shortly. Lin Xiyan offered a polite smile. Thank you, uncle. Lao Xiang felt quite awkward. Why was the big boss being so courteous to him? Yet, since she had addressed him so, he could only respond with a smile. It's nothing, nothing. Make yourself at home. When he noticed Xiang Tian standing awkwardly in the living room, he quickly said, Xiao Tian, hurry to the supermarket and bring back a bottle of red wine to entertain your Lin Xi. With that, he returned to the kitchen to help his mother with dinner. The living room was left with just the two of them. Xiang Tian calmly addressed Lin Xiyan. I hope you come to me directly with any matters. Please do not involve my family. Chapter 48. She has arrived. Lin Xiyan was taken aback, her expression slightly tense. Upon seeing Xiang Tian turn to leave, she followed suit. Uncle, I'll go down as well. On their way, Lin Xiyan struggled a bit in her high heels. And as Xiang Tian walked briskly, she hurried to catch up. Darling, did my unexpected visit upset you? If so, I promise to check in with you beforehand next time. Please don't be angry. Hearing her, Xiang Tian paused. Lin Xiyan, I have something to say to you. But Lin Xiyan interjected. What does my husband want to say? Xiang Tian merely gazed at her in silence, fully aware that, given his understanding of her, she must have grasped the entirety of the situation as expected. Lin Xiyan gently remarked, Today, I stumbled upon a video online featuring someone who bears a striking resemblance to my husband. Can you guess what he did? With her head tilted and a smile gracing her lips, she continued. He was at the entrance of H University, twirling a girl in his arms. How romantic. Approaching him, Lin Xiyan leaned softly against Xiang Tian's chest, her voice imbued with wistfulness. I truly envy that. She hesitated, then added, Actually, but as she reached out to silence him with a finger on his lips. She smiled gently. For now, I prefer not to know the reason. This isn't the right place for such discussions. Uncle and Auntie are still waiting for us to return for dinner. Respecting her wishes, Xiang Tian only stopped at a nearby grocery store to procure a bottle of coconut juice. Upon arriving home, his mother stood at the dining table in an apron, exclaiming, Xiao Tian, you're just in time. Quickly fetch the lighter from the drawer. Old Xiang had also taken to the kitchen, preparing his signature drunken shrimp dish. Lin Xiyan approached, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she surveyed the array of dishes. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The aroma is delightful. Everything must taste exquisite. His mother beamed with joy, perhaps having already formed a bond with Lin Xiyan even before Xiang Tian's return that I've been cooking for decades. While I may not rival the five-star chefs outside, there's nothing I can't whip up if you desire it. Lin Xiyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Auntie, you're amazing, but regrettably, I lack any talent for cooking. No matter how hard I try, I simply can't seem to master it. Upon hearing this, his mother immediately suggested, That's simple. Next time you're free, let Xiao Tian teach you. With excitement, she pulled Xiang Tian's arm, cheerfully adding, You see, this child has watched me cook since he was little. He can certainly prepare a feast. Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Lin Xiyan hesitated, yet her gaze was already infused with affection. Xiang Tian furrowed his brow, unsure of Lin Xiyan's intentions, but his mother was already on her side, eager for her to visit more often. What's inconvenient about it? If he is unwilling, I can teach you myself. I truly don't believe there's anything you can't learn if you wanna. That way, I want to have much to do at home every day. If you have time, just come over, or I can even prepare a room for you to rest in if you're tired. Lin Xiyan glanced back at Xiang Tian, but his mother was resolute, making decisions without seeking his input. Old Xiang began to turn off the stove and emerged from the kitchen holding a large bowl. What are you all chatting about? You seem so joyful. Hurry up and clean up. Dinner is ready. At the dining table, only Xiang Tian remained reticent, while his parents engaged Lin Xiyan in conversation throughout the meal. Lin, you won't find this culinary skill anywhere else. You must try it. Old Xiang attempted to grasp a shrimp but paused. Sensing it might be inappropriate, leaving his chopsticks hovering in midair. His mother shot him a glance, laughing lightly. "Come on, Xiaoyan, focus on your own meal. Don't mind your uncle, he's always like this. Just treat him as you would normally at work." It's no big deal. Surprisingly, the longest meal of his life passed in the comfort of his own home. When it came time for Xiang Tian to bid farewell to Lin Xiyan, the clock had already struck 10. The streets were nearly deserted, with the only lively spots being a nearby KTV and a few late-night food stalls. The grocery store remained open, its proprietor having been replaced 3 years prior by an elderly man who spent his days playing solitaire on the computer. Further ahead lay a square where elderly couples danced, a lake, and a park. "Darling, could you take me to Yanglu? I wish to see the Han River." She suddenly turned back, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Xiang Tian felt a pang of frustration. His heart heavied up. "It's dark there, and there are no lights. What's the appeal? I just want to go. Will you take me?" Lin Xiyan inquired once more, her smile deepening. Unable to refuse her, he understood, however, that every story ultimately leads to farewells. All right. The journey was silent, with Xiang Tian following behind, smoking his first cigarette, which left him coughing. Meanwhile, she walked ahead in her high heels, hands clasped behind her back, her steps graceful yet reminiscent of a child, exuding a romantic charm. They passed the dock and a small house by the flower bed, its iron gate securely locked. This hour, Wang Xiaohua was already asleep on the sofa, with only the faint glow of a late-night drama illuminating the room. "Could you lend me a hand?" She suddenly halted in front of him. The entrance to Yanglu featured a tiered pavilion, its railings coated with dust and littered with fallen wild fruits, in dire need of cleaning. Wearing high heels, she had perhaps traveled a short distance and appeared somewhat fatigued. Xiang Tian stepped forward, only to be unexpectedly entwined by her arm. Lin Xiyan gently closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "The air here is so fresh that I wish to move nearby and be with you." But she interrupted him again, pointing ahead. "Let us discuss it over there." The lights behind them faded away as they navigated through the wooded path, finally reaching the banks of the Han River, where there were no railings, only the deep, shimmering waters reflecting the moonlight. "Can we talk now?" Xiang Tian inquired softly. Yet she curiously raised his arm, asking, "Why aren't you wearing the watch my wife gave you? Didn't you promise to wear it always and never take it off?" Noticing the red string on his wrist, Lin Xiyan couldn't help but tease. "You big liar." She rummaged through her bag for a moment and discovered the watch he had left behind in her room. Appearing in her possession without his knowledge, her face lit up with joy, illuminated by the soft moonlight, revealing her exquisite features. "This time, I'll put it on you. Just promise not to take it off again." Chapter 49. Leap into the river. "You must love me." Xiang Tian evaded her hand, and Lin Xiyan, with a half-smile, questioned, "Husband, what do you mean by this?" He took a deep breath, his expression becoming complex and slow. "I don't want to continue like this. That I in the past, due to my cowardice, I believed I could shield myself from heat by merely covering a stone, leading to my own despair and evasion. But only now do I realize that the one who has overlooked her feelings is me. That I pursued her for 7 years in the previous life, but my feelings extend far beyond that. From before middle school and into society, she has become an undeniable presence in my life." Lin Xiyan regarded him with skepticism, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "Husband, what do you mean by all this? Everyone has had someone they admired in the past, myself included, but that is all behind us. We are now husband and wife." Xiang Tian quickly countered, "But we are also a thing of the past. What happened in the previous life is over. At least in this life, I don't want to dwell on it too much. We simply aren't suitable for each other." As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted, and tears welled in his eyes. 5 years may not seem long or short, but having lived under the same roof, day in and day out, they had become the most familiar to each other. Yet even such a relationship must come to an end. Lin Xiyan stared at him for a long while, her expression gradually solidifying, and this silence persisted until she finally burst into laughter. "Husband, you are so immature. While youthful love is precious, do not mistake it for true love." Seeing Xiang Tian remain silent, she continued with a smile, "If we aren't suitable, then why did you agree to return to the villa? If we aren't suitable, why have you been so infatuated with me? If we aren't suitable, why did you go to the trouble of arranging a grand wedding for me?" Xiang Tian was left speechless. Yet Lin Xiyan's words cut deep, her stance unwavering, as if she believed that Xiang Tian's current state was merely a misunderstanding and distortion. What, then, is love? Warm reminder. Return to the end of chapter 15. After waking that day, Lin Xiyan believed she had been violated by Xiang Tian once more and expelled him from the villa. His mother, aware of his experiences over the years, understood that the family's debts were all settled by Lin Xiyan, and she felt she could not say much. However, after their separation, Xiang Tian was no longer young, nearing 30, so his mother began to inquire around and soon found a promising elementary school teacher. The woman had commendable qualities, and given Xiang Tian's worldly wisdom and appearance, they got along well over the course of a week. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiyan returned midway, arriving with gifts, persuading his parents, and even staying overnight in his room. Xiang Tian, I remember everything that happened that night. It's not your fault, since I misunderstood you. You can move back to the villa tomorrow. She spoke with a tone that felt like charity. Deeply piercing his pride, Xiang Tian naturally refused, stating, You once said it clearly. I'm just a dog you've raised, always thinking to bite you when it matters most. Now that you've cast me out, why should I return and linger in your memory? He was reluctant to return, and Lin Xiyan also clung to the idea of staying, leading to a stalemate that lasted over half a month. During this time, they truly shared the same bed, both wide awake, yet strangely, no spark ignited between them. Eventually, his mother somehow procured a bottle of authentic Xionghuang liquor, and during dinner, she poured him several hefty glasses, resulting in an occurrence that should not have happened, thus naturally bringing the two together. Xiang Tian found himself unable to refute Lin Xiyan's words. Perhaps it had indeed been like that in a past life. But now everything had changed. Everything. At the very least, he and Luo Yanran would not miss each other as they once did. Their family would not repeat the mistakes of the past, and he would not enter into a misguided marriage with Lin Xiyan. Lin Xiyan gazed into his hesitant eyes and gently remarked, What you feel for her is not love. You simply refuse to awaken from this dream of regaining what was lost. You harbor grievances and avoid me at every turn. It seemed she had discerned his innermost thoughts, her soft tone laced with melancholy. Darling, tell me, is it our incompatibility, or have you never considered entrusting your true heart to me? Xiang Tian's countenance grew increasingly grim, his expression turning more ferocious. I haven't. But Lin Xiyan, showing no sign of surprise, smiled faintly. Darling, you are enchanted. In the fury of his gaze, Lin Xiyan silently removed her high heels, her crimson nail polish glistening on her toes. As her flawless jade-like feet unhesitatingly stepped into the muddy path, you are always lost in the past, unwilling to awaken. The answer to whom you love is quite simple. Xiang Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling in alarm as he shouted, Lin Xiyan, are you insane? Come back. He lunged forward, but it was already too late. Lin Xiyan leapt into the Han River, her smile radiant like fireworks, the waves behind her seeming to attempt to engulf her. He frantically chased after her as she drifted with the current. Lin Xiyan, don't do anything foolish. Come back. Even as she was ensnared in the abyss of the river, she did not forget to flash him an infatuated smile. You love me. Don't you? This simple, affectionate utterance resonated more profoundly than the crashing waves at his ear. Xiang Tian jolted awake from his bed. Lin Xiyan, hold my hand. Yet the woman beside him embraced him tenderly. Darling, I am here. I'm right beside you. The scene in the bedroom was that of a villa, and Xiang Tian gazed at the woman beside him, bewildered. Lin Xiyan was clad in a satin red robe, revealing her snow-white skin, her alluring collarbone accentuated, her curves exquisite. Darling, did you have a nightmare? Xiang Tian, perplexed, inquired. Where am I? How did I end up here? Of course, you are home. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Xiyan brought him a glass of water, her voice gentle. Drink this to calm down. We can talk slowly. However, Xiang Tian seemed entranced, his gaze fixed on the wall. Lin Xiyan, feeling helpless, set down the glass and leaned closer, affectionately pressing her forehead against his. Is it because you got caught in the rain last night and are feeling unwell? No, it's not like that. Absolutely isn't, he muttered, lost and confused, wondering how he had returned to the year 2022 to chapter 50. The bad news arrived, Xiang Tian murmured to himself as he tossed the covers aside, seemingly searching for something. Lin Xiyan, curious, asked, Darling, what are you looking for? My phone. Where is my phone? He was unmistakably back in his freshman year of college in 2014, and Lin Xiyan was with him in the past as well. But now, Xiang Tian's heart was filled with anxiety and unease. Unable to discern whether this was a dream or reality, my phone is charging over here. I'll get it for you. Xiang Tian glanced at the missed calls on his phone. And Lin Xiyan explained, I put your phone on silent last night because I was worried you wouldn't sleep well. I called in sick for you at the company today. Just rest at home. Don't worry. I'll keep you company. He was no longer inclined to heed Lin Xiyan's words, merely trying to digest this bizarre dream. Xiang Tian returned a call to Uncle Luo. Knowing that there must have been a reason for the phone call last night, the call connected quickly, and almost immediately, he heard Uncle Luo's uncertain voice. Xiao Tian. There was an unmistakable fatigue in his tone. Uncle Luo, did you call me last night for something? Xiang Tian sat at the edge of the bed, while Lin Xiyan moved closer, seemingly eager to listen to the conversation. There was a brief silence on the line before Uncle Luo let out a bitter chuckle. No? No. It's nothing. That I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Xiang Tian shook his head vigorously, trying to organize his chaotic thoughts. Of course, my phone died last night, so I couldn't answer your call in time. Oh, that's fine then. Just be careful when you go out these days. The weather isn't great. Drive safely. Xiang Tian forced a smile. Don't mention it. I had a little mishap on the way home and totaled my car. He recalled the torrential rain that had lashed the city last night, the meteorological station issuing 3 emergency alerts in succession. He had just come off the elevated road when he inadvertently crashed into the guardrail. But fortunately, he wasn't going fast, and he was unharmed. What? Even you? Uncle Luo began but suddenly fell silent. Xiang Tian sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pressed. Uncle Luo, is something wrong on your end? Why did you add an even? It's nothing. You must have misheard. Uncle Luo deflected, and Xiang Tian glanced at Lin Xiyan, who nodded, causing his heart to sink. Uncle, I have always regarded you as a godfather. If something is wrong, just tell me. Do you really need to keep it from me? Suddenly, the sound of a cup crashing to the floor and a woman's cries erupted from the other end. Are you at the hospital? Luo Chuana stood at the entrance of the emergency room. Uncle Luo, why did you urgently ask for so much money? Who is in the hospital? Xiang Tian held a thick wad of cash wrapped tightly in yellow paper. A rough estimate suggested it was no less than 100,000. Luo Chuana looked at him, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a single word. Just then, Xiao Yalan rushed over with a stack of medical reports. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, you're finally here. You need to see Xiao Ran. She was in a car accident. The sudden, devastating news shattered whatever remaining composure Xiang Tian had. The weight of the cash in his hands felt as if it were 1,000 pounds. Slowly dropping to the ground, he could hardly believe it, utterly lost. How is this possible? When did this happen? It rained heavily in the city last night. She rushed back from Modu for your wedding. And the highway collapsed, causing her car to plunge. Xiao Yalan broke down in tears. Fortunately, Luo Chuanha was there to support her, preventing her from collapsing. Where is she now? In the intensive care unit. She just had surgery not long ago and hasn't woken up yet. Before Xiao Yalan could provide a specific address, Xiang Tian dashed away in a panic. He stumbled toward the nurse's station, his voice hoarse. Find out where the woman who had the car accident last night is. 2 nurses, who had been chatting, were abruptly interrupted and looked at him in surprise. Could you please tell us her name? Luo Yanran. Where is she? The nurse frowned, asking again, what is your relationship with the patient? I am asking you where she is. Xiang Tian's fury erupted, drawing the attention of many family members resting in the corridor. The nurse, startled, hurriedly pointed in a direction. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Xiao Yalan and Luo Chuanha rushed out in a panic. Xiao Ran is in 318. Xiang Tian shot a cold glance around before sprinting in that direction. What's with the temper? Coming to the hospital to make a scene. Exactly. Such poor manners. You startled us. 2 nurses complained as they watched Xiang Tian's retreating figure. Xiao Yalan repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This child is just very emotional. I truly apologize. Humph. Let him be more mindful next time. It needs to be quiet here that if you disturb other patients' rest and something happens. Can you take responsibility? Xiang Tian peered through the window at the girl in the hospital bed. The room was locked from the inside, and several doctors were discussing her condition, when one of them noticed him. Xiang Tian urgently inquired, Doctor, how is the person inside? Is she okay? Is she in danger? You are a family member of the patient, right? The patient's condition is not optimistic, although her life has been saved. Due to the severity of the trauma, her nerve endings have been damaged. She is likely to be in a coma for a long time. Xiang Tian frowned. What do you mean? The doctor looked regretful. To put it simply, she may become a vegetable. Qiu Yalan immediately fainted upon hearing this. Get someone, quickly. Luo Chuan's face changed drastically as he shouted. The doctor, who had been speaking with Xiang Tian, hurried over and checked for a moment. The patient just experienced shock. Once she wakes up, please avoid stimulating her. Thank you. Thank you, doctor. Xiang Tian remained perched by the window, his gaze lingering deeply on the pallid visage before him. Luochuan River had received a payment notification, crediting his account with 130,000. Yet, alas, in this place where money flowed like water, it would not endure for long. The hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, followed by a delicate call. Xiang Tian, how is Xiao Ran? The newcomer was Su Jiaying, approaching 30, exuding an air of dignified grace, her gentle and kind demeanor embodying the beauty of feminine wisdom. She will never awaken again. Su Jiaying gasped in shock. How could this happen? I spoke with her just yesterday. She said she wanted to come back to see you. If you hadn't informed me, I would have been utterly unaware of this. Xiang Tian gazed vacantly towards the direction of the ward. A mere few steps away felt like an insurmountable chasm, making even the simplest conversation seem a distant luxury. It's all my fault. All my fault. Why must I hold a wedding? He lamented. Grasping Su Jiaying's hand in despair, his eyes filled with trepidation. If I hadn't notified her, would this situation have arisen? Would she be well and not lying on that hospital bed? Xiang Tian, do not think like that. This has nothing to do with you. It is merely that Xiao Ran was not destined for a fortunate fate. He sat alone on a chair, unable to quell the tumult within, still grappling with this merciless reality. After a time, Su Jiaying spoke again. You still intend to marry that woman, do you not? Xiang Tian mechanically turned his head, staring blankly at her. What are you trying to convey? In truth, Xiao Ran has never been able to forget you. She knew you were constrained by that woman, and she entrusted me with this card, hoping one day to hand it over to you in person. I am unaware of the exact amount. But it is all that Xiao Ran has accumulated over the years, a secret even from her family, with the hope of aiding you in breaking free from that woman's grasp. Xiang Tian trembled as he extended his hand, clasping the bank card tightly. How could she know about my affairs? Who informed her? Su Jiaying explained. Once, your father inadvertently let it slip at a gathering, and your uncle Luo overheard. The words pierced his heart like a needle. And Su Jiaying's earlier remarks echoed in his mind. Xiang Tian, in a daze, drove home, clutching the bank card that he lingered in the hallway for an extended period before knocking on the door and striding directly into the room. With a resounding crash, the walls of the house reverberated. His mother, engrossed in a television drama, felt perplexed and couldn't help but grumble. This brat, what mood is he in upon returning home? Within the room, Xiang Tian felt the surroundings simultaneously familiar and alien. The desk, the wardrobe, the potted plant on the windowsill, all encircled him, as if caught in a dizzying whirl. That he approached the wardrobe in the corner, where a green plastic storage box lay at the bottom, covered in dust, as though it had been untouched for ages, so long that he had almost forgotten about it, and would never think to open this sealed door of memories. Inside were the items gifted to him by Luo Yanran, a romantic novel he had finished reading, a faded figurine, and a broken pair of headphones. After rummaging for some time, he noticed the absence of one particular item. Mom, have you seen where my red string is? What? I haven't touched your things in your room, his mother replied, perplexed as she entered. The red string Xiao Ran gave me years ago. The red string, treasured by Xiang Tian, was well remembered by his mother, who recalled how he had joyfully shown it off upon returning home. Oh, didn't you take it out yourself? I think I saw it while tidying up your certificates a couple of days ago. She opened a drawer, perplexed. Strange. Where could it be? Xiang Tian's face grew anxious. Mom, think harder. Finally, his mother's expression brightened. Found it. Upon seeing the shape of the red string, Xiang Tian's heart was once again struck. As if a bolt of lightning had flashed overhead, he gently cradled the red string in his palm, noticing that the connecting point had abruptly severed, and amidst the entwined red strands, a single hair could still be faintly seen fluttering. His mother, oblivious to the turmoil on Xiang Tian's face, remarked with a hint of pride, I told you I left it here, but how strange. Why is this red string suddenly broken? It was perfectly fine last time. This statement struck Xiang Tian like a revelation. Once a skeptic of any superstitions, he suddenly burst into laughter. I understand now. It all makes sense. He dashed out the door, driving towards the city. The red string was meant to ward off evil, and with a strand of hair included, the calamity that should have befallen him had been transferred to Luo Yanran. The one lying in the hospital should have been him. In a moment of clarity, Xiang Tian envisioned the girl leaning against the bed, mumbling to herself, "It's almost this silly boy's birthday again. How time flies, don't know. I need to check what boy's like. I can't possibly give him a gaming console again." Recalling his 18th birthday when a new hero-themed game had just been released, she had secretly topped up his account with 1,000 credits. Those were savings she had accumulated for quite some time, originally meant for a trip to Jiang'an to see the Misty Rain, or to Dali in Yunnan. She noticed a line in a search bar that read, "Boys hope that the girl they like will give them a red string," symbolizing the turning of misfortune into good luck, warding off evil and calamity. If accompanied by a strand of hair, sincerity will amplify its power, ensuring everything goes smoothly for him. Luo Yanran suddenly hesitated, wondering if the girl Xiang Tian liked could be herself. The implication was clear. It was a way for a girl to express her feelings. Would he misunderstand if she gifted it to him? These scenes played incessantly in his mind. Xiang Tian abruptly slammed on the brakes at a traffic light just before the overpass. He felt a heart-wrenching pain, a silent scream echoing in his turmoil. The sky was overcast, as if a torrential downpour might cleanse the world of its impurities at any moment. The murky expanse ahead made the entire city feel uneasy and exhausted. In the villa, Lin Xiyan stood before a mirror, adorned in a flowing red qipao, her figure swaying sensuously like a willow. Upon hearing movement at the door, she rushed forward. Soaked through, Xiang Tian leaned against the entrance, water dripping from his clothes and shoes. "Darling, you got caught in the rain. Quickly change out of those wet clothes. I'll prepare some hot water for you. Go wash up and don't catch a chill." As Xiang Tian headed toward the bathroom and saw Lin Xiyan crouch down stirring the hot water in the tub, he embraced her from behind. "Xiao Ran will never awaken again," he cried like a child. A rare display of vulnerability. Lin Xiyan turned to him, her heart aching as she cradled his head. "Darling, don't cry. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Come, let us take off your clothes and have a bath. Shall we? It should have been me in trouble. Why is it her?" "Hush, darling. Don't say such things. Each person has their own fate. Some things cannot be forced. Since it has happened, we must face it." Suddenly, she shifted to a more cheerful topic. "The day after tomorrow is our wedding. I'll make sure to look beautiful for you, to make you proud." Lin Xiyan smiled gently, the bright bathroom lights illuminating her beauty. Especially in that stunning red qipao that had initially been intended as her outfit for serving drinks to guests on their wedding day, now in disarray due to Xiang Tian's disheveled state. "Can we postpone the wedding?" Xiang Tian said, as if a thorn lodged in his throat, causing Lin Xiyan to freeze in her actions. As she was unbuttoning his shirt, her smile gradually faded, her tone unexpectedly calm. "Darling, can you tell me why?" Xiang Tian stammered, unable to meet her gaze. "That I'm feeling very low. I fear it will affect the atmosphere." "Darling," Lin Xiyan gently caressed his cheek, her damp fingers leaving trails on his skin. "Do you remember it was you who proposed the wedding? You promised me a grand ceremony, etched in this lifetime. I've already informed many industry elites, including some of my father's old friends and classmates." They exchanged a quiet gaze, the only sound being the splashes of water in the bathtub. After a long pause, Lin Xiyan softly stated, "If you insist, I will call them right away." She stood up. But Xiang Tian grasped her hand. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being selfish and not considering your feelings. We shall proceed as planned." In the bedroom, two individuals lay upon the bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Lin Xiyan embraced him and softly whispered into his ear, "Sleep now, my dear husband. Let go of all unpleasantness and embark on a blissful dream as deep as the mud." Chapter 52. Night in the hospital ward. As Xiang Tian drifted in and out of slumber, he was abruptly stirred by a noise beside him. Upon waking, he raised his head to discover that he had been dozing against the bedside cabinet. Lin Xiyan was tenderly wiping the cold sweat from his face with a tissue. "Did you sleep well, my husband?" she inquired. Xiang Tian grasped her arm, anxious as he asked, "Where are we? Where are we?" Lin Xiyan paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. "Darling, we're in the hospital. Have you forgotten that you brought your wife here? The hospital? Is this really the hospital?" Soon, Xiang Tian began to comprehend his surroundings, stumbling to his feet in disorientation. Hey, be careful. Don't fall, Lin Xiyan cautioned, steadying him against the chair. It was a dream. This was merely a dream. Just as he was regaining his composure, Lin Xiyan suddenly pulled him back, causing him to fall onto the bed. The sweet sensation of her soft lips gradually calmed Xiang Tian's racing thoughts. The feeling was overwhelmingly vivid and intense. You still think this is a dream? She asked, her luminous eyes close enough to see the tempestuousness within them. His gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment. As he began to settle down, he attempted to rise, but Lin Xiyan wrapped her arm around his neck. You remember what you said? She smiled. What did I say? You said you loved me and begged me not to leave. Xiang Tian averted his gaze, gloomily replying, I don't remember. In such circumstances, one cannot take words seriously. Lin Xiyan's eyes danced as they traveled from his face to his neck, then to his alluring collarbone. You are being stubborn. It's often in critical moments that one's true heart is revealed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiyan bit down on his neck, leaving a mark that belonged solely to her. What are you doing? He exclaimed in irritation, pushing her away and rising with indignation in his eyes. What's wrong? I merely wanted to give you a kiss. Why are you so angry? Lin Xiyan said, lazily tossing her hair, then smiled sweetly. I'm thirsty. Could you please pour me a glass of water, darling? Upon returning with a paper cup in hand, Xiang Tian noticed a nurse beside Lin Xiyan, adjusting her for drip. He approached, frowning. What is going on here? Why are you so negligent with your own girlfriends for? He's my husband, Lin Xiyan replied with a smile, her left hand clutching a blood-stained cotton ball. Even if he's your husband, he should act like a proper caretaker. Who wants to endure unnecessary suffering? The nurse reproached him while holding a tray. Xiang Tian pressed her hand to stem the bleeding, apologizing to the nurse. I am sorry, it was my oversight. Thank you for your help. Seeing his prompt acknowledgement, the nurse refrained from further comment. Once this bottle is done, remember to press the button on the wall. The room was once again left with just the two of them. Lin Xiyan playfully chided, Darling, I'm thirsty. Xiang Tian brought the cup to her lips, grumbling. Since you're on in 4, why were you moving around so much earlier? Is my husband feeling concerned? With a cold snort, he placed the cup on the table after she finished drinking. Suddenly, he felt a wetness on his left cheek. Mua. Once again, she was wearing a smile that made it difficult for him to say anything. Yet Lin Xiyan was in high spirits, leaning against the headboard. Her curiosity piqued. Husband, what did you dream about? Why were you calling my name? Seeing her broach the topic, Xiang Tian was equally perplexed. Have we really returned to this era? Is there truly a chance for a do-over in life? His mind swirled with questions, yet he could not deny the dream's haunting authenticity. Lin Xiyan merely smiled, offering a simple response. Could the wife possibly be a facade? The atmosphere that should have been solemn was lightened by her laughter, prompting Xiang Tian to mutter softly. I think it seems rather fake. What did you say? Speak up. Feigning nonchalance, he replied. Nothing. Just rest well. Next time, don't go crazy again. I don't wish to risk my life alongside you if I find myself in danger again. Will you still come to my rescue without hesitation? Xiang Tian answered firmly. No. Yet Lin Xiyan insisted confidently. No. You will. Why? Because you love me, she articulated deliberately. She reiterated the question, leaving Xiang Tian baffled as to why Lin Xiyan felt compelled to impose that notion upon him. He had made it abundantly clear that the one he loved was Luo Yanran, and that had never changed over the years, especially when that dream revealed Luo Yanran lying on the hospital bed. His heart had been tugged mercilessly as the clock approached 3 in the morning. Xiang Tian stealthily returned home to change into fresh clothes. Lin Xiyan, having completed her 4, lay comfortably on the bed, her head peeking out from the covers. Upon seeing him enter, she spoke in a soft tone. Darling, come over and sleep with me. I'm cold. The air conditioning hummed in the hospital room, and since their clothes were thoroughly soaked, Lin Xiyan wore only a loose hospital gown. Change into my clothes first. I don't want you to catch a chill while sleeping. Xiang Tian retrieved a white t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants from his bag. No, she protested, hiding her head under the blankets. Then you'll just have to suffer from the cold. He feigned annoyance, purposefully pressing down on the mattress, producing creaking sounds. Indeed, Lin Xiyan fell for it, believing he would heartlessly neglect her. She angrily threw off the covers, only to find Xiang Tian standing before her, holding the closed eye in that calm gaze. Lin Xiyan's expression shifted to one of grievance. I'm dirty, unless you carry me to take a shower. As footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by inquiries from elderly passers-by and the loudspeaker announcing bed numbers. Xiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively glancing at the adjacent bed, he found Lin Xiyan's absence alarming. He swiftly threw off the covers, slipped on his shoes, and saw Lin Xiyan re-entering from the door. "Were you looking for me, darling? Are you hungry? Look at what your wife brought you." A bowl of beef offal noodle soup accompanied by 2 fried dough balls, one of which bore a bite mark. She was not accustomed to overly greasy food, so she had only tasted a bit. "Patients should be resting in bed. Why are you running around?" Xiang Tian frowned. Relieved to see her in good spirits, Lin Xiyan wore his white t-shirt on her upper body, and due to her petite frame, it concealed her thighs. The red and white striped sweatpants were his high school uniform, lending her an air of youthful innocence. "This is to ensure my husband doesn't go hungry upon waking," she explained, pausing before leaning closer. "Last night's exertion means my husband needs to replenish his energy." After she had fished this woman from the Han River and carried her to the hospital, her casual remarks often left much to the imagination. Chapter 53. Loose lips sink ships. Xiang Tian chose to ignore her, taking a few bites of the noodles, furrowing his brow. "Why do you keep staring at me? Am I not allowed to look? My husband has become quite domineering." Lin Xiyan smiled coyly, tossing her hair, revealing a striking red string tied around her wrist. Xiang Tian was taken aback. "When did you take that? Give it back to me." He reached out to snatch it from her. Giggling, she teased, "My dear husband, wearing so many trinkets is unbecoming for a man. Aren't you worried about what others might say?" Xiang Tian's expression darkened, his tone growing stern. "Give it back to me." All right, I'll return it, but treating your wife so harshly, you'll surely be exposed one day." Lin Xiyan shot him a playful glare, and as she slowly moved, he couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up." Finally, as he held the red string in his hand, a sense of confusion washed over him. Did it truly contain a strand of hair, similar to that in his dream? Before he could ponder further, Lin Xiyan, out of nowhere, produced a phone and dialed a number, speaking a few words before her tone turned icy. Though her gaze sharpened, her smile remained radiant. Xiang Tian remained silent, aware of her serious demeanor when handling business. He continued to eat and drink until she finally set her phone down and tidied the table. Outside the hospital, a car with its hazard lights flashing awaited. Xiang Tian glanced over. "Is that your car?" Only she would dare block the entrance to the hospital so boldly. "Yes, I should be going." Lin Xiyan took a couple of steps forward, then turned back with a smile. "Darling, although we encountered some unexpected incidents, I had a wonderfully delightful night. So now, I must remind you, you have less than 2 months to resolve matters with all those flirty distractions around you." She did not continue her words, but merely smiled, her gaze filled with an unspoken threat. "Do you derive satisfaction only from forcing me into this position?" She offered no response, simply bestowing a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Take care, my dear." Xiang Tian watched her depart, his eyes filled with bewilderment. On the way to Hanyang, the streets were clogged with cars commuting to and from work, a daily ritual of the 9 to 5. The subway in Kai district would not reach the city center for nearly 5 more years, resulting in the overcrowding of every 266 bus, each ride a struggle for space. Fortunately, Xiang Tian and Luo Yin had arrived early at the bus station, securing their seats, approximately an hour later. As they reached Wangjiawan, it was nearly 9:30. Luo Yinran looked around, seeing no familiar faces, her brows slightly furrowed in confusion. "Didn't they say they would be nearby? Where are they?" "You might want to ask them on your phone." "Just let them know we're waiting at the Carrefour entrance," suggested Xiang Tian, inadvertently glancing at the second floor of Carrefour. There, in a window seat, sat 2 lovely girls that I think I see them, Luo Yinran exclaimed just as Xiang Tian took her hand and led her inside. "Wow, Xiaoran. Have you?" and Xiang Tian, already one girl gasped, covering her mouth, her gaze darting between the two as if searching for a juicy tidbit. Indeed, the lively and charming Li Jiruei had tagged along. After finishing her exam the previous night, feeling a touch of boredom, she suddenly found herself missing the school life. Sometimes, people become accustomed to certain days, and when they finally find themselves at leisure, reflecting on the past, they inevitably feel a pang of nostalgia. Thus, Li Jiruei began chatting with a few girls, and upon learning that Su Jiaying planned to visit the zoo the next day, she cried out, demanding to join the fun. Luo Yin ran, startled by her excitement, quickly withdrew her hand behind her back, stammering, "Juru, don't misunderstand. I'm with him." Su Jiaying playfully tapped her on the shoulder. I forgot to mention. These two are now of one mind. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward, but fortunately, Zhong Yun approached with 2 sundaes in hand. He couldn't help but exclaim, 2 sundaes cost me 22 bucks. My goodness! Su Jiang shot him an annoyed glare, dividing one for Li Jie. Li Jie felt flattered, completely unaware that Zhong Yun had bought her one too, and quickly waved her hands. Ah, Jiang, I'm sorry. I can't eat ice cream. Zhong Yun, ever blunt, asked. Why not? Li Jie's ears turned crimson. She couldn't possibly admit that she was shy about her relatives visiting. Observing her reaction, the girls present were quite aware of the underlying issue. Though Su Jiang simmered with frustration, mentally berating Zhong Yun for his foolishness. Can one really ask such things of girls? Even for oneself, it is embarrassing to bring it up. Fortunately, Xiang Tian came to the rescue. Xiao ran. Haven't you been saying it's hot in the car? You can take it and enjoy it slowly on the way. The strawberry flavor was her favorite, and she accepted without hesitation. The 3 girls walked ahead, while Zhong Yun was left in a state of confusion, wondering what he had done wrong. Xiang Tian deliberately slowed his pace, sighed, and patted Zhong Yun on the shoulder. Here's a tip for hanging out with girls. What is the tip? Speak less, pay more, for words can lead to misfortune, Xiang Tian said with a serious expression. Chapter 54. The affluent Zhong Yun initially intending to take the bus for just a few stops. The 5 friends soon realized that the combined fare was less than hailing a taxi. Though there was an extra person, the 3 petite girls could squeeze into the back seat. Zhong Yun lethargically rested his head against the window, silently watching the 3 girls laugh and chatter. Why did he have to sit in the front seat while Xiang Tian got to sit in the back? The problem was that it was Su Jiang who had suggested it, leaving him no room for argument, only envy. The ticket to Hanyang Zoo was inexpensive, around 50 bucks. As the girls passed through the entrance, they were filled with excitement, pulling each other along as they dashed about. Hey, don't run too far. Be careful. The area was bustling with people, especially families with children chasing each other, and even Xiang Tian and Zhong Yun, the 2 big boys, could easily lose sight of them. Xiang Tian, is that a molted snake skin? Suddenly, Luo Yinran pointed at a golden python with curiosity. This python was as thick as an adult's arm, and with each movement, its patterns became more pronounced. Behind it, a rough, yellowish shed skin lay coiled on a thick branch, bearing the marks of its belly. Jiang, let us go feed the crocodiles. They passed by the crocodile enclosure, where a crowd gathered around the railing, watching as the keeper tossed pieces of chicken into the water. Some daring individuals on the other side were even feeding live chicks. Li Jie, clearly excited, clamored to buy a chick and try her hand at feeding. However, the owner, noticing her small stature, tactfully refused. Little girl, this might be a bit dangerous for you. Just watch. Don't get involved. Li Jie walked back, sulking, prompting laughter from the group. The owner just wants to keep you safe. You can't even handle that long fishing rod. Besides, if you actually caught something, would you be fishing for the crocodile, or would it be fishing for you? After lunch, Zhong Yun discreetly pulled Xiang Tian aside in the woods to lament. Bro, do you think that money-making scheme you mentioned actually works? Who told this guy to skip the perfectly good boxed lunch and drag everyone to this restaurant, treating us all to a lavish meal? Xiang Tian simply watched, amused by his friend's plight, finding it quite funny. Zhong Yun grumbled. 5 dishes cost me 150 bucks. I've got to scrimp and save for over 2 weeks. And at this rate, I'll be bankrupt in no time. Xiang Tian expressed understanding and sympathy. All right, put on a better face. Can't you see that Su Jiang looks at you differently now? Stop complaining. Just then, Su Jiang approached. Zhong Yun stood up earnestly. Jiang, are you thirsty? I'll go get you a drink. However, Su Jiang shook her head. How much money do you have left? She pulled out a small pink purse, revealing a handful of red bills. Jiang, what is this? Zhong Yun was clearly taken aback. Su Jiang didn't bother counting the exact amount, but pushed it into his hands. We're all out here having fun together. It's not fair for you to keep spending alone. Take this money for now, and if it's not enough later, just tell me in secret. In the distance, Li Jie called out. Jiang, what are you doing? We're going to the Peacock Garden for photos. Do you want to join us? All right, I'll be right there, Su Jiang replied, turning back with a hint of guilt. I'm on my way. After a moment, seeing Zhong Yun remain motionless, Xiang Tian waved his hand in front of him, chuckling. They're already gone. What are you still looking at? Zhong Yun turned to him earnestly and asked, do you think Su Jiang would make a good wife? He tightened his grip on the money in his hand, and before Xiang Tian could respond, he continued. Anyway, I think she would. After visiting the peacock garden, they proceeded to the panda house, where many people were taking photos of the iconic bear with their backs turned to the crowd. They passed by Lion and Tiger Ridge and encountered Flower and Fruit Mountain. Lin spent $10 on a bowl of fruit to feed the monkeys. Attempting to remedy her earlier disappointment at not catching a crocodile that as the sun began to set, they exited the park and happened upon the local elementary school letting out, the sight of children with backpacks evoking memories of their own high school days. Sigh, I wonder when we'll have the chance to hang out like this again, Li Xiyan whispered. Su Jiang reassured her. Come on, let us not dwell on that. At least we had a great time today. In the morning, Su Jiang felt a pang of guilt for neglecting Zhong Yun. It was her first experience with romance, and she had been preoccupied with her 3 female friends, hardly exchanging a few words with him. By afternoon, after finishing their photo shoot at Peacock Garden, she and Zhong Yun spent nearly all their time together, laughing and chatting. Zhong Yun, naturally endowed with a sense of humor, was quite the entertainer. There were moments of playful exuberance, such as when he occasionally took her hand, much to Jiang's teasing dismay. After all, in public, such displays could be deemed inappropriate. In contrast, Xiang Tian felt no reservations. Should we dine at Moore City or find a nearby restaurant? The prices outside were certainly more reasonable, but the flavors were far superior, especially a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork that was a feast for the senses. Xiang Tian particularly relished the bamboo shoots served inside. But as for the lean meat and black fungus, as evening approached, darkness enveloped the sky around 7 or 8 o'clock. The bus station at Wangjiawan was teeming with people, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phone screens, creating an almost eerie atmosphere. Numerous taxi drivers were calling out, offering rides, both shared and private. Their group of 5 caught a cab, and the driver, initially jovial, appeared deflated upon realizing they were all together. The fare back to Kai District, if metered, would cost no more than 30 yuan. However, the driver was keen on maximizing his earnings for the evening, insisting on a flat rate of 15 per person. With 5 of them, and needing to drop each off individually, he would still make a profit of 41 yuan flat, and I'll take you all home. All right, let's go, Xiang Tian replied, not bothering to haggle, and paid up. Inside the cab, the 3 girls were dozing off, having endured a long day under the scorching sun, yet they had persevered. Chapter 55. Rolling in money. Leaning against the car window, Xiang Tian enjoyed the scenery passing by, finding this leisurely mode of travel quite comforting. The taxi first dropped off Li Xiyan, who lived in the Tongxin community near the square. Afterward, they continued along Lingzhang Avenue, arriving near Su Jiang's home. Upon exiting the vehicle, Jiang held tightly onto Luo Yinran's hand, reluctant to let go. Xiaoran, we're leaving now. Remember to let us know in the group once you and Xiang Tian get home. Got it. Be careful on the way. Upon noticing Zhong Yin also getting out of the car, Xiang Tian couldn't resist teasing. Why are you following Jiang home? Planning to sit in her house so late? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang blushed at his words, hastily explaining for Zhong Yun. He just walked me to the entrance. From the car window, Zhong Yun playfully flaunted his actions, after ensuring the young lady was home safely. He was halted by Xiang Tian's father, who called out, "Come here for a moment. I need to ask you something." Noticing the serious expression on old Xiang's face, Xiang Tian barely had time to change his shoes. "Dad, I'm so tired. Just tell me what you need to ask so I can lie down." After being worn out by Lin Xiyan for half the night, and then spending an entire day out, he was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. "Where did you run off to last night? You didn't come home at all? Is that all?" Xiang Tian, feeling apathetic, turned to head inside. Seeing this, old Xiang pursued him. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. You better respond." Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiang Tian turned back helplessly. "Dad, when did you become so nosy? Where else could I have gone? Didn't you ask me to see her off?" "You rascal, I was just worried you might offend her. Someone like her, a big boss, may seem friendly, but she's quite shrewd." Old Xiang wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and they both sank into the sofa. Thankfully, his mother was taking a shower. Otherwise, the couple would have teamed up, and Xiang Tian would have been utterly overwhelmed. "You mustn't develop any feelings for her. Our family's business relies on her support." Hearing this, Xiang Tian felt a surge of caution. "You didn't sign a long-term contract with her, did you?" Old Xiang casually replied. "What's wrong with that?" Clearly, he was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Xiang Tian suddenly stood up, unable to contain his exclamation. "Damn." Old Xiang looked at him in bewilderment. "What's wrong? Why the big reaction? Do you know how much money our family has made these past few days? How much? Old Xiang beamed with pride. Around 100,000 yuan. Pure profit. When you start your sophomore year, I'll buy you a car, anything under 20,000. Your choice. Xiang Tian forced a smile. Then I really appreciate it. Dad. Of course. You're my precious son. I have to treat you well. But on another note, he leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. You seem to have a pretty good relationship with that Lin Zong. Huh? Heh. Xiang Tian chuckled. Old Xiang affectionately ruffled his hair, imparting wisdom. Seize the opportunity, but if you really like her, go for it. If things go south, your old man will have your back. Finally, he managed to lie down and rest for a bit. Listening to old Xiang's ambitious plans for half an hour, he couldn't help but join in the banter, unwilling to dampen old Xiang's enthusiasm. After all, what was the point of arguing with someone his father's age? It wasn't a big deal to let him have his way, that he couldn't directly tell old Xiang that even if he just stood there silently, Lin Xiyan would still find a way to feed him. Such humiliating remarks were beneath him, so he opted to humor old Xiang instead. Yet, this meant that Lin Xiyan had complete control over the family's affairs, and in the business realm, her word was law. That noon, Zhongyun eagerly took the bus to Xiang Tian's house. Since both Zhongyun and Su Jiaying had graduated from Hanyang No. 1 High School with him, and their homes were in the Kai district. They were not too far apart. Bro, you promised to help me make a fortune. Is that for real? Seeing his distressed expression, Xiang Tian quickly inquired. What happened? I couldn't resist asking Jiaying out yesterday. We watched a movie and had dinner. My wallet is completely drained, Zhongyun lamented. Dating is so expensive. That's simple. Just break up with Jiaying, Xiang Tian said, comfortably reclining on the bed, feeling a bit drowsy after eating. Then I'd be just like you. A scoundrel. No way, absolutely not. At that moment, his mother brought in a plate of watermelon, prompting both to fall silent. Thanks, Annie. You're welcome. Come over to play more often. Definitely. Once his mother left, Zhongyun pulled Xiang Tian up from the bed. Reluctantly opening the computer, navigating to the official website for the summer tournament, Xiang Tian selected a team and turned to ask, how much do you want to invest? Zhongyun hesitated. What's the minimum? A full 10,000. Zhongyun pondered. Then I'll start with 100. Suit yourself. As Zhongyun was leaving, he fretted over his money. Bro, please don't trick me. That's all my savings. The next afternoon, Zhongyun returned once more, just as Xiang Tian was seated at the computer, monitoring the ongoing matches. How's it going? Check for yourself. Why is there 5,000 in the account? That's my money. Xiang Tian rolled his eyes and snatched the mouse. Scrolling to the bottom, with Xiang Tian's deft maneuvers, the balance climbed from a mere 100 to 320, thrilling Zhongyun to the point of almost giving him a kiss. A couple of days later, Su Xiaoqing unexpectedly visited Xiang Tian. Brother Tian, I have some bad news to share. Please don't get upset. Su Xiaoqing spoke with his head down, clearly apprehensive. What is it? Xiang Tian replied absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Our money has been embezzled, and the person ran away. Long Aohai's expression was grave. Even with a table of delicious food before him, he felt no appetite. Zhu Wenxuan, hoping to pour a drink, was rebuffed by Xiang Tian's hand. Let us hear it. What happened? Xiang Tian asked, his tone flat, showing no trace of anger. He had entrusted Long Aohai with 100,000 yuan, and even dipped into Lin Xiyan's funds that if he claimed not to be angry, it would be a lie. However, Xiang Tian had a clear understanding of the situation. He simply wanted to find out where things had gone awry that led to their deception. Long Aohai cleared his throat, downing a drink in frustration. When applying for the documents, you need to prepare the materials in advance. That I had dinner and drinks with the person who introduced me to him, and he took the money and fled Wushi while I was drunk. That person denied any wrongdoing, claiming he barely knew Baiyu, and even threatened me, saying if I wanted to get the documents, I should keep this matter under wraps. Long Aohai has spent many years navigating the outside world, and for the first time, he has fallen into the hands of his own people. Xiang Tian remained silent, while Su Xiaoqing, nearby, feels a pang of distress in his heart. Initially, he harbored some hope, secretly striving for success away from his family. After all, he dropped out of school too early. And during family visits, he often faced inquiries about his lack of accomplishments. Little did he know that such words cut deep, akin to being stabbed with a knife. The dining table fell into a heavy silence as Long Aohai drowned his sorrows in drink. Repeatedly raising his glass, Xiang Xiao, Su Xiao, rest assured, since this matter has fallen upon me, I will certainly repay you. I only hope you can grant me some time got a total of 150,000. How do you plan to repay that? Su Xiaoqing's suppressed grievances found an outlet. Xiang Tian frowned, discreetly pulling him back. But to his surprise, Su Xiaoqing flung down his chopsticks and stood to leave. Long Ao Hai's expression darkened. I know where his hometown is. I will book a train for tomorrow. Just then, a voice echoed from the hallway, no need. I have already brought the person. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open, revealing a burly man in a suit dragging someone inside. Lin Xiyan followed leisurely behind, her alluring red lips curving into a slight smile, her dark sunglasses obscuring her features. Darling, in business, one must not only possess intellect, but also a keen insight. This double entendre left Xiang Tian momentarily stunned. What brings you here? Isn't it natural for a wife to come to her husband's aid in times of trouble? Lin Xiyan lazily rested a hand on Xiang Tian's shoulder, her cascading hair exuding a captivating fragrance. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a fitted blazer, her black leather shoes perched confidently on the chair, exuding charm and poise that if you truly wish to engage in business, dear husband, why not let your wife teach you? Xiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. Encountering such a predicament on his first investment was beyond his control. Was it a failure to discern character? He did not believe so. At the very least, Long Ao Hai had demonstrated his integrity. Lin Xiyan smiled softly, casting her gaze toward the person sprawled on the floor. To think you would dare to swindle my husband's hard-earned money. How should I deal with you? Xiang Tian's lips twitched, his gaze drifting toward the window. Please spare me. I realize my mistake. I will repay you. By you, battered and bruised, pleaded desperately. By you, how dare you show your face before me? Long Ao Hai seized an empty wine bottle from the table and smashed it over his head. Long Gu, save me. I will repay you all of it. By you scrambled forward, heedless of the blood on his forehead. Only to be caught by the collar. Which hand? Lin Xiyan inquired with a smile that he froze momentarily, then comprehended her implication. Trembling, By you extended his right hand, followed by a shriek that echoed like a slaughtered pig. Su Xiaoqing's eyelids twitched as he averted his gaze. Although he frequented various unsavory places, witnessing such brutality was hard to bear. Enough, let us not take a life. Bai Yu wailed, his right hand grotesquely contorted. While the suited man behind Lin Xiyan remained stoic, returning to her side, Xiang Tian cast a glance, feeling an unsettling chill. This man was enormous, towering over 190 centimeters, resembling a bear. Merely standing beside him exuded a sense of overwhelming pressure. Since my husband has decided to let it go, spare him this time. Take him outside. Lin Xiyan plopped down onto Xiang Tian's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck with palpable affection. This scene rendered Long Ao Hai, Su Xiaoqing, and Zhu Wenxuan speechless. Before long, the suited man returned. While Bai Yu's whereabouts became uncertain, don't act recklessly, Xiang Tian frowned, clutching her arm, only to elicit her displeasure. Darling, you seem to be lacking in awareness. At that moment, the suited man suddenly bent down, his gaze piercing into Xiang Tian's face. Xiang Tian's grip slackened, awkwardly stammering. What exactly do you want? You may bully your wife, but now you ought to behave. Lin Xiyan called out toward the outside. Huajia, you may come in now. In walked Ting Hua, cigarette in hand, exuding an air of authority. Xiaolong, I hear you're about to open an internet CAF. Long Ao Hai straightened up. Huajia, what brings you here? This was not their first encounter, as they were both part of the Kai district circle. Anyone making a name for themselves would have heard of Huajia. I have received the funds. Take this. She produced a file from her leather jacket, revealing the prepared business documents. The legal representative was him, but the ownership belonged to Xiang Tian. There's a location at the traffic light. Lao Wang no longer wishes to operate, so you can take over. Long Ao Hai trembled with excitement. Understood. Thank you. Huarjie. No need to thank me. I lack such influence. Huarjie glanced at Lin Xiyan, casting a meaningful look at Xiang Tian. I'm leaving to do you like it, darling? Lin Xiyan whispered in his ear. How much did it cost? I'll cover it, Xiang Tian replied solemnly. Lin Xiyan smirked mischievously. You truly intend to pay me back? How much? Xiang Tian was no longer willing to be a puppet she manipulated. The family business had fallen into her hands, and this internet CAF must not be associated with her in any way. 200,000. He produced the business card and returned it to her. There are 70,000 in this. I'll transfer the remaining amount to you in a few days. Lin Xiyan's brow furrowed slightly, yet she accepted the business card. Where did you get this money? She was perplexed. The funds were allocated to Xiang Haonan, and based on her calculations, it was just enough to cover the factory's normal expenses, with any special circumstances communicated in advance. She had not used that card since. And the 50,000 within had been withdrawn. Now she demanded 200,000. How was he to procure that? Xiang Tian scoffed. I neither steal nor rob. I earn it through my own efforts. Lin Xiyan's smile faded somewhat. Darling, I truly underestimated you. It's only been a short while, and you've secretly amassed a stash of money. Well, regardless, thank you for this, Xiang Tian said as he lifted her waist and set her down. Thank you. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? She waved the bank card in her hand. Hold on to this card for now, dear husband. When you have enough money, you can return it all at once. Watching her retreating figure, Long Ao Hai approached. Xiang Shao, I didn't expect you to know such significant people. He raised the file in his hand. I will have someone verify this information. The shares remain the same. You may go ahead with your tasks. Xiang Tian waved him off, seeking solitude. Su Shaoqing wished to say more, but was silenced by Long Ao Hai's glare. Through the window, he could still see the Maserati. Lin Xiyan had not yet left. He had no desire to go outside. The two simply endured the silence together. After roughly half an hour, Xiang Tian's phone was nearly out of battery. As he exited the restaurant, he was suddenly lifted off his feet. The suited man lingered by the door, and upon his appearance, he was hoisted off the ground. Let me down. Lin Xiyan, make him stop. The window of the Maserati rolled down, revealing Lin Xiyan's enchanting smile. I thought you were planning to spend the night inside. Xiang Tian felt the world spin around him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself unceremoniously tossed into the trunk. The car roared to life, the vibrations sending a jolt of fear through him. Lin Xiyan, you've lost your mind. Let me out. Darkness enveloped him, and even twisting to find comfort was a challenge. At 183 centimeters tall, curled up in a cramped space was excruciating that he pounded on the seat. But Lin Xiyan remained unfazed, tapping her fingers leisurely. Soon, the commotion behind him diminished to silence. Lin Xiyan sensed something was amiss. Hey. He won't suffocate in there. Will he? Half an hour had passed without incident. How long had it been now? 21 minutes. She abruptly lifted her gaze, commanding, stop the car. The vehicle came to an immediate halt, and Lin Xiyan felt something collide against the back seat. Her expression turned pale. Quick, get out and check on him. Subsequently, she bent down and leaned in, only to be unexpectedly embraced by Xiang Tian. Ouch, Lin Xiyan exclaimed as her head was gently bumped, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft groan. The two shifted positions, and Xiang Tian firmly grasped her hands, a flicker of ire flashing in his eyes. Lin Xiyan, you are far too excessive. Did you really just toss me aside like this, intending to suffocate me? My dear husband, so you enjoy this kind of play? Should I then indulge you? Lin Xiyan replied, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Be gentle. I fear pain. The panic on her face vanished without a trace, replaced solely by that familiar smile. Xiang Tian stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings. He had arrived near Hengda. Not far from him stood a bus stop for Route 266. After taking a couple of steps, a robust arm barred his path. He, expressionless, stood before him like a mountain. Step aside, Xiang Tian commanded. In no way, came the retort from behind, inciting his anger and prompting him to turn. Lin Xiyan was perched on the trunk, a hand propping her up, the other playfully tousling her hair. He approached, attempting to speak, but she silenced him with a simple, shut up. Xiang Tian said, Lin Xiyan, what exactly do you want? I recall being quite clear that we are incompatible. I will no longer compromise as I did before. Lin Xiyan replied, I heard that Jianghan Road is quite lively today. Xiang Tian retorted, are you even listening to me? Lin Xiyan reassured him, don't worry, my dear, all expenses will be on me. Feel free to indulge. Xiang Tian snapped, tell him to move aside right now. I can take a cab back without further burdening you. Lin Xiyan responded, after midnight, the bells will ring, marking the dawn of a new day. For every statement Xiang Tian made, Lin Xiyan had a counter. Even though their conversations seemed utterly disconnected, yet there was an unspoken understanding between them. Just then, Xiang Tian's phone rang. What are you up to? The voice on the other end belonged to Luo Yanran, who had just finished dinner and couldn't resist calling him. Xiang Tian locked his gaze on Lin Xiyan and deliberately said in her presence, thinking of you. His unreservedly intimate words made Luo Yanran secretly rejoice, her heart swelling with sweetness. Feeling her face flush with warmth, she stammered, "Shall we take a walk in the park later?" It was rare for her to be so forward. As Xiang Tian was about to respond, the phone was snatched from his hand. "I'm sorry, my husband is currently unavailable," Lin Xiyan chimed in, her smile masking the chill in her eyes. "He has to accompany me on a date." Xiang Tian was taken aback. "Lin Xiyan, be quiet and don't say such things." But it was too late. The phone call had already ended with a series of beeps. "Give me back my phone." In a moment of desperation, Xiang Tian reached for it, but Dehay's firm grip held him back. "That it seems your little girl is quite upset. You won't be able to pacify her today." Lin Xiyan casually tossed the phone into the trunk, turned around, and planted a quick kiss on his lips, commanding, "Let us go." Jianghan Road's pedestrian street boasted a rich architectural heritage, celebrated not only in Wuxi but across the nation. Many came to admire its charm, making it an inseparable part of future tourist attractions. Lin Xiyan linked her arm with Xiang Tian's as they entered a charming Western restaurant. In the center of the establishment stood a grand piano, the soft lighting creating an inviting atmosphere, and courteous waitstaff flitted about, occasionally interrupted by the elegant strains of music. She chose a table on the second floor by the window, a quiet spot free from disturbances. Soon, a single plate graced the petite table. "This is authentic Wellington steak. You must try it," Lin Xiyan urged, gently nudging the plate toward him. "That I'm not hungry. I've had enough," Xiang Tian replied, his displeasure evident. Not only had she forcibly brought him here, but she had also audaciously taken his phone and spoken to Luo Yanran in such a manner. His gaze drifted outside, his mood darkening as he observed each passerby. Suddenly, a clattering sound interrupted his thoughts, resembling the clinking of cutlery. When he glanced over, he found Lin Xiyan smiling at him. "Darling, do you think my arrangement is neat?" The golden crust revealed a red heart of meat. Lin Xiyan's knife skills were impressive, as she had fashioned the meat into the shape of a heart on the plate. How trivial, he thought. But despite his earlier frustration, a smile crept onto his face. "At least you made me smile." Lin Xiyan speared the central piece of meat from the heart and offered it to his lips. Tempted by the aroma and his own hunger, he reluctantly bit down. "Is it delicious?" Lin Xiyan inquired, propping her chin with one hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Average," he replied, though he found the juices rich, the meat tender, and the flavor exceptional. "Then eat more. I thought you would say it was terrible." Her tone shifted as she sighed softly. "What a pity my heart feels empty." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian's heart clenched. As he discerned the deeper implication behind her words, he felt a lump forming in his chest, as if something was lodged there, refusing to release. Noticing his reaction, Lin Xiyan smirked and waved another piece of meat in front of him. Xiang Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened his mouth. "I can manage on my own." He attempted to pick up his utensils, but Lin Xiyan was quicker, sending them clattering to the floor. The sound startled several patrons nearby. "Is it not acceptable for your wife to feed you?" A waiter approached, inquiring about the commotion. Xiang Tian offered an apologetic nod. "My apologies. Shall I fetch you new utensils?" Xiang Tian glanced at Lin Xiyan, who wore a half-smile laced with anger, despite her efforts to suppress it. Her emotions were clearly visible, having surfaced countless times before. "No need. Thank you." Once the waiter departed, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Xiang Tian's gaze drifted downstairs, landing on the piano. That moment, he noticed a faint red mark on his shoulder. Furrowing his brow, he brushed the corner of his shirt, discovering it was fresh blood. Shocked, he stood up and, under Lin Xiyan's focused gaze, gently pushed her hair aside to inspect her head. "What are you looking for?" "I'm fine," she replied, seemingly reluctant to let him see. Attempting to swat his hand away, she was firmly restrained by Xiang Tian, who commanded, "Don't move." A thin, nearly healed scar bore a crust of dried blood. "Did you hurt yourself in the car?" Chapter 58. Her beauty, why didn't you tell me sooner? At least we could have gone to the hospital for a checkup. Xiang Tian's fingers brushed the scar gently, which made Lin Xiyan feel uncomfortable. She shook her head, evading his hand while resisting his touch. "Husband, just sit down. It's just a small injury. I'm not as fragile as you think. Open your mouth. Your wife still wants to feed you." Once more, she picked up the knife, but as she lifted it, Xiang Tian grasped her wrist. "Don't just think of me. You should eat too." With patience, he pried her fingers open, took the knife, and lifted a piece of meat to her lips. Lin Xiyan's long, delicate eyelashes fluttered as she blinked and asked softly, "Are you feeling sorry for me?" "Incorrect. It's concern," Xiang Tian replied, his gaze steady upon her. Before long, she chuckled lightly, brushing the matter aside. My heart hurts too. She bit into the meat and, in a sweet voice, asked, So, husband, can you accompany me to a place? Xiang Tian blinked, momentarily taken aback. Where to? With a playful glint in her eye, she teased. I won't tell you just yet. The night scene of Zhanghan Road was breathtaking. It lacked the blinding brilliance of extravagant lights, yet emanated an elegance that captivated the eye. Countless couples and tourists mingled, flanked by a myriad of shops displaying an array of goods. The delayed phoenix would return in 10 years, marking the beginning of a bustling metropolis, during the peak hours of 7 or 8. This street led to the most animated night market alleys as they walked. Lin Xiyan intimately linked her arm with Xiang Tian's, her radiant smile overshadowing even the blossoms around them. Husband, come with me to look at some dresses. Following her, there were no high-end luxury brands, merely tags dangling from mannequins advertising prices starting at 78 yuan. Which one looks better, this one or that one? Lin Xiyan pondered in front of the mirror, holding two dresses, one a blue chiffon gown, the other a soft yellow bodycon. Most of the clothing here was simply wholesale from nearby factories, indistinguishable from the wares of street vendors, despite the simplest of materials. She favored the most vibrant hues. Just as she stood amidst the crowd, she would always be the most striking figure. Xiang Tian remarked without exaggeration, You look great in anything you wear. Is that true? Then may I select a few more garments to wear in your presence in the future? The nearby sales assistant remained silent, merely holding her purchases, whether it was the watch on Xiang Tian's wrist or Lin Xiyan's poised demeanor. In this era, everyone clung to the last vestiges of tradition. As for standing out, that was still a few years away. If you like it, then let me wrap it all up for you, Xiang Tian said, beginning to fumble in his pockets. Lin Xiyan halted him, turning to the sales assistant with a gentle smile. Let us explore other stores. In the subsequent shops, she continued to select clothes that caught her fancy, occasionally asking Xiang Tian, who was seated on a nearby bench, Darling, does this look good? This question seemed to bring her endless joy. Ultimately, her gaze lingered on a dark green floral maxi dress as she emerged from the fitting room. She resembled a lotus blossom emerging from water, instantly capturing the attention of other patrons. Lin Xiyan's lips curved into a vibrant smile, her naturally unadorned face radiating elegance as she approached that moment. Xiang Tian was utterly captivated. The sales assistant herself was rendered speechless, unable to look away, exclaiming, My goodness, miss, you are the most beautiful customer I have ever seen. Your skin is flawless. How do you maintain it? Are you a celebrity? The whispers of the surrounding women were almost deafening in the cozy little shop. Lin Xiyan, unaccustomed to carrying cash, found no need for it wherever she went. Typically, card payments were the most straightforward method. The dress cost a mere 178 yuan. Yet, amidst the crowd, she twirled gracefully twice before halting in front of Xiang Tian, gently bending down and sweetly requesting, Darling, may I have your hand? Envious glances were cast upon them. Men enchanted and women spellbound. It was as if she belonged there, not merely seeking attention. Xiang Tian's eyes suddenly caught sight of her incongruous black shoes, which marred the beauty of the ensemble. Without a second thought, he scooped Lin Xiyan into his arms and began to stride purposefully through the stores, leaving onlookers puzzled about his intentions. Hey, darling, what are you doing? She asked. Just wait, you'll find out soon, he replied, his unusual actions becoming a striking sight on the street. Excuse me, could you all make way, please? He shouted ahead, as pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, while the lovely lady in his arms gazed intently at his face, lost in reverie. Eventually, Xiang Tian found a women's shoe store, where he unceremoniously set Lin Xiyan on a bench. Ignoring the astonished expression of the shop owner, he squatted down to select a pair of shoes that pleased him. Not these. The color doesn't match, he muttered, quickly scanning the shelves. Lost in his own world, the store owner approached him, attempting to introduce the merchandise with professional flair, but Xiang Tian was oblivious to her words, which failed to penetrate his thoughts. Darling, do you think these shoes would look good on me? A delicate voice from behind pulled him back to reality. Presenting a pair of silver sandals, he slowly turned, cradling the sandals in his hands as he assessed Lin Xiyan's petite feet. Her previously worn black shoes had mysteriously vanished, replaced by white socks stuffed into the sandals. Her toes, illuminated by the overhead lights, appeared particularly translucent, adorned with vibrant red nail polish and sprinkled with silver sparkles, exuding undeniable allure. Xiang Tian was certain. These are perfect. They truly match your current aura. Lin Xiyan straightened with a radiant smile, playfully extending a leg. Then would you please help me put them on? Xiang Tian silently crouched, his hands gliding along the arch of her foot, gently grasping her delicate ankle. Lin Xiyan's smile was dazzling as her eyes quietly observed the man before her, who was focused on the task at hand. Chapter 59. Wishing to watch the sunset with you. As many street-side shops began closing for the night, the light gradually dimmed, yet this street did not succumb to darkness as one might expect. The lights in front of the Jianghan Pavilion remained bright, with several individuals lingering nearby, likely young couples savoring the romantic chimes that marked the approach of twilight. Among them were the two of them. Lin Xiyan held a balloon, which occasionally bobbed against Xiang Tian's head in the breeze. She chose a spot facing the building and smiled sweetly. Darling, I heard that couples who stand before this building and make a wish at the chime will be together for life if they endure a month. Is that true? Xiang Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the direction she indicated as the clock's hands approached the hour, heralding the dawn of a new day. He reflected on the nature of stories, with their inevitable highs and lows, uncertain of the choices each individual would ultimately make. Why should I care about others? I simply wish to hear your thoughts, darling. Lin Xiyan seemed to grip his hand tighter. Unwilling to let go. I don't know, Xiang Tian replied, choosing to sidestep the topic, but Lin Xiyan pressed on. Her long nails nearly dug into his flesh, leaving faint marks. In that half hour, various smiling couples passed by, their gazes lingering on Lin Xiyan, albeit discreetly. After a while, she rose, her figure appearing somewhat forlorn as she walked ahead. Xiang Tian picked up her small blazer, hurrying to catch up. She feigned a smile, pushing the garment away, but he caught it just in time. Darling, I want to be alone for a moment. Can you please not stray too far? Xiang Tian's tone was heavy with concern. I'm right behind you. You just need to turn around to see me. Thus, step by step, they walked from one end of the street to the other, traversing alleyways and crossing bridges. Martha paused at the outskirts, as Lin Xiyan had intended to leave footprints with Xiang Tian on this street. Yet now, a mere 1 or 2 kilometers had transformed into an insurmountable chasm between them. Upon returning to the car, Lin Xiyan took the driver's seat. Idahe had long been dismissed by her, leaving her as the sole driver. Xiang Tian tapped on her window. Let me drive. Where shall we go together? Lin Xiyan did not refuse, her expression downcast as she moved to the back seat. Lingbo Gate. They parked along the roadside, her school in clear view. Yet Lin Xiyan could not muster even a hint of joy. The sun won't rise for over 4 hours. Perhaps you should rest in the car, Xiang Tian suggested softly. Already understanding her intentions, it turned out she wished to be here, chasing the sunrise together, watching the sky brighten. Regrettably, the boardwalk had been dismantled 2 years prior, leaving only the riverbank. Lin Xiyan insisted on going first, prompting Xiang Tian to hurriedly follow. Listen, put on your jacket. It's chilly tonight. Don't catch a cold. She behaved like a child, her playful demeanor shining through. If I do get sick, at least you'll be there to keep me company, right? Xiang Tian frowned, firmly draping the garment over her shoulders, pressing it down with his hand. Who wishes to fall ill? I'm just an exception. It's nothing serious. Stop talking nonsense. He shot her an exasperated look, eliciting a soft giggle from her. In the quiet of the night, with no one else around, just the shimmering river, Xiang Tian worried Lin Xiyan might act impulsively again. This time, he chose to stay close, ready to react at the slightest hint of her intentions that I underestimated. I should have arranged for them to prepare the boardwalk in advance, Lin Xiyan murmured as she felt the evening breeze by the river. Prepare for what? He inquired. Nothing, Lin Xiyan replied, seemingly dissatisfied, stepping back and tugging at her jacket. Xiang Tian glanced around. The boardwalk wouldn't be completed until next year, destined to become a new hotspot. Everything would eventually return to the semblance of the past as time progressed. After a while, noticing Lin Xiyan occasionally rubbing her arms, he gently suggested, perhaps we should return to the car. She resolutely rejected him, her long hair flowing gracefully in the wind, shifting with its direction. The breeze over the river seemed to have calmed, and the sky was no longer shrouded in complete darkness. Remarkably, the two of them fell asleep together. Xiang Tian's phone lay forgotten in the trunk, likely long shut off by now. The sole advantage of his wristwatch manifested at this moment. Gently, he tapped her shoulder. Lin Xiyan, wake up, please wake up. The dawn light grew increasingly radiant. The golden sun emerged slowly, like a brushstroke of color on a canvas, casting shimmering ripples across the river's surface. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiyan had awakened at some point, her head still resting on Xiang Tian's shoulder, nestled in his embrace. Reluctant to part, the beauty of dawn enveloped the earth, tearing through the inky night, illuminating the world. Xiang Tian couldn't help but feel inspired. Such a beautiful scene deserved to be captured. How do I capture it? Lin Xiyan twisted her head in his arms. Xiang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his speechless expression, Lin Xiyan found it amusing. When you transfer to W University in your sophomore year, we can move into an apartment together, and I'll accompany you to watch the sunrise every day. Xiang Tian's expression stiffened, and before he could respond, Lin Xiyan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, her warm body drawing ever closer. Yet his hands hesitated to make contact. In this picturesque moment, or rather, within this romantic ambience, he found himself unable to articulate the feelings he harbored deep within. Xiang Tian was a quick learner. Since elementary school, his grades had consistently placed him in the top 10 of his class. On Children's Day, he had been selected twice as a host, basking under the spotlight in the Grand Theater. The focus of attention from both teachers and students. The first time he saw Lin Xiyan after graduation, she dazzled him, illuminating his otherwise mundane academic life. Had it not been for the dire circumstances at home, he might still have pursued the footsteps of Luo Yanran until he fully comprehended her feelings. But what of Lin Xiyan? Since their acquaintance began, he had been left in a daze about how he endured those years. At home, Lin Xiyan faced countless insults and humiliations. Outside, she would deliberately drag him into drinking parties, showing no regard for his dignity, trampling on him in public. What had he done wrong? In the chaotic environment of bars, Xiang Tian had witnessed far too many sordid events. In restrooms, alleyways, and late at night, numerous unsavory characters lurked nearby, waiting for unsuspecting prey to stumble into their grasp. Yet, he discerned that Lin Xiyan was not that kind of woman. She should not be found in such places, nor subjected to the predatory hands of wolves and tigers while intoxicated. As more and more people gathered around, someone suddenly recognized Lin Xiyan and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Lin Xiyan from freshman year?" Lin Xiyan, the young lady who slapped Xinyinza in public? This incident had stirred quite a commotion on the school's confession wall. Heavens, how could Lin Xiyan be here? And who is that man beside her? I've never seen him on campus. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. Lin Xiyan had quite a reputation at W University during her freshman year. She dominated the major forums. There were countless candid photos, trending snapshots, and even subtle covert captures. A series of images revealed no flaws in her appearance. Look at her. That's what a campus belle looks like. That's true beauty. Unlike some, who would always seek out odd angles for their photos, trying to appear smaller or taller. Many had even witnessed Lin Xiyan being picked up by luxury cars around campus. Gossip spread like wildfire. Rumors flew thick and fast, permeating the campus within days. Some, out of malice, tried to tarnish her reputation, whispering that she was a mistress, warming the bed of an older man. Such tales could arise in any era, regardless of the prevailing societal norms. And what was the outcome? The school released a list of names, all of whom were expelled without exception. It is worth noting that expelling a student is no simple matter. The process is exceedingly complex, and one cannot dismiss years of hard work due to a few missteps. Yet, the reality is harsh. No one truly knew the extent of Lin Xiyan's background. As the crowd thickened, Lin Xiyan suddenly raised Xiang Tian's hand and declared to everyone, "Let me introduce you all. This is my boyfriend, Xiang Tian." Lin Xiyan drove a Maserati, escorting Xiang Tian back downstairs. "Honey, you seem a bit downcast." "No, you're overthinking it." Xiang Tian exited the car, took a few steps, then turned back to open the door, saying, "How about you come to my place and rest for a while?" They had hardly slept the previous night, having endured nearly an entire sleepless evening since the prior afternoon. She smiled and replied, "Are you worried I might get into trouble?" He remained unconvinced. "Driving while fatigued is dangerous. Park the car on the side of the road and come back with me." "Never mind. I should head back and take care of some matters. Don't forget, darling, my phone is still in the car." Lin Xiyan feigned nonchalance. Xiang Tian did not insist further. After retrieving the phone from the trunk, he cautioned her, "Be sure to stay safe. Drive slowly." "All right. Goodbye, darling." The slowly rising car window gradually swallowed her face from view. Watching her fading silhouette, Xiang Tian returned home, and immediately plugged his phone into charge. Upon powering it on, he discovered a dozen missed calls, all from Lin Xiyan, who had called him late into the night. There were even numerous poignant messages on QQ. Xiang Tian, why are you still looking for her? Didn't you say you would sever ties with that woman? You promised me. Luo Yanran had not slept all night. She lay quietly in her room, isolated. During this time, she occasionally glanced at her phone, unable to resist picking it up, putting it down, picking it up again, only to set it down once more. The empty wallpaper bore no calls or messages from QQ. Her social circle was exceedingly sparse. Aside from a few girls from her dormitory, no one else would reach out to her, most having been turned away. Late at night, she stared blankly at the screen, tears dampening her pillow. She heard Xiang Tian's voice on the other end of the call. But the disconnection was merciless, leaving her to suspect that Lin Xiyan had some leverage over him, coercing him. Unable to contain herself, she called Xiang Tian, and almost instantaneously, he answered. The voice that came through was raspy. Xiang Tian, have you not slept all night? Xiang Tian knew her temper was fierce. If her feelings were hurt, she would rest until she understood. Back in their freshman year, a girl from the neighboring class would often seek him out for conversation. They had been classmates in middle school, and thus their rapport had grown during their time together. Whenever they crossed paths in the corridor, exchanging greetings or heading back to their dorms together was a common occurrence. For this reason, Luo Yanran had sulked for several days without explanation, her complexion growing increasingly haggard. Later, Luo Shu inquired about the situation, mentioning that her demeanor at home had been odd. One night, he awoke to find her room still illuminated. Soft sobs mixed with the rustling of blankets tugged at his heartstrings. Xiao ran. Yesterday afternoon, I was discussing some matters with Long Go, and she took me away. Our relationship is too complicated to explain over the phone. In any case, I'll do my best to keep my distance. Please don't overthink it. All right. Should I come over to see you now? As he spoke, he unplugged his phone charger. Luo Yanran, feeling aggrieved, bit her lip beneath the covers, curling up tightly. No, don't come over. Xiang Tian had no choice but to relent, offering comfort. Then you should rest well for now. Xiang Tian slept until noon. When Long Aohai called him, prompting him to head to the traffic lights, the base was a venue owned by Huang Yue for 6 or 7 years. Recently, due to family issues, it had been mortgaged to Sister Hua and was now ours. Long Aohai waited for him at the alley entrance, introducing him along the way. There were 2 large rooms in the alley, one on each side. The interior decor was excessively outdated. Half of the computers were old desktops, yet to be fully updated. Keys were missing from the keyboards, mouse skins peeling, and the table bore numerous burnt cigarette holes, blackened and grimy. With plenty of marks on the screens, he picked up a folder from the front desk. This is our business license, and the transfer paperwork for this internet CAF is still being processed. After surveying the premises, he suddenly heard a commotion, frowning as he lifted the curtain of the room and found people inside. What is going on here? The sign at the door is crystal clear. How did they get in? Long Aohai explained. This is already the norm. Although inspections happen occasionally, that is still unacceptable. Even if we chase them out, they'll just go elsewhere. It's beyond our control. Long Aohai smiled wryly. Chapter 61. In those days of your at his request, Long Aohai reluctantly acquiesced. In any case, I will enhance management in this area. And we need to find a new supplier for the beverages and snacks in the refrigerator. Xiang Tian pondered for a moment. Reduce the package by 1 unit, and in a couple of days, look for a way to refurbish all these machines. Calculate the expenses involved. Long Aohai understood his implication. I will inquire about the pricing, and let us see if we can renovate our site to make it a bit more upscale. You can arrange it as you see fit, and later find 2 employees, one for the front desk and another specifically for cleaning, to ensure that the seats are kept vacant when no one is around. Upon returning home, Xiang Tian turned his attention to some details of the competitions. Time flew by, and the sun was nearly setting. Qiu Yalan took out some lamb bones from the refrigerator, her face constantly adorned with a smile. Xiao Tian, I didn't realize you could cook. I learned a bit from my mom, but I'm not too skilled at it. Xiang Tian deftly tossed the ingredients in the pan, executing the task with finesse. Auntie, could you please bring a plate over? Sure, I'll get it. Qiu Yalan stood behind him, increasingly pleased with what she observed. She had only recently discovered that Xiang Tian had been spending time with her daughter. When Luo Yanran returned home humming a tune, she appeared to be in high spirits, prompting Qiu Yalan to casually ask a few questions in no time. Under Qiu Yalan's discerning gaze, She had gleaned much information. Unfortunately, Luo Yanran remained blissfully unaware that it was no wonder, as she worked as a teacher in elementary school, frequently interacting with her students, making her adept at understanding these little ones' thoughts, especially her own daughter. Particularly when Xiao Yalan had once said something she shouldn't have. This child not only held no grudges, but had secretly brought her a set of skincare products, sweet-talking her into laughter. Awakening from a long sleep, Luo Yanran suddenly caught a whiff of savory aromas wafting from the living room, her stomach grumbling audibly as she stepped out of her room, her eyes stung with fatigue. "Mom, what delicious food have you made?" Yet, upon seeing Xiang Tian in an apron, she momentarily froze. "Xiang Tian, what are you doing in my house?" The young girl was immediately flustered, spinning around to firmly shut the door. "What nonsense are you talking about? Just waking up," Xiao Yalan called out from the kitchen, expressing her mild annoyance. Xiao Tian came over specifically to prepare a feast. "Hurry up and wash up. It's time to eat." Luo Yanran hid behind the door, covering her flushed face, as if it were bleeding. Her hair was a disheveled mess from a sleepless night. She suddenly recalled what Xiang Tian had said to her that morning about taking her out shopping later. At the dining table, Xiao Yalan sat opposite, while Xiang Tian intentionally sat beside Luo Yanran. Luo Chuanhe was not returning, as he had a gathering at work that evening requiring his presence. "Xiao Ran, could you lift your head a bit? Your hair is nearly falling into your plate," Xiao Yalan remarked helplessly, glancing at the edge of the bowl with her chopsticks. Luo Yanran pouted, casting a sideways glance at Xiang Tian, crossly shifting her weight to the left. "Oh, you child," Xiao Yalan sighed. Xiang Tian, on the other hand, felt entirely at ease. He had visited Uncle Luo's home so many times that he felt quite at home. "Auntie, it's my fault for making her angry. She still doesn't want to talk to me. I was hoping to take her out for a stroll later." Luo Yin deliberately huffed, affirming her presence. Naturally, Xiao Yalan did not refuse, merely reminding them to be cautious outside. "Come back early." The young girl walked briskly, making it challenging for Xiang Tian to keep up. Yet, every time he reached out to take her hand, she would shake him off. "Xiao Ran, why do you keep avoiding me?" As soon as Xiang Tian's words fell, the young girl abruptly halted, nearly colliding with him. "You, don't come any closer," she frowned fiercely before striding towards the community's exit. The community was approximately 500 to 600 meters from the nearest bus stop. Xiang Tian tilted his head, observing her profile as he playfully inquired, "Still angry?" "Humph." She quickened her pace. Unbeknownst to them, the two began to chase one another. Xiang Tian feigned trailing behind her, maintaining a distance of 3 meters. "Xiao Ran, I was wrong. Please wait for me. We just had a meal. It's not suitable for vigorous activity." "Oh dear, my stomach. Oh my." Luo Yanran turned her head in curiosity, witnessing Xiang Tian crouching on the ground, clutching his stomach as if in overwhelming agony. Though she knew well that it was all an act, how coincidental could it be? To suddenly claim a stomach ache when he had been perfectly fine moments ago, she still found herself begrudgingly moving towards him. "What are you pretending for? I really think you should consider acting." Before Luo Yanran could finish her sentence, Xiang Tian sprang up, tightly embracing her. "What's wrong?" "Huh?" He intentionally tickled her, causing her to erupt in uncontrollable laughter. "You rascal, let me go. Stop it." She struggled, yet her feeble resistance merely turned into playful banter. "Have I made a mistake? Oh, let me go. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore." Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as a stray hair drifted into her mouth, which Xiang Tian gently brushed aside. That moment, a bus appeared in the distance. Oh no. She hurriedly dashed towards the bus stop. Taking bus number 3, the two arrived near Longjiakan, where 2 roads diverged, one leading to the first elementary school and the other to the entrance of the vegetable market. Here, one could often spot elderly women setting up small stalls by the roadside. Tricycles, hand carts, and simple urea bags spread across the ground displayed freshly picked produce, glistening with morning dew. The cheapest prices for the freshest ingredients. Xiang Tian held her hand, chatting and laughing as they passed 5-story street, where a red wooden door led to an art gallery. Back in elementary school, Xiang Tian had taken 2 months of painting lessons and amusingly recalled his childhood aspiration of becoming a painter. As they walked, they encountered men and women clad only in swimsuits, likely just having left the riverside in summer. The Han River attracts many swimmers, especially along the willow-lined banks, where there are no railings. And the slope leads directly to the water. A crowd could be seen gathered along the riverbank, gazing from one end to the other. Xiang Tian brought the young girl to a 3D cinema, where they chose a horror adventure film, but due to the queue, they would need to wait for 2 groups. Let us go sit over there. Luo Yinran pointed towards a flower arbor bustling with people, where rows of blue plastic chairs offered shade and music. Young man, you have about 20 minutes. Hurry back to avoid missing your turn, the ticket seller kindly reminded them as they prepared to leave. How many times have we been here altogether? Luo Yinran suddenly inquired. 3 times, perhaps. Xiang Tian replied uncertainly. No. Remember, my dad brought you here once too. Luo Yinran pouted slightly, releasing his hand. Xiang Tian quickly caught up. Hey, that doesn't count. It's just us 2. Your dad doesn't matter. There were 12 posters for films in the cinema, and he recalled joking during high school about wanting to watch them all. Luo Yinran had rolled her eyes at him then, calling him foolish. Each ticket cost 25 yuan, and the films were brief, lasting around 10 minutes. The seats had a built-in rocking function, which Xiang Tian found quite amusing, especially when Luo Yinran would suddenly scream, causing her to inadvertently grasp his hand. Chapter 62. Everyone will be unrecognizable. Swinging in the breeze, Xiang Tian couldn't resist taking out his phone to snap a few pictures of the young girl. The result was that she became agitated, leaping off the swing before it had fully come to a halt, nearly stumbling as she landed. Xiang Tian, stop right there. Ha! Xiao ran. Run slower. Don't fall. I think these pictures are quite nice. They'll make great wallpaper. You dare. The sprawling lawn had long been claimed by families enjoying a leisurely afternoon picnic. After exhausting themselves, the 2 decided to buy a bottle of water. Xiang Tian. Uve come too? Hearing someone call his name from behind, he had yet to react when someone threw an arm around his shoulders. Wang Chao was drenched in sweat, wearing a blue tank top emblazoned with the number 01. Xiang Tian pushed him away with mild disdain. Why are you 2 here playing basketball? Not far off, Lu Juanxi approached, also holding a basketball. Having grown up in the same neighborhood, the community south basketball court was taken over by elementary school kids. So we took a bus over to play a bit. Wang Chao glanced at the silent Luo Yinran beside him, whispering, So, it's official. Xiang Tian couldn't help but lightly punch his chest. Their understanding conveyed without words. Let us go, enough chit-chat. My treat for drinks. Wang Chao enthusiastically ran to the convenience store's freezer, grabbing 3 bottles of iced tea. What does your lady friend drink? Assam? Xiang Tian nodded silently, casting a glance at the young girl, who was pretending to wander off 6 meters away. Hey, here, you 2 enjoy yourselves. We'll meet up again sometime. Xiang Tian smiled at him. Thanks. Have fun. No worries, we're off. As the 2 individuals entered the stadium, Xiang Tian, with a sense of resignation, made his way towards Luo Yin and Datian capped a bottle and handed it to her, inquiring, Why did you run such a distance? Did you not think to greet your friends? Luo Yin ran, with a pout, retorted, Who ran? I was just taking a casual look. The sweltering summer had arrived prematurely. Zhong Yun, without so much as a greeting, barged in unannounced. Upon entering, he unapologetically seized a sip from the cola on the table. Xiang Tian, uninterested in engaging in idle banter, promptly opened the website and said, I know you're keen on the money. Take a look for yourself, whether to withdraw it or leave it in your account. Hee, you understand me best. Zhong Yun grinned as he leaned closer, only for Xiang Tian to exclaim incredulously, What the hell? Is this for real? Over 20,000. Have we struck it rich? His expression was one of disbelief. Even rubbing his eyes vigorously, when the figure lay coldly before them, Xiang Tian added, It's all yours. Another exclamation of shock escaped Zhong Yun, causing him to plop down onto the bed, clearly unable to process the information. Throughout his life, he had never possessed such wealth. Even during festive occasions, the most he received in red envelopes was merely a few thousand, all of which invariably ended up in his parents' hands. Now, suddenly elevated to the status of a 10,000-aire, his emotions were indescribably complex. Suddenly, Xiang Tian sensed a palpable tension in the air. The predatory gaze from Zhong Yun made him swallow hard, and he retreated in his chair. Warning, whatever you intend to do, don't come any closer and I advise you to keep your distance. Bro, I absolutely adore you. Zhong Yun proclaimed as Xiang Tian emerged from the bathroom, his face contorted in distaste while wiping it with a tissue. Can you not be so disgusting? If you dare touch me again, I swear I'll beat you up. Meanwhile, Zhong Yun was engrossed in a lively chat with Su Jiaying on the computer, punctuated by lewd laughter. Hee hee. Eventually, Xiang Tian, unable to endure any longer, kicked the chair back and declared, Listen, don't you dare look at any inappropriate content on my computer. Zhang Yun seemed to misinterpret him. Turning back with a frown, am I really the kind of person you think I am? Jiaying mentioned that someone in our class wants to host a gathering, with everyone contributing $50. Then why are you grinning so lewdly? Jiaying also handed in my share and asked me to get your opinion. Xiang Tian, barely glancing at him, casually replied, sure, why not? Since the holidays just started, it would be nice to hang out. At this moment, Zhong Yun remained fixated on the chat with Su Jiaying. So, am I in? Zhong Yun was lost in the sweetness of newfound love, while Xiang Tian found himself in a dilemma. In truth, he held a rather poor impression of his classmates. Years ago, he and Zhong Yun had attended university gatherings, where many, leveraging familial connections or prestigious university backgrounds, exuded an air of superiority. Zhong Yun had dropped out, and Xiang Tian found himself in a state of decline, becoming the focal point of ridicule at these gatherings. Zhong Yun fared somewhat better, as he was doing well in the nightlife scene, earning a solid income of $2,000 to $3,000 a month, though it came at the cost of frequent hospital visits for stomach issues. In contrast, Xiang Tian had become a target for everyone's jests, with his past as a lovesick admirer during university constantly brought up, alongside inquiries about his current situation with Luo Yanran. Are you two still in touch? I heard she is a high-ranking executive at a company in Modu. You must be doing well too, right? Throughout the gathering, he remained the most subdued, offering forced laughter and toasts. In the afternoon, his mother informed him that Wang Xiaohua wished to see him, even going so far as to pass along a phone call. Tanner, hurry over to see Grandma. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Xiang Tian's brow furrowed in annoyance as he muttered, here we go again. Why do you always have to speak such ominous words? On the other end, Wang Xiaohua cheerfully replied, I won't say anything more. The meal is ready. Come quickly so Grandma can see you. Elderly individuals often tend to overthink, hoping their children and grandchildren will remember them fondly. With a retirement pension but limited mobility, they spend their days at home, watching television or chatting with neighbors. Before Xiang Tian even stepped inside, he was greeted by a thick plume of white smoke billowing from the kitchen vent. Grandma, what are you doing? Are you trying to burn the house down? He rushed in, only to be met with a choking haze. Wang Xiaohua stood by the stove, directing a tall woman who, though pale-faced, stubbornly gripped a spatula, occasionally retreating in alarm. Honey, what are you doing here? Lin Xiyan exclaimed in surprise. Wang Xiaohua, quick to act, turned off the gas stove. You're here. Quickly, take Xiaoyan outside. Grandma will handle this. Without waiting for Xiang Tian to respond, she pulled Lin Xiyan towards him. No, Grandma, what is going on here? Xiang Tian was clearly baffled, instinctively wrapping an arm around Lin Xiyan due to the cramped space. She appeared anxious, fearing he might utter something revealing. Honey, why are you still standing there? Take Xiaoyan back inside. Are you trying to suffocate me? Wang Xiaohua suddenly coughed, causing Xiang Tian to retreat hastily. Seated on the sofa, Xiang Tian observed Lin Xiyan's hesitance and could not help but ask, this isn't your first clandestine visit, is it? She blinked twice. Xiang Tian's lips twitched. If he believed her, he would be a fool. With Wang Xiaohua so protective of her, she must have made numerous visits. Shortly after, Wang Xiaohua returned with a plate of shredded potatoes. Tunner, come and taste this. Xiaoyan specially made it for you. Xiang Tian's appetite vanished at the sight of the dish. However, Wang Xiaohua had already placed chopsticks in his hands, and under Lin Xiyan's eager gaze, he reluctantly took a bite, finding it excessively greasy. Is this stir-fried potatoes or pickled potatoes? Is it even good? Wang Xiaohua chuckled, taking a seat on a small stool. Deeply frustrated, Xiang Tian suspected his grandmother was deliberately teasing him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyan remained silent, her eyes occasionally darting in his direction. It's passable. Haha. If it's good, eat more. Xiaoyan is cooking for the first time and is learning quickly. Seeing Xiang Tian's expression of utter despair, Lin Xiyan couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Wang Xiaohua was no fool. She must have summoned him to prevent a disaster in her kitchen. Not wanting to waste food, she made him finish the entire greasy dish he truly felt he might hurl. Lin Xiyan, however, was concerned and poured him 2 glasses of water. Grandma, it's fine, if he likes it. Let him eat it all. In the span of a single meal, Wang Xiaohua held Lin Xiyan's hand without letting go. It was unclear what spell this woman had cast on Wang Xiaohua. Tianer, how long has it been since you last visited Grandma? I've been worried about you. Yet you never think of me. Oh, my heart. Thankfully, Lin Xiyan had taken the initiative to check in, unlike him, who was clearly overshadowed by this obedient girl. Wang Xiaohua's scolding left Xiang Tian feeling frustrated, while Lin Xiyan occasionally stifled her laughter. Eventually, under Wang Xiaohua's insistence, Xiang Tian took Lin Xiyan's hand and walked down the street until they were out of sight. Honey, I'm sorry for coming over without notifying you. Lin Xiyan spoke up, her eyes pleading as they fixed on him. You seem quite adept at charming the elderly. I fear my grandmother might cherish you more than her own grandson. Xiang Tian had been raised by Wang Xiaohua, and their bond was undeniable. Now he felt somewhat irked by her apparent favoritism towards Lin Xiyan, treating her like a granddaughter-in-law. He was at a loss as to how to explain this to Wang Xiaohua in the future. As Xiang Tian prepared to leave, Lin Xiyan affectionately clung to him. Oh, honey, I just wanted to foster a harmonious relationship with your family. Please don't overthink it. Fine, as long as you're happy. I won team medal. Her eyes briefly dimmed before she smiled. Thank you for your understanding. As for why Lin Xiyan had been sneaking around to visit Wang Xiaohua, only she held the answer. The following morning, after finally catching a peaceful sleep, Xiang Tian was abruptly awakened by his mother's commotion. Stepping out of his room, he was met with a bustling scene in the living room, where Qiu Yalan and Luo Yinren sat on the sofa. At that moment, Yuling emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with a smile. Darling son, are you hungry? Hurry and brush your teeth. Breakfast is almost ready. Qiu Yalan chuckled. Haha, you should ask your mother what the occasion is for summoning us all here. He inexplicably returned to the room, secretly messaging the young girl on his phone. Come to my room for a moment. He typed, wiping sweat. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Luo Yinran suddenly glanced at her phone, her delicate face flushed crimson, her small eyes furtively darting towards the door. To her surprise, she noticed Xiang Tian waving at her through a crack in the door. What a rogue, she muttered under her breath. Xiaoran, what are you talking about? Asked Qiu Yalan, who was engrossed in a television drama. Upon hearing the commotion, nothing, Luo Yinran replied, lowering her head, and quietly responded to the message. No. You definitely have ulterior motives. After sending it, her heart raced wildly. She felt somewhat unsettled sitting there, anxious and restrained, her entire being uncomfortable. Unlike Xiang Tian, she was not so brazen, frequently visiting her home without reservation. Don't misunderstand, I just have a question for you. Hurry up and come, Xiang Tian insisted again, putting her in a difficult position. Mom, I'm going to check on what he's doing in the room. After much internal conflict, Luo Yinran could only inform Qiu Yalan first to avoid further inquiries. Qiu Yalan paid it no mind. After all, these two had maintained their relationship for many years, and she was too lazy to meddle. Go ahead, she said. Calming herself, Luo Yinran knocked on the door, glancing back anxiously at Qiu Yalan. Come in. The door's unlocked, Xiang Tian's voice called from inside. Just as Luo Yinran stepped into the room, a pair of hands suddenly pulled her in. Bang! Qiu Yalan shot a meaningful glance. What? What do you want? My mom is still outside. The young girl now resembled a lamb led to slaughter, timidly pressed down on the bed. Xiang Tian leaned close to her face, his expression menacing as he said, Now, tell me everything you know, or else. Unable to contain herself, the girl burst into laughter, pushing him away with force. Hey, get off. You're messing up my hair. She tidied her hair, glaring at Xiang Tian as he scrutinized her with his eyes, finding him exceedingly annoying. Your grades are out. Auntie checked for you. You didn't fail any subjects. Very impressive. Xiang Tian finally understood why his mother was so delighted. With these results, she could boast everywhere, showcasing her son's prowess as a testament to her capable guidance. Given her personality, not notifying the neighbors or making rounds to friends and family was already quite restrained. After a while, when the young girl saw Xiang Tian engrossed in the computer, she said unhappily, Aren't you worried about how I performed? Compared to grades, you might as well worry about yourself, Xiang Tian replied with a grin, slowly inching closer with ill intent. What are these two kids doing in there? Why haven't they come out after all this shouting? Yuling hurried over, just as she lifted her hand to knock. She saw Xiang Tian opening the door. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I just come out? Xiang Tian said awkwardly. Behind him, Luo Yinran was nervously smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothes. Yuling instantly understood the situation, shooting him a glare and whispering, You rascal, you have some nerve. Your aunt is sitting right here, and you dare to bully her daughter. Xiang Tian adamantly denied it. Mom, that's a misunderstanding. We were just discussing future plans and where to go during the break. Xiao Yalan yelled from the back. Yuling, where are your dishes? Lao Luo is about to come over. Yuling's face stiffened. In the kitchen. Wait a moment, I'll get them. She quickly turned back, warning Xiang Tian, don't go too far. Know your limits. Then she feigned enthusiasm. Xiao Ran, don't just play. It's time to eat. Bang, before leaving. Yuling made sure to close the door, her face adorned with a smile. Lao Luo is coming over, so I should ask Lao Xiang. He can't be absent at the table. Xiang Tian felt the weight of several pairs of eyes upon him. And he forced himself to speak. Dad, Mom, Uncle Luo, and Chio, why are you all looking at me like that? Luo Yinran, on the other hand, nearly buried her head under the table, for a conspicuous red mark was glaringly visible just below her neck. As seasoned individuals, how could the others not discern the situation? Meanwhile, Xiang Tian felt overly confident, thinking that lying on the bed had conveniently concealed it. Little did he know that upon standing, adjusting his clothes only made it worse. Revealing the mark, Luo Yinran also realized this, but it was too late, thanks to Yuling's reminder. Haha, Lao Luo, Yalan, don't just stand there, let's eat. Eat. Normally eloquent Yuling found herself at a loss for words. All she could think about was the clothes drying on the balcony. If not for the presence of others, she would have certainly gone to grab a handful. The weather had been quite warm lately, and mosquitoes were increasingly prevalent. Xiang Haonan wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, while Luo Chuanha's knowing gaze felt unattainable. Indeed, these days, mosquitoes are quite venomous, sometimes. Just one bite can drive you mad with itchiness if you don't apply some ointment. Xiang Haonan remarked sternly. Xiang Tian, you really should have turned on the air conditioning when Xiao Ran came over. Look at this hot weather, I'll remember next time. I promise, Xiang Tian said, shoveling food into his mouth. Eager to leave the table, this was certainly not a place for him. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran secretly sighed in relief, grateful that the elders misunderstood the situation and merely thought it was a mosquito bite. If they truly suspected something between her and Xiang Tian, it would be exceedingly awkward. Before long, Xiang Tian set down his utensils, saying, Mom, I've finished eating. I need to step out for a bit. You child, Yuling reproached, feeling guilty. Luo Chuanha smiled warmly. If you have something to do, go ahead. Be careful on the way. Don't always criticize him. During the break, he should relax a bit. We parents shouldn't put too much pressure on him. Then I'm off, Xiang Tian said, and he dashed back to his room, changing his clothes and socks in preparation to flee. Luo Yanran, still sitting there sipping her juice, was utterly oblivious to Xiang Tian's intentions. Until Yuling mentioned, take Xiao Ran with you. You really shouldn't leave her behind. It's rare for her to come over, and you two could go out together instead of staying cooped up at home. Long Aohai had been waiting downstairs for over 10 minutes when he finally saw Xiang Tian emerge. He looked at the dilapidated van parked by the roadside, lost in thought for a moment. Long Aohai explained, I recently nabbed this from the second-hand market, over 7,000. It's powerful and spacious, making it convenient for transporting goods. Once the three were in the vehicle, it started up, the whole van swaying. And they could hear the chassis creaking incessantly. Xiang Tian lamented, couldn't you buy a newer car? Long Aohai did not linger on that topic, stating earnestly, the transfer paperwork has been completed. The shop is undergoing renovations, which will take at least half a month. The computer manufacturer has also been consulted, and their price is quite acceptable. The second-hand market offers better deals. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Tian decided, get a brand new one. Please prepare a cost breakdown for me later. How are the staff recruitments going? Long Aohai chuckled. We've got a young and pretty female receptionist. Many people approach her for a chat. She's come to me several times over the past few days. And I even added a 200 yuan bonus to her salary. Xiang Tian nodded. You handle that as you see fit. Luo Yinran obediently remained silent, knowing Long Ge from a previous encounter where he had come to her aid. However, her curiosity piqued as she struggled to comprehend the topic of discussion. Half an hour later, they arrived at the intersection of the traffic lights. Xiang Tian, isn't this an internet CF? What are we doing here? Luo Yanran took a few steps forward and tugged at his hand. In her mind, an internet CF was hardly a proper establishment. This was understandable, as many held misconceptions about such places, often associating them with a crowd of ne'er-do-wells. Shoo, just stick close to me and don't ask any questions. I'll explain everything later, he instructed. Chapter 65. The reputation of milk tea. The environment inside the room had undergone significant changes. Though a faint smell of paint lingered in the air, I've completely renovated this room. The other side was only briefly cleaned up. We can't afford to halt operations on both sides simultaneously. The losses would be substantial. Long Aohai guided him around, with the young girl trailing closely behind. A few customers were engrossed in their games, and one of them inadvertently caught sight of Luo Yinran. Long Ge, who's this girl behind you? Introduce her to us, someone shouted out impulsively. Many in this place recognized Long Aohai, considering him one of the well-connected brothers in the area. Luo Yinran was startled by the sudden shout and instinctively leaned back against Xiang Tian. Don't spout nonsense. This young lady is the boss. Long Aohai frowned, taking note of Xiang Tian's expression. Haha, so it's the boss. Can we get Long Ge to add a few extra credits to our accounts? We've been supporting you for several days, a young man chuckled. Xiang Tian smiled. Of course, who else is with you? The young man pointed to two boys engrossed in their game. They're in a team battle. I'll call them over later to say hi.no need. You all enjoy yourselves, Xiang Tian chuckled. Long Ge, please bring them a bottle of water, my treat. He grasped the hand of the young girl, and in this smoke-laden environment, he swiftly led her outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Xiang Tian, you still haven't explained what's going on, she said. Luo Yinran furrowed her delicate brows. Why does that Long Ge call you boss? Upon seeing her expression, Xiang Tian couldn't help but tease her by poking her nose gently. It's quite simple, for this is the internet CAF I own. Luo Yinran's mouth fell open in surprise. When had this happened, and why was she unaware? Long Aohai then took him to the intersection near the news center, which was the location of his shop. Once again, Luo Yinran's horizons expanded as she followed Xiang Tian. Astonished, the shop was indeed spacious, but over 200 square meters clearly fell short of sufficiency. Fortunately, the height was appropriate, allowing for a division into a loft-style layout. Upstairs, I'll designate an esports area. And later, I will custom order a batch of high-end computers. Many of Long Aohai's ideas were ahead of their time, and Xiang Tian held a great appreciation for his capabilities. By the way, keep an eye on the nearby shops belonging to schools. If any are for sale, please contact me. As they were about to part, Long Aohai offered to take them back. Xiang Tian shook his head. No need. We'd rather stroll around the streets. You go about your business. Don't mind us. The little girl was reluctant to leave, exploring every corner of the shop like a curious child. All right. I shall take my leave. Long Aohai bid farewell, handing him a key. Suddenly, he felt playful. Xiaoran, after all this time, aren't you coming out? The wiring inside isn't even finished. Be careful, I might lock you in there. And don't cry when night falls. Xiang Tian playfully frightened her by closing the two glass doors. Immediately, the little girl rushed towards the entrance, her narrowed eyes seemingly saying, just try closing one. Upon returning to the news center, with the library also nearby, Xiang Tian recalled that Wang Chao had mentioned a new milk tea shop opening here, so he intended to check it out. In truth, milk tea shops in this era were far from being as popular as one might think, with the internet playing a significant role in their reach. That a small child sat at the front desk playing on the computer, and upon noticing Xiang Tian's arrival, called out to the kitchen, Mama, we have a customer. Xiang Tian glanced at the menu. Xiaoran, what flavor did you have last time? Recommend something for me. Luo Yinran pointed to an icon. This one, the pearl milk tea. A woman in her 30s, wearing light makeup, emerged from the back, wiping her hands on her apron and shooing the child away. What would you two like to drink? Xiang Tian casually ordered 2 cups and then found a seat. While the owner was busy with her back turned, he looked around and asked, Boss, did you just open this shop recently? I don't recall seeing it before. This basic topic of conversation naturally served as small talk. The owner smiled and replied, It's been open for over 2 months now. Oh, then business must be good. I haven't seen many shops around here with such nice decor. The owner turned her head in surprise at his comment. Noticing Xiang Tian engrossed in his phone, she had only hoped to run a modest business. The little child couldn't wait any longer and began to whine. Mama, I want to play games. Just a moment, dear. Mama is working. Be good, the owner said, opening a tablet that displayed a fruit-cutting game, which quieted the child. The milk tea from before had been overly sweet, something Xiang Tian couldn't quite get used to, yet the little girl savored it wholeheartedly, her lips never leaving the straw. Xiang Tian, you were asking so many questions earlier. You don't actually want to open a milk tea shop, do you? Luo Yinran curiously inquired, having learned that Xiang Tian was investing some money into various industries. What do you think of that idea? Xiang Tian countered, not good. Luo Yinran replied decisively, slurping up the pearls in her milk tea. The concerns regarding artificial flavors and colors had garnered significant attention in society, with past publications having documented such issues. This led to older generations harboring negative impressions of brightly colored sodas and artificially flavored milk teas. After lingering outside until around 6 or 7, they finally returned home, only to find Xiang Tian's parents sitting on the sofa with solemn expressions. "Unfilial child, come here," Xiang Haonan bellowed, his face filled with anger. Meanwhile, Yuling gently tugged at his hand, cautioned, "Lower your voice. You'll scare the child." Her words. Old Xiang's lips twitched with suppressed annoyance. "What's the matter? Why the outburst?" Xiang Tian nonchalantly changed his shoes and sat beside Xiang Haonan, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Have you reached your middle age yet? Get out. Get out." Old Xiang glared and brushed off his hand, raising his voice. "What's wrong with you today? Do you think it's thrilling to act up in front of your parents?" "I rushed back from the factory for a warm meal, and your Uncle Luo's gaze nearly buried me to tea this moment," Yuling chimed in. "Your father, and I don't oppose you dating, but can't you restrain your behavior a bit? At least wait until the parents leave before you two do whatever you want." Xiang Tian muttered softly. "I was just careless. I'll be more careful next time." Upon hearing this, old Xiang raised his eyebrows. Next time, the authoritative demeanor of a father returned, prompting Xiang Tian to quickly amend. "No more, no more. All right, let us just put this matter aside for now." Yuling subtly pulled at old Xiang, and then said seriously, "Next, we want to ask you if you've thought about your future plans." "Plans? What plans?" Xiang Tian was confused. Old Xiang snorted. "I mean your relationship with Xiao Ran. How is that going?" Chapter 66. A peaceful time. "Quite well," Xiang Tian replied, feeling a twinge of sorrow, as Lin Xiyan remained entangled in the past, unwilling to let go. He was at a loss on how to navigate his relationship with Lin Xiyan. Old Xiang frowned. It seemed he understood Xiang Tian's thoughts. "What's wrong? You seem distracted. Haven't you always liked her?" "Isn't it fine? Don't try to mislead me. Your Uncle Luo asked me about you today. You need to manage your romantic affairs properly. Don't leave me with a mess to clean up." After saying that, old Xiang retreated to his room. Having worked hard all day, he was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for waiting for this brat to return, he would have already been asleep in bed. Being with Xiao Ran is all well and good. But Yuling hesitated. "What is your relationship with Lin Xiyan?" "Oh, Mom, don't worry so much. I know what I'm doing. Go rest. Don't keep fussing. Look at your face, you've got another wrinkle." As he said this, Xiang Tian scrutinized his mother's face, even reaching out to touch the corner of her eyes. Startled, Yuling's face turned pale, and she panicked, shouting, "Have I really gotten another wrinkle?" No, Lao Xiang, quickly help me get the face masks from the drawer." She hurriedly dashed to the bedroom. In the class group chat, discussions erupted about which city to travel to, with some worrying about failing courses while others directly arranged gaming sessions. Yet Xiang Tian remained silent. Ultimately, they tallied the numbers, which totaled 17, and decided on a restaurant in Hanyang. Su Jiaying and Luo Yanran walked hand in hand at the front. The lively meal concluded with everyone expressing their desire for more, and someone suggested reserving a private room at the nearby KTV. Where the drink prices were steep, the owners simply watched as the group of students entered, carrying snacks and fruits from the adjacent supermarket, without uttering a word. Once the private room was arranged, everyone scrambled for seats, leading to a clear division between genders, with Xiang Tian sitting in the middle. It was uncertain whether the girls had conspired, but they managed to squeeze Luo Yanran into the center. Conveniently placing the two together, Wang Xian stood at the front, surveying the figures on the sofa, and with a peculiar smile asked, "Who wants to go first and show us how it's done?" "Wang Xian, don't you dare pick me. Choose him, he sings well," Lu Zhuyan shouted, shaking Li Ziheo's shoulder beside him. "You're talking nonsense." Other boys chimed in, pointing toward the girls and cheering. "The first song must be a sweet girl's opening." "Li Jiroe, why don't you sing for everyone?" Li Jiroe was famously known as the sweet and innocent girl in the department, although in Xiang Tian's heart, Luo Yanran could be considered half of that. As the microphone approached, Li Jiroe was frightened. "No, I don't want to. You wish. Why don't you all go first if you're so brave?" Everyone dodged, fearing they would be chosen. It wasn't that they couldn't sing. They simply didn't want to lose the festive atmosphere. Ultimately, she held the microphone toward the center of the sofa. Luo Yanran quickly reacted, instinctively tilting her head, while Wang Xian pointed directly at Xiang Tian. "Let us welcome classmate Xiang Tian to come up and sing a song for us." "What do you want me to sing?" Xiang Tian found himself utterly speechless as he took the microphone and glanced around, realizing that this group was solely targeting him. When it came to singing, he did possess a modicum of talent. Otherwise, how could he have charmed clients in nightclubs back in the day? Surely, it wasn't merely his looks that won them over. Since they seemed to relish the chaos, Xiang Tian decided to stir the atmosphere further. He announced, "This song, Lovely Woman, is dedicated to everyone." The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in excitement. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Look at Luo Yanran's face turning crimson, just like a fairy fruit. In a fit of embarrassment, Luo Yanran hurled a fairy fruit at him, exclaiming, "You lot are so noisy." Below, a group of spirited friends cheered. "Tier, go for it." Xiang Tian cleared his throat and tested his voice, waiting for the melody to gradually fill the air as countless pairs of eyes turned towards him. "Every day, I think of you. Such sweetness reminds me of destiny. A lovely woman, beautiful enough to make me blush. Woohoo! A mischievous, lovely woman. Tunner, you're amazing." Zhong Yun shouted from the audience. The crowd erupted in applause, their cheers drowning out the music and voice. Luo Yanran's ears burned with embarrassment, her entire face resembling a fairy fruit. Amidst the raucous atmosphere, she buried her head in Su Jiang's embrace. As the latter half of the evening approached its conclusion, people began to disperse, and Xiang Tian walked with the petite girl towards the bus stop. "Are you still dazed?" Luo Yanran thought she would die of shame. Even the sight of a passing stranger made her instinctively lower her head. "Are you regretting how you treated me before? Feeling guilty?" This prompted the petite girl to chase after him, fuming. "Stop right there. Who told you to sing that kind of song? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Ha! Meanwhile, Zhong Yun accompanied Su Jiang home. The square was not far from Linjiang Avenue. A straight road. As night began to fade, streetlights illuminated the path every 10 meters, casting a warm orange glow. The two held hands. A scene that should have been romantic and youthful, when suddenly Su Jiang asked, "Zhong Yun, how long do you think we can be together?" Zhong Yun's smile instantly vanished. "Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Su Jiang halted, releasing his hand hesitantly. "I was just casually asking. Such a question could be casual." Zhong Yun pondered for a long moment, struggling to formulate a response. "If I said a lifetime, would you think I'm joking?" Zhong Yun carefully observed her expression. Su Jiang merely gazed at him in silence. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhong Yun was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrived in the nightlife scene in his past life. Yet, his emotions were particularly convoluted at this moment, his voice taking on a hoarse quality. "You don't mean to break up with me, do you?" Deep down, he believed that his first love shouldn't end so easily. "No, how could I say that?" Su Jiang bit her lip, her heart a chaotic mess. Receiving such a response, Zhong Yun's anxious heart relaxed slightly. "Then why did you suddenly say that?" I just feel that it's so difficult for Xiang Tian and Xiao Ran to be together. It struck a chord with me. Su Jiang pondered about the future, taking a step forward. "Maybe one day we will face various problems that force us to part ways. What would you do?" Zhong Yun hurried after her, grasping her hand tightly. "I won't let that day come. Nothing can separate two people who truly love each other." "What do you like about me?" Su Jiang asked with a playful smile. Zhong Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although Su Jiang wasn't as stunning as Luo Yanran, her features were delicate, and when she smiled, she exuded a gentle, serene aura that provided a sense of comfort and peace. "I like your legs," he stammered. This left Su Jiang momentarily speechless, before she retorted playfully, "Pervert." It was worth noting that her usual style of dress was quite conservative. She had rarely worn skirts in school and never wore anything above the knee. How had Zhong Yun noticed? Perhaps it was during that time she went shopping with Xiao Ran, who had urged her to try on a short skirt, while Zhong Yun had been sitting at the entrance. Sneaking glances. "You really are candid. Of course, it's not just that you're gentle, beautiful, and caring." Zhong Yun frowned, seeing her feigned anger. "Did I say something wrong again?" Su Jiang huffed and walked ahead, but after a short while, she turned back, noticing Zhong Yun still standing there, and called out, "Are you going to take me home, or not?" Hey, hey, I'm coming. Wait for me, Jiang." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yun's expression shifted from worry to joy, and he hurried after her. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly. Every morning, Xiang Tian awoke to see his bank account steadily increasing. The internet CAF in the news center had officially opened, named Hunting Fox. The revenue from both CAFs was nearing 10,000. Though it still fell short of the expected earnings, he had transferred a rather attractive girl from the front desk to Hunting Fox, and even personally purchased several outfits for her, including popular game-themed costumes such as the Ari cosplay from League of Legends and the Wild Rose Black Chi-Pao from Crossfire. A special cabinet was set up behind the front desk to sell basic beverages like coconut milk tea, lemon ice, and grape jam. He also raised her salary by 500 and promised additional commission based on monthly beverage sales. Unfortunately, this good fortune was short-lived. A subsequent piece of news from Long Ao Hai darkened his expression. The CAF had been reported, and the relevant government department demanded a 3-day rectification that "you suspect someone is targeting us." Long Ao Hai replied with certainty, "Absolutely. Otherwise, that person wouldn't bother to lead the team personally." "Is there any suspect?" "Not at the moment. Everyone knows this is Tinghua's territory. Who would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, although we've taken over, the news hasn't been made public, so no one would be envious." It seemed it was merely a case of intimidation. Having invested a significant amount of manpower and resources at the outset, everything had just begun to take shape when this incident occurred. It appeared that matters were more complicated than he had initially thought. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Tian sighed. "All right then, let's follow the higher-ups' arrangements for now. We will execute their directives. A fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. Even if someone intends to target us, they must have a legitimate reason." Over the past month, thanks to the summer tournament of Crossfire, his account balance had swelled to over 1 million. As time went on, the odds grew lower, rendering his returns less significant. In a few days, the renowned FIFA World Cup finals in Brazil would commence. He merely needed to place all his bets on the champion team, and he could potentially reach a net worth in the tens of millions. Afterward, he planned to establish a media company to explore the path of online entertainment. The promotion of short videos was nearly monopolizing half of the internet, and he needed to seize the opportunity in advance. That moment, he suddenly realized that Long Ao Hai's call had not yet ended. "Is there anything else?" Xiang Tian made his way downstairs. It was still a van, but a new one, freshly acquired, the paint gleaming and the interior scent still lingering. Honda had been acquired by the new owner. Once inside, Long Ao Hai handed him his phone, revealing several photos taken by an acquaintance inquiring about the market. The images depicted newly launched products, including headsets and screens, a long silver table, pristine white walls, specialized esports chairs, and even the air conditioning units still retaining their protective film. Long Ao Hai started the car, explaining, "The other party is considering expanding their premises. The owners of nearby shops have reported that people approach them daily to discuss prices, even offering high bids." He then detailed some additional information. According to him, Honda's investments in recent days had reached at least 500,000, with the esports chairs custom-made at 1,000 each, and every computer priced around 7,000. With the keyboard, mouse, and headset starting at 2,000, take me there to have a look. Listening to Long Ao Hai's analysis, Xiang Tian found the situation exceedingly suspicious. Upon arriving at Honda's entrance, they heard a cacophony from within. Just as Xiang Tian was about to step inside, Long Ao Hai remarked, "Xiang Xiao, I can't go in. The people inside know me." This was understandable, considering Long Ao Hai had made quite a name for himself outside, especially after opening 2 internet CAFs. Everyone was aware of him. It wouldn't be wise to barge into someone else's establishment unannounced. "All right, then wait for me in the car. I want to see who possesses such audacity." With a cold snort directed at the heavens, he stepped inside, immediately enveloped by a rush of chill air. 2 air conditioning units stood in opposite corners, framing a narrow passageway in between. At first glance, he was greeted by 2 alluring and beautiful women, each holding a tray offering betel nuts and cigarette boxes. Their sudden declaration of welcome captured his attention, punctuated by a tone of unexpected politeness. Chapter 68. The 2 elders moved, regaining his composure. He turned to the female receptionist beside him and casually remarked, "Is there an available machine? Please set one up for me. Please hold on for a moment." She replied, her expression apologetic, "I'm sorry, but there are currently no vacant spots. The nearest customer has over an hour left on their session. You may wait in our lounge area. We have dedicated staff to assist you." Her politeness and polished demeanor darkened his expression. How much had this receptionist cost to hire? Her words dripped with rehearsed charm, utterly discordant with the atmosphere of the establishment. "Customer incoming," she called out sharply, as one of the female attendants approached him. "Hey handsome, please follow me," she beckoned, drawing the gaze of several patrons engrossed in their games. His face darkened further as he followed the attendant, stealing glances at the surroundings. In this era, internet cafes might be lucrative, but who would recklessly squander money in such a manner? The market rate was at most 5 yuan per hour, and that was in the city center. According to the standards of Kai District, it was nominally 3 yuan. Not to mention the high-end peripherals. Did the owner truly believe they wouldn't attract thieves? Upon arriving at the back, he found a dedicated reception area, furnished with minimalist decor, square sofas, a glass coffee table adorned with a potted pothos, and 2 transparent ashtrays. "Handsome, we have snacks and drinks available for you," the attendant said before leaving, with a solemn expression. He took out his phone, intending to message Long Aohai, but his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a camera overhead. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to dial Lin Xiyan's number. "Hubby," her sweet voice immediately filled his ears, stirring his heart and filling him with delight. She then lazily stretched, unintentionally letting out a soft, dissonant moan. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such distractions. "Are you sleeping?" he inquired. "Emichim," came her gentle reply, accompanied by the sound of rustling blankets, as if she were still ensnared in slumber. Realizing this, he softened his tone. "Did I wake you?" "Emichim," she answered obediently once more. "Then rest for now. I'll call you later," he stated. Just as he finished speaking, he heard her hurried voice on the other end. "No. Hubby, don't hang up." He felt a flicker of confusion. "Why? Aren't you trying to sleep? I just want to hear your voice." She responded sweetly, his brow furrowed slightly, finding her response somewhat vexing. "What is so special about my voice? How can you sleep while talking on the phone?" However, Lin Xiyan playfully continued, "But I really want to." At this point, he found her behavior increasingly suspicious, even contemplating bluntly asking if Hongda was her doing. Yet, he understood that discovering the truth might not yield a satisfactory answer. Perhaps it was better to embrace the uncertainty and trust in his partner's intentions. Thus, he kept the phone pressed to his ear, the occasional soft breath from her side filling him with a complex mix of emotions as he reclined on the sofa. After a while, Lin Xiyan called out to someone outside, "Grandma, you can come in. It's fine." Soon after, Wang Xiaohua's voice intermittently came through the phone, followed by her cautious inquiry, "Hubby, are you still there? You're at my grandma's house?" He managed to ask, his expression darkening slightly. "MHM, Grandma is here with me." "Damn," he muttered. "I'll be right over meanwhile." Long Aohai, noticing his prolonged absence, lit a cigarette and asked, "How's it going?" Without warning, the car filled with tension as he entered. His expression grimmed. "They're here to cause trouble. Ignore it. Let us head back." He was thoroughly impressed by Lin Xiyan's cleverness. She had previously purchased a house directly opposite his family home. His family resided in an older apartment complex without an elevator. On the 6th floor, which was precisely why Wang Xiaohua and Xiang Pingjie had been reluctant to move. For the elderly, climbing stairs was a daunting task, with their home having been demolished 2 years prior. They had split the 2 newly allocated apartments with his uncle, who, being unmarried, received the larger unit. The smaller one remained unoccupied, prompting the suggestion for the 2 elders to move into a more comfortable place with an elevator, better surroundings, and more space. Yet Wang Xiaohua adamantly refused, claiming a deep emotional connection to their old home, where they had lived for decades, and an unbreakable bond with the neighbors. That it was a mystery how Lin Xiyan had managed to coax and deceive Wang Xiaohua into moving to her new house within just a few days. Although Xiang Tian believed she would not harm Wang Xiaohua, if she intended to manipulate the situation, his grandmother's stubbornness would make future interactions difficult. Hastily returning to the building, he entered the adjacent alley and spotted his grandfather, Xiang Pingjie, sitting on his small stool in the hallway. Seeing him, the old man greeted, "Tian, over here." As he slowly rose to pack up his stool, Xiang Tian sighed. "Grandpa, what are you doing here? I was worried you wouldn't find the place." "Your grandma asked me to wait for you downstairs," Xiang Pingjie said with a cheerful demeanor, his back slightly hunched. The 2 waited for the elevator, and Xiang Tian was genuinely at a loss for what to do next. Why the sudden change of heart? Didn't you refuse to leave before? He ventured, hoping to glean some information from his grandfather. The old man chuckled. "I'm not sure." Feeling somewhat reassured, Xiang Tian realized he might be overthinking things. Given his grandfather's status at home, talking too much brings tears. "Xiaoyan is quite good. Your grandma really likes her." As the elevator doors opened, Xiang Tian's expression stiffened upon seeing Lin Xiyan smiling as she leaned against the staircase railing. "Grandpa, Let me help you with that, he offered. Just as the old man took a few steps forward, Lin Xiyan swiftly rushed to assist him. Snatching the small stool from his hands, she turned back to Xiang Tian, who was still standing in the elevator, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Come on in." Tian Chapter 69. Wang Xiaohua is not a fool. Wang Xiaohua had been seated on the sofa, watching the journey to the west airing on Hunan TV. While preparing vegetables for lunch, the lively sounds from the doorway drew her attention, prompting her to call out, "Xiaoyan, is Tian here?" "Grandma, he is here. Tian is right behind." Lin Xiyan cheerfully assisted the old man into the house, while Xiang Tian, trailing behind, wore a dejected expression. "Tian hurry over here." Wang Xiaohua's admonition startled him. "Grandma, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Wang Xiaohua dismissed his protests, grabbing his arm with surprising strength, pulling him into the room. In the meantime, while Lin Xiyan poured water for the old man, she couldn't help but sneak a glance into the living room, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. "Xiaoyan, don't worry. If you have any grievances, just tell Grandpa and Grandma that will help you deal with him." The usually bewildered old man surprised everyone with his insight, causing Lin Xiyan to momentarily pause before responding with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Grandpa." Inside, Xiang Tian sat with his head bowed at the edge of the bed, enduring Wang Xiaohua's sharp reprimands, unable to raise his head. "Look at you. Sai, how did our Xiang family produce someone like you? Your father was a rogue back in the day, and you're no better." Xiang Tian couldn't help but retort, "Grandma, what did I do wrong? Can't you speak to me properly, having come all this way?" He found himself inexplicably berated. If it were his parents, he might have accepted it, having grown accustomed to their scolding, but being reprimanded by Wang Xiaohua felt utterly unjust. "Well, if you don't know what you did wrong, let me enlighten you so you can truly understand," she said, her expression filled with anguish. Hearing that he was accused of flirting with numerous girls outside left Xiang Tian in a state of bewilderment. "Who is spreading such nonsense?" Wang Xiaohua glared at him, her expression fierce. "Nonsense? You still want to admit it? Xiaoyan herself told me. How could that be false?" "Well, it seems that Xiang Tian has finally discerned where the issue lies." The gentle whispers of the wind by Lin Xiyan's ear are truly enchanting, as if the beads of an abacus have struck deep within his heart. Taking the initiative, Wang Xiaohua can no longer bear to listen to any explanations from Xiang Tian, and continues to earnestly admonish him. "Xiaoyan is a good child, my dear. I can see that clearly. Since you have encountered someone else, cherish her well and treat her kindly. Why can't you make it easier for me?" Xiang Tian, with a troubled expression, responds, "Regardless, I don't care. Quickly sever all those chaotic connections outside, and sweet-talk her into your grasp." Wang Xiaohua glares at him, exclaiming, "What on earth is this demeanor? Did you even hear what I said?" He helplessly clarifies, "Grandma, that girl she mentioned, you must have heard of her. She is my father's classmate, the daughter of Uncle Luo." Wang Xiaohua, infuriated, trembles in anger. "Nonsense, whether it's your father or your grandfather. You must heed my words. Don't provoke me." Cough, cough, cough. Seeing her gasping for breath, Xiang Tian hurriedly steps forward to support her. "All right, you are right. Everything you say is correct. Please don't be angry. Come, let us sit and talk calmly." Xiang Tian genuinely fears that Wang Xiaohua might become too agitated, as he helps her settle down. After a lengthy period of comforting her back, she finally pushes him away, her face stern. "Do not touch me. You must apologize to Xiaoyan properly, understand?" "Fine, fine. I admit my fault and I apologize. Please do not be angry anymore, all right? Come, let's sit. Standing is exhausting." Xiang Tian repeatedly concedes, and only then does he notice Wang Xiaohua's expression soften considerably. As he helps her sit on the bed, she takes his hand, earnestly stating, "Grandma's judgment is never wrong. You must treat her well. Do you understand? Regardless of what you both have experienced in the past, or any unpleasantness, this girl is truly wonderful. She holds you in high regard, constantly speaking of you. One cannot help but wonder, are you truly fortunate to have encountered such a good family?" Xiang Tian's silence is something Wang Xiaohua cannot comprehend, nor will she ever know at this moment. He no longer wishes to dwell on right or wrong. In his interactions with Lin Xiyan, he has always worn a mask, conforming to her wishes. The inability to genuinely let go of oneself. Who could possibly understand that feeling? "Grandma, please do not worry about this. Isn't it a saying you often repeat, that grandchildren have their own fortunes? Let us resolve this matter ourselves, shall we?" All right, it appears you wish to drive me to my grave. Regardless, I will stay here with Xiao Yin and not go anywhere. Outside, Lin Xiyan remains puzzled, seated on the sofa, imitating the old man as he picks vegetables, glancing towards the room from time to time. She is eager to learn what Wang Xiaohua has said. Yet the noise from within diminishes to the point where she can hardly hear anything. That if you are worried, just go in and check that I can manage here alone. The old man insists, prompting Lin Xiyan to smile gently and continue with her tasks. No need. Grandpa, I will stay here with you. After about 10 minutes, the door finally opens, and Wang Xiaohua steps out with an unhappy expression. Lin Xiyan approaches to support her, only to have Wang Xiaohua grasp her hand. Xiaoyan. This rascal has received a thorough scolding from me. If he dares to bully you again, just tell Grandma, and I will take care of him. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Xiyan purses her lips, noticing that Xiang Tian remains inside. And her concern prompts her to point towards the room. May I go in for a moment? Go ahead. I will prepare dinner for you both. I in the kitchen. The old man, moving slowly, tries to engage Wang Xiaohua in conversation. Is this our future granddaughter-in-law? Wang Xiaohua, scrubbing the pot, shoots him a fierce glare. You be quiet and sit outside. Chapter 70. Treating as one's own. Xiang Tian gazes out the window when suddenly Lin Xiyan leans closer, softly asking, Darling, are you upset again? Upset about what? She affectionately links her arm with his. They didn't even inform you and took Grandma away on their own accord. So what? I can see that Grandma quite enjoys being here. It's nothing. Xiang Tian remains indifferent, his gaze fixed on the view outside. But I sense that you are not very happy. Lin Xiyan gently teases his cheek with her finger, a playful smile dancing on her lips. How about I report everything to you from now on? Letting you be the steward? But she is met with Xiang Tian's firm grip on her wrist and a piercing gaze. Lin Xiyan, what exactly do you want? Her tone softens, her eyelashes fluttering. I just want you to be happy. Xiang Tian abruptly releases her hand, standing up coldly. But your behavior does not make me happy. That if I'm not mistaken, Hongda and Longjiao Lane is the one you acquired. Isn't it? Lin Xiyan purses her lips. Yes, I thought since you want to develop in this line of work, I would help you. Initially, Xiang Tian did not wish to expose this matter, but upon hearing her insincere claim of wanting to make him happy, he could not resist questioning. Help me. I intended to wait for a while, until Hongda's business stabilized before transferring it to you. Lin Xiyan tries to explain, but Xiang Tian interrupts her. No. I cannot accept that, nor can I bear such a loss. Not to mention that the internet CAF suffers the highest losses in supplies. How many people in this era adhere to the rules? It's either keycaps being pilfered or mice going missing, and even the mouse pads are of dubious quality, with a set of peripherals costing over 2,000, charging the maximum of 5 yuan per hour. How much would one need to earn in a day to cover such losses after deducting labor costs? However, Lin Xiyan rises to grasp his hand. I will make up for the losses. You just need to. Just lie back and collect money, like a useless person relying on you. As she speaks, Xiang Tian cannot help but chuckle. No, I truly do not need you to go through such trouble for me. I appreciate your good intentions. He harbors a thought deep within. The matter of their base being reported and investigated is evidently clear. Live a life overshadowed by her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xiyan stares blankly at his departing figure, her empty palm instinctively curling slightly, forming a gesture as if to hold hands. After a long moment, she smiles brightly. As long as you are happy that I am in the kitchen, the sounds of cooking are quite pronounced. With the summer heat of July, Xiang Tian notices Wang Xiaohua dripping with sweat and speaks. Grandma, let me handle it. You go take a rest. Wang Xiaohua, seeing his outstretched hand, deliberately ignores it. You go out and spend time with Xiaoyan. Turning away, she scoops a small spoonful of salt, and noticing Xiang Tian still standing there, she urges, Go on, why are you still standing here? At this moment, Lin Xiyan walks out, and the old man waves at her cheerfully. She does not display any signs of distress, maintaining a gentle smile. Especially when Xiang Tian emerges with a plate of dishes, their eyes meet, and the indifferent expressions only cause Lin Xiyan's smile to widen. The atmosphere at the dining table is exceedingly quiet. Wang Xiaohua glances at the two and casually remarks, Humph, eating in silence, not a peep from anyone. Xiang Tian responds, Didn't you teach him to eat without speaking and sleep without talking from a young age? Seated on the sofa, the old man, with a mouth full of food, mumbles, Wife, what did you say? Shut up, eat your food. Now, Having been reprimanded, the old man silently resumes eating that as Xiang Tian regains his focus. He finds an extra pair of chopsticks in his bowl, only to see Lin Xiyan serving him a piece of egg and ladling him some tomato soup. He slightly frowns, raising his gaze to say something, but catches her blinking at him, subtly signaling towards Wang Xiaohua. Isn't this an overt threat? Heh. Xiang Tian obediently remains silent, finishing his meal in record time, concluding the battle within 2 minutes. Finished already? Upon hearing Wang Xiaohua's inquiry from behind, Xiang Tian instinctively turns his head, only to be met with a dark expression again. Lin Xiyan purses her lips and shakes her head. Grandma. I am full. Wang Xiaohua approaches. You child, you've been serving that little rascal, yet you've barely eaten a few bites yourself. Having heard enough, Xiang Tian decides to retreat to his room, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyan glances at him, feigning a pitiful expression. Grandma, my appetite is quite small. All right, if you're hungry, let that rascal take you out to eat something. Grandma will pay. As she spoke, she began rummaging through her pockets, bewildered. Where did I put the money? Until the old gentleman reminded her. It's in the bag. Over the years, the family finances have consistently been under the control of Wang Xiaohua, leaving the old man penniless, or to put it bluntly, it was futile for him to even mention needing money. After all, he spent his days wandering outside, not smoking or anything of the sort. The financial ledger was also in Wang Xiaohua's hands. Both their pensions were withdrawn together from the bank, totaling around 7 or 8,000 as she spoke. Wang Xiaohua pulled out a stack of cash from her bag without counting it, handing it all to Lin Xiyan. Here, Xiaoyan, take this for now. If it's not enough, Grandma will give you more. Look at you, so thin. You must eat some good food to nourish your body. The elderly woman regarded her as her own, causing Lin Xiyan's eyes to flicker with a hint of emotion. Grandma, you are so good to me. Silly girl, keep the money safe. Don't let it fall. Fortunately, Xiang Tian did not witness this scene. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly spat out blood in disbelief. Could Lin Xiyan really be short on money? With the clothes in her wardrobe, not a single piece was priced below 5 figures. Did she really need a mere pension from the elder for support? In any case, he lay on the floor, knowing that Wang Xiaohua would not let him leave after a meal, so he decided to wait patiently for news. In no time, he heard a faint rustling from behind him. Drawing his attention, Lin Xiyan entered the room quietly, tiptoeing to the other side, leaning over. Honey, are you asleep? Chapter 71. Does Mom suspect that old Xiang is having an affair, attempting to feign sleep? Xiang Tian was caught off guard by a series of suspicious sounds behind him. What was she doing? The noise was exceedingly misleading, reminiscent of a woman undressing, the sound of the strap being tugged. This went on for a while, and he finally couldn't resist investigating. As he turned, a wave of hot breath washed over him, the flawless skin taut and delicate, particularly that of Wang Qingchuan, reflecting his silhouette. Before Xiang Tian could finish his sentence, his weight shifted backward, and he tumbled off the edge of the bed. Damn it. Thud-da-da. Honey, are you all right? Lin Xiyan exclaimed, worry etched on her face as she leaned over the bed. Watching Xiang Tian grimacing on the floor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Lin Xiyan, why are you so close to me? Lin Xiyan, feeling aggrieved, replied, I saw you were asleep and just wanted to hug you. Who knew? Her laughter was as radiant as a blooming flower, her body trembling with mirth. Look at you, such an adult. Yet you fell off the bed. You. Xiang Tian's face darkened with indignation, feeling an even stronger urge to distance himself from this woman. He stood up, intending to walk out, but Lin Xiyan called out from behind. Hey. Honey, Grandma is still lying on the sofa. If you go out. Unfazed, Xiang Tian felt it impossible to fathom Lin Xiyan's reasoning. Just as he turned the doorknob, he saw Wang Xiaohua reclining on the sofa, her drooping eyes fixed intently on him. Xiang Tian forced a smile, swallowing hard, suddenly noticing the even rhythm of Wang Xiaohua's abdomen rising and falling, and he let out a sigh of relief. So she was asleep. He tiptoed towards the living room. However, inside, he could hear Lin Xiyan hurriedly padding around in her slippers. Honey. Just those words made Xiang Tian break into a cold sweat, wishing to hasten his departure. The door was within arm's reach, just 2 steps away. Tian, where are you going? The thunderous reprimand from behind caused Xiang Tian's expression to stiffen, slowly turning around with an awkward smile. I was thirsty. Just going to get a glass of water. Lin Xiyan looked at him with a peculiar expression, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohua furrowed her brow, perplexed. You're going to the bathroom to get water? At that moment, the bathroom was just to Xiang Tian's left. Puffed. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Xiyan waved her hand with a smile. Grandma, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. He said he wanted to use the bathroom and would pour me a glass of water too. At this, Wang Xiaohua's jaw dropped in astonishment. You're thirsty too? Xiang Tian calmly walked into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and vigorously splashed water on his face, attempting to wake himself up. He casually grabbed a towel to dry his face, the doorway. Lin Xiyan bashfully covered her mouth. Honey, that's for my body. Damn, Xiang Tian cursed under his breath. This reminder came a bit too late. After spending the afternoon in the house with Lin Xiyan, who occasionally teased him, he felt quite vexed. He still couldn't decipher Wang Xiaohua's intentions. She insisted he stay for dinner before allowing him to leave. Back home, Xiang Tian was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the living room sofa. Yu Ling approached, giving him a couple of light slaps. Where have you been all day? You didn't even reply to a single message. This prompted him to check his phone, discovering numerous messages piled up on the screen. Among them, Yu Ling had asked him via WeChat if he was coming home for lunch. Zhong Yun inquired about the upcoming World Cup. Luo Yanran wanted to discuss a trip to Luoyang with him. In the group chat, there were a bunch of strange meme stickers. Throughout the day, Lin Xiyan had remained nearby, and recalling the previous lesson. He dared not check his phone for fear she would cause a scene at a critical moment. Having dealt with some matters outside, he hadn't looked at his phone. What were you messing around with outside all day? Yu Ling didn't press further, merely changing the subject. Your dad hasn't returned home these past few days. Who knows what he's busy with at the factory. Tomorrow, you should take him lunch and supervise him for me. Xiang Tian looked at his mother, hands on her hips, fuming, and replied helplessly. Is it really necessary? Yu Ling glared at him. Just go, quit talking back. Old Xiang had always been quite honest, in his memory. Apart from feeling resentful after their bankruptcy, he remained fixated on his grand plans for revival. Every month, Xiang Tian would send money home, intending to contribute to household expenses, but it was all squandered by old Xiang. This had led to Yu Ling's frequent complaints. Upon returning to his room, he first opened his computer to browse recent competition updates from Fireline, then sent a message to Zhong Yun. Xiang Tian, if you trust me, put the money here first. We can continue in a couple of days. Zhong Yun, is it really safe? That's over 20,000. Xiang Tian facepalmed, typing. Expand your horizons though, I forgot to tell you. It's already 32,000 now. Zhong Yun. Holy crap, a panda emoji giving a thumbs up appeared, with awesome, written in bold letters. Next, he opened the chat window with Luo Yanran, remembering she had messaged him around 4 in the afternoon. And he hadn't replied. It was now 7:30, 3 hours had passed. He wondered if she was upset. Xiang Tian, have you decided when to go to Luoyang? A few seconds later, the status changed to typing. Is early August okay? Why wait until August? Because that's when they're holding the fireworks festival, as mentioned online. Xiang Tian chuckled, opening the calendar in the lower right corner, counting for a moment before saying, alright. I'll follow your lead. We'll book tickets in advance. Luo Yanran responded promptly, perhaps glued to her screen. By the way, where did you go today? I didn't see you at home for lunch. Did you come to my house? Xiang Tian was somewhat surprised. Logically, Luo Yanran wouldn't just show up at his door, given her shy nature. Didn't my mom tell you? Well, she actually didn't mention it. Luo Yanran continued. You still haven't told me where you went. Xiang Tian pondered for a moment, responding succinctly. I spent the day inspecting the new store, Hunting Fox. Luo Yanran, understanding his implication, curiously asked, oh, is that the newly renovated shop? How is it? Not bad. It can generate nearly 10,000 in profit daily. Xiang Tian didn't disclose the full truth. After all, business matters were beyond Luo Yanran's comprehension. Goodness, Xiang Tian, are you really that impressive? Silly, the shop isn't just mine. That's still quite remarkable. Xiang Tian smirked, feeling a swell of joy from her praise. Meanwhile, Luo Yanran seemed to have 1,000 questions. Akin to a curious child, for every statement he made, she had another question ready, much like an inquisitive little one. This moment. After a long silence, Zhong Yun suddenly popped up in the chat, interrupting the pleasant atmosphere. Zhong Yun, why don't we start with 10,000, just to test the waters? Is that all you aspire to? Ugh, that is still a lot of money. What if it all goes to waste? I might as well jump off a building. Xiang Tian sifted through his gallery for ages, finally finding a rooftop meme to send him. Be my guest. Quietly, he turned on Do Not Disturb for Zhong Yun. Subsequently, while chatting with Luo Yinran, he also scrolled through group messages, locating a message from Li Jiarui. Someone had taken a picture of him singing back in the day and turned it into a meme. Captioned, Be My Cutest Woman. Chapter 72. The Hidden Truth of Xiang Haonan. That noon, Xiang Tian was dispatched early by his mother, and the familiar figure of Uncle Wang was still stationed at the door. Uncle, please help me open the door. Xiang Tian approached the large glass window of the security booth and lightly tapped on it. Uncle Wang was tinkering with his old radio. Upon noticing Xiang Tian, he was taken aback. Xiao Tian, what brings you here on such a scorching day? Xiang Tian waved the bag he was holding, and Uncle Wang suddenly realized. You've come to deliver lunch for your father? Yes, there's no other choice. He hasn't been home for several days, and my mother worries he won't eat well. Well, the food has indeed been rather lacking these past few days. Uncle Wang hesitated, as though he had more to say. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Tian simply smiled. All right, I'll mention it to him later, but I'm off now. Uncle. As the door opened, he noticed several employees sitting in the shade, engaged in hushed conversations. It was unavoidable. The factory was filled with long-time employees, most of whom were familiar with him, all of whom belonged to the older generation. Xiang Tian had to exchange pleasantries as he passed by. Upon pushing open the office door, a cloud of smoke immediately assaulted his senses. What on earth? Lao Xiang, why are you smoking so much? Don't you care for your health? Xiang Tian was stunned, lingering at the doorway, reluctant to step inside. While Lao Xiang sat in a visitor's chair, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts, the entire office enveloped in a haze that was hardly fit for habitation. Lao Xiang frowned slightly. You little rascal. What brings you here? Mom is worried that you might not have enough to eat or a proper place to rest, so she specially prepared this meal and sent me to deliver it. Oh, just leave it there. Lao Xiang replied dismissively, his emotions clearly etched on his face, his brow furrowed, and his eyes filled with concern, casting an overall gloomy air. Xiang Tian felt a twinge of unease, covering his nose as he stepped inside. What is wrong with you? You look troubled. Has something happened? Lao Xiang grunted, turning his head away. What could possibly happen? Hurry back. This isn't a place for you. Xiang Tian understood his father's nature. He always preferred to keep his troubles hidden, so he refrained from pressing further. He placed the meal on the table and prepared to leave, only to hear Lao Xiang ask from behind. How are things going with that girl from the Luo family? Is he genuinely concerned about my personal life? Xiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Dad, are you truly interested in my private affairs? Humph, I worry you might mistreat her. Now get lost. Your presence here annoys me. Lao Xiang often took out his frustrations on him when in a foul mood. As he reached the doorway, Uncle Wang glanced around and uttered a perplexing remark. Xiao Tian, is your father doing all right? Uncle, what do you mean by that? Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Uncle Wang seemed hesitant, unwilling to elaborate. Upon reaching the bus station, Xiang Tian sent a message to Su Shaoqing. Please send me your father's phone number. The bus arrived, and he boarded with an impassive expression, choosing a seat by the window, resting one arm atop it. Shortly after, Su Shaoqing replied, inquiring, Brother Tian, is there something you need to discuss with my dad? Should I go see him in person? No need for that hassle. I just have a few questions I'd like to ask. With the formal launch of Lianhu, Su Shaoqing had taken to his role as a budding entrepreneur. Soon divulging every detail of his plans, Su uncle was quite taken aback, never expecting his young son to harbor such grand ambitions. He had assumed the boy was merely idling around, staying out of trouble, only to find he was concocting a significant strategy. The internet CAF business was gaining traction, as it was seen as a lucrative venture in this era of rapidly developing online gaming. A plethora of young people were drawn into its embrace. Su Shaoqing had already begun to garner respect within the Su family. Gaining face among relatives and elders, he attributed much of his success to Xiang Tian, especially considering the lingering resentment over Long Aohai's lost funds. Xiang Tian dialed the phone. Su uncle, it's me, Xiang Tian. The voice on the other end hesitated before softening. Xiao Tian, what brings you here to seek out Su uncle? Being astute, Su uncle understood that Xiang Tian was likely advocating for his son, hence his exceptionally warm demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Tian broached the main subject. Has my father encountered any issues? Upon hearing this, Su uncle fell silent for a moment. Xiao Tian, Why do you suddenly inquire about your father? Have you stumbled upon something? A cold glimmer flickered in Xiang Tian's eyes. Clearly, Su uncle knew something, but was reluctant to share it. I'm merely asking you if I had discovered something. I wouldn't have taken the trouble to seek you out. Realizing he couldn't keep it from Xiang Tian any longer, Su uncle hesitated before revealing. A couple of days ago, your father borrowed over 200,000. Xiang Tian's brow furrowed. What does he need that much money for? I don't know, to be frank. Is there a problem with your father's factory? Given their decade-long cooperative relationship, it was unusual for Lao Xiang to borrow money from Su uncle, especially since he was a supplier. This indicated a situation of dire necessity. Despite their close ties, business considerations could turn cold and ruthless. After all, commerce fundamentally revolves around profits, were it not for the large orders Lao Xiang had secured. Su uncle would never have lent such a sum. Sensing Su uncle's apprehension, Xiang Tian spoke plainly. Rest assured, Su uncle, there's nothing wrong with the factory. The issue lies with the person. That's a relief. As long as the root remains, any troubles can be endured. Chapter 73. The daughter of Deling's family leveraging Su uncle's connections, Xiang Tian successfully reached out to a friend employed at a bank. Through this contact, he uncovered Xiang Haonan's financial statements, revealing that in less than a week, he had spent over $1 million. Thank you, brother Han. In a couple of days, I will have some funds coming in. I hope you can recommend a solid investment product then. Absolutely. I'll keep an eye out for you, little brother. The phone call ended on a positive note, and Xiang Tian quietly saved the contact's number in his notes. Labeling it, Manager Han. Why would Lao Xiang still be in touch with previous clients? With the current level of productivity, he could barely maintain the status quo. Xiang Tian was perplexed and, upon returning home, was immediately bombarded with questions from his mother. After much hesitation, he decided not to reveal anything. This situation was too consequential, and he feared the repercussions. To sum of over $1 million was no small matter, and it was uncertain how much Xiang Haonan still owed elsewhere. Knowing his mother's temperament, she could easily create a scene, shattering the tranquility of their home. Xiang Tian poured himself a glass of water. His back turned to his mother, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry. If it were merely a financial issue, Xiang Tian could discreetly help Lao Xiang resolve it in a couple of days. However, if they couldn't weather this storm, the outcome might be dire. He's doing fine. He's just been busy these past few days, having to work overtime. Plus there are dinner parties every night. And he's afraid you'll scold him for drinking. Wai Yuling looked at him oddly. Really? What else could it be? Would I lie to you? As if he knows what he's doing. You say he's drinking to excess, and yet he insists on competing with others, even when his tolerance is LOWIT's detrimental to his health. Xiang Tian replied helplessly. There's nothing to be done. The dynamics at the dinner table are all about the atmosphere. Dad works hard, so you should ease up on him at home. All right. It's my fault for looking for trouble, you ungrateful little brat. Yu Ling, in a cheerful mood and enjoying her leisure time at home, went to her bedroom to change into a dress. Auntie Deling invited me to go shopping. Are you coming along? Auntie Deling shared the same name as his mother, both hailing from Xi Nong Wan and having attended the same school, which led to distinguishing them as Annie Deling and Little Ling. They had grown up together, maintaining a close relationship and frequently visiting one another. Xiang Tian had often been taken out by his mother and Auntie Deling during his childhood. What would I go for? It's scorching outside. Wai Yuling didn't press the matter, merely checking her reflection in the mirror before saying, Fine. I knew you wouldn't want to go. Auntie Deling mentioned she hasn't seen you in ages and wishes to catch up. With his mother out, Xiang Tian seized the moment to rush into his room, opening a web page and bracing his head as he recalled past events. The memories of competitions long gone eluded him. Aside from the most renowned classic events, who would care for fleeting moments? I mustn't rush. I must remain composed. One step at a time. I must tread carefully. Meanwhile, Su Jiaying sensed that Zhong Yun had been acting strangely lately, frequently asking her about her preferences. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she sent him a link to a dress, and within days, a package arrived at the building's entrance. The dress wasn't particularly expensive, merely around 100 yuan. Yet Su Jiaying knew his financial situation and curiously asked, Have you come into some money recently? That's none of your concern. In a few days, let us go for an outing or maybe a hike. Su Jiaying couldn't grasp Zhong Yun's rationale. It was over 30 degrees outside, and he wanted her to hike. I heard there's a Leo meteor shower the day after tomorrow. I looked it up online, and it suggests that couples who witness shooting stars together will be blessed with enduring love. A warm reminder, make a note of it. Though slightly superstitious, Su Jiaying, as a girl and a self-proclaimed soap opera enthusiast, couldn't he help but feel a flutter in her heart. After all, what girl doesn't dream of romance? Upon hearing this, Su Jiaying couldn't help but conjure romantic images from a television drama in her mind. Well, I shall heed your words. In front of his phone, Zhong Yun was elated, for Su Jiaying had agreed, which meant that the tent he had purchased a couple of days prior could finally be put to use. Just the thought of spending the night in a tent with her made him chuckle like a pig. Let us invite Xiao Ran as well. The more, the merrier. That evening, Xiang Tian was once again summoned by Wang Xiaohua for dinner. What a joke! Who knows what Lin Xiyan had whispered to her mother? Thus, Xiang Tian promptly extricated his mother from the situation, successfully averting this crisis. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xiang Tian found himself near Lao Yizhong. Glancing at the sign of the building across the street, barbecue and cuisine. Upon entering, he was greeted by a server and almost immediately spotted his mother at a table. Xiang Tian naturally took a seat beside her, eliciting her surprise followed by a mild reprimand. Yet she handed him chopsticks with a smile. Little ancestor, you finally made it. Hurry and greet Auntie Deling. It has been ages since you last saw her. Auntie, hello, Xiang Tian said politely. Casting a glance at the silent Wang Jiu beside him, he recalled how this girl used to be so carefree, her silly remarks endearing her to his mother. In fact, he had even felt a twinge of jealousy as a child, questioning why his mother favored Wang Jiu over him. Auntie Deling assessed him with a smile and remarked to his mother, your son has grown quite handsome. Oh my, he looks just like you. A sweet date arrived, and immediately his mother beamed with joy. Haha, he certainly inherited his father's temperament, often quite stubborn as well. Auntie Deling gestured to the height of the table. I still remember when little Tian was this small, and now he has grown so tall. His mother sighed. Indeed, time flies. Your Jiu has become quite the young lady as well. Finally, Xiang Tian understood the reason behind his mother's invitation. It was merely to show off. Engrossed in their chatter, they momentarily forgot about the younger generation. His mother handed over the menu. Jiu, take a look and order whatever you like. Wang Jiu appeared somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian gazed at the barbecue grill on the table, puzzled. Mom, didn't you say we were having hot pot? Isn't this hot pot? Auntie, this is a barbecue restaurant, Wang Jiu softly reminded. Sneaking a glance at Xiang Tian afterward. Then let us just add a pot. It's no big deal. Xiang Tian dropped several slices of baby bok choy into the small pot, occasionally swishing some tender beef slices. And then grabbed a piece of meat from the barbecue grill that he mixed a soul-enhancing sauce of vinegar, cilantro, and garlic, while the two middle-aged women conversed, leaving him utterly unable to interject. Until Auntie Deling mentioned, could you possibly help keep an eye on Jiu for a while? At this, Wang Jiu's skewer of meat fell from her hand. Chapter 74. Never again will I go shopping. His mother seemed to have anticipated this, responding promptly. Of course, it's no trouble at all. I tidied up the guest room this morning. When does Jiu plan to come over? Auntie Deling glanced at Wang Jiu, seemingly seeking her approval. Tomorrow, Wang Jiu mumbled, lowering her head in a guilty manner. Xiang Tian was enjoying his meal until his mother smacked him on the head. What's the matter? He protested. His mother glared at him. All you do is eat. Remember to help your sister move her luggage tomorrow. Understood? Xiang Tian instinctively glanced at Wang Jiu, who was still silent, her head downcast. Strangely enough, his mother had previously brought this up, but Wang Jiu had seemed reluctant to come. Yet now Auntie Deling cheerfully said, no need to fuss. Jiu can carry her own bags when the time comes. This little rascal has been lounging at home all vacation. Jiu, listen to me. Let your brother carry your luggage. If he refuses, just tell me, and I'll set him straight. Xiang Tian. As night deepened, the streets outside began to bustle with activity. Elderly gentlemen gathered in front of the flower bed, enjoying the serenade of traditional opera. Meanwhile, the open space in front of the government building was overtaken by ladies dancing in the square. Many people strolled nearby after dinner, chatting and sitting on stumps to play chess and enjoy the cool air. Colorful lights intertwined among the branches above, adorned with crystal pendants, creating a splendid sight. His mother and Auntie Deling walked ahead, occasionally stopping to peek into clothing stores. Xiang Tian was relatively unfazed, but Wang Jiu appeared quite uncomfortable, unable to lift her head in nervousness. The atmosphere grew a bit tense, prompting Xiang Tian to ask casually, How tall are you now? Wang Jiu seemed momentarily taken aback. Are you talking to me? Xiang Tian surveyed their surroundings. Is there anyone else here? Wang Jiu snapped back to reality. I just graduated. Graduated? You're only a year younger than me? Xiang Tian frowned, feeling something was amiss. He vividly remembered Wang Jiu entering kindergarten, clad in a red dress. Plump and fond of bouncing on his bed whenever she visited, Wang Jiu mustered the courage to ask, "What year were you born?" "You go first." She pursed her lips. "I'm from 97. Seriously, you started school that early? Xiang Tian felt perplexed. 2 years older shouldn't he seem so off in his memory. He had thought she was 3 or 4 years older. After all, she looked rather youthful. Wang Jiu blinked. Are you a freshman? As their conversation deepened, the initial awkwardness dissipated. When the topic shifted to their intended universities, Xiang Tian remarked with a quirky expression, "You're entering the business school? Is there a problem?" "No, it's just that a friend of mine studied there and mentioned the school is quite good." In truth, Xiang Tian was fabricating. In his past life, he had a cousin who indeed studied at a business school, focusing on equestrian studies, frequently posting horse riding photos on social media, which he found amusing. However, considering the current timeline, that cousin had yet to even finish middle school. "What are you two youngsters chatting about so happily?" Suddenly, his mother's voice emerged from behind, startling Wang Jiu, who instinctively flinched as if caught in a compromising situation. Xiang Tian glanced at her empty hands, unsure of what to say. Just then, he received a light smack on the head from his mother, who scolded playfully, "What are you staring at? You little rascal, I didn't buy anything. Your aunt is inside trying on clothes." Wang Jiu stifled a laugh, as if transported back to their childhood. Due to the amusement of the two middle-aged women, Xiang Tian found himself aimlessly wandering the street for nearly half an hour. Only upon arriving at the bus stop did he realize accompanying women shopping was genuinely exhausting. That short kilometer felt like it took an eternity, making Xiang Tian want to laugh in frustration. After exiting one shop, they would immediately enter another, and he found himself empty-handed, embarrassed as the salesperson spoke at length without making a single purchase. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto the sofa, too weary to even change his shoes. His mother stood before him, hands on her hips, indignantly stating, "Auntie De Ling has come all this way, and you're just urging her on. Next time, I want to invite you out." Xiang Tian's eyes momentarily lit up at her words. "Thank you very much. Please, don't invite me. Shopping with you is genuinely exhausting." It was just a short distance, and I nearly walked until dawn. "Humph, you look like a corpse, just like your father." After venting her frustrations, his mother's mood lightened, and she hurried to grab a change of clothes from the wardrobe. "I'm going to take a shower now." "You should get to bed early if you're tired." As the bathroom door closed, she called out, "Remember, Wang Jiu is staying over tomorrow. You better tidy up your things. Don't embarrass yourself when she sees your mess." Xiang Tian truly surrendered to his mother's incessant nagging and walked into his room. From behind, she shouted, "Don't forget to pick her up." Bang! As he lay on his bed, Xiang Tian felt the world finally settle into silence. Despite his exhaustion, he found it impossible to sleep. The reason was simple. Old Xiang had yet to return home, and Xiang Tian was genuinely curious about his intentions. After all, most of the family finances resided with his mother. Old Xiang would hardly leave much cash on hand. Whether the 200,000 borrowed from Su Wei Guo or the million recorded in the ledger, which undoubtedly came from factory orders. Early the next morning, Yuling burst into the room, waking Xiang Tian. "Hurry up, get dressed and freshened up. Jiu is about to arrive." Rubbing his eyes, Xiang Tian barely had time to react before he felt a chill. Yuling yanked the covers off him, leaving him in nothing but his shorts, prompting him to quickly turn to the side. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yuling, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly turned her back and rummaged through the wardrobe, tossing him a couple of clothes. "You little rascal, sleeping without clothes now. Hurry up." She's waiting downstairs. Sometimes he truly admired his mother's boldness, although he had never had the habit of sleeping naked. She had no qualms about flinging his covers aside. Wang Jiu had indeed arrived quite early. The sun had barely risen, and the streets were still empty when she stood at the entrance of the community. Dressed in a light blue dress that seemed to sway with the breeze. "Jiu, over here." His mother rushed over, the warmth of her greeting almost unbearable for Xiang Tian to witness. "You little rascal. Hurry and help her carry her suitcase." As Xiang Tian stifled a yawn, he was met with a scolding from his mother. "Auntie, I apologize for disturbing you so early in the morning," he said. Wang Jiu glanced at the displeased Xiang Tian with a hint of regret. Chapter 75. Unraveling the instigator, it's nothing, auntie. I've hardly slept a wink all night. Come, let me tell you something, without hesitation. His mother took the young woman's hand and strode ahead, leaving Xiang Tian behind with his luggage, completely disregarding him. Stunned, he stood rooted to the spot, staring at their retreating figures. Well, I suppose the luggage is of no concern anymore. He mused, dragging a heavy suitcase behind him. He took a deep breath and attempted to lift it. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. It's significantly heavier than Luo Yinran's suitcase. Upon entering the house, Xiang Tian was drenched in sweat. Fully awakened, just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water, he discovered his mother in his room. Xiao Tian, Jiu will be sleeping in your room for now. It has better lighting. I'll move your quilt out later, and you can sleep in the guest room next door. Xiang Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. After all this, he had nowhere to rest. He couldn't possibly go to Wang Xiaohua's place. And staying at home was out of the question, with old Xiang hiding out at the factory. Quite amusing, indeed. On the sofa, the two women were engrossed in conversation. As Xiang Tian prepared to head downstairs, his mother called out to him, "Go buy some groceries, and while you're at it, prepare lunch. Jiu just arrived, and I'll accompany her to pick up some daily necessities." Xiang Tian was taken aback, seizing the opportunity while his mother conversed with Wang Jiu. He hurried over to Wang Xiaohua's place. After all, he had something crucial to discuss with Lin Xiyan. Otherwise, old Xiang would be left completely homeless. Tian, you're here so early today? Came to see Grandma? Wang Xiaohua said, rising from the sofa with a cheerful demeanor. The room was unusually quiet, and Xiang Tian glanced around. Is Lin Xiyan not here? Xiaoyan, she left right after lunch yesterday and hasn't returned since. Do you think something happened to her? With this, Wang Xiaohua began searching for her phone, looking puzzled. Where's my phone? Tian, could you call me? I can't find it. Xiang Tian couldn't prevent Wang Xiaohua from dialing the number. And through her voice, Lin Xiyan's excitement was palpable. Darling, Grandma told me you missed me. I'm driving back right now. Just stay home and wait for me. Don't wander around. She hung up before he could utter a word. True to her word, half an hour later, Lin Xiyan returned, bursting into the room and leaping onto Xiang Tian. Darling, did you wait long? Are you happy to see me? I ran 3 red lights to get back. Could you please let go? It's quite hot, Xiang Tian said, feeling exasperated as he gently pushed her away, not wanting to exert too much force. He couldn't help but notice how today, unlike her usual natural look, she wore a light touch of makeup that was utterly stunning. Well, dear, you're not being very obedient, Lin Xiyan teased, though her smile remained unaffected. It seemed this woman had not changed one bit. Maintaining her skill and feigning ignorance. I need to confirm something with you, and I hope you won't keep anything from me. Xiang Tian sat up straight, looking at her earnestly. Lin Xiyan, sensing his seriousness, closed the door with a look of suspicion. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohua was still in the kitchen, oblivious to Lin Xiyan's return. Did you intentionally block my father's project funds? Xiang Tian's gaze was piercing as he locked eyes with Lin Xiyan. Trying to see through her. Why do you ask that? Darling, Lin Xiyan furrowed her brow. She had indeed entertained the thought and had even begun to execute it. However, everything was unfolding precisely as she had planned, applying just the right amount of pressure to avoid any slip-ups. But upon Xiang Tian's mention, a chilling thought struck her. Had something happened to Xiang Haonan? Xiang Tian's tone grew more insistent. Answer me. Yes or no? Lin Xiyan felt a twinge of grievance. No, her nature was such that she detested lying. If she had done something, she would own up to it. Thus, Xiang Tian believed her and softly said, I can allow you to approach my family. But please, do not harbor ulterior motives or use this as leverage against me. Darling, how could you think of me that way? I would never harm you, Lin Xiyan replied, biting her red lip, her expression expertly masked. Even Xiang Tian failed to detect any signs. Well, Lin Xiyan, worried, grasped his hand. What on earth is going on? Can you share it with your wife? There was nothing to hide, so Xiang Tian directly recounted the details of his investigation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan immediately recognized the issue at hand. Why would Dad suddenly spend so much money? He was equally troubled, wondering what methods had been employed to compel old Xiang to part with such funds. I suspect Dad has been set up? Xiang Tian mulled over the phrase. Suddenly, an ancient memory surfaced, something Wang Xiaohua had mentioned long ago. Old Xiang used to have a gambling addiction. Lin Xiyan's expression turned cold as she dialed a number. After they had dinner, Xiang Tian decided to take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, Lin Xiyan caught up to him, blocking the elevator doors with a pout. Darling, can I accompany you? Why would you want to come along while I deal with some trouble? He replied, helplessly trying to pry her hand away, yet she clung to him tightly. Through Lin Xiyan's investigation, they traced a private gambling den, where surveillance footage had captured Xiang Haonan's presence. Injustice has its source. The depths of the gambling world are too murky for me to confront them directly. Even old Xiang, despite his confusion, wouldn't venture into a casino alone. He was undoubtedly being incited. Thus, Xiang Tian shifted his focus onto the instigator. No, I want to be with you, Lin Xiyan insisted, her concern evident as she playfully pouted. The commotion attracted Wang Xiaohua, who emerged from the kitchen. What is going on, Xiaoyan? Why are you two just standing at the door? Aren't you going out? Grandma, we're just waiting for the elevator. You should head back inside, Lin Xiyan replied. Just then, the elevator dinged and the door slid open. All right, have fun and stay safe. Wang Xiaohua watched as the two entered the elevator. Are you resolute about going? Xiang Tian said, feeling exasperated. Yes, Lin Xiyan nodded obediently, clinging to him like a koala, making it impossible for him to shake her off. With no other choice, Xiang Tian laid down the law. You must stay in the car and not get out or come inside. Lin Xiyan smiled sweetly and replied, all right, darling, since you're so concerned about my safety, I want to distract you. Long Aohai's van had been waiting for quite some time, with 3 burly men in the back seat. Don't worry, they're all trustworthy brothers, Xiang Tian nodded, rolling down the window to let in some fresh air. Lin Xiyan grimaced slightly as she entered. She wasn't accustomed to the smell of smoke. Perhaps because Xiang Tian had never dared to smoke in his life. Otherwise, he would have resorted to it long ago to alleviate his frustrations. Are we all set? Then let us head out. Chapter 76. The malice of human hearts. LV Jinshin resided near Jiuquan, and they proceeded straight towards the power plant, getting out near a kindergarten. Lin Xiyan leaned against the car window, looking worried. Darling, the lead man, Long Aohai, paused in his stride. Xiang Tian understood his intent and reluctantly turned to Lin Xiyan, advising, stay put in the car. We'll be back in 15 minutes. This matter was initially unrelated to Lin Xiyan. Yet she insisted on tagging along, leaving Xiang Tian utterly unable to control her. The community gates were perpetually open, and with a brother familiar with the area, they easily located Building B, Unit 2. Mom, I'm scared. A little boy emerged from the elevator, seeing the intimidating group and immediately hiding behind a woman. Long Aohai gave the boy a playful slap on the back of his head. Button up your shirt. Don't look like a hoodlum. The boy retorted, bro, you don't understand. This is the trend. H country stars dress like this, with the top 2 buttons undone to show off their collarbones to the ladies. Xiang Tian glanced over and couldn't help but ask, what is your name? The young man proudly replied, Li Wentao, the one with both literary and martial prowess. Long Aohai looked at him quizzically. When did you change your name? Wasn't he at Lang Tao? The elevator was cramped, with 5 large men standing shoulder to shoulder, leaving little room for comfort. Yet the serious atmosphere was disrupted by Li Wentao, prompting someone to chuckle, long go. This flamboyant guy spends his days watching idol dramas and perfecting his hairstyle in the mirror. 23 years single, and still no girlfriend. How pitiful, son boy. Just you wait. Who says I'm single? I just don't feel like looking for one. Unlike you, always sulking as if I owe you money. The usually taciturn young man seemed to have touched a nerve with Li Wentao, prompting him to step forward in indignation, only to be restrained by Long Aohai. All right, we are here to conduct serious business. Any disputes can be settled later, Long Aohai remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had confidently asserted that the group were capable hands for the task at hand. Yet before they could even commence, internal discord had already erupted. No worries. We are nearly there. Everyone, please remain quiet. Xiang Tian discreetly cast a glance at Li Wentao, who was bowing his head, meticulously arranging his attire. Clearly invested in maintaining a polished appearance. In that brief encounter, he had garnered a rudimentary impression of the personalities of the 3 men, particularly recognizing Li Wentao as the talent he urgently required. As the elevator doors opened, Xiang Tian was the first to knock on the door, calling out, Uncle L, are you in there? Uncle L? Meanwhile, Long Aohai pressed himself against the wall, hiding in the shadow of the peephole. Uncle L? It's me, Little Tian. After a prolonged period of knocking, silence reigned inside, casting doubt on the situation. Was El Jinshin not at home? Long Aohai frowned and turned to inquire of Sun Boy, who remained unresponsive. Taking 2 steps back, Xiang Tian then observed Long Aohai retrieving a keyring from his pocket, bending it slightly before cautiously inserting it into the lock. After a minute or two, Xiang Tian could no longer contain his curiosity. Is it going to work? It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, I can hear movement inside, Long Aohai replied. Though his expression was grim, he was confident he could unlock the door. After a short while, he finally announced, "Got it." Xiang Tian quickly strode through the hallway and forcefully kicked the door open. "Uncle L, I know you're in there. Come out for a chat." Entering the living room, Xiang Tian picked up a photograph from the coffee table. In it, Lin Xiyan appeared youthful, likely in his 30s, alongside a woman who must be his wife. A little girl, charming and full of innocence, sat on his shoulders, radiating a joyful smile. "Little Tian, what brings you here?" Lin Xiyan, unable to evade the encounter, walked out of the room, his attire suggesting a sense of haste. Xiang Tian raised the photograph, smiling as he said, "Uncle L, it's been a while since I last saw you. I came to check on you. I knocked on the door for quite some time. Didn't you hear me?" Lin Xiyan, clearly feeling guilty, spoke with a hint of trepidation. "I was taking a nap." "Well, you must have a good quality of sleep if such a commotion couldn't wake you. Little Tian, you're making jokes." He chuckled awkwardly, his gaze darting towards the others at the door. "These are just a few friends who came along to visit. Uncle, please take a seat." Xiang Tian gestured, and the others promptly entered, shutting the door behind them. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Lin Xiyan cautiously glanced at the doorway as he made his way to the sofa. He sat far from Xiang Tian, who, undeterred, moved closer. When Xiang Tian sat beside him, Lin Xiyan flinched. "Uncle L, why are you so frightened?" "I'm not a man-eating tiger." "Of course not." Lin Xiyan's hands trembled noticeably on his lap, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Xiang Tian turned to observe the white strands in his hair, sighing with gravitas. "You're getting gray hair too early. My father, though balding, at least sleeps soundly and securely. Unlike you. Truly, you must be overburdened." As he spoke, he placed a comforting hand on Lin Xiyan's shoulder, and the shift in his demeanor was unmistakable to Long Aohai and the others. "Did my father reach out to you recently?" Lin Xiyan could only lower his gaze. "Yes. He invited me to dinner. We had a brief gathering." Cutting to the chase, Xiang Tian confronted him directly. "Why did you take my father to the casino? Provide me with a reason." "What casino? I had no idea. We merely had a meal and a few drinks, then returned home," Lin Xiyan replied, feigning innocence. Xiang Tian, with a knowing smile, produced his phone. He had anticipated this denial and had saved a video prior to his arrival. Lin Xiyan could no longer contain himself and abruptly pushed Xiang Tian away. Long Aohai approached but was halted by Xiang Tian, who adjusted his attire and said coolly, "I respect you as my father's friend, yet you knowingly took him to such places. What are your intentions?" Chapter 77. A long-term perspective. Lin Xiyan retorted angrily. "Who told your father to suddenly back out? Do you have any idea how much I lost recently? 300,000. All gone. You know I have been collaborating with your father for nearly a decade. I trusted him immensely, yet he chose this moment to withdraw." It was well known that Lin Xiyan and Lao Xiang had rarely formalized contracts despite their long-standing relationship. Their businesses were modest, and being acquaintances, they had not adhered to many formalities. Lao Xiang likely destroyed his partnership with Lin Xiyan to expedite Lin Xiyan's shipment. The butterfly effect ensued, resulting in Lin Xiyan's insufficient inventory, leading to unilateral compensation. Xiang Tian quickly grasped the underlying logic, staring at Lin Xiyan, rendered speechless. Lin Xiyan, emboldened by this, scoffed. "He's an adult. He should be accountable for his actions. I didn't force him to gamble. He owes over $1 million to others. With your mother's disposition, he probably hasn't dared to return home these days." A glint of cold light flashed in Xiang Tian's eyes as he moved forward, but Lin Xiyan continued. "Come on, hit me. I'll tell you the truth. I've already called the police, and they should be on their way now. Breaking and entering, along with intentional harm, should be enough to keep you busy." Long Aohai stepped in, urging, "Xiang Xiao, calm down. There are other ways to deal with people like him. There's no need to rush." Seeing Lin Xiyan's smug demeanor, Xiang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. What would happen if he couldn't resolve this for Lao Xiang? Would he have to confront his mother? Would they end up in a divorce? Money was trivial, but Lin Xiyan's malicious intent was clear. He wanted to destroy his family. Yet, at this critical juncture, knowing the police had been alerted, he understood he must remain composed and rational. "Hubby, Hubby, where are you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the hallway, snapping Xiang Tian back to reality. Before he could advance, Li Wentao had already opened the door. Lin Xiyan rushed in, her face alight with joy. What brings you here? Didn't I ask you to wait in the car? A police car arrived downstairs. Who wouldn't be afraid? Though Lin Xiyan spoke this way, her radiant smile belied any hint of fear. Yet, Xiang Tian remained unsatisfied. Jinshin snorted. Now you see I'm not joking. Go ahead. Try to make a move. The police will arrive immediately, and none of you will escape. Long Aohai frowned and whispered. We have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. There's no need to take risks now. She cast a meaningful glance at Jinshin, delicately linking her arm with Xiang Tian's as she said, what is there to risk? By the way, I forgot to mention, the police came, but I sent them away. The air in the room fell silent. That's impossible, Jinshin exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Xiyan smiled. Director Chen personally made the call. What's impossible about it? Hubby, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. Xiang Tian, without further ado, had never doubted Lin Xiyan's background. The group swiftly subdued Jinshin, leaving amidst his anguished cries. Feeling a sense of relief as they exited the community in the car, Li Wentao felt rejuvenated, exclaiming, damn, I've never heard such a twisted demand before. It feels so satisfying. Sun Boyi concurred. He had it coming. While the three reflected on the encounter, Long Aohai smiled before starting the car, observing Lin Xiyan's concerned expression in the rearview mirror. Hubby, look at you. Be more careful next time. Let others handle such matters while you keep your distance. Xiang Tian's expression darkened as he shielded his hand from Lin Xiyan's view. His knuckles were red and swollen. With a slight abrasion, it was mainly due to the crowd. He had inadvertently been injured, and Li Wentao's pocketful of small metal pieces and a broken ring had caused the scratch. Xiang Tian refrained from mentioning it, fearing embarrassment. In truth, they hadn't truly harmed Jinshin. Although it appeared daunting, each had controlled their strength, resulting in little more than superficial injuries that would heal swiftly. This situation couldn't wholly be blamed on Jinshin. He had indeed spoken a truth. Lao Xiang was an adult and should be responsible for his actions. Furthermore, it was Lao Xiang's initial unscrupulousness that had led to such significant losses. One must not sacrifice integrity for the sake of profit. Sister-in-law, you're impressive. You even know the director at the precinct. Not at all, Lin Xiyan chuckled, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian wore a deep frown. What's wrong? Are you worried about the casino issue? Lin Xiyan had a knack for uncovering hidden thoughts. Assuming Xiang Tian was concerned about the debts, she reassured him, don't worry. Director Chun is personally involved in this matter. And I believe we'll see results soon. Xiang Tian shook his head. It's not about that. Lin Xiyan inquired curiously. Then what is it? Is it about the money? The affairs of the casino lack any legal binding force. I wish for you to sever the partnership with old Xiang. Xiang Tian, with deliberate enunciation, fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiyan's eyes and declared. No, she smiled gracefully and resolutely replied. That's not feasible. Why? Xiang Tian inquired. Perplexed, old Xiang possesses a rather narrow vision, lacking any long-term strategy. Earning a small profit is commendable, but he lacks the capability to aspire to become a major tycoon. Lin Xiyan had previously confided in him that merchants pursue personal gain. Collaborating with old Xiang brings her no advantages whatsoever. Rather than directly addressing the question, Lin Xiyan teased, the date on the contract is clearly marked. You may review it at your leisure, dear husband. Isn't terminating the agreement merely a matter of your word? You are mistaken, dear husband. Every matter must adhere to established protocols. While I could indeed unilaterally announce the dissolution of the partnership with my father, have you considered the aftermath? Xiang Tian was rendered speechless. Lin Xiyan continued, he would relentlessly inquire about my reasoning, setting aside work and dignity, subsequently halting operations at the factory while scouring for new partners. Is that what you wish to witness? Lin Xiyan's words were blunt, implying that old Xiang's reputation would suffer greatly, and it would be a considerable time before he could find new avenues. Domestic tranquility often conceals underlying crises, built upon the foundations of life and work. The carriage was enveloped in silence. Long Aohai was focused on driving. Sun Bo gazed out the window, and Li Wentao was leisurely browsing Taobao with another companion. Among them, these two appeared to share a close bond, yet an invisible wall of misunderstanding lay between them. Upon nearing Yunduo Park, Xiang Tian called for Long Aohai to stop, and Lin Xiyan alighted with him. If you still wish to persist, I can personally speak with my father, she offered. Xiang Tian hesitated, turning to look at Lin Xiyan with a complex expression. No, thank you for your reminder. Old Xiang is indeed a remarkably obstinate individual. Perhaps the immense pressure he bears drives him to hastily pursue grand achievements, seeking to demonstrate his worth to everyone. Lin Xiyan observed him in silence. Long ago, he was aimless and idle, having dropped out of middle school to squander his time outside. Xiang Tian recalled a remark made by Wang Xiaohua. He is the one bestowed with high expectations. Chapter 78. The little girl's jealousy. Everyone experiences pressure. A reckless pursuit of immediate success only leads to greater blunders. The two stood at the railing, their view of the lake dotted with numerous fishing enthusiasts. Lin Xiyan curiously inquired, "So, what is your perspective, dear husband?" One must progress gradually, while always preparing for the worst, navigating the waves before the advent of a new era, Xiang Tian replied, speaking slowly and naturally, exuding an air of tranquility. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyan broke into a radiant smile. But what if you lacked this experience? If everyone remained in ignorance, who could predict the future's trajectory? Clear waters harbor no fish. When standing at the forefront of change, you may not perform better than my father. Upon returning home, his mother and Wang Zhiyu were seated on the sofa, engaged in animated conversation, punctuated by sporadic laughter. Xiao Tian, later take Zhiyu to the riverside. She expressed a desire to ride the bumper cars we used to enjoy. I've already arranged to meet Xiao Ran this evening. Xiang Tian furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Wang Zhiyu, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, Lin Xiyan had mentioned that Lin Xiangtha had agreed to arrange her trial position at the company, and he only dared to contact the little girl during this window. Fearing an encounter might lead to complications, his mother, however, seemed unconcerned. It's no big deal. Just go together. If you're too shy to speak with her, I'll help you. And you can reimburse me later. Xiang Tian privately mused that he likely possessed more money than his mother's savings. Reluctantly, he informed the little girl, I'll introduce you to a new friend tonight. The little girl responded with a cheerful greeting, promptly asking, who is it? After some contemplation, Xiang Tian decided it would be better to convey this in person. As a few words online would not suffice, he lightly tapped the keyboard and replied, you'll find out soon enough. After dinner, Wang Zhiyu changed into a different outfit and accompanied Xiang Tian as they headed out. Tian go, she called from behind, and Xiang Tian turned, waiting for her to catch up. What is it? Wang Zhiyu hesitated, her expression conflicted. I'm really sorry for troubling you. Tian go, perhaps I should just take a bus. Could you tell me where the bus stop is? Xiang Tian frowned, aware that she was unfamiliar with the area. Despite Kai District's small size, many streets looked similar, making it easy for outsiders to get lost. Having agreed to his mother's request, he had no intention of putting her in an awkward position. Let's go together. It has been years since you've been here. Remember when we were last at Shirlu Village? We hadn't even graduated from elementary school. Wang Zhiyu pressed her lips together. Really? Tian go, your memory is impressive. In her childhood, Aunt Daling would often bring her to Kai District to visit her mother during holidays. As her family was based in Xian, and they would occasionally return to see her. As they walked, Xiang Tian was updating the little girl on the situation, while Wang Zhiyu continued, I heard from Auntie that you originally planned to go on a date with your girlfriend. I'm worried that my presence might create misunderstandings. It's all right. Although Xiao Ran appears aloof, once you get to know her, she's quite easy to get along with. But I'm still very nervous. Xiang Tian shot her a glance. Dismissing her worries, his phone buzzed with a message from the little girl, informing him that she was ready and heading downstairs, prompting them to wait at the community entrance. Moments later, they spotted Luo Yanran rushing out of the complex. Calling Xiang Tian, Wang Zhiyu turned to look, seeing a beautiful girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a shirt and short skirt, sporting white shoes and a pink base. This was the outfit Xiang Tian had chosen for the little girl on Taobao. Perfectly suited to her youthful and playful figure, the little girl approached Xiang Tian, her face alight with joy as he affectionately ruffled her hair. However, when her gaze fell upon Wang Zhiyu, she furrowed her brows and asked, is this the new friend you mentioned? Luo Yin and raised her chin defiantly, determined to uncover the truth. Xiang Tian could clearly sense her shift in mood. He nearly forgot how possessive this girl could be. Under Wang Zhiyu's puzzled gaze, Xiang Tian discreetly whispered, she's the daughter of my mother's friend, 2 years younger than us. Please try to maintain a gentle expression. Don't scare her. Luo Yanran sulked, turning her head away. No way. Am I really that intimidating? Xiang Tian, Exasperated, coaxed, "Be good. I'll buy you a candy later." As the two turned to leave, Wang Jiu was extremely anxious, stammering her greeting. "Hello, I'm Wang Jiu, sister. Don't think that a sweet title implies a close relationship." Luo Yanran remained on guard. Having often faced gossip at school, she was quite wary of others. "Hurry up," Xiang Tian covertly signaled to her, squeezing her small hand, prompting the little girl to haughtily state her name. Luo Yanran. "All right, you lead the way," she said, while Xiang Tian slowed his pace to explain to Wang Jiu. "You don't need to be overly anxious. Just relax. When the bus arrives, you two can sit together." "Will she mind?" She asked, not that petty. Then I will do my best." Perhaps after a few deep breaths, she even managed to tease Xiang Tian. "Sister really is very pretty. Tian Go, you will surely be very happy in the future." He smiled bitterly, having to admit, she is indeed beautiful. Watching Luo Yanran's graceful figure, with her little ponytail swaying playfully, it was evident from afar that she was a beauty. It is precisely this little beauty who has occupied his thoughts for half a lifetime. "Actually, Tian Go, you are quite handsome too." While he was lost in thought, Wang Jiu unexpectedly voiced this, interrupting his reverie. "Haha, I won't talk to you anymore. The bus is coming. Let us hurry." Luo Yanran appeared dissatisfied as she waited impatiently at the bus stop. Observing Xiang Tian's slow approach, and remarked, "You seem to be enjoying your chat with her. Why not just go with her?" "All right, don't be upset. We can discuss it later." Chapter 79. Su shouting subtle thoughts. Wang Jiu leaned closer. "Are we taking this bus?" "Yes, just hop on." The bus came to a halt by the roadside, and Xiang Tian awkwardly reached into his pocket, inquiring, "Do any of you happen to have change?" He had forgotten to ask his mother for smaller bills before leaving, and all he possessed were large denominations, the smallest being 10 yuan. "Tian Go, I have some change," a young girl responded. As soon as she finished speaking, she pouted in discontent and nonchalantly tossed 3 coins into the collection. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Tian followed suit, but then nearly forgot about Wang Jiu, who was busy counting a roll of banknotes in her hand. Fortunately, luck was on their side. The bus was sparsely populated, and Luo Yanran habitually seated herself by the window in the last row. According to plan, Xiang Tian deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Wang Jiu to sit beside her. As anticipated, the young girl cast a resentful glance at him, angrily clutching her small bag to her chest. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyan had arrived at the club. Zhao Feng, engrossed in flirting with the girl, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted women's handbag was hurled towards him. Striking his head with a thud, enraged, Zhao Feng exclaimed, "Who? Which blind fool dares?" "Lin Jia, you're here. Please, have a seat." Upon recognizing the visitor's face, his rage instantly dissipated, and his expression shifted rapidly. "Still not leaving?" Lin Xiyan uttered coolly, prompting the girl in his arms to hastily rise and flee, leaving her shawl behind. After all, Lin Xiyan's demeanor was utterly chilling, resembling an unmelting iceberg that sent shivers down one's spine. This was a unique trait of hers when angered, one that Xiang Tian had become all too familiar with over the past 2.5 years. Under his escort, Lin Xiyan chose a clean spot to sit. "Zhao Feng, I do not wish to see you embracing a woman every time I come here." Enough. She had only spoken half of her mind, swallowing the rest, as she knew that voicing it here would be futile. The implications were clear only to her. However, Zhao Feng misinterpreted her words, assuming she was merely venting her frustrations on him. He dared not retort, instead plastering a smile on his face as he offered her a drink, which Lin Xiyan swiftly declined. "Not today. What does it mean that El Jinxing booked a train ticket for noon?" When the conversation turned to serious matters, Zhao Feng straightened up, placing his glass on the table before pulling out his phone to show Lin Xiyan a message. "When you asked me to look into him, I stumbled upon something interesting. He is booking a ticket to leave Wuxi. Where is he going?" "Jiang Province." Lin Xiyan furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, and suddenly recalled something. By the way, is El Jia studying in Jiang Province? Zhao Feng had only mentioned it briefly on the phone, but she had etched it into her memory. Indeed, and his wife left Wuxi a week ago. Also headed to Jiang Province? Zhao Feng nodded, flipping her a photo. "This is an asset certificate I had a friend at the bank prepare. El Jinxing has acquired a property in Jiang Province, valued at approximately 870,000. Lin Xiyan's expression began to shift, a hint of a smile breaking through her frosty fa. "So, you mean El Jinxing's framing of Xiang Haonan was no mere coincidence?" Someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes, Zhao Feng lamented. I tried to dig deeper, but the trail was wiped clean. I suspect it originated from your side. Lin Xiyan quickly grasped the situation, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, they have some audacity. She understood that her husband was inherently honest and could never instigate enmity with others. She frequently visited Kai district, and it was no secret to those individuals. Since they chose to target Xiang Haonan, it was clearly an attempt to intimidate her. They shifted their focus onto Lin Xiyan, seeking to sow discord, exploiting Lin Xiyan's resentment and jealousy towards Xiang Haonan to drag Xiang Tian's family into turmoil. Zhao Feng advised, Sister, I believe we should keep a low profile for now. In such a vast enterprise, power struggles were inevitable, and he feared Lin Xiyan might be taken advantage of. Lin Xiyan replied with a cold smile, low profile, apologies, but I have never mastered that concept. With that, she stormed off alone. Luo Yanran, fuming, gripped the steering wheel as she aimed the bumper car towards Xiang Tian. 6 or 7 bumper cars whirled around the arena, but Xiang Tian felt utterly miserable. As if he had incurred the young girl's wrath. The trouble began when he had, at the outset, taken advantage of their inattention to slam into the back of their car, causing the two girls to bump heads. Initially, he thought they would play for a round or two for fun, but the young girl insisted on staying on the ride, dragging him along for half an hour until he felt dizzy from the collisions. I can't take it anymore. My head hurts. Xiang Tian quickly exited the car and dashed towards the commercial street. Xiao Ranjia, is Tiangu all right? I feel like something is off with him. Luo Yanran snorted. Look how fast he's running. He is perfectly fine. Xiang Tian's headache was a ruse, as he sought to escape. He entered a store to buy a bottle of Hai Ji Yan, and when he turned around, he spotted a familiar figure. Oh, so close. Su Xiao, why don't you give it a try? I really don't believe we can't beat this with the three of us. Su Xiaoqing was playing marbles with a few friends in the store. Just as he was becoming increasingly irritated, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder, assuming it was a companion distracting him. He retorted impatiently, don't move. I'm about to land this shot. The marble machine chimed again. Don't be discouraged. Try again next time. Damn. You just... Su Xiaoqing instinctively began to scold, but upon turning around, he found Xiang Tian grinning at him and extending the bottle of Hai Ji Yan. Are you having fun? Su Xiaoqing was taken aback. Tiangu, what brings you here? Just accompanying them for a stroll. Following his gesture, Su Xiaoqing spotted Luo Yanran and Wang Jiu drawing closer. Instantly, he understood, adopting a reassuring demeanor. Got it. Tiangu, don't worry. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut and won't say anything out of turn. Xiang Tian furrowed his brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Referring to the sister-in-law from that day. Before he could finish, Xiang Tian swiftly covered his mouth. Shu, some things are better left unsaid. You know this yourself. Luo Yanran's voice, tinged with malice, interrupted from behind. What are you two chatting about, so merrily? Xiang Tian turned around and cleared his throat. Just a chance encounter. What else could we discuss? Xiao Ran, what would you like to drink? Go help yourself. The young girl had met Su Xiaoqing before, so she recognized him, but it was Wang Jiu's first time seeing him. Su Xiaoqing discreetly tugged on his sleeve and, taking advantage of the two girls' distraction in front of the refrigerator, asked, Bro, who is that girl beside you? She is pretty nice. Xiang Tian shot him a sideways glance. You little rascal, your intentions are quite obvious. Hey, now that I have some money, I naturally have the confidence. Su Xiaoqing scratched his head. Wang Jiu had a doll-like face, her skin delicate and flawless, clad in tight jeans that accentuated her slender waist and legs. Precisely to Su Xiaoqing's taste, Xiang Tian chuckled. Don't get your hopes up. She's 2 years older than you and about to start university, an older sister. That's even better. I can support her through school. Su Xiaoqing exclaimed, but was promptly smacked on the head by Xiang Tian. Get lost. Not to mention that Wang Jiu's family background was quite decent. In this era, even just the phone in her pocket was worth over 4,000. Her father owned a barber shop, well known in the Quail Ridge area. Aunt Deling was a classic example of a newly rich individual after a demolition, having received 4 or 5 properties. The idea that she would be interested in having you support her through university would be utterly embarrassing. Tiangu, do you drink cola? Wang Jiu suddenly called from outside. Get me a bottle of Pepsi. Chapter 80. Is Wang Jiu a green tea bitch? Xiang Tian responded casually, then turned to Su Xiaoqing with a serious tone. I advise you to steer clear of any improper thoughts. Focus on learning management from Long Ao Hai. I might need you in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoqing's expression transformed from sorrow to joy. Tian Ge, are you saying there will be opportunities for making money together? Of course, I don't trust many people. Though you're a bit unreliable. You'll do, Xiang Tian assessed him. Su Shaoqing was ecstatic. Tian Ge, you can count on me to be fully trustworthy. To be honest, I'm getting a bit tired of all this. There are many places I can't go, and having money means nothing if I can't enjoy it. At least you've given me a new goal. I'll definitely learn well from Long Ge. Wang Jiu called from the door. Tian Ge, Xiao Ranjia is leaving. Are you going? Xiang Tian glanced outside and noticed Luo Yinran's sour expression, prompting him to take the initiative to leave first. Uncertain of the situation, he simply gave Su Shaoqing a few brief reminders before chasing after her. Xiao Ran. Wang Jiu handed him the cola and quietly remarked, Is Xiao Ranjia mad at me? She was fine before, but suddenly she talked to me. It's nothing. I'll go ask her, Xiang Tian replied dismissively, quickening his pace to grasp the young girl's hand. She pouted, remaining silent, yet offered no resistance, allowing him to hold her hand in her sulky mood. Although Luo Yinran had a temper, she was not unreasonable. It was likely some unintentional action that had made her uncomfortable. All right, be good. If you have any thoughts, whisper them to me. With a gentle tug on her palm, even if Luo Yin and were in the throes of fury, she could hardly withstand such flirtation. The young girl spoke candidly. I do not like her. Xiang Tian was taken aback and instinctively glanced at Wang Jiu, who was dutifully trailing behind him. She maintained a distance neither too far nor too close. Presumably oblivious to their conversation, he cautiously inquired, Is there a particular reason, or is there something about her demeanor that you find off-putting? The young girl remained silent. Xiang Tian chuckled lightly. My little Ran wouldn't get angry with someone for no reason. Would she? The girl huffed in annoyance. The way she looks at you is clearly with ill intent. Oh, you need me to elaborate further? Xiang Tian burst into laughter, realizing the situation, that you're still laughing. If it weren't for Wang Jiu following us, I might just stomp my feet in frustration. That I merely sensed a strong odor of jealousy. If that's all it is, why bother to quarrel with her? The girl retorted, her tone growing cold. Are you defending her? Of course not. What benefit would I gain from defending her? If it weren't for my mother's connection, do you think I would even acknowledge her? Upon hearing this, the girl's anger subsided significantly, and she pouted, What if you're just saying that to placate me? All right, when we reach the bus stop, keep your emotions in check that we can discuss any feelings privately once we're back. Fine, the girl replied reluctantly. On their way back, the trio remained silent, each seemingly adhering to their own unspoken understanding. Wang Jiu stole a glance, her fingers nervously fidgeting. The girl's home was relatively close to the bus stop, and they disembarked. Wang Jiu curiously asked, Sister Yinran, are you not going home so late? Xiang Tian smiled. We'll take you home first. Oh, I see. Brother Tian, are you going to be with Sister Yinran? Wang Jiu winked, her eyes twinkling with unspoken thoughts. Don't let your imagination run wild. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Xiang Tian inquired, Jiu, you remember where my house is, right? The girl has something to discuss with me privately on the way back. Wang Jiu nodded. I know that I'll head back first then, and won't continue to be a third wheel. Only after witnessing her enter the community did Xiang Tian turn around and pinch the girl's cheek. What are you still looking at? She's already gone. She furrowed her brow and huffed. Just look a little further back. Xiang Tian was puzzled, and then he saw Wang Jiu nervously re-emerge. She said weakly, Brother Tian, it's too dark inside. I can't tell which way to go. Luo Yinran's expression grew colder, and just as she was about to speak, Xiang Tian discreetly pulled her back. All right, we'll escort you downstairs. I'm truly sorry, Brother Tian. Let's go. My mom is probably waiting anxiously. Xiang Tian took a couple of steps, only to find the girl rooted in place, seemingly displeased with him. I never agreed to take her home. If you want to go by yourself. Luo Yinran's temper flared again, an emotion she could not contain. In the past, whenever another girl appeared around Xiang Tian, she would invariably vent her frustrations on him, her temper progressively worsening. To her, Xiang Tian was simply a dull, overly kind-hearted person. Brother Tian, why don't you go accompany Sister Yinran? This community isn't large. I can manage on my own. Wang Jiu stood a short distance away, and in the stillness of the night, her surroundings felt particularly cold, allowing Luo Yinran's words to reach her clearly. Yet, she couldn't comprehend where she had gone wrong to provoke the other girl. Xiang Tian felt a chill creeping down his spine, a penetrating glare fixed upon him. Seemingly awaiting his decision, he sighed helplessly and called Yu Ling. Mom, please come to the entrance of the community. Wang Jiyu is waiting. After hanging up swiftly, he denied his mother a chance to speak. Jiyu, my mom will be down shortly. How about we wait here for a bit? Upon hearing this, Luo Yinran's expression softened considerably. This was the best compromise he could muster, as Luo Yinran's jealousy had been triggered, likely leading to some misunderstandings. His impression of Wang Jiyu was rooted in childhood and held no ulterior motives. The girl's defensiveness was overwhelming, and he felt compelled to cater to her temperament. It wouldn't do to jeopardize their relationship over someone he wasn't particularly close to. Brother Tian, you go ahead and I'll wait here for Annie to pick me up. Wang Jiyu hesitated, biting her lip. After they had walked a distance, taking advantage of the shadows, Xiang Tian helplessly pinched her cheek. Are you satisfied now? Humph. What satisfaction is there? I don't want to see her again next time. The girl lifted her chin, coldly huffing. All right. She'll only stay at my house for a few days. It won't be long before she leaves that I in the future. Even if you want to see her, you may not get the chance. Xiang Tian smiled, genuinely enjoying the feeling of being cherished by the girl. Perhaps it was the lack of attention in the past that made him treasure and relish it so much. Who would want to see her? She's nothing but a scheming vixen. Chapter 81. An unexpected incident. Luo Yinran was forthright in nature. She never concealed her dislike for people or things and would often voice her opinions directly, easily offending others. This trait left her with few genuine friends. The slightest hint of distaste or aversion, she would distance herself. Xiang Tian was a living example, having been a constant presence in her life. Scheming vixen? Where did you learn that term? Xiang Tian asked in surprise. The young girl proudly waved her phone in front of him. Jiaying taught me. Xiang Tian, feeling exasperated, took the phone and perused their chat history. It turned out that Luo Yinran had already discussed this matter with Su Jiaying on the bus. You say she has been staring at me? When did this happen? When we were playing bumper cars. At first, I thought she was pointing out the direction. When you were chatting with Su Xiaoqing while buying drinks, she glanced at you 4 times that I deliberately walked away to gauge her reaction. And then she put on a pitiful act in front of you. Just earlier, she even wanted me to go back alone. You kept interrupting me. She ran back out after going in, clearly unwilling to let it go. Isn't that enough to be considered scheming? The young girl made her points with such logic that Xiang Tian found himself at a loss for words. He was frustrated for a long while, realizing he hadn't had much interaction with Wang Jiyu. So how could such situations arise? Could it be that I'm just too handsome? Xiang Tian mused, unconsciously touching his face. The girl suddenly struck back. Cricket. Following her finger's direction, there indeed was a cricket hopping along the roadside ditch. Damn it. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Please return my phone. The girl reclaimed her phone and then randomly swiped her delicate fingers across the screen before showing Xiang Tian. Jia Ying is inviting us to go watch the meteor shower at Jiuzhen Mountain tomorrow afternoon. Xiang Tian scrutinized the chat records, realizing that Su Jiaying had discussed this with the young girl the previous night. As meteors streak across the sky, they carry away the wishes and blessings of those who gaze upon them. Initially, this suggestion came from Zhong Yun, who boasted about camping in the wild, proclaiming it to be romantic. Camping? Just a group of young men and women together. Xiang Tian could easily guess what his intentions were. It was as if he was just a step away from suggesting they share a room. Since you've already agreed, let's all go and take a look. Xiang Tian smiled as he gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, causing the young girl to blush and quicken her pace. The community was enveloped in darkness, with only a streetlight illuminating a small area every few dozen meters, occasionally revealing a cricket bouncing onto the road. The young girl naturally slowed her pace, and Xiang Tian held her hand, ensuring she returned safely to the base of her building. Should I go up now? Luo Yinran inquired softly. Not going up. What else do you want to do? I'm ignoring you. After teasing her, the young girl ran into the elevator, not forgetting to make a face at him. Just then, his phone rang, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Mom, how's you? All right, don't worry, I'll be right back. Upon receiving this news, Xiang Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, prompting him to hurry home. Home. Yu Ling paced anxiously in the living room. Wang Jiyu sat on the sofa, her eyes red from crying. Auntie, please don't worry. I'm fine. That person just had a little too much to drink and didn't touch me. Why Yu Ling quickly pulled out a tissue, dabbing Wang Jiyu's face as she comforted her. Oh, it's all right. Annie understands you're feeling wronged. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. She then began to scold angrily. That scoundrel. How could he be so careless? Leaving you alone and just running off? He should have at least walked you to the entrance and watched you go inside. Wang Zhiyu sobbed, her delicate, doll-like face resembling a rain-soaked flower, evoking sympathy. Auntie, I don't blame Brother Tian. It's so late outside that if he hadn't taken Sister Yanran home, her family would have been worried. Upon hearing this, Yuling's anger flared even more. What nonsense is that? You two were already at the door. Would it have taken him just a few minutes to walk you downstairs? Is he that impatient? It is not the fault of Tiangu. He has already promised to gift me something. It is merely Wang Zhiyu who hesitates, seemingly reluctant to continue speaking. Yet, if she remains silent, does Yuling not contemplate the situation further? What? Must you still defend that insufferable brat? The girl from the Luo family is already quite willful and spoiled. It is unclear what trick she has employed to ensnare him so completely, causing him to visit her home incessantly and bringing shame upon me at this moment. Xiang Tian fortuitously entered the house, only to be met by Yuling's frigid expression. Mother, what is the matter? Is it serious? Is anyone hurt? Do not call me mother. I do not have a son like you to go seek out Xiao Yalan. She is your true mother. Without time to change his shoes, Xiang Tian hurried to the sofa, scrutinizing Wang Zhiyu's demeanor, which made her shrink back towards Yuling. Mother, what purpose does it serve to unleash your fury upon me? Let us first ascertain Wang Zhiyu's condition. Why? Yuling scoffed coldly. Only now do you begin to feel concern for your sister? Why is it that Luo Shu's daughter is treated like a treasure, while the Ling's daughter is regarded as mere grass? Faced with such sardonic remarks, Xiang Tian preferred not to prolong the conversation with his mother and directly inquired about Wang Zhiyu's predicament at that time. Do you remember what that man looked like? We must report this to the police immediately. Wang Zhiyu, frightened, paled further. No, Auntie, I do not wish to go to the police station. I do not want to file a report. While waiting for Yuling at the entrance of the community, she had been approached by a drunken man who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He reeked of alcohol, resembling a disheveled uncle, and was not only rough in his demeanor, but also grossly inappropriate in his speech. He grabbed Wang Zhiyu's arm, attempting to lead her into a nearby alley. It is well known that numerous KTV establishments owned by the Lin family are situated nearby. Filled with the heavy scent of perfume and the presence of hostesses lounging on sofas, as night deepens, these unsavory characters emerge. The alley serves as a convenient hiding place for their illicit activities. Had she not resisted vehemently and managed to escape during his moment of distraction, who knows what fate might have befallen her? Yuling immediately enveloped her in a comforting embrace, gently patting her shoulder. There, we shall not involve the authorities. The young girl values her reputation above all. Such disgraceful incidents could lead to dire consequences if they were to spread. Moreover, Yuling had no desire to escalate the situation. If Deling were to find out and rush back in a fluster from afar, what would she think? Having entrusted her daughter into Yuling's care, and within just a day, this unfortunate event transpired. It clearly reflects a lack of vigilance, potentially jeopardizing the future relations between the two families. With this thought in mind, Yuling suddenly turned to Xiang Tian, exclaiming in frustration, "Return to your room. You spend your days gallivanting about, just like your father. I warn you, Xiang Tian, from this day forth, do not let me catch wind of you bullying your sister, or you and your father will find yourselves sleeping on the streets." Chapter 82. Wang Zhiyu's distress. Upon returning to his room, Xiang Tian could still feel the unyielding anger emanating from Yuling. Acutely aware of his mother's fierce nature, he lay on the bed in a foul mood. The guest room's mattress was too firm for comfort, rendering sleep elusive. The commotion outside was quite significant. He could hear his mother pacing in the living room, and through the wall, the occasional sound of Wang Zhiyu's quiet sobs reached his ears. "Hello, Xiang Haonan. I will give you one last warning. If you do not plan to return home tonight, do not bother coming back at all." "What? You say you just finished socializing and will only return tomorrow?" "Fine. I am not unreasonable. How long has it been since you last came home? If I do not see you by tomorrow evening, I will throw all your belongings out, and you can go retrieve them from the street." Xiang Tian was genuinely puzzled as to why, after his rebirth, a series of troublesome events continued to unfold.